Uchiha Feng Yuan lay on the ground, with his hands behind his head, holding Erlang's legs, aimlessly biting the bitter tender grass in his mouth, and looking at the sky with worried eyes. Do I, the crosser, really have no gold finger? As a standard truck crushing type crosser, Feng Yuan, who has the experience of 10,000 crossing novels, does not understand why it has been 18 years since he crossed over, and his golden finger has not yet appeared. Although he has raised his strength to the level of Shangnan with Uchiha's exclusive plug-in Sharingan, he can even be regarded as an elite level in it. But he is well aware of the danger of this world, and he is obviously dissatisfied with his strength. Maybe it's enough time before the start of the 3 wars, not to mention the immortal fights after the start of the next 4 wars. Even if it is the great filial piety Uchiha Ferret 10 years later, he may not be able to fight. Poof! Spit out the chewed grass stalk in his mouth, Feng Yuan patted his butt and got up, stretched his waist and walked towards his residence. As a deputy captain of the garrison, it makes sense to take a vacation during work hours and celebrate your 18th birthday. Ding! After charging, the extremely evil system is loading. Please wait. 10%, 30%, 100%. A cold voice like machinery suddenly sounded in his ears, and Feng Yuan's footsteps paused. His face was as usual but his eyes changed. This sudden sound is definitely not an illusion. Don't, the gold finger that I thought about day and night is finally here? Feng Yuan's pupils dilated slightly, and his heart slowed down by half a beat, but quickly jumped up, as if he wanted to recover that half beat. He immediately flashed home with the teleportation technique, closed the door, and meditated in his heart system. I'm in artificial mental retardation like Xiao AI's classmates. No's voice rings in my ears again. Feng Yuan heavily exhaled the sullenness in his chest, supported the table with both hands, and he was smiling for a long time. Don't blame him for being so excited. If there is no Goldfinger, let alone watching the final 4 battles, even if it is the night of the future extermination, he will definitely not be able to live. Even if he quietly kills Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Obito, Uchiha will still choose a new surrogate, and Uchiha will be destroyed as well. The surrogate also needs enough chakra eyes, halt reversers. Even if they don't count it day by day, they can't even live the finale. Who can be willing? System, introduce your function. Ding! This system is called the Extreme Evil System, and as long as the host does wrong, it will be rewarded. Depending on the degree and impact of the evil deed, the host receives a sin point reward or a physical reward. Note, sin points can be used to buy things in the mall. Open the mall. Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eyes 300,000 sin points. Eternal Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eyes 1 million sin points. Complete Immortal Body 1 million sin points. Azura Chakra 10 million sin points. Do bad things to become stronger? Feng Yuan browsed the mall with blazing eyes, licking his lips from time to time, and there was no psychological burden at all. After all, he had never been a good person. System, is there any newcomer package? Ding! Since the system has been charged for 18 years, the newbie gift package no longer meets the existing strength of the host, and the upgrade is converted to a compensation package. Is the host turned on? The system was on him when he crossed over from Uchiha Seal, and it took 18 years to complete the charge, and the gift package originally used for infancy/early childhood was naturally not suitable. I already have some impatience, let's go. Ding! The compensation gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining slashing knife flowing blade like fire, primary immortal body. Feng Yuan's eyes lit up, and he received the primary immortal body without hesitation, and suddenly his body was filled with warm currents, like the warm feeling of his whole body soaking in a hot spring rising everywhere in his body, and he almost moaned out in comfort. This feels so much more comfortable than killing a chicken. This feeling lasted for a while. Feng Yuan could clearly feel that his muscles were much stronger than before, not a quantitative change, but a qualitative change from life force. The Uchiha clan is born with the yin attribute chakra because of the existence of the Sharingan, but correspondingly, it is much weaker than the Senju clan in terms of yang attribute, that is, physical strength. But now, with a junior immortal body, he dares to fight Tsunade's physical strength and self-healing speed, and he can definitely fight for 300 rounds. That is, I don't have a vortex bloodline, otherwise I would definitely be able to awaken an ability with my current physique, Feng Yuan said with some greed. In addition to the exuberant vitality that comes standard with the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan also has many special abilities that make people hungry: Sealing, 8-door golden locks, Kagura heart eyes, and moving blood fountains. But he doesn't get tangled. Anyway, as long as there are enough sin points, he can buy it. However, for another reward, Feng Yuan still had doubts. As soon as his mind moved, Uchiha Feng Yuan had an extra long knife with an ancient style in his hand, with an ordinary appearance, and it was no different from ordinary long knives. However, when Feng Yuan held it on the hilt, he could feel that it contained the terrifying power of burning the sky and boiling the sea. This is the strongest slashing knife of the hot department in the Grim Reaper next door. System, this slashing knife went to the wrong set, right? The slashing knife is the exclusive property of the God of Death, and the God of Death is a spirit body, and the use of the slashing knife requires a spirit sun compressed to the extreme, that is, spiritual pressure. The power systems are different, plus the system is so late for so many years, it is no wonder that he has a little concern in his heart. However, the system quickly calmed the confusion in his heart. Ding! Any item that the system issues to the host has been baptized by the law, and all driving methods have become the chakra of the host, which the host can use perfectly. With the systematic explanation, Feng Yuan simply tried the urging of the flowing blade. It can be used with it. But with his current strength, he can't do the initial solution, and if he wants to start the solution, the minimum requirement is also the strength of the shadow level. However, this is not a difficult thing for the three-hooked jade riding wheel eye and the elementary immortal body of Uchiha Feng. Then again, I have to learn swordsmanship in the future. Feng Yuan's personality is cautious, and he pursues a long-range attack battery with illusion and ninjutsu, so he has only carried out simple stabbing training for swordsmanship, and the level is an ordinary upper ninja level. In order not to let the flowing blade be dusted like a pearl of fire, Feng Yuan felt that he still had to seriously learn swordsmanship. He carried the knife behind his back and turned to head out the door, heading towards the Konoha guards. The family's books are all in the patriarch Uchiha Kagawa, who is also the head of the security department. Therefore, if Feng Yuan wanted to learn more esoteric swordsmanship, he had to go to the security department to find him first. As for birthdays, he's got the best birthday present. It's just that when the bright-mood Feng Yuan came to the Konoha guards, the first thing he saw was Uchiha Fugaku with a Sema face. What a shame! Didn't you ask for leave, Uchiha Seal? Uchiha Fugaku, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, is currently the captain of the garrison brigade. In fact, this position is reasonable, it should be Feng Yuan's, but because Uchiha Fugaku has a good old man, he became the captain, and Feng Yuan was subordinate to the vice-captain. At present, Uchiha Kagawa's body is deteriorating day by day, and the position of patriarch that is about to be vacated has also become the target of Uchiha's various factions. Feng Yuan, as the only elite shinobi of the younger generation, is currently the strongest ninja of the Uchiha clan, and there are many people under him who want to help him to the throne. Because of this, Uchiha Fugaku was extremely hostile to him. Coupled with the promotion of many high-ranking people in Konoha, the relationship between the two is not to say that it is incompatible, it can also be said that it is incompatible. What a shame! Feng Yuan's 5 fingers were interspersed in the thick hair, and he made a depressed expression on his face, and said in a very yellow ape tone, "When I was happiest, I ran into a dead mother like you." Even yes, you don't have a mother, so is it your adolescent worries and anxieties that have nowhere to vent, so that you want to bite people here like a mad dog? Fu Yu Jun? Feng Yuan's unqualified straight fist directly Uchiha Fugaku to the point of dizziness, and his elegant and easygoing words made him angry. This is a situation that has never happened before. Uchiha Feng Hara is crazy. Fugaku looked at Uchiha Feng Yuan with some disbelief. Uchiha Feng Yuan, you dare to scold me? Poof. Uchiha Longxiang, who was watching the play on the side, couldn't help but laugh. His eyes looked at Feng Yuan eagerly. He was one of the backbones of the young Zhuang faction, and he also wanted to push Feng Yuan to the position of patriarch. Jokingly, gee, some people really think of themselves too noble. Cherish it. To be scolded by the future patriarch of Uchiha is the greatest honor of your life as Uchiha Fugaku. Feng Yuan is also a traverser, and it is reasonable to use some of the Führer ideas to brainwash the Uchiha people, right? Uchiha Fugaku's already livid face was gritting his teeth at this moment as if he had been forced to eat a plate of 9-turn large intestines, and he looked even more gloomy. Uchiha Ryasho is not only a loyal supporter of Uchiha Feng Yuan, but also the #1 powerhouse in the Uchiha family, and his strength is between him Uchiha Fugaku. But the status is not enough. Uchiha Fugaku calmed his face, put on a captain's shelf, and scolded Uchiha Ryasho, "Shut up. I'm talking to Feng Yuan, where did you get the qualifications to interject? What's more, who the future patriarch is, it's not your turn to decide." Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, his voice was a little louder, and at the same time looked at Uchiha Longsho indifferently. The incident happened at the gate of the garrison, and there were already many people gathered around, including people from the Uchiha clan, civilians, and other ninjas watching. Uchiha Longxiang also inherited the mental illness of the Uchiha clan, and instantly became furious. "You are looking for death." His hand was already holding Kuwu, and his hideous expression seemed to rush to Fugaku in the next moment to open a few openings for him, but he couldn't move. Feng Yuan reached out and held him down. "Longxiang, be a person with compassion, don't be familiar with waste." Feng Yuan smiled, the expression on his face was harmless, but the words he said were like knives, and they were firmly inserted into Uchiha Fugaku's heart. "In case you cry him, he won't be able to cry in his mother's arms." Feng Yuan did not smile, and did not hide his contempt and mockery of Uchiha Fugaku. He has also been the father of an internet troll, and his psychological quality is just a batch, and he knows better how to detonate the anger of the other party. Sure enough, Uchiha sealed the original. Uchiha Fugaku was defensive by his mocking eyes, and in anger, he pulled out the knife at his waist and slashed at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dodge, and even pulled a handful of Uchiha Longxiang next to him, allowing that knife to slash at him. Then with a bang, white smoke appeared out of thin air, and the beheaded seal turned into a piece of wood and fell to the ground. Basic ninjutsu and avatar jutsu. Not good. Uchiha Fugaku regained his composure after slashing out, and decisively wanted to leave. But the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared behind him, openly attacking the ninja of the same village. Uchiha Fugaku, are you trying to betray the village? Feng Yuan sneered and announced Uchiha Fugaku's crime, and then kicked him out. Although Uchiha Fugaku's strength is not weak, he also has to compare with whom, even before, he has not made a few moves in the hands of Feng Yuan, let alone now. Curled up and hit the wall, rolled in a circle in embarrassment, and Uchiha Fugaku, who got up with a grey face, had scarlet eyes, and the three beans kept spinning, and he opened the eyes of the three-hooked jade riding wheel. Dropping the sword in his hand, Uchiha Fugaku began to seal up, chakra gathered, and his cheeks bulged. Humph! Act recklessly. Feng Yuan was also sealed, and opened his mouth to spit out a ball of fire. The giant fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters made the onlookers suddenly startled and quickly retreated. The huge fireball collided with the fire dragon spit out by Uchiha Fugaku, easily crushing the fire dragon and crushing towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's face instantly flushed, as if beyond his potential, and he used the teleportation technique to escape. Rumble! The giant fireball fell, exploding a deep pit in the ground, cracking the ground while the entire Konoha garrison shook. How is this possible? The minds of those who saw this scene were as dizzy as if they had been stirred up by a dark stick. Uchiha Fugaku used the B-grade ninjutsu How Dragon Fire technique, and the result was not only crushed by the C-grade ninjutsu How Fireball technique of the sealed original, but the How Fireball after the offset actually had such great power. Is Uchiha Fugaku too wasteful, or is it? Lord Feng Yuan's power is indeed strong. Uchiha Fugaku also dared to provoke adults. He was really blind to the dog's eyes. The fanaticism and adoration in Uchiha Longxiang's eyes have not changed, and seeing the people around him gathering more and more, he is even more triumphantly proclaiming the power of the seal. Fugaku. In the crowd, a fair beauty quickly ran to Uchiha Fugaku's side and asked him about his situation with concern. It is Fugaku's fiancée, Mikoto Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku openly provoked Feng Yuan, but as a result, he had no power to resist, and he lost such a big person, and his face was already flushed, but in the face of Mikoto's concern, he still said with a hard mouth, I'm fine. Are you all right? Then give you another hand. With a sneer on his face, Feng Yuan flashed in front of Uchiha Fugaku, hugged Mikoto's slender waist in front of him, and then kicked out. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes burst out in an instant, and before the scream could be spoken, the whole person flew out upside down and smashed through the wall. Gag! Uchiha Fugaku spat out a mouthful of blood, his face flushed, his neck was bruised, and he crawled on the ground to relieve the pain in his abdomen. Right at this moment, large shadows covered down. Without waiting for Uchiha Fugaku to react, one foot stepped on the back of his head, and trampled his head in the blood mud. Uchiha Fugaku openly attacked the ninja of the same village. Arrest it. Uchiha Ryasho waved his hand happily, beckoned the people, and went up together to bring Uchiha Fugaku. With both hands recurved, one face pressed to the ground. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Fugaku he. Uchiha Mikoto struggled in Feng Yuan's arms, and her watery autumn eyes were full of worry for Uchiha Fugaku and the shyness of being put around Feng Yuan's thin waist. She is the fiancée of Uchiha Fugaku and the granddaughter of the second elder of the clan, and being held in the arms of another man in front of her fiancé, even if it is forced, is also rude. Feng Yuan let go of the struggling Mikoto, and then slapped her upturned ass, grabbed her arm with another hand, and then pulled back into his arms and laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? Mikoto, so many people present have seen Uchiha Fugaku attack me with their own eyes. Even if you are the granddaughter of the second elder, you can't reverse black and white. He didn't wait for Uchiha Mikoto to refute, lowered his head and said in her ear, don't interfere, otherwise, I will kill him now. The heat hit the earlobe, and Uchiha Mikoto's body instantly stiffened, and even the extent of the struggle was much smaller, and he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha seal, you bastard. Belch. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku was pulled up by Uchiha Ryasho, he saw the scene of Feng Yuan forcibly hugging and threatening his fiancée. The scarlet blood chakra eyes became more and more angry, the patterns inside faintly tended to be linked together, and the severe pain seemed to overflow from his brain, making him roar uncontrollably. But Feng Yuan's reaction to this was very direct, revealing his three-hooked jade fiercely gave him an illusion, making him fall into sluggishness, and the patterns that were about to be hooked together in his eyes slowly became godless. Even if they are all three-hooked jade, the pupil power contained in them is also strong and weak. In the past, Feng Yuan did not dare to say that he stabilized Uchiha Fugaku, but now, as long as Uchiha Fugaku does not have a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, he will never be able to get rid of his suppression. What are you still stunned for? Bring it down. Feng Yuan forced his arm around Mikoto and walked to the interrogation room. Yes, Captain. Hearing Feng Yuan's reprimand, Uchiha Longxiang and the other young and strong factions were extremely excited. The boss had never been so cruel to Uchiha Fugaku before. Could it be that the boss had finally figured it out and wanted to grab the position of patriarch? For the young Zhuang faction, only the sealed origin with blood can lead Uchiha to restore his former glory. While escorting Uchiha Fugaku away, Uchiha Longxiang said in a low voice, "Don't disperse people, let everyone know the news that Uchiha Fugaku, this waste, was easily crushed by the boss. He is not worthy of the position of patriarch at all." The rest nodded silently while standing up to stop those who supported Uchiha Fugaku. "You can't treat the young patriarch like this, he just." Those who chose to support Fugaku shouted hard, but the most excessive thing they did was only to dare to pull the shoulders of the Qingzhuang faction, without the slightest enlightenment to stand up to protect Fuyu. Of course, the result of this is nothing more than to let them go to the detention room with Fugaku. What to do? Let's report to the patriarch, he is in the garrison department now. A few awakened people had already run in to inform Uchiha Kagawa. But even if they don't go, Uchiha Kagawa is coming out soon. After all, such a big thing happened at the gate, and there was a ninjutsu duel. How much heart did he have to continue to sit in the office peacefully? What? Fugaku was captured by Uchiha Seal? Uchiha Kagawa's face was full of folds, his eyes were thick, and his sickly white face all told those who saw him how weak he was. This bastard. Can't he finally help but attack Fugaku? Uchiha Kagawa quickened his pace angrily. He suspected that this was Uchiha sealing the position of patriarch and wanting to make a move on Fugaku. After all, after counting the entire clan, the person who is most qualified to take over the position of patriarch is indeed he Uchiha Feng Yuan. It's a pity that he doesn't have a good old man. Uchiha Kagawa's eyes instantly became cold, and his footsteps kept stopping, shouting at the guys who ran back, "You actually watched Fugaku being arrested? Get out of confinement." Those people lowered their heads in shame and did not dare to speak. That's Uchiha Seal. Fuyu's brain dared to make a move with him. Their brains are not sick. In the interrogation room, Feng Yuan had already let go of Uchiha Mikato, letting her blush shyly, and lowered her head to tidy up her messy skirt on the waiting chair outside. Don't get me wrong, Feng Yuan only moved his hands at best, and he would not be in broad daylight under Lang Lang Kinkan. Feng Yuan put his hands under the back of his head, his two long legs were stacked on the table, and the soles of his shoes were aimed at the unwilling Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku maliciously attacked the ninja of the same village, and was the first to use ninjutsu to sneak attack in the village. It seems that you want to be a traitor. Bah! Uchiha sealed the plane. What else would you do besides framing? You're going to kill me. Uchiha Fuya Qing's purple face was extremely hideous, and his hands were firmly locked on the interrogation table, and he was extremely emotional. One of your vice captains dared to attack me, the main captain, and also abused his power to frame the clansman, my father. The patriarch will not spare you. Lord Feng Yuan, I think it's better to kill him, I bear all the blame. Uchiha Ryasho went up and gave Uchiha Fugaku two of his favorite ears, and at the same time pressed Uchiha Fugaku's head on the table with a murderous gaze. He really wanted to clear the way for the seal. There is no need for Longxiang, because this waste lost my left and right arm, that is also too bad. Feng Yuan got up with a smile, patted Uchiha Ryasho's shoulder, condescending, and looked at Uchiha Fugaku indifferently. Just let him confess. By what method? What sin to confess? Feng Yuan did not say. Uchiha Ryasho didn't ask either. Just showed a cruel smile at Uchiha Fugaku. This kind of thing is torturing, but his favorite. Crunch. Feng Yuan just left the interrogation room. Mikato Uchiha jumped up from her waiting chair and leaned her back against the wall, like a frightened white rabbit. Even though her eyes were filled with tears, she still looked worriedly at the interrogation room, and said with a crying voice, "Lord Feng Yuan, Fugaku didn't mean it. Is it intentional? I'll clear Mikato-chan better than you." Feng Yuan approached Mikato with a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, and his raised left hand snapped against the wall, and came to a perfect wall. The four eyes were facing each other, and some kind of evil taste flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Since Uchiha Fugaku did something wrong, he will be punished, and he deserves it. But, Uchiha Mikato wanted to say that he had scolded Fugaku, but seeing the sinister smile on his face, he suddenly lost his confidence. Mikato is really a gentle little white rabbit. Feng Yuan's tone was full of teasing, and with a low groan similar to a demon. Since you care so much about Fugaku, then do you want to be punished in his place? Uchiha Mikato heard what Feng Yuan meant. Her heart suddenly beat extremely fast, her eyes dodged, and she didn't know how to answer in a panic. What a delicious white rabbit. Feng Yuan licked his lips, and suddenly wanted to taste the taste of lipstick. With his right hand, he pinched Mikato Uchiha's face, leaned down and forcibly snatched the little white rabbit's first kiss. The sweet and delicious taste is printed on the mouth like a marshmallow, and the sweetness is in the heart. Ding! Forcibly seize Mikato Uchiha's first kiss and gain 1000 sin points. Ha! That's 1000 points? Ding! According to the current strength and future potential of the target, the value is different, and the evil points obtained by the host are different. In this way, it seems that Mikato is a treasure with rich potential. Feng Yuan withdrew his tongue with a smile and stared at Uchiha Mikato's shy and panicked expression. Uchiha Mikato was frightened by Feng Yuan's sudden operation, and hurriedly pushed him away with both hands, but his first reaction was to glance around with a weak heart. Fortunately, there is no one around, otherwise it will really die. It is known that Feng Yuan is going to attack Uchiha Fugaku, and the prisoners here have all been taken out by the Qingzhuang faction. As for the staff, how many lives dare to mix with the battle of the patriarch? Not seeing anyone, Uchiha Mikato sighed lightly, her hands clenched her collar, just when she wanted to say something. Boom! A gate flew across the corridor, and then the angry patriarch Uchiha Kagawa grabbed the neck of a young strong faction, strode around the corner, and walked in along the corridor. Mikato, who was about to make some decisions, saw the scene, and was visibly relieved, and took the opportunity to get out from under Feng Yuan's arm. Clan Elder, it's Mikato, you go back first, don't worry your grandfather. Uchiha Kagawa saw that his future daughter-in-law was also here, and his cheeks were rosy, his lips were a little swollen, and his anger was even more vigorous. But still tried to persuade her to leave in a calm voice. Mikato bit her lip, and in panic, she glanced at Feng Yuan before leaving. Her instinctive move made Uchiha Kagawa's face a little more gloomy, and her viper-like gaze was firmly locked on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's face was calm, and he asked with a smile, the clan elder is busy with affairs, how come he has time to come to the interrogation room? Uchiha Hichuan was too lazy to be polite with Feng Yuan, and threw away the young strong faction with his backhand, and his tone was deep. Uchiha Feng Yuan, where is my son? Oh, it turns out that the patriarch came to find his son. It's unfortunate that Uchiha Fugaku openly attacked his companions, and also used ninjutsu to attack the guards, and now he is imprisoned. Feng Yuan looked at the old Bankei in front of him with a bright smile, and there was no respect in his tone. After all, this old thing did not trip himself up in order to allow his son to succeed to the throne safely. You fart! After Uchiha Kagawa's roar, his chest stirred like an old blower, approaching 2 steps, wanting to deter the seal with his own momentum. Release people! The captain of the guard was arrested by his own people, and if this ridiculous thing spread, it would shame the entire family and become a laughingstock in Konoha. Uchiha Seal, are you going to be a sinner of the family? Feng Yuan's smile remained unchanged, and he calmly looked at Uchiha Kagawa. The patriarch said and laughed, this kind of thing only needs to remove his captaincy position. Virtue is not worthy of the position, it was originally a joke. When Uchiha Hechuan heard this, his eyes widened angrily, and the momentum on his body was almost rising to the top, clenching his cheeks, and approaching the seal step by step. As the patriarch of Uchiha, Uchiha Kagawa's strength is worthy of his position, and he can even compete with shadow-level powerhouses. This is rare in the Uchiha clan, who have been trapped in the village for many years and are forbidden to participate in war. But for Feng Yuan, it's a bit of pressure, but not much. This was still based on the fact that he had just obtained the primary immortal body and the flowing blade. If he is allowed to adapt for a few more days, whether the patriarch in front of him can take him a knife is still between the two. Uchiha Fugaku made a move against the ninja of the same village. This is already a proper act of rebellion. This is the premise. But because of his relationship with the prisoner, the patriarch repeatedly threatened me to release people. This is to shield the traitor? This is qualitative. The smile on Feng Yuan's face gradually converged, and he raised his chin at Soichiro Uchiha and other young and strong factions who were probing outside the corridor, and said coldly, come, arrest the suspect for me. Patriarch, in order to prevent the rules of Konoha from being broken, to protect the glory of Uchiha, and to implement love and true justice, please tie up your hands. Uchiha Yan, who had been knocked to the ground by Uchiha Kagawa before, got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashed with fanatic fire, and roared excitedly. Xia Keshang is a classic art inherited in their bones. The behavior of sealing the original not only did not cause the disgust of the young and strong faction, but made them more excited. First promote the young patriarch, and then shovel the patriarch. The boss, this is obviously to be the patriarch. In the tank. Must support. Uchiha Hechuan's face suddenly changed, and he shouted at the young Zhuang faction that surged up, you dare, this is the following offense. It's good that he doesn't shout. As soon as he shouts, the young Zhuang faction who has already been brainwashed into mad dogs is even more excited. Uchiha Yan even led by example. Without hesitation, he pulled out the rib difference in his waist and stabbed at Uchiha Kagawa's waist at a tricky angle. This made the respected Uchiha clan elder completely fall into a rampage, and a pair of scarlet 3-hook jade riding wheels opened, and all kinds of Uchiha secret techniques came to their fingers. Feng Yuan leaned against the wall, took a cigarette out of his arms, put it in his mouth, picked up 3 matches, drew a fire, and lit a cigarette. Leisurely spitting out the smoke ring, Feng Yuan looked at the panting Uchiha Kagawa playfully. Those young and strong factions under him had been intercepted by the people brought by the patriarch, and coupled with the advantages of the corridor, the form of soldier against soldier in general was formed at this time. Uchiha Kagawa vs Uchiha Seal. It's a battle for the right name. Both the Qingzhuang faction and the Patriarch faction stopped their hands in unison, and their eyes burned to watch the next move of the two. Huhu Uchiha sealed the plain, you demagogue the clansman, the following offense, this is a rebellion. Kneel, tie your hands, I can still give you a chance to fall from the white hair. Uchiha Kagawa's chest rose and fell rapidly, his voice mixed with heavy gasps, his eyes like wolves, but with the determination of the beast when he was on the verge of death. He looks older than before. But in the eyes of Feng Yuan, at this time, Uchiha Hichuan forcibly urged the secret technique, and the end of the strong crossbow was just that. Feng Yuan slowly pulled out the flowing blade like fire, chakra injected, hot waves of chi flooded from the knife, and the temperature of some gloomy corridors became warm, like being in a hot spring. Trample. Subtle footsteps sounded. Feng Yuan's figure became blurred in everyone's field of vision and slowly dissipated in place. After image. Uchiha Kagawa leaned over, realizing that Feng Yuan had already launched an attack, and subconsciously wanted to make a seal. But Feng Yuan had already appeared at his side. The flow blade fell at an extremely fast speed, and the high temperature that rubbed against the air evaporated two twisted waves. Everyone saw a flash of white light. Uchiha Kagawa's hands were broken at the elbows. Immediately afterwards, Feng Yuan kicked Uchiha Kagawa into the wall, and he couldn't cut it. The scarlet three-hooked jade chakra eye swept over everyone in the corridor, and Feng Yuan had a kind smile on his face. Uchiha Kagawa harbored the traitor, and now he is being arrested. From today onwards, I will temporarily take over the position of Patriarch of Uchiha. There was silence in the warm corridor, and the original phrase who was in favor and who was against had long disappeared in the ears, but it echoed in the hearts of all ninjas. Neither the Qingzhuang faction nor the Patriarch faction thought that Uchiha Kagawa could win, but no one thought that it would be the result of being killed in seconds. How did Uchiha Feng Yuan become so strong? Da-boom! As Uchiha Kagawa, who was constantly struggling in the cracks in the wall, fell to the ground, the hustle and bustle of the silent corridor resumed again, but the noisy voice gradually unified, and the 6 words Lord Feng Yuan is mighty kept circulating. Worshipping and obeying the strong is Uchiha's pride and persistence. At this moment, Feng Yuan subdued all the ninjas in the corridor with his absolute crushing strength. Feng Yuan smiled and stretched out his hand to shout, his tone was indifferent, lock him up and find a few medical ninjas to come and treat his injuries. Several patriarchs breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly stepped forward to pick up Uchiha Kagawa and escort him to the detention room next door. Although they were impressed by the strength of Feng Yuan, they also did not want to see Uchiha Kagawa die like this. Lord Feng Yuan, do you want me to secretly? Uchiha Satoshi leaned in front of Feng Yuan and reached out to run his hand across his neck. Feng Yuan shook his head and let these people disperse. It was not his wife's benevolence, but Uchiha Kagawa had not lived for a few days, and neither the secret technique used nor the organ injured by his kick was enough to support this old patriarch to live too long. Probably 7 days. Sealed planes can afford to wait. The only thing that makes him a little unhappy is probably that he doesn't have any sin points on his standard lower gram. Gan. This little day system. Feng Yuan can only blame this on the fact that the system's judgment standards are too small. Lord Feng Hara, this is Uchiha Fugaku's confession. Uchiha Ryosho handed over a blood-stained confession with both hands, his attitude respectful, and his face filled with joy after satisfaction. For this confession, he entertained Uchiha Fugaku well. Ding! The host is framed and beaten, congratulating the host on getting the reward, 1000 sin points, Konoha Flow Swordsmanship Mastery. Feng Yuan took it casually, and saw that it was full of a series of shadowless charges such as attacking ninjas in the same village, peeping into the bathroom, kicking the widow's door at night, and so on. Do a good job, go down and rest, and get an extra salary this month, count the labor allowance I give you. Feng Yuan played this blood-stained confession, patted Uchiha Ryosho's shoulder with satisfaction, and then came to the detention room. The detention room had been converted into a simple ward, and as soon as Feng Yuan walked in, he smelled the smell of crude disinfected water. Patriarch, if you are still alive, squeak, I have brought you Fuyu's recent situation. Uchiha Kagawa, who was pale and lying on the tatami mat and fakely sleeping, heard this and slowly opened his eyes. Uchiha sealed the plane, you won't be proud for too long, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan is not as simple as you think. Although it is said that as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he was taken down by the clan and put in a detention cell. But Uchiha Kagawa may be a mortal of people, putting aside his resentment towards Feng Yuan and looking at him calmly. Since the beginning of Senju, the high level of Konoha has been guarding against the Uchiha clan, and even the Second Ninja World War has only involved a few clansmen. You want to seize the position of patriarch by force, the clan can obey, but the top level will not agree. Uchiha Kagawa lifted his hands that had been picked up and wrapped in gauze, and his tone was flat, as long as they bite you to death and attack the ninjas of your village, and characterize you as a rebel, you have only 2 ways to defect or submit. Feng Yuan's face remained unchanged, and he handed the confession to Uchiha Kagawa, and his tone was playful. The premise is that Uchiha Fugaku did not write this confession. Confessions can be forged. Uchiha Kagawa didn't look, didn't even go to pick up the confession, and let it float to the ground. As long as Fuyu insists that you are framing your fellow clansmen and beating you into a trick, I am afraid that no one in the clan will support you as the patriarch except those young and strong factions. It's a piece of waste paper. Feng Yuan nodded, with a kind smile on his face. Thank you, patriarch, for reminding you. Wait for Uchiha Fugaku to feel ashamed of his clansmen because of the revelation of his crime, and commit suicide in the interrogation room. Uchiha Kagawa then realized that it was not a reckless man standing in front of him, and finally faced the seal squarely. After a long silence, he sighed, closed his eyes as if he were fateful, and asked in a lonely tone, "What do you want?" At the moment, he and Uchiha Fugaku are both meat on each other's chopping board. One can be seriously injured and not treated, and the other can commit suicide in fear of sin. In this way, there is no proof of death, and the high-level side does not dare to rashly open an opening to interfere in the family's internal affairs, and in the end, there is no fart in the original seal. Therefore, the most urgent task is to first pacify the seal and wait for the opportunity. I want the Konoha garrison. The Konoha garrison and the Uchiha garrison are the same organization, but they represent different meanings. The former is the Konoha high level, and the latter is internal family digestion. Good. I also want all of Uchiha's swordsmanship, physical skills, and secret arts. You can transcribe, but the original must remain in the family. Uchiha Kagawa's answer did not hesitate. As long as Feng Yuan was not a lion who wanted to be the patriarch, he could agree to the other party. I want 10 million taels. Uchiha Kagawa was silent. 10 million taels is not a small amount. 1 tael is equal to 10 yuan, and the purchasing power of $1 is equivalent to 1 yen. The reward for ordinary S-class tasks is only 1 million, but sealing the original mouth is 10 S-class missions. Uchiha Kagawa could get the money, but it was also a nerve break for him. This money is a bit too much. I can use the psychic scroll of the Ninja Cat clan as collateral. The patriarch said and laughed. The psychic scroll of the Ninja Cat clan is the financial of the clan, and I want a private gift. Feng Yuan bit the 2 words of gift very hard. He is a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private, and knows what money can be taken and what money will be spit out. Seeing that Uchiha Kagawa was still hesitating, he tapped the table. According to Uchiha Fugaku's crime, it is enough to be sent to Konoha prison, and with the character of the high-ranking people of the 3 generations of Hokage, he must be happy to squeeze out the last trace of Uchiha Fugaku's value. What's more, you don't want your son to go to jail and completely lose his qualifications to compete for the patriarch, do you? Under the persuasion of Feng Yuan Zayazai and moving with affection, Uchiha Kagawa still chose to agree, but he also put forward a condition. After getting the things, release Fugaku. Come, send the patriarch back to the mansion to recuperate. Feng Yuan did not respond, but directly released Uchiha Kagawa. He also counted on Uchiha Kagawa to get the money, and naturally he would not leave him to eat here. Looking at the figure of the old patriarch who only left, Uchiha Kong jumped out of nowhere, leaned over to Feng Yuan's side and asked, "Boss, this old thing is not a decent person. There are many tricks behind his back, or I will let him be decent and decent? No need, do your own thing, give me all the information of everyone in the garrison." Yes. From the beginning, Feng Yuan never thought of killing Uchiha Kagawa with his own hands. Not to mention whether the high level of the Ape Flying Sun shop will jump out. Even a group of old guys in the Uchiha clan will definitely not agree to this kind of person who ignores the authority of the elders to come to power. But he's not worried. Anyway, Uchiha Kagawa has already been injured by him to the foundation, and he will not live for a few days. Just as Uchiha Kagawa was preparing what Feng Yuan needed, a high-level quarrel broke out in Hokage's office. Riko, the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Tuanzang, the village can't interfere in the family's internal affairs casually. Uchiha Seal's character is too tough. If he does not seize this opportunity, if he really becomes the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the village to hold him. Shimura Danzo slammed his fist on the table, extremely dissatisfied with Sarutobi's weak attitude. At this time, he had not yet transplanted the chakra ion intercolumn cells, and he was still accurate in his position. Ape Fei Ri frowned, smoking a cigarette, and the sparks in the pipe were extinguished, just like the struggle in his heart. After a while, in front of the 3 old guys, he went to the bottom. It's not that I don't want to interfere in Uchiha's affairs, it's just that the current situation is not optimistic. Raising his hand to suppress Shimura Danzo's intention to refute, Sarutobi continued, the 3 villages of San Shinobu Village, Tuyin Village, and Union Village are all collecting war materials on a large scale, and they have already digested the resources of the Vortex country. Hinata, do you mean the war is about to break out again? Mito, Minion and Koharu have ugly faces. One of them is responsible for the docking with the daimyo of the Fire Nation, and the other is responsible for Konoha's logistics, both of which belong to positions that are rich in oil. Once a war starts, not only the children of the 2 families will go to the battlefield, but even they. Wait a minute. The pupils of the 2 suddenly dilated, combined with the words before the Ape Flying Sun. Only then did he think of what he meant. Shimura Danzo's face was extremely gloomy, and he poked through the layer of window paper. Hinata, you want Uchiha to go to war on a large scale? Ape Fei-Arai nodded, with a bitter expression on his face. The village no longer has enough combat power. If it is still like the previous 2 times, even if you add Uchiha, I am afraid that the combat power of the village is not enough. Therefore, Uchiha Feng Yuan could not touch him for the time being. The 3 of Shinmura fell silent. Restricting Uchiha was a decision that the second-generation Hokage insisted on, and even paid for the power of the Konoha garrison. The reason is that Uchiha, who has experienced war, will have explosive growth in strength. Once Uchiha's top powerhouses exceed a certain standard, the strength of force will inevitably make them no longer satisfied with the power they have, and by then, the village will either fight or split. And now, the situation in Konoha village has become dangerous to the point where Uchiha's restrictions must be lifted. Shimura Danzo's one-eyed eyes flashed with a strange look, and said to the ape flying Sunko, Rikip, start that experiment. I collected some materials before, maybe it can be successful. Under the smoke, Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo looked at each other, and they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. The ape flew faster, and Mars flashed with a shimmer, but was extinguished by his thumb. Tunzo, I don't know what you're talking about. By the way, about the Uchiha family, I just had a new idea. Uchiha seal, this is what the patriarch asked me to hand over to you. Now it's time for you to release Fugaku. When Feng Yuan heard these unceremonious words, he raised his eyebrows, and the smile on his face was kind. Are you talking to me? It's... Uchiha craned his neck, his eyes full of dissatisfaction and anger at Feng Yuan. Swish! The rabbit on the brush in Feng Yuan's hand instantly stood like a needle, turned into a black light, and was thrown towards the Uchiha iron fire. Poof! Yes! Before Uchiha could react, the brush had pierced between the 3rd and 4th ribs on his right, causing him to spew blood. I'm glad you can come and send me something, but the tone of your speech, I'm not satisfied. Feng Yuan dusted off the non-existent dust on his clothes, his expression became indifferent for a moment, and he hummed, go back and tell Uchiha Kagawa when to release Uchiha Fugaku. That's my business, it's not his turn to decide. You! Uchiha Tetsuhiro was annoyed, but he knew that his injuries were serious, so he could only give up arguing and stumbled out of the garrison. Feng Yuan drove away the annoying flies and reached out to pick up the scroll that the other party had given him. The sealing scroll containing 10 million was roughly checked by him and casually thrown into the system space. Money is something outside the body, and what really makes him care about is the physical skills and swordsmanship of the Uchiha family. As a great clan passed down for thousands of years, the Uchiha clan has a deep attainment in physical and sword skills, even if they do not have an innately powerful physical body. It's just that these predecessors summed up, and the essence of constantly innovating is not something that everyone in the family can learn. Only the head of the family has the qualifications to learn all of them, and the rest, even the elders, can only choose a part. If it weren't for Feng Yuan holding Uchiha Fugaku's life, and at the same time having the qualifications to become the Uchiha Patriarch, Uchiha Kagawa would never have given these things to him. Ding! Successfully went down, blackmailed the Patriarch, defrauded Uchiha's secret art and money, congratulated the host for obtaining 3,000 sin points, secret skill in return. Secret technique in return, the secret technique of people, the sword of speed, swings 3 slashes in different directions at the same moment. Good swordsmanship. Konoha Ryu sword art, reward, Uchiha sword art and physical art, plus Yen Hui. It seems that I will be busy in the next period. Although it sounded like a complaint, Feng Yuan still had a smile on his face, very satisfied with this wave of rewards. But as the other party to the deal, the mood is not so good. Uchiha clan land, Patriarch's mansion. Uchiha Kagawa sat cross-legged on the tatami, his kimono was neat, and his miserable white face was a little more rosy, making him look a lot more energetic. But he knew it wasn't a good thing for him. Patriarch, the injuries on your body are too serious. If it is Tsunadeheim, there may be a way to cure it. The medical ninja on the side had cold sweat on his forehead, burying his head, not daring to look at Uchiha Kagawa. Uchiha Kagawa didn't mean to blame the medical ninja, but calmly asked, how long can I live? 3. Well, conservative treatment, 3 months. The medical ninja swallowed his spit. He really didn't dare to tell the real situation. Uchiha Kagawa could live for up to 3 days. 3 months? That's enough. Uchiha Kagawa did not doubt the medical ninja's words, and after waving him down, he called his own hardcore cronies. Makoto Uchiha, Ding Jin, Uchiha Yato. The 3 of them are all elite shinobi, but Uchiha Kagawa was too big before, and he didn't call the 3 of them to go together. By the time Uchiha stumbled back, Uchiha Kagawa had already finished his business. Hearing Feng Yuan's attitude, Uchiha Kagawa had an expression of sure enough. The old man has long known that this kid will not let go easily. I'm afraid he wants to delay until after I die before releasing Fuyu. After Uchiha Kagawa sighed, he said to the 4 cronies, according to the original plan, first spread the news that I am seriously ill to paralyze Uchiha Seal, and then you wait for the opportunity to rescue Fugaku, and then I will contact the 3 elders to judge Uchiha Sealed UN together for the next 2 days. Feng Yuan was immersed in cultivation and could not extricate himself. He is very clear about his positioning, and his current strength is at most the top of the elite shinobi. Even if he breaks out with all his strength, being able to hack a wind shadow to death is his ultimate. There are too many people in Konoha village who can pose a threat to him, such as Kikishuo, Sarutobi Hinata, Uzumaki Jishina, Nine Tails, or Akimaru. Ryu Kakashi is enrolled in school. Why is Kikishuo still not dead? Feng Yuan swung out a knife, and the 3 slashes evenly cut the boulder in front of him into 3 points, and after spitting out turbid breath, he used the spit to cover up the ventilation. He did not use chakra in this sword, but simply relied on the strength of the primary immortal body and the skill of Yen Hui. Exhaling back, Feng Yuan withdrew the training knife, threw it on the shelf on the side, and then carefully wiped the flowing blade like a perverted idiot. Tread. Uchiha Ryosho and Uchiha Satoshi walked quickly into the training ground and stood far away. Long Xiang, Kong, is there something wrong? Lord Feng Hara, Uchiha Kagawa is dead. I heard that he died in the bathtub early this morning. Uchiha Ryosho's attitude was always so respectful, and he was meticulous that he only showed a happy expression when interrogating prisoners. Feng Yuan smiled dumbly. This old thing didn't even live for 7 days, and it seemed that he was not lightly angry. Let Uchiha Fugaku go, and do what you said. Feng Yuan promised to release Uchiha Fugaku, and he would not break his word. Otherwise, the high level of Konoha and several elders would probably not be able to hold back the end. Uchiha Longxiang bowed slightly and turned away, without dragging mud and water. Feng Yuan's gaze moved to the other side, who was holding his head high and posing with his head held high. Satoshi, have you done what I gave you before? Of course, Uchiha Satoshi was triumphant, his face full of boss praise me. Boss, I have collected detailed rosters of people from the 3 brigades of the garrison, and I have integrated the relationships and addresses of their families. Oh, very nice. Feng Yuan was surprised by the speed of Uchiha Satoshi. There were 3 brigades in the Uchiha garrison, and there were 4 squads under each brigade, and each squad had more than a dozen people, not counting the subordinates of the reserve team. With such a tedious work, Satoshi Uchiha can actually be so fast. Feng Yuan looked at the personal information of 60 people in his hand, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. So much for that. That's all. Uchiha Kong nodded like a chicken pecking rice, with grievances in his tone. Boss, it's not that I don't do things well, it's really that those people deceive people too much. As soon as those guys heard that the boss you became a minister, 2/3 of the people left on the spot, and this is not counting the civilian position. What a bully. Oh roar? All gone? Feng Yuan's face instantly returned to a kind expression, and he chuckled. So it is, this should be the handiwork of Uchiha Hechuan, dividing the family and the security department, and the 2 sides fight. Naive. Feng Yuan's eyes were sharp, and the corners of his mouth pouted into a sneer. Kong, go and call Long Xiang and Yanta over. Wait, it's better to call everyone to the conference room. The conference room of the security department is a standard large conference room, large enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people. But now only more than 60 people have been made. Feng Yuan's face was not different, and the gentle smile made the people below feel like a spring breeze, and some nervous mood was also relaxed a lot. Everyone, from today onwards, I will be the new head of the Konoha garrison and the new captain of our Uchiha guard. Feng Yuan said empty clichés on the surface, but in fact he was observing everyone below, corresponding to Uchiha Satoshi's information. After saying that, everyone recognized it. More than half of them are young and strong people who support him, and a small number of them are unclaimed Xiao transparent. When I come here, there are only 3 things: to make money, and to make TM money. Uchiha Ryosho, you are the captain of the first team. Satoshi Uchiha, you are the captain of the second team. Yuta Uchiha, you are the captain of the third team. The members of the team face the whole clan to collect. Each has 4 squads, each squad has at least 20 people. It is best to be a middleman. The first brigade is responsible for patrolling, the third brigade is scattered to ensure that it can reach any street in the village at any time, and the second team collects protection fees for all the shops in the village. The village security management fee, telling them that if they pay this money, they will enjoy the protection of the garrison. After a pause, Feng Yuan continued. Anyone who pays money, the second team sends a person to guard there. Someone makes trouble, arrest. Someone in vain, catch. Someone. In short, be sure to make those bosses feel the value of the money. What Feng Yuan said next was some internal rules of the city management, which stunned this group of Uchiha who had never seen the world, but he didn't expect that the Uchiha guard could actually do this. This also made him quite despise Uchiha Kagawa and Fugaku, and the dignified law enforcement department was tossed by these 2 fathers and sons into a gasbag department that could be shouted at. Simply speechless. By the way, everyone's welfare benefits have tripled, and subsidies are brought every New Year's holiday, and the amount of allowance depends on how much money you can make. Feng Yuan, this is no longer giving sugar, but directly throwing them into sugar. The Uchiha guard is responsible for the security of Konoha village, but the allowance for the internal staff is actually given by the Uchiha family. You know, after the demise of the Thousand Hands, although the Uchiha family is the #1 clan on the surface, there is really not much wealth left. After all, as far as the temper of the Uchiha tribe is concerned, why not compensate? So most of the people in the guard are paid a meager salary to generate electricity for love. The bundle of interests in Feng Yuan can be said to be directly tied to them, although it may not be effective at first, but when they really see the money this month, how many want to leave? As for whether Uchiha Longxiang can recruit people, this Feng Yuan is not worried at all. The Uchiha family definitely has enough background. Most of the people who used to work in the security department were related and had backgrounds, and the proportion of the clan was only 20%. More Uchiha people are actually no different from ordinary ninjas, with strength, middle ninja, no background, only a brick waiting for a gap, and some people who have not awakened to Sharingan. They are what Feng Yuan wants. As long as he encircles these people, he is the de facto patriarch. After everything was instructed, Feng Yuan got up and straightened his clothes, let them do their own things, and then got up and left. Without taking a few steps, the three people of Uchiha Ryosho, Uchiha Satoshi, and Uchiha Yuta all consciously followed behind him. Longxiang, Yangta, you go recruit people. Kong leads someone to follow me to the funeral of our patriarch. Word of Uchiha Kagawa's death has spread, and a white banner has been hung high in the patriarch's mansion, but not many people have come to mourn. The attitude of most Uchiha people to this is, oh, sit and wait for the next patriarch. Uchiha Kagawa's reputation within the clan is probably at this level. When Feng Yuan came here, there were already many people in the lobby who came to mourn Uchiha Kagawa. Behind him was Satoshi Uchiha, who walked without looking at the ground, a group of young and strong factions dressed uniformly as guards, but their attitudes were mostly free and loose. It is said that he came to mourn, but it looks more like smashing the field. No one dared to stop the vestibule. When he arrived at the spirit hall, Uchiha Fugaku, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, jumped up from the ground like a crazy beast, and the scarlet chakra eyes were still three-hooked jade, but the pupil power was more than one step stronger than before. You, wisdom, wave, envelope, original, how dare you come? Uchiha Fugaku's hatred for Feng Yuan is already on the verge of reaching the extreme. If it weren't for Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Shinichi holding his shoulder left and right, I'm afraid he would have rushed up like a bison calf. Fugaku, is there a little bit of good education? As the captain of the guard, is there anything wrong with me coming to attend the funeral of the patriarch? Feng Yuan's face did not have a bit of solemnity when he was condolent, but instead smiled, and his sharp gaze swept over the spirit hall, and the most powerful people in the Uchiha clan had arrived at present. Behind the scenes of the hardliners, the hawkish great elder, his cheeks are like knives, the eagle-hooked nose, and the eyes are sharp. The second elder, a supporter of the neutralists, with a straight waist and solemn writing on his face in the national character, is also the grandfather of Mikoto Uchiha. As for the three elders who had nothing to do, he was really useless. It was worth mentioning that his brother was once a member of the Shadow Guard of the second generation of Hokage, and the only deceased in that Shadow Guard. Uchiha Fugaku's indifference and contempt by the seal aroused anger, and the three gouged jade in his eyes had a tendency to condense. But the abnormal chakra fluctuations on his body were soon discovered by Uchiha Dingzhen, and the iron of the patriarch faction decisively pressed the back of Uchiha Fugaku's head and whispered, "Calm Fugaku, the remains of the patriarch are still here. Yes, you can't fight. Once he fights with Uchiha Feng Yuan, his father's body will definitely be affected. That bastard Feng Yuan will definitely use his father's body as a shield." The chakra eyes in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes slowly returned to a normal state. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he patted Uchiha Ding's real hand, signaling that he was fine, and then got up and said to Feng Yuan, "Uchiha Feng Yuan, you don't have to fake kindness here. If it weren't for you, how could my father?" "Na, Fugaku, you can eat indiscriminately, you can't talk nonsense." Feng Yuan was originally admiring Mikoto, who was dressed in a black kimono, and was attracted by her gentle temperament, and was suddenly dissed by Fugaku. The tone was a little unpleasant. "I think the patriarch must have died because you were too incomplete, and after seeing your confession, you were so angry that the old injuries attacked. You fart." Uchiha Yangren, who had never spoken, crossed the crowd and pulled out the sword in his hand and aimed it at Feng Yuan. "If you hadn't seriously injured the patriarch, how could he have died?" Uchiha Yangren's words made all the people sent by the patriarch black-faced, and they couldn't wait to grab him by the collar and curse, "Who the hell are you helping?" Originally, the three elders only thought that this matter was a joke, and it was a rumor spread more and more outrageous by the people of the Qingzhuang faction in order to make a name for Feng Yuan. But now, the words of Uchiha Yuto confirm this fact. At Feng Yuan's age, it is rare to have such combat power. The great elder's eyes showed a bit of appreciation, but it quickly faded. The second elder and the third elder looked at Feng Yuan with unkind eyes, and the following offense was his power, which damaged not only the face of the patriarch, but also the authority of their older generation. Feng Yuan's face was still a gentle spring breeze, and he looked at Uchiha Yangren with a smile. "Brave, draw your sword against the compatriots in the group. Is this your attitude? I have a very personal relationship with the patriarch, and 2 days ago, he gave me 10 million taels." Feng Yuan's smile was gentle, but for some reason, everyone present felt a coldness. It's at this awkward time. The third generation of Hokage arrived here with Orochimaru and the Shadow Guard. Uchiha is the #1 clan in Konoha, and the current patriarch has died, both public and private, and he has to come over. Just as soon as he came over, he saw the scene of saber rattling, and he couldn't help but be stunned, and immediately his face became solemn, and he reprimanded, "Lingtang still dares to draw the sword, does the Uchiha family not understand the rules at all?" Although he was angry on his face, Sarutobi was very satisfied in his heart. This shows that the relationship between Uchiha Feng Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku is incompatible. Then the plan they had discussed before to split Uchiha in two and tame an obedient Uchiha in internal friction also had a basis for implementation. Thinking of this, Ape Fei's gaze softened, and he said to Uchiha Fugaku on the side with a kind eyebrow, "Fugaku, as the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, you can't slack off at this critical juncture." Uchiha Fugaku's face showed incredible surprise, pouring mold for several days, and the words of Ape Flying Sun Slash were tantamount to a shot in the arm. Of course, he was not stupid enough to laugh on the spot, but just pretended to be serious and reprimanded, "Brave, you are rude." Boom! Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's reprimand, a flash of disdain flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's heart, slowly withdrew the Taideo, his gaze focused on Feng Yuan's face did not matter, and immediately calmed down, lowered his eyes, and returned behind Uchiha Fugaku with a disgruntled face. Orochimaru's gaze swept over Uchiha Yato, and the golden vertical pupils resembling snakes in his narrow eyes rose with a playful meaning. "This Uchiha brave man, I'm afraid there is a problem." But the big snake pill was too lazy to say that his mind was still pursuing immortality at this time. Feng Yuan chuckled in his heart. Uchiha has a younger brother named Yuta Uchiha. It's just that in order to avoid suspicion, the two quarreled in the early years, and even broke up because of the separation of the family. Now it is even more divided between the two factions, and the brothers are notoriously incompatible. In fact, even Yuta Uchiha's followers were led on the road by Yuta Uchiha. Ape Flying Sun saw that the atmosphere in the field was somewhat relaxed, and then looked at Feng Yuan. "Feng Yuan, I heard that you have become the head of the Uchiha security department, and you will help Fugaku well in the future and maintain the peace of the village." Sarutobi Hineda's words clearly meant to support Uchiha Fugaku, but he was starting from Konoha's position, and he was not interfering in the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan. Feng Yuan smiled and waved at Uchiha Satoshi, and the young and strong factions scattered to the side one after another. Only then did he turn sideways and said to the Ape Flying Sun, "Since Hokage is here to worship the patriarch, let's talk less about business." "Oh yes, I'm older, my memory is a little bad, I always like to nag." Ape Fei laughed and snorted, briefly worshipped, and left the spiritual hall. "His purpose has been achieved, there is no need to stay as a target." Seeing the Ape Flying Sun chop away, Feng Yuan pretended to be unhappy and snorted coldly. "Fugaku really has the ability," so quickly caught the line of the third generation of Hokage, "I just don't know if I can break the family's restrictions." After saying that, he hummed his dissatisfaction and turned around to lead the person away. The second elder is Uchiha Mikato's grandfather, and when he saw Uchiha Fugaku's pleading eyes, although he was a little displeased, he still took the lead and said, "The family cannot be without masters for a day. In my opinion, it is better for the young patriarch to inherit first." The great elder's stern face suddenly turned to the second elder, his eyes flashed coldly, and he scolded, "Is this kind of thing supposed to be said in front of the patriarch's spirit? Wait until the patriarch is buried, the clan will talk about this again." After saying that, he also got up and left. Although the great elder was scolding the second elder for not understanding the rules, everyone knew that he had vetoed Uchiha Fugaku's intention to become the patriarch in disguise. Seeing this, the third elder eased the atmosphere with a smile, and vaguely expressed his intention to support Fuyu. This made Uchiha Fugaku's face soften a lot, at least he had the intention to receive the guests. Feng Yuan's front foot left the spirit hall, and on his back foot, he heard the voice of the great elder. "Feng Yuan, wait a minute." The great elder's tone was not as serious as when he was in the spirit hall, but was much softer. Ignoring the young and strong factions that gave way, the great elder walked up to Feng Yuan and said with a smile, "Talk while walking?" Although it is a question, the meaning is unquestionable. Feng Yuan threw a look at Satoshi Uchiha, who agreed, and beckoned the rest to leave together. Only Feng Yuan and the great elder were left slowly. "Feng Yuan, your talent is very good, what do you think about the future of the family?" This was the temptation of the great elder. But Feng Yuan is not timid. "It depends on who is in charge. If Fugaku is the patriarch, either the family is sent to the grave by him, or I send him to the grave." The great elder nodded, obviously not optimistic about some of Uchiha Fugaku's actions. Feng Yuan continued, "But if I become the patriarch of the family, the conflict between the family and the village will definitely intensify, and there will be no problem when the war breaks out, but when the war is about to end, the village will definitely be in pain." The great elder frowned, "You can be flexible. But I won't bear it." The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth rose, and he said in a light tone, "I actually wanted Ape Flying Sun to stay here just now." "Why? Just because he supports Fugaku?" The great elder's footsteps suddenly stopped, his expression serious. No matter how tough he was, he insisted on the premise of a village, otherwise he should have left with the old patriarch. The dangerous behavior that Feng Yuan wanted to treat Hokage unkindly was undoubtedly to isolate the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Feng Yuan explained, "It's not like that, it's just because he wants to meddle in the affairs of the Uchiha clan." Feng Yuan naturally won't explain the things in the original book, so he casually made an excuse. The great elder believed. After all, he is also Uchiha, and naturally knows that his family's brain circuits are not very normal, and he is everything he thinks. Therefore, he simply said that next time he paid attention, he unveiled this one. "So according to what you mean, no matter who this patriarch is to be, it is actually not suitable." The great elder was obviously very dissatisfied with Feng Yuan's words, and the Chuan character on his forehead was deep enough to catch a fly, and his tone was a little heavier. Feng Yuan raised his chin at the back of the 3 generations of Hokage who was far away, and said, "For that person, the best situation is naturally Fugaku as the patriarch, but for the clan, it is only good to have a patriarch on the surface." The great elder understood what Feng Yuan meant, and said smoothly, "The nominal patriarch is handed over to Fuyu, but in fact, the power of the family is in your hands. Yes, as long as the situation shown is in line with the other party's expectations, my side strongly suppresses Fugaku, and the 3 generations of Hokage can only pinch their noses to support Fugaku and give him resources. The premise is that Uchiha Fugaku can become the patriarch. His popularity in the clan now is not comparable to yours. Even if we 3 old guys support him, I'm afraid those young and strong factions will not be convinced. This great elder, rest assured, I will give a suitable reason for him to become the patriarch." Feng Yuan smiled meaningfully, and his gaze moved to the spirit hall. "Very suitable." After Feng Yuan chatted with the great elder a few more words that were not nourishing, he returned to the guard alone. Along the way, there were neither eye-opening roots nor snakes blocking the way, and returned to the office safely. As soon as he sat down, he found Uchiha Satoshi and asked him to closely monitor the every move of Uchiha Fugaku and the second elder. Then began to cultivate. Compared to the secret technique Yan return, Konoharyu's swordsmanship and Uchiha swordsmanship are relatively simple, and it is still very easy to do some training such as Sahen in the office. Until Satoshi Uchiha returned. "Boss, Uchiha Fugaku and the second elder have gone to the great elder's mansion. These 2-1-BA lambs must be canvassing." Uchiha Satoshi's expression was very eager, and he couldn't wait to appear at the great elder's house now, and learned about Uchiha Fugaku with 3 cuts and 2 sticks. Feng Yuan smiled and handed him a cup of warm tea. "As expected, I should leave too." Boss, you're going to find the great elder too?" "Of course not." Feng Yuan was in a good mood, and explained a rare little more. "Uchiha Mikato's parents died, and the second elder went to accompany Uchiha Fugaku to Rush, leaving her alone at home. I was worried that she was afraid of the dark." With that, he left the office in an instant. Uchiha Satoshi didn't react for a while, scratched the back of his head, took the warm tea in his hand and said, "Uchiha Mikato is also a ninja. How can he be afraid of the dark? Besides, I'm afraid of what the black and the boss have." "Hiss. The boss won't be fancying Mikato Uchiha, right?" Knock knock. "What are you going to do?" Uchiha Mikato opened the door, and when she saw someone coming, she frowned and felt uneasy. "My grandfather is not at home. If there is anything, come back tomorrow morning." Uchiha Mikato wanted to close the door, but unfortunately was supported by one hand of Feng Yuan. "I know he's not there, and he's going to pull the elder's ticket with Uchiha Fugaku now." Feng Yuan's expression was playful, and his eyes looked at Uchiha Mikato. Since she is the fiancée of Uchiha Fugaku, today she wears a black kimono, which is already elegant and gentle, and she has an alluring buff on her body. "So what are you going to do?" Uchiha Mikato sensed the ill will in Feng Yuan's gaze and became more and more uneasy, and the little Giorgio began to shrink her toes, as if she was going to flee back in the next moment. Feng Yuan liked this cute little white rabbit more and more, raised his hand to pinch her smooth chin, and his gaze caught the dodge in her gaze. "Mikato-chan, I want to taste the rouge on your mouth." "You!" Uchiha sealed, "I am Fugaku's fiancé, please be respectful." Uchiha Mikato is soft on the outside and rigid on the inside, usually gentle as water, but at this time like solid ice. He does not give Feng Yuan the slightest chance. Her face rose with a thin blush of anger. She patted Feng Yuan's hand, and then mobilized her chakra, wanting to take advantage of the mechanism to come to the door. However, Feng Yuan stepped directly into the courtyard, holding Mikato Uchiha's thin waist with his left hand, and taking advantage of the trend with his right hand, kindly helping her close the door of the courtyard. Bang! Uchiha Mikato's heart beat heavily with the sound of the door closing, and she was frightened by Feng Yuan's unexpected action. "Mikato, do you say you count as an attack on the captain of the guard?" Feng Yuan pressed Uchiha Mikato to sue first, and the expression on his face was playful. Uchiha Mikato couldn't take his arm off. Her star-like eyes were already filled with tears, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her delicate face turned pale. But at close range, being hit on the face by the hot breath exhaled by Feng Yuan, Uchiha Mikato's heart could not help but feel shame, but his mind unconsciously recalled the sneak attack outside the interrogation room. Mikato, you also know that I am the biggest obstacle to Uchiha Fugaku becoming the patriarch, obedient. You don't want him to be the patriarch, right? Feng Yuan sniffed the faint aroma between Uchiha Mikato's hair, felt her cup at least the third gear, released her embrace slightly, and gently stroked Uchiha Mikato's smooth face with his free right hand. After all, Mikato, you, in my eyes, are much heavier than the position of patriarch. Plop. Thump. A sudden confession, threat, made Uchiha Mikato's little heart beat faster. After all, everyone has a heart for beauty, even in the Uchiha family, where handsome men and beautiful women emerge endlessly. Feng Yuan's appearance is also the top handful. Even so, the little white rabbit resolutely refused Feng Yuan's friendly consultation. This kind of condition, I will not agree to you. Feng Yuan was not angry at Uchiha's daily rejection, but admired her pretty face flushed with anger. Why don't you say yes? Compared to Uchiha Fugaku, I am better than him, right? Because Uchiha Mikato is Uchiha Fugaku's fiancé, Uchiha Mikato will not do anything to betray Uchiha Fugaku. The little white rabbit stared at Feng Yuan with tearful eyes, full of determination. In this case, then I will not ask for your opinion. Uchiha Mikato was stunned. What is he going to do? Fear spread all around. Obviously his body is very warm, but Uchiha Mikato is already so cold that he can't stop shivering. You, Uchiha Feng Yuan, don't mess around. Feng Yuan did not think that those classic quotes would work from the beginning, but this would not affect the final result in the slightest. He didn't plan to fall in love with Mikato Uchiha, who called his system extremely evil. Feng Yuan narrowed his smile and let go of Uchiha Mikato. Uchiha Mikato didn't expect that Feng Yuan would actually let go of himself, and suddenly changed his opinion of him a lot. The little white rabbit gasped and was about to speak, but met Feng Yuan's indifferent gaze, and his body trembled lightly, as if he was shocked by the upper position of the food chain. She wanted to run, but her feet seemed to have taken root, and she couldn't move at all. In the end, I still came this far. Feng Yuan stared at Uchiha Mikato expressionlessly. The extremely cold gaze made the little white rabbit tremble, and he couldn't help but squeeze the placket of his kimono. She felt as if the other person's gaze could see through her clothes and fall on her skin. Mikato Uchiha finally realized that the man in front of him did not let him go. On the contrary, he just gave up persuasion. No, don't. If you want the position of patriarch, I can help you persuade my grandfather. Anyway, first find a way to stabilize Uchiha Seal, and we'll talk about things later. But that's not important, Mikato. Feng Yuan provoked the smooth chin of the little white rabbit. His beautiful face was flushed, there were tears in the corners of his eyes, and Chu-Chu's touching expression did not make him rise the slightest bit of compassion. What will happen in the future, I will talk about it later. Uchiha Mikato looked helplessly at Feng Yuan. His face was expressionless, his dark eyes were like black holes, encompassing everything around him, including himself, and Uchiha Mikato found that he could not escape. No matter what, you can't escape. Whoosh! The little white rabbit let out a low mournful cry, stared at Feng Yuan blankly, and then faced a pair of scarlet three-hook jade, and Feng Yuan's joke sounded in his ears. Let's go to the fantasy realm to study first. Then the whole person's consciousness was pulled to another world. After she broke away from the illusion, she had been carried into the room, and the whole process that followed was generally extremely silky, except for a little hindrance at the beginning. Ding! The host forcibly occupies Mikato Uchiha and caps Uchiha Fugaku to get a reward. Full attribute chakra. 50,000 sin points. Kaleidoscope Sherinan. Are the rewards so rich? System, your place of origin won't really be a small day. In the wordless answer, Feng Yuan felt that the system should have defaulted. He got up and got dressed, ready to leave to receive his reward. A white jade-like hand suddenly stretched out from the bed hangings and tugged at his sleeve. Uchiha Seal, you have to keep your promise. Mikato's voice was full of crying, and her hands clutching her sleeves were bruised, and her knuckles were a little white. Feng Yuan half turned around, looking at the delicate and moving Mikato on the bed. Her face was expressionless, her eyes indifferently reached out and pinched her chin. All this depends on your performance in the future. This time, I am not satisfied. Mikato breathed in unison, a painful look appeared on her face, the tears hanging from her eyelashes trembled for a few breaths, and when she opened them, her scarlet eyes had changed from two-hook jade to three-hook jade. What a beautiful pair of eyes! Feng Yuan gently rubbed Mikato's eye sockets like a pervert, his expression slightly different. Sangha Jade must be upper shinobi. Shangnin may not be Sangha Jade. Even in the Uchiha clan, the upper shinobi who opened the three-hook jade are the rarest batch. It should be said that the writing will is worthy of being the talent of the Uchiha clan. As long as it reaches the three-hook jade, the clan members of the Uchiha clan will naturally have the strength of Shangnin. Just like Mikato in front of you. The vase that was still waiting for flowers before, now it has broken through to the upper shinobi and has leapt into an indispensable elite force within the Uchiha clan. It is much easier than those who struggle hard and sweat to become particularly tolerant and tolerant. Although according to the process, Mikato also put in the effort and sweat. Uchiha Seal. You don't talk about credit. Mikato backhanded Feng Yuan's wrist, and Sangha Sharingan's eyes trembled fiercely. eye-opening equals crazy batch. This is the formula that applies to all Uchiha. In the middle, you will also receive buff blessings such as paranoia, madness, arrogance, and so on. Just like Mikato now, even if she already knows the roots, she still feels that she and Feng Yuan are both 3-hook jade, and the two may not have the power to fight. The wrist was buttoned with the pulse, and Feng Yuan's expression was not panicked at all. Even if there was no system reward, his strength was the top of Uchiha shinobi, and Mikato, who had just become a 3-hook jade, was not a problem. Not to mention now. But he didn't make a move, but pulled the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, Mikato-chan looks so good when she is angry. If you do it with me here, no matter what, you can't hide what happened last night. You don't want to be known either, do you? The morning light shone through the window on Feng Yuan's back, and the reflection fell tightly on Mikato's face, and the pair of scarlet 3-hook jade turned over with pain. Yes, if you do it now, you will definitely be discovered by the patrol outside. No, it can't be known. Feng Yuan felt Mikato's hand weaken, chuckled and held her head, looked at each other, and said in a light tone, your grandfather is on the side of Uchiha Fugaku, logically my enemy, but for your sake, I will forgive him 4 times. 4 times? Mikato suddenly thought of last night's experience. Bai Li's red smiling face suddenly became hot, her pupils unconsciously slanted, and said very unnaturally, thank you, thank you. Compared to Uchiha Fugaku, Mikato is naturally her own grandfather and her heart is more important. As for whether Feng Yuan would make a move on the elder, Mikato had no doubt. After all, he was a devil that even the old patriarch dared to kill. Feng Yuan looked at Mikato's weak face and cute expression, suddenly pinched her chin, and asked, do you want to add it again? No objections were heard. When the second elder and Fuya returned with a happy look, they happened to bump into the seal that came out of the courtyard while tidying up their clothes. The expressions of the two instantly stiffened. The second elder was still just a beard, and Uchiha Fugaku was already angry enough to open the Sharingan. But not Sangoyu. It's a shuriken that looks more delicate. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha seal, why are you here? Uchiha Fugaku's roar that couldn't resist anger made the second elder's face change greatly. If this attracted people, it would not only Fugaku who would lose face, but also Mikato. But his desire to calm the people's hearts was not accepted by either of these two. Of course, I came to see Mikato-chan. Feng Yuan licked his lips, and said with an aftertaste on his face. Uchiha Feng Yuan lay on the ground, with his hands behind his head, holding Erlang's legs, aimlessly biting the bitter tender grass in his mouth, and looking at the sky with worried eyes. Uchiha sealed, I want you to die. Uchiha Fugaku was already hostile to the seal, and coupled with his father's indirect death at his hands, he hated it even more. Now even his own fiancée has been. The relationship between Uchiha Fugaku and Feng Yuan is no longer a deep hatred, but an endless death. The violent Uchiha Fugaku had lost his mind, and despite the obstruction of the second elder, he opened a kaleidoscope, pulled out a long knife and slashed at Feng Yuan. Clang! 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 Uchiha Fugaku slashed 3 times in succession. Each knife made full force. The speed of pulling out the afterimage, even if it made the elite endure, it was very likely that he would not be able to catch it. But they were all blocked by the yawning Feng Yuan with a knife in one hand, and he didn't even pull out the knife. Feng Yuan forced Uchiha Fugaku back with a knife, only then reached out and ended the yawn. Is this your anger, Fugaku? It doesn't look good. You bastard. Uchiha Fugaku's face was flushed, the corners of his forehead were bruised, and the pattern of his left eye rotated, and the evil and strange pupil power erupted from his Sharingan eyes. Seeing that he could not stop Uchiha Fugaku, the second elder could only sigh helplessly and jump into the door of his courtyard. As for the Uchiha people who surrounded them, neither Feng Yuan nor Uchiha Fugaku paid attention. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, is this your confidence? Uchiha Fugaku. Feng Yuan laughed softly. Uchiha Fugaku's whole body swelled visibly, and the vitality of the surrounding trees was plundered by him, which also caused his skin color to turn green, like a weakened version of the Hulk. The only thing that remains unchanged is the unforgettable hatred for Feng Yuan in those Sharingan eyes. I didn't expect you to be a little knowledgeable. Uchiha Fugaku felt the power that he was now swelling, his face showed obsession, and he immediately looked at Feng Yuan fiercely. This is the ultimate of the Sharingan, the most powerful power of the Uchiha clan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. To be able to die under such a mighty power, Uchiha Feng Yuan, you should also die without regrets. Ahahaha. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, who covered his face and laughed maniacally, Feng Yuan said that after a night of hard work, he wanted to go back to make up for it, and was too lazy to play with fools. Accept rewards from the system. A cool breath permeated his eyes, and the pupil power that had grown to the extreme seemed to break through a layer of shackles at this moment and multiply. Double. 5 times. 10 times. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan's pupil power had risen to a terrifying level, so much so that he felt a slight tingling in his eyes, but it immediately disappeared under the action of the all-attribute chakra and the primary immortal body. Feng Yuan did not use the kaleidoscope chakra eye like Uchiha Fugaku, but slowly pulled out the flowing blade. Now his strength has steadily reached the shadow level, which is enough to solve the flow of fire. At this time, Feng Yuan wanted to know how much he would increase himself after the flowing blade was solved. Everything is ashes, and the blade is like fire. With the liberation language, the momentum on Feng Yuan's body completed the second jump, the terrifying air pressure spread wildly with him as the center, the earth depression cracked into a spiderweb-like crack, and the temperature around it suddenly soared, as if early spring had stepped into midsummer in an instant. This force, no way. When pigs fly. Uchiha Fugaku's lips trembled, and he looked at Feng Yuan with dull eyes. Because he was subjected to endless humiliation, he was defeated in public, he was framed, he was tortured to force a confession, and his father died. Therefore, he was extremely resentful in his heart and extremely eager for power, so he awakened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and possessed the pupil art Bishamentian, which could devour the surrounding vitality and bless himself, thus obtaining unparalleled power. But why is it sealed? Why can he have the same eyes as himself? He used the origin of the flowing blade as the pupil technique of sealing the original. Uchiha Fugaku was so angry that his hands trembled, and the well-made tie knife was kneaded into a ball of scrap iron by him, and after a roar, he strode towards the sealing plane. Rumble! 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 Every time Uchiha Fugaku landed on the ground, he shook the mountain for a while, and there was a not shallow footprint on the solid ground. With that hideous expression, it is like an extremely crazy beast. Such a very impactful scene fell in the eyes of Feng Yuan, but in exchange for a sentence, "It's not bad." The understated tone showed his contempt for Uchiha Fugaku in his heart, and looked indifferently at Uchiha Fugaku who rushed into his 3 meters. But in the eyes of everyone, compared to the thin Feng Yuan, the huge Uchiha Fugaku is the one who has the upper hand. People are empathetic, and the melon-eating masses have brought themselves into the situation of sealing the plane, and while they are scared out of a cold sweat, they are extremely eager for the sealed Yuan to counterattack Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, Feng Yuan finally reacted. Swing the knife from the bottom up. In an instant, 3 substantial chi waves suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yuan and suddenly dissipated. Secret technique, Yan return. The silver-white blade shot out a sonic boom cloud, and at the same moment slashed at Uchiha Fugaku's body that had no time to dodge. Boom! Uchiha Fugaku fell backwards at a faster speed, plowing 2 gullies on the ground with his feet that did not reach his calves, only to fall into the raised smoke after breaking 2 trees and a wall in succession. If it weren't for Bishamentian's increase in his physical strength, Uchiha Fugaku would have split into 4 in place. Boring. Feng Yuan sensed the appearance of several powerful auras in Uchiha, snorted softly, made an impatient look, and withdrew the flowing blade. The smoke dissipated. Everyone saw 3 more sword marks on Uchiha Fugaku's body, and blood spurted out like a fountain, falling on the ground, and was instantly steamed by the scorching ground into a distorted blood-colored glow. Uchiha Fugaku's face was full of sluggishness, his eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't support the pupil technique and self-doubt, his body shrunk and knelt down, looking at the figure like a demon god in front of him. Also shocked were Sarutobi Hinata, Grand Elder Uchiha, and other Konoha masters who sensed the battle between the two. They had witnessed Uchiha's fighting power in all directions, so they were fearful of Kaleidoscope sharing on. But when Uchiha Fugaku fell miserably, a ridiculous thought arose in their hearts: Kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, just this level? But when they moved their eyes to Feng Yuan, they noticed the drumming chakra, and their hearts sank. It's not that Uchiha Fugaku is weak, but Uchiha Feng Yuan is too strong. No, it can't be delayed any longer. Ape Fei Arai's face was as heavy as water, and while secretly cursing Uchiha Fugaku's waste in his heart, he also showed great jealousy for Feng Yuan. He was confident that he could hold Feng Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku because of his good strength before, and he was confident that he could hold Feng Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku, but the strength exposed by both of them in this battle had exceeded his expectations. Especially the Uchiha Seal, who completely crushed the latter. This kind of combat power is too terrifying, once he is unfavorable to the village. Ape Fei Arai's eyes changed, and the fingers under his sleeve robe gradually converged into a fist. The threat brought to him by Feng Yuan was too great, and he even wanted him to desperately order the strong people in the village to join forces to kill Feng Yuan. But he didn't dare. This is the Uchiha clan land. The strength of the Uchiha Seal Yuan made those evil Uchiha blindly worship, and a generation made a move on him. Ape Flying Sun Chopper felt that he couldn't stand a pair of red eyes. But his strange appearance was still noticed by Grand Elder Uchiha. The Great Elder of the Elder Changjing decisively stepped forward, half of his body blocked in front of the Ape Flying Sun's body, guarding against him while gently asking Feng Yuan, what is going on? It's nothing. Feng Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, got it. The corners of the Great Elder's mouth tugged, and he couldn't help but remember that yesterday Feng Yuan said that he would find a reasonable reason. His eyes glanced pityingly at Uchiha Fugaku, who had fainted and was passively being rescued by a medical ninja. He was now extremely sure that Feng Yuan was definitely deliberately waiting here for Uchiha Fugaku to return, and then destroyed the remaining prestige of Uchiha Fugaku with the power of destroying and decaying, and then took the opportunity to announce this matter, completely making the latter a joke. Feng Yuan, this kid, his mind is too ruthless. The great elder was jealous in his heart, but there was no trace of color on his face, so he nodded thoughtfully and sighed. The appointment and dismissal of the patriarch should be set at the clan meeting, but since it has developed to this point, there is no need to delay any longer. Saying that, the great elder's gaze looked at the livid-faced ape-flying sun chopper and said, I also ask the 3 generations of Hokage to appoint and dismiss the patriarch who presides over the Uchiha clan. The attitude was respectful and the tone was impeccable. But as soon as his words fell, Ape Fei's face became even more ugly, and he almost avoided his breath. Stiff smile, this is not necessary, Hokage cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the family, this is the rule set by the 1st and 2nd generations. After a pause, Ape Fei's smile softened a lot, but the hand under the sleeve robe still tightly squeezed the pipe, and said in a tone as smooth as possible, since it is just a private discussion between Feng Yuan and Fuyu, then there is nothing to do, let's disperse first. Ape Flying Sun Chopper still did not dare to tear his face in the end, and took the initiative to characterize this matter, but the necessary knocking is still necessary. Feng Yuan, in the future, you should pay attention to the occasion, and go to the training ground to discuss this kind of thing. Feng Yuan heard the warning of Ape Fei's words and asked him to put himself in his position. Unimpressed in his heart, he pretended not to understand, and nodded expressionlessly. Seeing Feng Yuan's attitude, Ape Fei's eyes became colder, and he left first without saying a word. The rest naturally followed and left, going back to their respective homes. When everyone dispersed, the great elder also repelled Uchiha and the others, allowing the medical ninja to carry Fugaku back to the patriarch's mansion. On the spacious street, only the great elder and Feng Yuan were suddenly left. To the security department. Let's go home first, I didn't sleep well last night. What about walking together? It's an honor to seal the plane. Feng Yuan had a faint smile on his face and did not refuse to walk with the great elder. Halfway through, the two were stunned and didn't say a word. Feng Yuan didn't have much to say. But the great elder couldn't hold back. Feng Yuan, your eyes are actually a kaleidoscope, right? Yes. Moreover, my pupil technique is just enough to restrain Fugaku, otherwise, I am afraid that it will take more effort. Feng Yuan attributed the credit of the flowing blade to the kaleidoscope, and at the same time held a handful of Fuyu. The great elder shook his head and smiled. Actually, Fuyu came to me yesterday and showed me his kaleidoscope, and I have already supported him. After all, you wouldn't have imagined that today's Uchiha could actually give birth to 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes at the same time. Feng Yuan did not mean to blame the great elder, in other words, he was the great elder, and seeing the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan, he would also support Fugaku. As soon as the words opened, the great elder's heart was also lowered, and he stopped and said, Feng Yuan, your edge is too exposed, I'm afraid the family can't give you any help next, you can only rely on the garrison to block the counterattack of Fuyu and Ape Flying Sunday. Is there anything you need? Feng Yuan shook his head. He had already made the preparations that the garrison should have done yesterday, and there were interests as bait, so those people didn't care. Without delay, Uchiha Longxiang should have collected the protection fee, and the next period should be stable. Perhaps seeing Feng Yuan's confidence, the great elder had a happy smile on his face. When he left, as if he had thought of something, he said to Feng Yuan, there is an inheritance stone tablet under the clan shrine. Originally this is the news that only the patriarch can know, but Fugaku sighed. Alas! Check it out when you have time. Good. Feng Yuan did not refuse the great elder's kindness, and the two separated. He is in a happy mood. Doing evil does not mean turning himself into garbage that everyone hates, and he prefers to be casual than those ordinary means of offending people and the like. Isn't it fragrant to live comfortably, and when the war begins, then go and kill some people and destroy a small country? The news of the change of the Uchiha clan spread quickly, and the entire Konoha, even the civilians, were talking about it. Among them, the most discussed people are those merchants who have been forcibly paid protection fees by the Ministry of Security, and it seems that they want to vent their dissatisfaction with Uchiha by such means. But they soon discovered that after Uchiha collected the fee, he actually sent someone nearby to monitor. At first, these shop owners thought that Uchiha was warning them not to talk nonsense, but after a long time, they realized that they were doing something, protecting the normal operation of their own business. Some ruffians who often punched white stripes were charged with robbery and blackmail, directly locked up in the Uchiha guard, and forced to settle the dead debts owed. Some ninjas and civilians who moved because of verbal quarrels were directly suppressed and captured. The mobile vendors are all concentrated in one area to sell. Even the street was sent by Uchiha in the mission hall, allowing a group of shinobi to clean up the garbage and become much cleaner. With the rules, the merchant was shocked to find that the money he earned in a day, even if he deducted the protection fee for Uchiha, was actually much more than before. The next day, although Uchiha, who came to collect the protection fee, still did not have a good face, he no longer resisted. At this time, Feng Yuan introduced the detailed Konoha Commercial Security Management Regulations and the Moon Tribute Model. Of course, it is mainly aimed at shops without background, and as for mobile vendors and large families, such as the Yakiniku shop of the Akimichi family, the pharmacy of the Nara family, etc., Uchiha still charges daily expenses. Don't give? Without the protection of the garrison, it is also reasonable to be found by some ruffians. Don't say that some local hooligans dare not provoke large families. Ninjas are not allowed to attack civilians at will. This is the iron law of the village. In addition, the garrison was watching not far away, so those big families did not dare to make any moves in private, and could only pinch their noses and admit it. Otherwise, the garrison arrested people in the morning and released them in the afternoon, and the group came back the next day. Coming and going, watching others make money, their own business is messed up. Who can settle well in their hearts? It is impossible to fight, you can only obediently give money. This also makes Satoshi Uchiha walk with the wind recently, who called the second squad is now the money bag of the entire garrison. Boss, this is this month's income, you can see it. Satoshi Uchiha handed over the account book for the month proudly and flatteringly. At this time, 2 months had passed since Uchiha Fugaku became the patriarch, and the business model of the garrison was also improving. The most intuitive is that the money collected is a lot more. Feng Yuan nodded, give it to the 4th Brigade, let them leave enough predeposits, and the rest will be distributed to everyone for benefits, and then publicized to the clan. Power cannot be in the hands of one person, so Feng Yuan completed the division of power over the 4 brigades of the garrison, and Satoshi Uchiha was only responsible for collecting money, and the person in charge of the money was the captain of the 4th Brigade, Mikato Uchiha. The marriage contract between her and Fugaku was naturally dissolved, and then Mikato, who was closed behind closed doors, was invited by Feng Yuan to the garrison to serve as his personal secretary and captain of the 4th Brigade, the logistics department of the garrison. The reason why Feng Yuan trusted Mikato so much began with his kaleidoscope chakra eye Hitomi Tianyu being sold. Tianyu is the legendary god of song and dance. According to legend, when Amaterasu was closed in Tenno Iwado, Tima was ordered to use the Tenkasen Mountain's Haikajimo sleeves, kudzu as the hair, holding the bundle of bamboo leaves of Tenkasen Mountain, covering the empty barrel outside Iwado, stepping on the sound, dancing freely, strong as a god, the breasts are exposed, and the buttons are drooping in yin. So the high heavenly plane shook, and the 8 million gods laughed, which made Amaterasu poke his head out of the Tenno Iwado and was caught by the power of the heavenly hand. The pupil technique of Feng Yuan's awakening is named after Tianyu being killed, and the effect is similar to the moon reading, constructing a dream, except that this dream must be a story with a plot. After pulling the target into the dreamland, give the other party an identity, and the other party must follow the plot to complete the story. Once the other party sinks into the dream territory, it will be captured by the dream, and the subconscious is dominated by the relationship between the plot and the sealed plane. It can be said that this is a pupil technique that relies on the brain. However, before Feng Yuan crossed, after all, he was also an old driver who read countless films, and it was difficult for him to set up a plot and the like. Uchiha Mikato identity setting, a witch, nun, in a remote place, original identity setting, a thief disguised as a priest, with a huge amount of treasure, identity relationship, the witch Mikato was once taught certain skills by the priest Feng Yuan, because she was found out about the relationship between the two, and went away to a remote place in shame. Plot unfolding, after completing a business with the god official Feng Yuan, in order to avoid Kanaha's pursuit, he came to a remote village and accidentally found the witch Mikato here. In order to hide her past, the witch Mikato is forced to cover up for the priest and accept his teaching again. Plot source, Milk Society Holy Moon Worker Girl. Feng Yuan would pull Mikato into his sleep every night, and in less than half a month, the witch Mikato completely sank into the fate of Tianyu and became a subordinate of the divine official Feng Yuan. In reality, Mikato also has deformed feelings for Feng Yuan. This is the horror of the Feng Yuan left eye pupil technique, facing people who are not firm in their minds, it is simply a big killing weapon. More importantly, as long as the original pupil power can support the illusion of dreaming, it can be constructed in an infinite number. Even as long as the plot background is in the same system, you can also make linkages, series, and long stories. The constructed illusion maintenance only requires a little pupil power, which is not too much consumption for the seal with a primary immortal body. The only regret is that the pull target must have the breath of the other party. As for the right eye, the Hitomi Great Power Lord God is in charge of the ghost world, which can connect life and death, bring the soul of the dead out of the Pure Land and give life again, or throw the soul of the living into the world and fall into suspended animation. Feng Yuan has no one who wants to be resurrected for the time being, and he doesn't want to try to fake his death, so he only tastes this pupil technique. Back to the office. Satoshi Uchiha got the order and left. Soon after, Mikato walked into the office with a relaxed expression. The first thing is to skillfully close the door. Want it again? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Mikato with some surprise. Now except when he occasionally remembers, he will pull Mikato into his dreams and teach carefully. Most of the time, it is a liberation language that is like a fire and wants to get the swastika of understanding. This also led to the relationship between the two gradually changing from Feng Yuan looking for Mikato to Mikato taking the initiative. But today is a little frequent, obviously in the morning I have given her a day's amount. I just got my hands on it. Mikato's pretty face was hot, pursed her lips, handed this month's report to Feng Yuan, raised her hand to brush the blue silk scattered in front of her forehead behind her ear. Her eyes were charming, and her casual small movements showed infinite style. The expenses of the garrison department this month are not much, even if you deduct benefits, you can leave a large amount of money. What to do next? Mikato reported as she walked behind Feng Yuan and stretched out her hands to rub his shoulders for him. Feng Yuan is inevitably wrapped in the scent of Mikato's body, which is his favorite taste. After reading the document with 10 lines at a glance, the details on it were immediately familiar to him, and he leaned his head back on Mikato's lower abdomen, sealing his eyes and closing his eyes. What's going on the Mora and Uchiha Fugaku's side lately? The village is still the same as before. If anything, recently some civilians participated in the special mission of the Dark Department, and then they have not appeared again. Mikato emphasized, those civilians used to be people of the Senju clan. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The Thousand Hands clan was once also a great clan that had been passed down for thousands of years, with a deep heritage, but unfortunately ran into an unobtrusive patriarch. Between the Thousand Hand pillars, he brought the Thousand Hands clan to glory and also planted the roots of destruction for the Thousand Hands clan. Senju Juma, who was committed to peace, teamed up with Uchiha to establish Konoha village, but the difference is that he wanted the Senju clan to integrate into Konoha. Therefore, the Senju clan took the lead in intermarrying with commoners, and even expelled some clansmen who did not have ninja talents. In order to set an example, he removed his son who had no ninja talent as Senju and sent him to Kyoto, the land of fire, to marry the daimyo. This is why Tsunade and Ropaki, who have ninja talents, grew up in the wood industry, but never had the Senju surname. Now that the Thousand Hands are gone, it can be said that it is inseparable from this plan. Feng Yuan didn't care about the demise of the Thousand Hands, he cared more about what was hidden behind the disappearance of these civilians of the former Thousand Hands. New done experimental plan. A sneer appeared on Feng Yuan's face. I am afraid that he and Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscopic chakra eyes stimulated a certain monkey, so that the other party brazenly launched human experiments. But this kind of inferior experiment, even if the Great Snake Pill joins, at most, it will create a Yamato-level Muduen, which is not a threat to him at all. How is Uchiha Fugaku's side doing? His injury should have healed. Mikato nodded, leaned down slightly, smelled the fragrance between the hair of Feng Yuan, a flash of intoxication flashed in her eyes, and her voice was much softer. The brave man has received news that Uchiha Fugaku was fine half a month ago, but recently he has been running to the Nangagawa shrine, and the brave man suspects that there is something secret. Oh, tell the brave man to leave this alone, except for a few ninjutsu, there is a broken stone monument. Feng Yuan had already been to the Nanga River Shrine, and also saw the stone tablet that had been tampered with by Mako Kuroja, and he naturally did not believe it when he knew the truth, but simply printed his inagi and his inamai on it. Mikato's voice was closer and more gentle, and the hand that had been on Feng Yuan's shoulder was no longer kneading, but gently sliding. Captain, I still have some water ninjutsu that I don't know very well, so I would like to ask you for guidance. Mikato's voice is full of seduction, but now she no longer produces evil points, so Feng Yuan did not simply agree to her, but put forward another request. I remember that you and Uzumaki Xin are in the same class, right? What's more, the relationship between the two is still very close girlfriends. Mikado bit her lip and followed Feng Yuan. Her little white rabbit also evolved into a black heart cotton, where cannot hear that Feng Yuan is empathetic and don't love. Mikato's voice was full of grievances and she wanted to cry, like a jealous sister linear changing to another man. Tai Ding has been moved by her pitiful appearance, and can't help but teach the meaning of Shui Duan. But Feng Yuan just said, the introduction is not necessary, if I get close to her, it will make some people explode. Anyway, Uzumaki Juzine is a nine-tailed human pillar force, with Uchiha's beast difficulty Pearl Jade in front. How wide is the heart of the ape flying sun? Dare to let the kaleidoscope blood will I approach the human pillar force. But Mikado took some of the people in his words as herself, puffed out her cheeks, and the grievances in her eyes became even stronger. Did she look like such a stingy person? Feng Yuan stretched his body, took Mikato into his arms, and said, help me get a piece of her personal accessories. Mikato's pupils dilated slightly, and the word pervert hung on her lips. Obviously she regarded Feng Yuan as someone with some special proclivities. The feeling of surprise was quickly replaced by Mikado's incomprehension. I'm such a big beauty in front of you, but you want your Shine's clothes? Am I so unattractive? Or do you say, aren't adults tired of me? Feng Yuan looked at Mikato in tears, and did not choose to comfort, but proved his heart with practical actions. Just when Feng Yuan was practicing Shui Dan, someone also noticed him. Somewhere in a cave in the ninja world, the huge, hideous outer path golem towered majestically, and below it hovered a man wearing a red war helmet from the Warring States period. Uchiha, who had a fried burr hedgehog head, closed his eyes, and at this time he was not the old and dying appearance he had a few years later, but it was not much different. I'm older, after all. A black and white creature in front of him was reporting the news he had heard. Uchiha now has two pairs of kaleidoscopes, one is the current patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, and the other is Uchiha Feng Yuan. His strength is very strong. Strong. Uchiha's face showed a little interest. If he could, he would prefer to end in a dance rather than die in a dark corner like an old dog who survived. A wicked smile appeared on Heiju's face, and even his teeth were pitch black, and he smiled. Indeed, a knife dropped Uchiha Fugaku, who was also a kaleidoscope, in a second. That's it. Uchiha frowned, very dissatisfied with Kuro's bad personality that left half of his words. As a pioneer of the Uchiha family, he also experienced the realm of kaleidoscope and eternal kaleidoscope, and naturally knew the gap between the two. Even though he is old now, even if he does not have a reincarnation eye, he still has the confidence to open the three-hook jade to kill any kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Uchiha's dancing mind faded, and he couldn't let go of his hands and feet heartily, which was a blasphemy to the battle. Two pairs of kaleidoscopes? Enough is enough. How is their personality? Uchiha takes a fancy to Feng Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku and wants them to inherit his will. But unfortunately, Kuro spread his hands and said sadly, Uchiha Fugaku is a soft egg. Although he knows the truth about Nangagawa Shrine, he has been hesitating, and only dares to catch a few thousand civilians for experiments. Waste. Apparently, Uchiha is very dissatisfied with Uchiha Fugaku's attitude. Even if he knows that one of the premise of all things is to engrave his good friend Haxi Spicy Mama on his body, fog, and completely contain the intercolumn cells himself, he can truly achieve the eye of reincarnation. He also couldn't look at Uchiha Fugaku's behavior. How is Uchiha Feng Hara's personality? It's hard to say. At first, I thought he was a careerist, but after I got a little bit of power, I started to covet pleasure and stay in the garrison all day. Hei said helplessly, it's a pity that Bai never dares to approach the kaleidoscope sharing on, so I don't know what he is doing inside, but it's mostly sweet with his little girlfriend. Uchiha was speechless. How did the current Uchiha degenerate to this point? It's simply not as good as a generation. What's going on over there in the land of water? Uchiha sighed, not wanting to pay attention to the two self-depraved juniors anymore. Wait until their eyes are blind. 3 generations of water shadow continue as blood mist, and now they have cultivated many juniors who are quite okay. Are you going, Madara? Kuro looked at Uchiha, who stood up in amazement. Although he claims to be the yin and yang creation of Uchiha-ban, in fact, he has no relationship with Uchiha-ban, and even if he does, then he is also the ancestor of Uchiha-ban, and naturally he does not know what the latter thinks. But Uchiha was very trusting of Kuro, nodded and said, the next war will still require the efforts of the Misty Hidden Village, and if you don't experience the war, the current Uchiha really can't pick a suitable candidate. Uchiha now. In Hokuchi's office, Sarutobi looked at the Uchiha clan who was still in the center, and the worry on his face could not be suppressed at all. Even if it was Tofurishi village Danzo, at this time, because of the successive failures of the experiment, he did not dare to say anything stupid to destroy Uchiha. At present, the top combat power in the village is Hinata, Jishine, Kiki Shuumao, or Akimaru, Jiraiya, Take the Wind, Sunset True Red. Mito Minion softly counted Konoha's combat power, or the combat power that Ape Flying Sun Chopper could use. But it was quickly interrupted. Minion, let's concentrate on preparing for war. Shimura Danzo leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. The current situation in the ninja world is not optimistic, except for Kirihide Village and Konoha Village. The remaining 3 villages are actively expanding their armaments. Discerning people can see that the outbreak of war is already unstoppable. If you eradicate 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes at this juncture, even if it is just Uchiha seal, you will lose a lot of combat power. It is likely that the village will be besieged by Shikoku again. It's just that Shimura Danzo is lonely and too lazy to explain clearly to Koharu and Mizuto Minion. I don't know if it was because of his hoarse voice or the almost commanding feeling in his tone. Koharu and Mizuto Minion couldn't help but frown. The Ape Flying Sun Chop is hidden behind the thick smoke, making it impossible to see his face. However, none of the 3 opposed Shimura Danzo's words, and it was time for Konoha Village, which was passively responsive, to take the initiative. Since it is not possible to limit the kaleidoscope of riding wheel eyes, then it is left to the enemy to solve. Even if they win, they gain. Konoha's participation in the arms race has heightened the already tense situation in the ninja world. But inside the village, the matter is very simple. In fact, there are people who buy and sell by force, and this situation has not been unheard before, but now, all the shops in Konoha are protected by the Ministry of Security, and naturally this behavior will not be allowed. Uchiha Ryasho was as expressionless as ever, and waited respectfully outside the office. When Feng Yuan finished Shui Duan's practice again and sorted out his clothes, Uchiha Ryasho looked down at the ground respectfully, and said in a serious tone, Lord Feng Yuan, during my patrol, I came across a ninja who tried to buy and sell by force, and arrested him in the detention cell. Feng Yuan's eyebrows lifted, and his expression was a little displeased. There is no need to report this kind of trivial matter to me in the future, just act according to the rules. Yes, Uchiha Ryasho did not refute, first standing upright, and then said, it's just that the identity of that person is some. Feng Yuan's gaze swept over, and Uchiha Ryasho immediately shut up. Who is it? Hokage assists Mito Manita's son, Mito Manmesa. What is he? Remember, if someone dares to violate the rules I set, even if he is the son of Hokage, he will still be arrested. Although Feng Yuan did not like Uchiha Longxiang's somewhat forward-looking attitude, he was very satisfied with the fact that he had already arrested people. The tone was relaxed. Let's go, just let me see what this assistant son has done. Uchiha Ryasho immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Without waiting for the two to reach the detention room, Mito Manmesa was heard shouting in the corridor, lawlessness. You Uchiha are really lawless. Know who I am? My dad is Mito Minion. You dare to lock me up, and when my dad comes, I will kneel down and apologize to me. Feng Yuan walked to the detention room without changing his color and looked inside. Mito Manmesa's mouth was too bad, and he received special treatment, locked up in a small single room of only 15 square meters, holding the fence in both hands, his face against the railing and cursing angrily, spitting on stars. Seeing someone coming, although Shuohuman did not know Feng Yuan, he also saw that his temperament was extraordinary, and he thought that his father put pressure, and immediately dragged him to the sky. You, just you, hurry up and open it for Lao Tzu. Feng Yuan's face was expressionless. Uchiha Ryashato behind him didn't say much, missed the seal in his footsteps, and instantly appeared directly opposite the Mito gate, raised his hand to hold the back of his head, and pushed out fiercely. Whoosh! A pig-killing roar suddenly sounded, and Mito Manmesa's head had been squeezed out of the iron fence. But this was just an appetizer for Uchiha Ryasho, and I saw that he raised his palm high and pumped two big pockets fiercely. Syllable! Syllable! Mitoman was stunned, his head shook, he didn't come to his senses for a long time, and said sluggishly, my dad Mito Minion, you, how dare you hit me? What responded to him was the big slap of Uchiha Ryasho's new round. What about your Lao Zi is Mito Minion? Uchiha Ryasho's eyes were thick with contempt. Dare to speak like this to Lord Feng Yuan, let alone the son of the Hokage advisor, even if it is the Hokage, Lao Tzu cannot make a mistake. It is worthy of being my loyal dog, and this kind of beating personality is really comfortable. A kind smile gradually appeared on Feng Yuan's face, and he sat on the opposite side, and Erlang put his legs on the table. Uchiha Ryasho stopped the lesson in time, turned around and washed his hands, brewed hot coffee for Feng Yuan, and handed it over respectfully. Feng Yuan is very satisfied with Uchiha Longxiang. Don't look at this kid as a silent stuffy gourd, but he can do things very methodically. Holding hot coffee, Feng Yuan looked at Mito Manmesa, who had lost 2 rows of teeth, playfully, and said playfully, Mito Manmesa, the son of Naruto advisor Mito Minion, tell me why he betrayed the village. Feng Yuan sipped his coffee and said nonchalantly what made Mitoman's heart jump. Nest, Senmo monkey. Mitoman's face was about to be smashed, and he violently spit out the bloody teeth in his mouth. Before he finished the remaining half of the sentence more clearly, betrayed the village? How can you stain people's innocence out of thin air? Mitoman was resting his jaw weakly on the railing, his eyes wide with shock and tears. This fuck, if this crime is really buckled, even if his father is Mito Minion, he can't keep him. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, as if he was not too satisfied with the coffee in his hand, got up and put the coffee on the table, turned around and left the detention room. This person does not have enough brains, and he is not on the way. Uchiha Ryasho looked at the half cup of coffee, and then looked at Mito Manmesa, who was stuck in his head, and the air pressure of the whole person was visibly lowered. Listening to the screams that made people's scalps tingle one after another in the detention room, Feng Yuan only felt refreshed and lit a cigarette comfortably. Beat into a trick? Isn't this the basic operation of adjudicating cases? Don't sit down. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Mito Manmesa's identity is very special, and moving him may intensify the conflict with the village high level. But Feng Yuan did not bird him. Even if the ape flying sun is forced to buy and sell, he has to pull it back and smoke it first. As for betraying the village or something, of course, he buckled his hat. It's not that he has a small belly, because Mito Manmesa is angry with those 2 words, purely because his father Mito Minion has made money in recent years through the Second Ninja War, and he really loses his heart if he doesn't slaughter a knife. Well, recently, I have become accustomed to spending a lot of money, and I have created a reserve team, and it is impossible to throttle, so I can only find a way to open source. Feng Yuan was thinking about how to cut a piece of meat from Mito Minion, and he was a few million. Uchiha Longxiang had already walked out of the detention room respectfully, his hands were washed clean, and his tone could not be heard of joy and anger. Lord Feng Yuan, he recognized. So soon. Feng Yuan looked at the remaining half of the cigarette in his hand and sighed. Is this kid really from the Hokage lineage? The bones are so soft. When Uchiha Longxiang saw Feng Yuan staring at the cigarette in his hand, he immediately lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice, Lord Feng Yuan, I remember that he still has a few sins that he has not confessed. You are busy first, I will come out later. Feng Yuan didn't speak, just continued to squint, smoke, and swallowed the clouds comfortably. When the remaining half of the cigarette was smoked, Uchiha Ryosho pinched the time to come out, and the hand holding the testimony carried the water stain, apparently washing it again. Feng Yuan took the confession, glanced at it roughly, and almost didn't laugh out loud. Good boy, what a fucking talent. Under the friendly exchange of Uchiha Ryosho, Midaman even said that he peeped into the bath of his sleeping aunt when he was 8 years old. But what made Feng Yuan speechless was that this kid was really a traitor. That's right, Mitomon Mesa may have been pumped in the brain, and he didn't hold back a word, spitting out a big secret. The Second Shinobi World War, the first to surrender the Sand Shinobi village, wanted to negotiate with Konoha, and how to get the most benefits from the negotiation is an esoteric science. The easiest way is to know the other person's bottom line in advance. It just so happened that Reservoir Minion was Konoha's diplomatic advisor. Seeing this, Feng Yuan suddenly realized, no wonder the battle in Cheyenne village was beaten into the mainland of the Land of Wind, and more than 10 years later, there were still enough ninjas to participate in the Third Ninja World War. Co-authoring people is not broken. Feng Yuan pouted and ordered this blood-stained confession in front of Mitomon Mesa. This confession is too dirty, too rough, and lacks details. It's a dereliction of duty by a subordinate. Uchiha Ryosho bowed, and after speaking, his eyes looked at Mitomon Mesa unkindly. Mitomon's face had been pumped through the gap between the fences at this time, and when he saw Uchiha Ryosho's gaze, he was immediately frightened. I said it all. The other party's attitude of such cooperation made Feng Yuan very satisfied, and it would be good to be so knowledgeable. After the testimony is ready, a copy is sent to the Hokage office, and the person is left in the detention room. Feng Yuan expected that he would get a large amount of income again, and he was in a good mood, so he decisively left to find the newly realized water escape under Mikato's cultivation. After a while, a cold prompt sounded. Do I, the crosser, really have no gold finger? Just as Uchiha Kagawa was preparing what Feng Yuan needed, a high-level quarrel broke out in Hokage's office. Riko, the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Tuanzang, the village can't interfere in the family's internal affairs casually. Uchiha Seal's character is too tough. If he does not seize this opportunity, if he really becomes the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the village to hold him. Shimura Danzo slammed his fist on the table, extremely dissatisfied with Sarutobi's weak attitude. At this time, he had not yet transplanted the chakra ion intercolumn cells, and he was still accurate in his position. Ape Fei frowned, smoking a cigarette, and the sparks in the pipe were extinguished, just like the struggle in his heart. After a while, in front of the three old guys, he went to the bottom. It's not that I don't want to interfere in Uchiha's affairs, it's just that the current situation is not optimistic. Raising his hand to suppress Shimura Danzo's intention to refute, Sarutobi continued, the three villages of San Shinobu Village, Tuyin Village, and Union Village are all collecting war materials on a large scale, and they have already digested the resources of the Vortex country. Hinata, do you mean the war is about to break out again? Mito Minion and Koharu have ugly faces. One of them is responsible for the docking with the daimyo of the Fire Nation, and the other is responsible for Konoha's logistics, both of which belong to positions that are rich in oil. Once a war starts, not only the children of the two families will go to the battlefield, but even they. Wait a minute. The pupils of the two suddenly dilated, combined with the words before the ape flying sun. Only then did he think of what he meant. Shimura Danzo's face was extremely gloomy, and he poked through the layer of window paper. Hinata, you want Uchiha to go to war on a large scale? Ape Fei nodded, with a bitter expression on his face. The village no longer has enough combat power. If it is still like the previous two times, even if you add Uchiha, I am afraid that the combat power of the village is not enough. Therefore, Uchiha Feng Yuan could not touch him for the time being. The three of Shimura fell silent. Restricting Uchiha was a decision that the second-generation Hokage insisted on, and even paid for the power of the Konoha garrison. The reason is that Uchiha, who has experienced war, will have explosive growth and strength. Once Uchiha's top powerhouses exceed a certain standard, the strength of force will inevitably make them no longer satisfied with the power they have, and by then, the village will either fight or split. And now, the situation in Konoha village has become dangerous to the point where Uchiha's restrictions must be lifted. Shimura Danzo's one-eyed eyes flashed with a strange look, and said to the ape flying Sunko, Rikup, start that experiment. I collected some materials before, maybe it can be successful. Under the smoke, Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo looked at each other, and they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. The ape flew faster, and Mars flashed with a shimmer, but was extinguished by his thumb. Tunzo, I don't know what you're talking about. By the way, about the Uchiha family, I just had a new idea. Uchiha Seal, this is what the patriarch asked me to hand over to you. Now it's time for you to release Fugaku. When Feng Yuan heard these unceremonious words, he raised his eyebrows, and the smile on his face was kind. Are you talking to me? It's. Uchiha craned his neck, his eyes full of dissatisfaction and anger at Feng Yuan. Swish! The rabbit on the brush in Feng Yuan's hand instantly stood like a needle, turned into a black light, and was thrown towards the Uchiha iron fire. Poof! Yes! Before Uchiha could react, the brush had pierced between the third and fourth ribs on his right, causing him to spew blood. I'm glad you can come and send me something, but the tone of your speech, I'm not satisfied. Feng Yuan dusted off the non-existent dust on his clothes, his expression became indifferent for a moment, and he hummed, "Go back and tell Uchiha Kagawa when to release Uchiha Fugaku, that's my business, it's not his turn to decide." Uchiha Tetsuhiro was annoyed, but he knew that his injuries were serious, so he could only give up arguing and stumbled out of the garrison. Feng Yuan drove away the annoying flies and reached out to pick up the scroll that the other party had given him. The sealing scroll containing 10 million was roughly checked by him and casually thrown into the system space. Money is something outside the body, and what really makes him care about is the physical skills and swordsmanship of the Uchiha family. As a great clan passed down for thousands of years, the Uchiha clan has a deep attainment in physical and sword skills, even if they do not have an innately powerful physical body. It's just that these predecessors summed up, and the essence of constantly innovating is not something that everyone in the family can learn, only the head of the family has the qualifications to learn all of them, and the rest, even the elders, can only choose a part. If it weren't for Feng Yuan holding Uchiha Fugaku's life, and at the same time having the qualifications to become the Uchiha Patriarch, Uchiha Kagawa would never have given these things to him. Ding! Successfully went down, blackmailed the Patriarch, defrauded Uchiha's secret art and money, congratulated the host for obtaining 3,000 sin points, secret skill in return. Secret technique in return, the secret technique of people, the sword of speed, swings 3 slashes in different directions at the same moment. Good swordsmanship. Kanaha Ryu sword art, reward, Uchiha sword art and physical art, plus Yen Hui. It seems that I will be busy in the next period. Although it sounded like a complaint, Feng Yuan still had a smile on his face, very satisfied with this wave of rewards. But as the other party to the deal, the mood is not so good. Uchiha clan land, Patriarch's mansion. Uchiha Kagawa sat cross-legged on the tatami, his kimono was neat, and his miserable white face was a little more rosy, making him look a lot more energetic. But he knew it wasn't a good thing for him. Patriarch, the injuries on your body are too serious. If it is Tsunadeheim, there may be a way to cure it. The medical ninja on the side had cold sweat on his forehead, burying his head, not daring to look at Uchiha Kagawa. Uchiha Kagawa didn't mean to blame the medical ninja, but calmly asked, "How long can I live?" 3. Well, conservative treatment, 3 months. The medical ninja swallowed his spit. He really didn't dare to tell the real situation. Uchiha Kagawa could live for up to 3 days. 3 months? That's enough. Uchiha Kagawa did not doubt the medical ninja's words, and after waving him down, he called his own hardcore cronies. Makoto Uchiha, Ding Jin, Uchiha Yato. The 3 of them are all elite shinobi, but Uchiha Kagawa was too big before, and he didn't call the 3 of them to go together. By the time Uchiha stumbled back, Uchiha Kagawa had already finished his business. Hearing Feng Yuan's attitude, Uchiha Kagawa had an expression of sure enough. The old man has long known that this kid will not let go easily. I'm afraid he wants to delay until after I die before releasing Fuyu. After Uchiha Kagawa sighed, he said to the 4 cronies, according to the original plan, first spread the news that I am seriously ill to paralyze Uchiha Seal, and then you wait for the opportunity to rescue Fugaku, and then I will contact the 3 elders to judge Uchiha Sealed Yuan together for the next 2 days. Feng Yuan was immersed in cultivation and could not extricate himself. He is very clear about his positioning, and his current strength is at most the top of the elite shinobi. Even if he breaks out with all his strength, being able to hack a wind shadow to death is his ultimate. There are too many people in Kanaha village who can pose a threat to him, such as Kikishuo, Saratobi Hinata, Uzumaki Jishina, Nine Tails, or Akimaru. Ryu Kakashi is enrolled in school. Why is Kikishuo Mao still not dead? Feng Yuan swung out a knife, and the 3 slashes evenly cut the boulder in front of him into 3 points, and after spitting out turbid breath, he used the spit to cover up the ventilation. He did not use chakra in this sword, but simply relied on the strength of the primary immortal body and the skill of Yen Hui. Exhaling back, Feng Yuan withdrew the training knife, threw it on the shelf on the side, and then carefully wiped the flowing blade like a perverted idiot. Tread. Uchiha Ryosho and Uchiha Satoshi walked quickly into the training ground and stood far away. Long Xiang, Kong, is there something wrong? Lord Feng Hara, Uchiha Kagawa is dead. I heard that he died in the bathtub early this morning. Uchiha Ryosho's attitude was always so respectful, and he was meticulous that he only showed a happy expression when interrogating prisoners. Feng Yuan smiled dumbly. This old thing didn't even live for 7 days, and it seemed that he was not lightly angry. Let Uchiha Fugaku go, and do what you said. Feng Yuan promised to release Uchiha Fugaku, and he would not break his word. Otherwise, the high level of Kanaha and several elders would probably not be able to hold back the end. Uchiha Longxiang bowed slightly and turned away, without dragging mud and water. Feng Yuan's gaze moved to the other side, who was holding his head high and posing with his head held high. Satoshi, have you done what I gave you before? Of course, Uchiha Satoshi was triumphant, his face full of boss praise me. Boss, I have collected detailed rosters of people from the 3 brigades of the garrison, and I have integrated the relationships and addresses of their families. Oh, very nice. Feng Yuan was surprised by the speed of Uchiha Satoshi. There were 3 brigades in the Uchiha garrison, and there were 4 squads under each brigade, and each squad had more than a dozen people, not counting the subordinates of the reserve team. With such a tedious work, Satoshi Uchiha can actually be so fast. Feng Yuan looked at the personal information of 60 people in his hand, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. So much for that, that's all. Uchiha Kong nodded like a chicken pecking rice, with grievances in his tone. Boss, it's not that I don't do things well, it's really that those people deceive people too much. As soon as those guys heard that the boss you became a minister, 2/3 of the people left on the spot, and this is not counting the civilian position. What a bully. Oh roar? All gone? Feng Yuan's face instantly returned to a kind expression, and he chuckled. So it is, this should be the handiwork of Uchiha Hechuan, dividing the family and the security department, and the two sides fight. Naive. Feng Yuan's eyes were sharp, and the corners of his mouth pouted into a sneer. Kong, go and call Long Xiang and Yanta over. Wait, it's better to call everyone to the conference room. The conference room of the security department is a standard large conference room, large enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people. But now only more than 60 people have been made. Feng Yuan's face was not different, and the gentle smile made the people below feel like a spring breeze, and some nervous mood was also relaxed a lot. Everyone, from today onwards, I will be the new head of the Konoha garrison and the new captain of our Uchiha guard. Feng Yuan said empty clichés on the surface, but in fact he was observing everyone below, corresponding to Uchiha Satoshi's information. After saying that, everyone recognized it. More than half of them are young and strong people who support him, and a small number of them are unclaimed Xiao transparent. When I come here, there are only 3 things: to make money, and to make TM money. Uchiha Ryasho, you are the captain of the first team. Satoshi Uchiha, you are the captain of the second team. Yuta Uchiha, you are the captain of the third team. The members of the team face the whole clan to collect. Each has 4 squads, each squad has at least 20 people. It is best to be a middle nin. The first brigade is responsible for patrolling, the third brigade is scattered to ensure that it can reach any street in the village at any time, and the second team collects protection fees for all the shops in the village. The village security management fee, telling them that if they pay this money, they will enjoy the protection of the garrison. After a pause, Feng Yuan continued. Anyone who pays money, the second team sends a person to guard there. Someone makes trouble, arrest. Someone in vain, catch. Someone. In short, be sure to make those bosses feel the value of the money. What Feng Yuan said next was some internal rules of the city management, which stunned this group of Uchiha who had never seen the world, but he didn't expect that the Uchiha guard could actually do this. This also made him quite despise Uchiha Kagawa and Fugaku, and the dignified law enforcement department was tossed by these two fathers and sons into a gasbag department that could be shouted at. Simply speechless. By the way, everyone's welfare benefits have tripled, and subsidies are brought every New Year's holiday, and the amount of allowance depends on how much money you can make. Feng Yuan, this is no longer giving sugar, but directly throwing them into sugar. The Uchiha guard is responsible for the security of Konoha village, but the allowance for the internal staff is actually given by the Uchiha family. You know, after the demise of the Thousand Hands, although the Uchiha family is the #1 clan on the surface, there is really not much wealth left. After all, as far as the temper of the Uchiha tribe is concerned, why not compensate? So most of the people in the guard are paid a meager salary to generate electricity for love. The bundle of interests in Feng Yuan can be said to be directly tied to them, although it may not be effective at first, but when they really see the money this month, how many want to leave? As for whether Uchiha Longxiang can recruit people, this Feng Yuan is not worried at all. The Uchiha family definitely has enough background. Most of the people who used to work in the security department were related and had backgrounds, and the proportion of the clan was only 20%. More Uchiha people are actually no different from ordinary ninjas, with strength, middle ninja, no background, only a brick waiting for a gap, and some people who have not awakened to Sharingan. They are what Feng Yuan wants. As long as he encircles these people, he is the de facto patriarch. After everything was instructed, Feng Yuan got up and straightened his clothes, let them do their own things, and then got up and left. Without taking a few steps, the 3 people of Uchiha Ryasho, Uchiha Satoshi, and Uchiha Yuta all consciously followed behind him. Long Xiang, Yanta, you go recruit people. Kong leads someone to follow me to the funeral of our patriarch. Word of Uchiha Kagawa's death has spread, and a white banner has been hung high in the patriarch's mansion, but not many people have come to mourn. The attitude of most Uchiha people to this is, oh, sit and wait for the next patriarch. Uchiha Kagawa's reputation within the clan is probably at this level. When Feng Yuan came here, there were already many people in the lobby who came to mourn Uchiha Kagawa. Behind him was Satoshi Uchiha, who walked without looking at the ground, a group of young and strong factions dressed uniformly as guards, but their attitudes were mostly free and loose. It is said that he came to mourn, but it looks more like smashing the field. No one dared to stop the vestibule. When he arrived at the spirit hall, Uchiha Fugaku, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, jumped up from the ground like a crazy beast, and the scarlet chakra eyes were still three-hooked jade, but the pupil power was more than one step stronger than before. You, wisdom, wave, envelope, original. How dare you come? Uchiha Fugaku's hatred for Feng Yuan is already on the verge of reaching the extreme. If it weren't for Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Shinichi holding his shoulder left and right, I'm afraid he would have rushed up like a bison calf. Fugaku, is there a little bit of good education? As the captain of the guard, is there anything wrong with me coming to attend the funeral of the patriarch? Feng Yuan's face did not have a bit of solemnity when he was condolent, but instead smiled, and his sharp gaze swept over the spirit hall, and the most powerful people in the Uchiha clan had arrived at present. Behind the scenes of the hardliners, the hawkish great elder, his cheeks are like knives, the eagle-hooked nose, and the eyes are sharp. The second elder, a supporter of the neutralists, with a straight waist and solemn writing on his face in the national character, is also the grandfather of Mikoto Uchiha. As for the three elders who had nothing to do, he was really useless. It was worth mentioning that his brother was once a member of the Shadow Guard of the second generation of Hokage, and the only deceased in that Shadow Guard. Uchiha Fugaku's indifference and contempt by the seal aroused anger, and the three-gouged jade in his eyes had a tendency to condense. But the abnormal chakra fluctuations on his body were soon discovered by Uchiha Dingzhen, and the iron of the patriarch faction decisively pressed the back of Uchiha Fugaku's head and whispered, "Calm Fugaku, the remains of the patriarch are still here. Yes, you can't fight. Once he fights with Uchiha Feng Yuan, his father's body will definitely be affected. That bastard Feng Yuan will definitely use his father's body as a shield." The chakra eyes in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes slowly returned to a normal state. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he patted Uchiha Ding's real hand, signaling that he was fine, and then got up and said to Feng Yuan, "Uchiha Feng Yuan, you don't have to fake kindness here. If it weren't for you, how could my father?" Fugaku, you can eat indiscriminately, you can't talk nonsense. Feng Yuan was originally admiring Mikoto, who was dressed in a black kimono, and was attracted by her gentle temperament, and was suddenly dissed by Fugaku. The tone was a little unpleasant. "I think the patriarch must have died because you were too incomplete, and after seeing your confession, you were so angry that the old injuries attacked. You fart." Uchiha Yangren, who had never spoken, crossed the crowd and pulled out the sword in his hand and aimed it at Feng Yuan. "If you hadn't seriously injured the patriarch, how could he have died?" Uchiha Yangren's words made all the people sent by the patriarch black-faced, and they couldn't wait to grab him by the collar and curse, "Who the hell are you helping?" Originally, the three elders only thought that this matter was a joke, and it was a rumor spread more and more outrageous by the people of the Qingzhuang faction in order to make a name for Feng Yuan. But now, the words of Uchiha Yato confirm this fact. At Feng Yuan's age, it is rare to have such combat power. The great elder's eyes showed a bit of appreciation, but it quickly faded. The second elder and the third elder looked at Feng Yuan with unkind eyes, and the following offense was his power, which damaged not only the face of the patriarch, but also the authority of their older generation. Feng Yuan's face was still a gentle spring breeze, and he looked at Uchiha Yangren with a smile. "Brave, draw your sword against the compatriots in the group, is this your attitude? I have a very personal relationship with the patriarch, and 2 days ago, he gave me 10 million taels." Feng Yuan's smile was gentle, but for some reason, everyone present felt a coldness. It's at this awkward time. The third generation of Hokage arrived here with Orochimaru and the Shadow Guard. Uchiha is the #1 clan in Konoha, and the current patriarch has died, both public and private, and he has to come over. Just as soon as he came over, he saw the scene of saber rattling, and he couldn't help but be stunned, and immediately his face became solemn, and he reprimanded, "Lingtang still dares to draw the sword. Does the Uchiha family not understand the rules at all?" Although he was angry on his face, Sarutobi was very satisfied in his heart. This shows that the relationship between Uchiha Feng Yuan and Uchiha Fugaku is incompatible. Then the plan they had discussed before to split Uchiha in two and tame an obedient Uchiha in internal friction also had a basis for implementation. Thinking of this, Ape Fei's gaze softened, and he said to Uchiha Fugaku on the side with a kind eyebrow, "Fugaku, as the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, you can't slack off at this critical juncture." Uchiha Fugaku's face showed incredible surprise, pouring mold for several days, and the words of Ape Flying Sun Slash were tantamount to a shot in the arm. Of course, he was not stupid enough to laugh on the spot, but just pretended to be serious and reprimanded, "Brave, you are rude." Boom! Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's reprimand, a flash of disdain flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's heart. Slowly withdrew the Taideo, his gaze focused on Feng Yuan's face did not matter, and immediately calmed down, lowered his eyes, and returned behind Uchiha Fugaku with a disgruntled face. Orochimaru's gaze swept over Uchiha Yato, and the golden vertical pupils resembling snakes in his narrow eyes rose with a playful meaning. "This Uchiha brave man, I'm afraid there is a problem." But the big snake pill was too lazy to say that his mind was still pursuing immortality at this time. Feng Yuan chuckled in his heart. Uchiha has a younger brother named Yuta Uchiha. It's just that in order to avoid suspicion, the two quarreled in the early years, and even broke up because of the separation of the family. Now it is even more divided between the two factions, and the brothers are notoriously incompatible. In fact, even Yuta Uchiha's followers were led on the road by Yuta Uchiha. Ape Flying Sun saw that the atmosphere in the field was somewhat relaxed, and then looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, I heard that you have become the head of the Uchiha security department, and you will help Fugaku well in the future and maintain the peace of the village. Sarutobi Hinata's words clearly meant to support Uchiha Fugaku, but he was starting from Konoha's position, and he was not interfering in the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan. Feng Yuan smiled and waved at Uchiha Satoshi, and the young and strong factions scattered to the side one after another. Only then did he turn sideways and said to the Ape Flying Sun, since Hokage is here to worship the patriarch, let's talk less about business. Oh yes, I'm older, my memory is a little bad, I always like to nag. Ape Fairy laughed and snorted, briefly worshipped, and left the spiritual hall. His purpose has been achieved, there is no need to stay as a target. Seeing the Ape Flying Sun chop away, Feng Yuan pretended to be unhappy and snorted coldly. Fugaku really has the ability, so quickly caught the line of the third generation of Hokage, I just don't know if I can break the family's restrictions. After saying that, he hummed his dissatisfaction and turned around to lead the person away. The second elder is Uchiha Mikato's grandfather, and when he saw Uchiha Fugaku's pleading eyes, although he was a little displeased, he still took the lead and said, the family cannot be without masters for a day. In my opinion, it is better for the young patriarch to inherit first. The great elder's stern face suddenly turned to the second elder, his eyes flashed coldly, and he scolded, is this kind of thing supposed to be said in front of the patriarch's spirit? Wait until the patriarch is buried, the clan will talk about this again. After saying that, he also got up and left. Although the great elder was scolding the second elder for not understanding the rules, everyone knew that he had vetoed Uchiha Fugaku's intention to become the patriarch in disguise. Seeing this, the third elder eased the atmosphere with a smile, and vaguely expressed his intention to support Fuyu. This made Uchiha Fugaku's face soften a lot, at least he had the intention to receive the guests. Feng Yuan's front foot left the spirit hall, and on his back foot, he heard the voice of the great elder. Feng Yuan, wait a minute. The great elder's tone was not as serious as when he was in the spirit hall, but was much softer. Ignoring the young and strong factions that gave way, the great elder walked up to Feng Yuan and said with a smile, talk while walking? Although it is a question, the meaning is unquestionable. Feng Yuan threw a look at Satoshi Uchiha, who agreed, and beckoned the rest to leave together. Only Feng Yuan and the great elder were left slowly. Feng Yuan, your talent is very good, what do you think about the future of the family? This was the temptation of the great elder. But Feng Yuan is not timid. It depends on who is in charge. If Fugaku is the patriarch, either the family is sent to the grave by him, or I send him to the grave. The great elder nodded, obviously not optimistic about some of Uchiha Fugaku's actions. Feng Yuan continued, but if I become the patriarch of the family, the conflict between the family and the village will definitely intensify, and there will be no problem when the war breaks out, but when the war is about to end, the village will definitely be in pain. The great elder frowned, you can be flexible. But I won't bear it. The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth rose, and he said in a light tone, I actually wanted Ape Flying Sun to stay here just now. Why? Just because he supports Fugaku? The great elder's footsteps suddenly stopped, his expression serious. No matter how tough he was, he insisted on the premise of a village, otherwise he should have left with the old patriarch. The dangerous behavior that Feng Yuan wanted to treat Hokage unkindly was undoubtedly to isolate the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Feng Yuan explained, it's not like that. It's just because he wants to meddle in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Feng Yuan naturally won't explain the things in the original book, so he casually made an excuse. The great elder believed. After all, he is also Uchiha, and naturally knows that his family's brain circuits are not very normal, and he has everything he thinks. Therefore, he simply said that next time he paid attention, he unveiled this one. So according to what you mean, no matter who this patriarch is to be, it is actually not suitable. The great elder was obviously very dissatisfied with Feng Yuan's words, and the Chuan character on his forehead was deep enough to catch a fly, and his tone was a little heavier. Feng Yuan raised his chin at the back of the three generations of Hokage who was far away, and said, for that person, the best situation is naturally Fugaku as the patriarch, but for the clan, it is only good to have a patriarch on the surface. The great elder understood what Feng Yuan meant, and said smoothly, the nominal patriarch is handed over to Fuyu, but in fact, the power of the family is in your hands. Yes, as long as the situation shown is in line with the other party's expectations, my side strongly suppresses Fugaku, and the three generations of Hokage can only pinch their noses to support Fugaku and give him resources. The premise is that Uchiha Fugaku can become the patriarch. His popularity in the clan now is not comparable to yours. Even if we three old guys support him, I'm afraid those young and strong factions will not be convinced. This great elder, rest assured, I will give a suitable reason for him to become the patriarch. Feng Yuan smiled meaningfully, and his gaze moved to the spirit hall, very suitable. After Feng Yuan chatted with the Great Elder a few more words that were not nourishing, he returned to the guard alone. Along the way, there were neither eye-opening roots nor snakes blocking the way, and returned to the office safely. As soon as he sat down, he found Uchiha Satoshi and asked him to closely monitor the every move of Uchiha Fugaku and the second elder. Then began to cultivate. Compared to the secret technique Yan Return, Kanaharyu's swordsmanship and Uchiha swordsmanship are relatively simple, and it is still very easy to do some training such as Sahen in the office. Until Satoshi Uchiha returned. Boss, Uchiha Fugaku and the second elder have gone to the Great Elder's mansion. These 2-1-BA lambs must be canvassing. Uchiha Satoshi's expression was very eager, and he couldn't wait to appear at the Great Elder's house now, and learned about Uchiha Fugaku with 3 cuts and 2 sticks. Feng Yuan smiled and handed him a cup of warm tea. As expected, I should leave too. Boss, you're going to find the Great Elder too? Of course not. Feng Yuan was in a good mood, and explained a rare little more. Uchiha Mikato's parents died, and the second elder went to accompany Uchiha Fugaku to Rush, leaving her alone at home. I was worried that she was afraid of the dark. With that, he left the office in an instant. Uchiha Satoshi didn't react for a while, scratched the back of his head, took the warm tea in his hand and said, Uchiha Mikato is also a ninja. How can he be afraid of the dark? Besides, I'm afraid of what the black and the boss have. Hiss. The boss won't be fancying Mikato Uchiha, right? Knock knock. What are you going to do? Uchiha Mikato opened the door, and when she saw someone coming, she frowned and felt uneasy. My grandfather is not at home. If there is anything, come back tomorrow morning. Uchiha Mikato wanted to close the door, but unfortunately was supported by one hand of Feng Yuan. I know he's not there, and he's going to pull the elder's ticket with Uchiha Fugaku now. Feng Yuan's expression was playful, and his eyes looked at Uchiha Mikato. Since she is the fiancée of Uchiha Fugaku, today she wears a black kimono, which is already elegant and gentle, and she has an alluring buff on her body. So what are you going to do? Uchiha Mikato sensed the ill will in Feng Yuan's gaze and became more and more uneasy, and the little Giorgio began to shrink her toes, as if she was going to flee back in the next moment. Feng Yuan liked this cute little white rabbit more and more, raised his hand to pinch her smooth chin, and his gaze caught the dodge in her gaze. Mikato-chan, I want to taste the rouge on your mouth. You! Uchiha sealed, I am Fugaku's fiancé, please be respectful. Uchiha Mikato is soft on the outside and rigid on the inside, usually gentle as water, but at this time like solid ice, he does not give Feng Yuan the slightest chance. Her face rose with a thin blush of anger, she patted Feng Yuan's hand, and then mobilized her chakra, wanting to take advantage of the mechanism to come to the door. However, Feng Yuan stepped directly into the courtyard, holding Mikato Uchiha's thin waist with his left hand, and taking advantage of the trend with his right hand, kindly helping her close the door of the courtyard. Bang! Uchiha Mikato's heart beat heavily with the sound of the door closing, and she was frightened by Feng Yuan's unexpected action. Mikato, do you say you count as an attack on the captain of the guard? Feng Yuan pressed Uchiha Mikato to sue first, and the expression on his face was playful. Uchiha Mikato couldn't take his arm off. Her star-like eyes were already filled with tears, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her delicate face turned pale. But at close range, being hit on the face by the hot breath exhaled by Feng Yuan, Uchiha Mikato's heart could not help but feel shame, but his mind unconsciously recalled the sneak attack outside the interrogation room. Mikato, you also know that I am the biggest obstacle to Uchiha Fugaku becoming the patriarch. Obedient, you don't want him to be the patriarch, right? Feng Yuan sniffed the faint aroma between Uchiha Mikato's hair, felt her cup at least the third gear, released her embrace slightly, and gently stroked Uchiha Mikato's smooth face with his free right hand. After all, Mikato, you, in my eyes, are much heavier than the position of patriarch. Plop. Thump. A sudden confession. Threat, made Uchiha Mikato's little heart beat faster. After all, everyone has a heart for beauty, even in the Uchiha family, where handsome men and beautiful women emerge endlessly. Feng Yuan's appearance is also the top handful. Even so, the little white rabbit resolutely refused Feng Yuan's friendly consultation. This kind of condition, I will not agree to you. Feng Yuan was not angry at Uchiha's daily rejection, but admired her pretty face flushed with anger. Why don't you say yes? Compared to Uchiha Fugaku, I am better than him, right? Because Uchiha Mikato is Uchiha Fugaku's fiancé, Uchiha Mikato will not do anything to betray Uchiha Fugaku. The little white rabbit stared at Feng Yuan with tearful eyes, full of determination. In this case, then I will not ask for your opinion. Uchiha Mikato was stunned. What is he going to do? Fear spread all around. Obviously his body is very warm, but Uchiha Mikato is already so cold that he can't stop shivering. You, Uchiha Feng Yuan, don't mess around. Feng Yuan did not think that those classic quotes would work from the beginning, but this would not affect the final result in the slightest. He didn't plan to fall in love with Mikato Uchiha, who called his system extremely evil. Feng Yuan narrowed his smile and let go of Uchiha Mikato. Uchiha Mikato didn't expect that Feng Yuan would actually let go of himself, and suddenly changed his opinion of him a lot. The little white rabbit gasped and was about to speak, but met Feng Yuan's indifferent gaze, and his body trembled lightly, as if he was shocked by the upper position of the food chain. She wanted to run, but her feet seemed to ache. Oh, not bad. A cool feeling flowed into his eyes, and Feng Yuan only felt that his eyes were much more relaxed. The increase in pupil power of the system does not only increase volume, but also increase upper limit, which is especially rare. In other words, such rewards increase a lot, and the original seal may increase to the point of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Otherwise, with his current 58,000 sin points, he would be able to exchange a few A-grade ninjutsu at best. It's still too slow. Feng Yuan sighed lightly in his heart. He was indeed too addicted to gentleness in the past few days, and even the most fundamental strength improvement was slack a lot. Thinking of this, his eyes sharpened, and he patted Mikato, who was a little confused in consciousness. Uzumaki Jushine's things, get them earlier. After that, Feng Yuan didn't wait for her response and pulled away. Earning sin points only requires any act of evil, but different degrees certainly have different rewards. So the question is, in addition to being a thief, what is the most intuitive evil deed? Answer, killing. Ding. Kill Root Ninja Naka Shinobi ×1 and earn 100 sin points. Ding. Kill Shimura Family Ninja Kami Shinobu ×1 and earn 1000 sin points. Ding. Kill 108 prison inmates times get 31,000 guilt points. The pleasant sound of the system sounded one after another in Feng Yuan's ears, and a happy smile finally appeared on his face. He didn't choose another place, but went directly to Konoha prison, used the transformation technique to transform into Shimura Danzo, and opened a killing ring. I have to say that with Feng Yuan's current strength, even the three-body technique that is the foundation of a ninja, after his casting, it also has a good performance. Unfortunately, what made him not very satisfied was that in the end, due to the gap in strength, even a superior ninja only gave 10 sin points. In the words of the system, it is saturated, and the gap between them and the strength of the Feng Yuan is too big, and killing these people will not get any gain at all. But the total income is still considerable, plus his original sin points. Now Feng Yuan has 110,000 huge money in his hands, and he can buy some S-grade forbidden arts. However, Feng Yuan directly chose 2 B-level ninjutsu Thunder Dun Armor, Hell Spurt, and 1 skill. Then consuming 100,000 sin points raised these 2 ninjutsu to the limit he could currently bear. These 2 ninjutsu are the signature ninjutsu of Union Village, and they are simply rare divine skills used to temper the flesh. The third generation of Union AI even relied on this tempered flesh body hard and rigid 8 tails, and achieved the achievement of single brush 8 tails. And Feng Yuan, relying on this ninjutsu that increased to the limit, raised his junior immortal body to another level. This also made his combat power soar to the bottleneck period, the limit of the kaleidoscope writing wheel I plus the limit of the intermediate immortal body. I am afraid it will be difficult to go further in a short time. Great, the hexagonal warrior who has reached the limit. I should have no opponent within the shadow level. The corner of Feng Yuan's mouth smiled and stretched his waist. The gaze swept around. In the huge Konoha prison, there were stump limbs and severed arms everywhere, and not a single corpse was killed by ninjutsu or illusion, but all were beaten to death with their bare hands by unique swordsmanship, slashing, and even bare hands. If he hadn't transformed into Shimura Danzo and destroyed those means of communication from the very inside, even if Konoha prison was already remote, it would not have been possible to kill so many people and there would be no one to support. Gee, it seems that the whole thing has been burned out for the Hokage adult. Not bad. Feng Yuan left satisfied. But the next day, after the tragic situation of Konoha prison was discovered, the whole Konoha completely boiled. Minister Uchiha Seal, Naruto-sama invites you to the high-level meeting. Early in the morning, the dark personnel wearing masks appeared in front of Feng Yuan. The other party had a respectful attitude, and Feng Yuan did not take mad dog medicine. Naturally he would not engage in anything contemptuous, and with a kind smile on his face, he came to the Hokage building. There are 2 types of high-level meetings in Konoha. One is a small meeting that belongs only to Hokage and his 3 assistants. There is also the one that Feng Yuan is now participating in, which includes all the high-ranking cadres of Konoha, plus the meeting of the major ninja clan chiefs. It's just that by the time of sealing the original, the rest of the people have already arrived, and he is the only one left. Uchiha sealed the plane. Such a big thing happened in the village last night. Why didn't the Uchiha garrison have any reaction? The tall, thin old man with glasses slapped the table fiercely and angrily asked Feng Yuan, who had not yet sat down. He is Mito Minion. Most of the people present knew that his son had been arrested by Feng Yuan, and they all understood that Mito Minion was playing on the topic, and gambling that Feng Yuan did not dare to use force against him in front of so many people. But he lost the bet. Feng Yuan's eyes instantly appeared 3 gujad, scarlet chakra eyes like a spear inserted into the heart, making Mito Minion fall into a momentary stiffness, followed by a face full of facial features twisted together, pain to the point of teeth collapse, but completely unable to howl a syllable. Stop! Several figures stood up at the same time, and the momentum formed one after another made even a shadow-level powerhouse like Ape Flying Sun Chopper stunned in his heart. But ironically, the group was just shouting, and no one was stupid enough to make a move for Mito Minion, not even his former companions. Feng Yuan lifted the illusion and let Mito Minion go, not that he didn't dare to kill, but he hadn't gotten money from Mito Minion, and killing him now would be too much of a loss. The Konoha garrison is only responsible for maintaining law and order within the village and supervising the shops in the village, and as for other functions such as catching internal traitors, investigating ninja cases, and patrolling important institutions, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the Dark Department now, right? Feng Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, and he unhurriedly kicked the ball back to Ape Fei Ri. Konoha Prison is located on the edge of the Forest of Death, and it has always been the Dark Department who has been in charge, and such a big thing actually happened last night. I wonder if there is anything that Naruto-sama needs to explain. Feng Yuan's tone was flat, but he bit the two words of adult extremely hard, and with his previous behavior of ignoring everyone's heavy injury to Mito Minion, he had already pulled the face of the Ape Flying Sun to the ground, and stepped on 2 feet by the way. But Sarutobi was worthy of being a recognized ninja, and in the face of the humiliation of the seal, his face did not change, and he said solemnly, everyone in the entire Konoha prison, including the dark ninja inside, all died, but before the ninja who changed shifts this morning passed, no one noticed the abnormal situation over there. Nara Shikaisa, Konoha's chief think tank and head of the strategy squad, answered, according to my analysis, there are 3 possibilities. The first is group crime, where a group of trained ninjas quietly infiltrate Konoha prison and torture the prisoners inside. But this kind of thing is completely thankless, and large-scale personnel transfers cannot be concealed from the Dark Department and the Uchiha Guard, so this possibility is ruled out. The second possibility is that someone in Konoha's high-ranking position can make the members of the Dark Department inside choose not to resist, or someone used the transformation technique to change into his appearance, disintegrate Konoha prison from the inside, and calmly complete the slaughter. Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples and said, but this matter is too bizarre. The ninja of Konoha prison have a reconnaissance class. It is almost impossible for someone to be able to blend in with the transformation technique. As for that Konoha high-ranking person, the current situation is no way to complete this slaughter. Then, there is only one last possibility left. Nara Shikaku's gaze flashed with helplessness, but quickly firmed up and said, Feng Yuan's smile was aimed at Nara Shikaisa, and the tone of the other party was funny. The first possible affirmation, the second possibility of hesitation, the third possibility, pure helplessness remained. But think about it, there are really not many people in Konoha who can use the transformation technique to fool the reconnaissance class, those who run to Konoha prison to kill when they have nothing to do or even more mentally ill, powerful psychosis. These two conditions are always together. It is difficult not to think of Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan just showed his tough attitude, and Nara Shikaku did not dare to offend him. Therefore, the pot can only be pushed to the time-space ninjutsu. Sarutobi understood what Nara Shikaku meant, or rather, it was at his behest. There is only one person in the village who knows space ninjutsu, the civilian ninja Wei Feng Shuman, but his strength and character, I believe he will not do such a thing. Ape Fei Ri squeezed his pipe and said with a serious expression, so this matter must have been done by spies sent by other villages. Not bad. Chimera Danzo finally opened the one-eyed, bloodshot, cold gaze aimed directly at Feng Yuan, and his hoarse voice was firm. Cheyenne village has time and space ninjutsu, this matter must be held accountable to them. If they can't give a satisfactory answer, I suggest starting a war to make them sober. Obviously, before the meeting, Sarutobi had already held a wave of small meetings with his assistants. Feng Yuan watched these two people sing and reconcile, and easily buckled the pot on the body of Sand-Hidden Village, and felt in his heart that it was worthy of the darkness of Konoha. Is there any time and space ninjutsu in Sand-Hidden Village? No. But Konoha thinks you have, so you have to give an explanation. Otherwise go to war. It was easy to transfer the massacre of Konoha prison to another major event, and by the way, it also found a reason to start a war. But this has nothing to do with the seal. Since this matter may have something to do with Bo Feng Shuman, for the sake of safety, I suggest that he be detained in the Uchiha Security Department. Feng Yuan's smile was like a fox, but what he exuded was a down-to-earth tiger power. Click! A crack appeared on the pipe that had accompanied the Ape Flying Sun for more than 20 years, but its old owner did not care about it in the slightest, but stared coldly at the head of the Uchiha Security Department. Feng Yuan's repeated provocations finally made Ape Fei Ri cut off his expression management. Since Bo Feng Shuman saved Uzumaki Juzine a few years ago, he entered his eyes, and even let Zille accept him as an apprentice, and used it to teach the S-level forbidden technique on the Book of Seals, the Flying Thunder God technique. Discerning people can see that Ape Flying Sun is very optimistic about the way Feng Shui Gate, and it is very likely that the other party is the Hokage candidate after the 3 shinobi. But now, Feng Yuan blatantly wanted to take away the outstanding genius of the Hokage lineage. Will Sarutobi agree? All the senior cadres, all the ninja patriarchs were aroused with curiosity. Bang! Hiss! Ape Fei Chop saw that Feng Yuan was so ignorant of evil, slammed the pipe in his hand on the table, and after taking a shallow deep breath, he said in a firm tone, "This matter has absolutely nothing to do with Bo Feng Shimen, and he can't do it with his strength." Before Ape Fei Chop's words were finished, he saw Feng Yuan take out a neat confession from his arms. That was, "Damn Mito Man Mesa. He is threatening the old man." The words of the ape flying sun came to an abrupt end, and the already iron-blue face was as black as the bottom of the pot at the moment, and the fingers that clenched the bones white received under the table, but Shimura Danzo on the side could still clearly hear the crunch. Power. There must be enough power to balance Uchiha, no matter what the cost. Shimura Danzo lowered his head slightly, his eyes hanging down, and his pupils were filled with madness. Perhaps it's time for the big snake pill, a ninjutsu genius, to learn that ninjutsu, and experiments, you can also let him in. This bastard. Zi Lai also heard Feng Yuan's bad intentions towards his disciple, clenched his hands, and squeezed a few words out of his teeth in anger. With an impulsive personality, he couldn't help but want to teach Uchiha seal. It's a pity that the big snake pill has been pressing him. The entire Hokage faction showed its decline at this moment. This scene made those ninja patriarchs watch, their eyes flickered, and their eyes glanced at the initiator of all this, Uchiha seal. Pain, make a choice, the face of Konoha's high ranking and the future junior, will the will of fire be embodied? The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth curved just right, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Uchiha equals crazy batch. He is naturally no exception. This matter may not be a time and space ninjutsu, my sword technique can also do this. Just when the atmosphere became more and more depressed, a person who no one expected stood up. This man had white hair, a resolute face but soft lines, and a serious tone, and the most noticeable thing was not the short knife at his waist, but the obvious half-sleeved imperial robe on his left arm. Konoha White Fang Banner Kishuo Shigeru. Feng Yuan nodded, the smile on his face narrowed a little, and said in a formulaic tone, then ask Senior Shuumao to also go to the Uchiha Security Department as a guest, and when the matter is clearly investigated, Uchiha will announce the results and correct the senior's name. In Konoha's faction. From the end of World War I to World War II, Mushuo Shigeru was actually a representative of the small ninja clan and the occult ninja clan, and he received a half-sleeved imperial god robe for his outstanding achievements, which is equivalent to the Hokage's appeasement of these small families. But for Kiki Shuumao, the position of the Hokage is not important, what is important is to practice the will of fire. Hearing Feng Yuan's answer, Kimu Shuumao did not object, he thought that if he had his own light, Bo Feng Shimen would be fine. Ape Flying Sun Chopper also breathed a sigh of relief, his face softened slightly, and he got up and said, then it's so decided for the time being, let's disperse. Minister Feng Yuan, please stay. The matter is over for the time being. No one chooses to stay and watch the play without opening their eyes. Even Shimura Danzo and Kohara left. It's just that the former found Orochimaru, and the latter helped Mito Minion to Konoha Hospital. In the huge conference room, only two people remained, Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Feng Yuan. Sarutobi stared at Feng Yuan quietly, silent for a long time, before slowly saying, regarding Mito Mesa's confession, there are many misunderstandings. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth, knowing that Ape Flying Sun Chopper had chosen to regress. But it was also his temptation. Test yourself if you are determined to kill the Hokage faction. Feng Yuan didn't like this kind of twisting and turning, leaned back on the back of the chair, cocked Erlang's legs, pressed his elbows on the armrest, interlaced his fingers in front, and said in a relaxed tone, I have to add money. Ape Fei Ri supported the table with both hands, leaned forward with a slight squirmishness, and with obvious confusion in his dim eyes, subconsciously repeated, add money. Of course, you don't think that just misunderstanding two words can clear this matter, do you? Feng Yuan's legs were upside down, and the smile on his face was full of inner pleasure. You give me enough hush money, and I immediately released Mito Mesa. Don't prevaricate with no money. How much money the Mitoman family has, you should have found out when you got the intelligence. Sarutobi sighed. His ability is there, but compared to those few dragging teammates, his ability is insignificant. Well, how much do you want? Although Ape Flying Sun Chop agreed to the transaction of Feng Yuan paying money for people, he still held unrealistic illusions in his heart, hoping that Feng Yuan did not see it and quoted a low price. But Feng Yuan did not answer this stubble at all, and his smiling expression was like a fox. Naruto-sama has worked hard for the village all day, right? I just don't know how much money I saved for myself after being in power for so long. This kid is probing my bottom. A flash of vigilance flashed in Ape Fei Ri's eyes, and he immediately responded, with a wry smile on his face, pointed to the bustling street outside the window, and sighed. The old man has been for Konoha all his life, and the foundation of the family is only 1,000,000 taels. I believe you are a ghost. Bad old man is very bad. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart, but his face was still kind. In that case, then Naruto-sama might as well eat this order with me. The development of things was unexpected by the Ape Flying Sun, and the brain was a little unable to turn. In the end, the Midaman family betrayed the village, the death penalty can be avoided, the living crime is inevitable, and I think their property should be confiscated. Fang Yuan righteous words. But in fact, if he hadn't found where Mito Minyan's small treasury was, this old bastard would have died just now. But there is no hurry, after getting the money, this guy is useless. Sarutobi was silent, but his inner struggle was revealed in his uncalm eyes. Yes, Mito Minyan is greedy for so much money. If there is no punishment at all, then where will this old friend be bold? What's more, isn't the confiscated money my money? Thinking of the stolen money that he had investigated, Sarutobi Riko's breathing was much faster. For a long time, the 3 generations of Hokage and Konoha Garrison Department completed the distribution of benefits happily after some friendly consultations. Then it is decided, the village will take 2%, and the rest you and I will add 2 to 5, and each will take half. 8th ARI Chopper almost gritted his teeth and said this, his heart was full of unwillingness. If Feng Yuan did not have that strength, why would he give him money? However, this time he also made a small profit, and counting the 2% of the village, it is also a considerable amount, so he doesn't care so much. Fang Yuan's front foot just left. Sarutobi Hinata, who returned to Hokage's office on his hind feet, opened the door and ran into Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, who had been waiting here. Tunzo, you are. Hinata, we need to make up for some of the lack of combat power. Shimura Danzo's one-eyed light flashed, representing crazy bloodshot that almost crawled all over the eyeballs. Take out the dirt rebirth and mutual multiplication initiation charms. What? The happy mood of Ape Flying Sun to make a lot of money was instantly poured with cold water, cooling from the heel to the back of the head. When Shimura Danzo saw Sarutobi Slash's performance, his dissatisfaction grew stronger, and the thought of if I were to become a Hokage once again crossed his mind. As soon as he thought of this, his already bad mood became more and more uncomfortable, and his tone also took on a bit of pointing. Haven't you seen clearly what happened at today's high-level meeting? The evil Uchiha is already above the top of the village, and we must have countermeasures. 70% of the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals are aimed at the Uchiha clan. I want to expand the size of root and train trusted ninjas to practice the ninjutsu that dealt with Uchiha in the ninja book. This can't be. Sarutobi refused without hesitation. The root in Shimura Danzo's mouth is still very small, and the full name is the Konoha Assassination Tactical Special Force Reserve Class, occupying the quota of the Dark Department, which is also his restriction on Danzo. But once the scale is released, this group of people will definitely be trained by Tuanzang to become minions who only listen to his orders. At that time, Tuanzang may not be the second Uchiha. Shimura Danzo was aware of Sarutobi's concerns, so he patted Orochimaru's shoulder and said, you know me, I don't have a deep level of study in ninjutsu, I need someone who can help me. I think Orochimaru is very suitable. Shimura is gambling. Gambling Ape Flying Sun Chopper doesn't know what kind of person the big snake pill is in his heart. He won the bet. Ape Flying Sun hesitated. In the end, he chose to believe in his most outstanding disciple, believing that his disciple would be able to balance the Sumimura Danzo. Then set up the root. Tenzo, you will be the minister, the big snake pill will be the deputy minister, and I will select a part of the technique on the Book of Seals for you. Well, there is also the sealing technique and enchantment technique of the Vortex clan. Yes. It was another pie transaction, but Sarutobi felt like he was being carried away from beginning to end. A thought inexplicably emerged from his mind. It was still comfortable to trade with Uchiha Seal. As soon as Feng Yuan came out of the Hokage building, he saw Kimushu with a yellow-haired young man talking and laughing on the side of the road, obviously waiting for him. Looking at that yellow hair's gentle smile, as if the sun wanted to warm people's hearts, Feng Yuan immediately knew his identity, Konoha Little Sunway Feng Shuman. But when the war starts, he should break through the name of the Yellow Flash. Although the war started 4 years earlier than the original book, Feng Yuan did not think that it would have any impact on Bo Feng Shuman, a genius who could complete the cultivation of perfect human pillar power in the belly of the god of death. And this kid's genes are also particularly outrageous. Nearly 90% of the descendants of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world are red-haired, except for Tsunade and Ropetree. But their father is the son of 1,000 hand pillars. Why can Wave Feng Shuman suppress the genes of the Whirlpool family? Really a little curious. Bo Feng Shuman seemed to feel the malice in Feng Yuan's eyes. The smile on his face stiffened a lot, and his originally relaxed body instantly tensed, and he asked Kimushu next to him softly, Lord White Fang, how do I feel that the gaze of Feng Yuan's predecessor is not very friendly? It's like trying to slice me. Kimushu did not answer Bo Feng Shuman's question. After all, he did not know what decision the crazy Uchiha would make next. But he answered the Bo Feng Shui gate with practical actions, standing in front of the Bo Feng Shui gate, firmly blocking Feng Yuan's sight for him. Why so serious? Feng Yuan's face showed surprise at the right time. Obviously it was a kind smile, but it made Kimushu and Bo Feng Shuman uncomfortable for a while, and there was a shuddering feeling. Ding! Push Konoha to start a war, seriously injure the elders in public, frame the way Feng Shuman, bribe the Hokage. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, 100,000 sin points, B-level ninjutsu collection. Ha, that's it. At first, Feng Yuan was busy practicing water ninjutsu with Mikato, and did not notice the system's prompt sound. After waiting until the reward was withdrawn, I found out that the so-called B-level ninjutsu encyclopedia turned out to be all the B-level ninjutsu that had ever appeared in the ninja world. Then the question is, why is there no physical skill in it? After redeeming Lei Dun armor last time, Feng Yuan discovered a small bug in the system: exchange physical skills, which can increase the corresponding physique after improvement. So the first thing that Feng Yuan got the reward just now was to rummage through physical skills, but unfortunately there was none. Ding! Lei Dun armor belongs to ninja art, which is the only physical technique below S level that can improve physical fitness, and the host can purchase S-class physical art 8 doors of Dun armor. It has been detected that the host has insufficient sin points, and it has been split. Smiley face. 8 doors Dungeon open door price 2,000 sin points. 8 doors Dungeon open door price 4,000 sin points. 8 doors Dungeon Shenman price 8,000 sin points. 8 doors Dungeon shocking door price 128000 sin points. 8 doors Dungeon Deathgate price 25600 sin points. Hey, a little expensive. Feng Yuan decisively chose to give up. If the system provided that he could maintain the 8-gate Dungeon array in a normal state, then he gritted his teeth and bought it. Unfortunately not. Instead of consuming sin points to buy here, find an opportunity to get them from Matterdai and then use sin points to ascend. Well, this is also a minor system bug. Feng Yuan's absent-mindedness did not affect Uchiha Mikato's skillful play, and now her Suodan damned Uchiha no Shui has mastered incomparably skillfully. Carefully helped Mikato sort out her somewhat loose hair, put her aside, and after intimately covering the quilt, Feng Yuan went to rinse her body simply. With the continuous strengthening of his physical body, Mikato, who was originally able to fight with him, now can't even do Juyi. The means of physical cooling cannot be used more, and the number of times is easy to hurt the fundamentals, which leads to Yang Wei's early thanks. So, when will you get something with the breath of Uzumaki Juzine? What an asshole. Blood-red pepper swirling Juzine's fiery red long hair opened up into the sky, like a morning pepper, and 8 solid golden chains spread out from behind, swaying. She stared at Jiraiya in front of her with fire-breathing eyes, and said dissatisfiedly, "You just let Uchiha Feng Yuan take away the Watergate." The cheerful Toad Fairy also sat on the sofa with a scornful look, and he only made half of his ass and put his hands on his knees like a schoolboy. "Juzine, this matter is not as simple as you think. You can rest assured over there in Watergate, there is a saying that Shuumao's predecessor is here, and Watergate will not have an accident. Can it be repaired? Even so, what if Watergate is hungry and cold there? Without my cooking, would he be unaccustomed to eating? No, I think this should be heaven for him." Jiraiya also recalled Jushine's cooking skills. Lang Buting shivered, and evaluated in Tsunade's words, "Those things are highly toxic beyond Cho's reach. Obviously it looks good, but it can be eaten in the mouth, sweet or not salty, spicy or spicy, all kinds of strange feelings, and at the same time burst out in the taste buds." The Toad Immortal was fortunate enough to taste it once, leaving a shadow that is still incomparably huge. This kind of thing can't be helped. Jilai also became weaker and weaker under the gaze of Uzumaki Juzine. "I'm going to meet Uchiha Seal." Uzumaki Juyukina crossed her waist with her hands, and her tone was unquestionable. But in front of him, Jiraiya, who was originally obedient like an elementary school student, instantly jumped to the door with a serious face to block Uzumaki Juyukina's way. "Nope. Don't forget that you are the Nine-Tails human pillar force. If that guy controls you with a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, then no one in Konoha village can really stop him anymore." That's the purpose of Jiraiya's trip, to stop Uzumaki Jushina from finding Feng Yuan. "Ha! And I won't release the stinky fox, what's the big deal?" Although Uzumaki Jushine's tone was not angry, seeing that Jiraiya was so resolute, he still made a concession. "Then it shouldn't be difficult to ask Mikato to come and stay with me for a few days, right?" Zilai also looked at the dangerous light flashing in Uzumaki Jushine's eyes, and his heart was also difficult. Feng Yuan's current relationship is the top priority of the Naruto faction. In addition to his henchman Satoshi Uchiha, Uchiha Ryusho, and Uchiha Yan, the most trusted person should be Uchiha Mikato. In the case of Bofeng Shuman entering the security department, letting Uchiha Mikato accompany Jushina Zayazu is, in a sense, more like faintly forcing Uchiha to seal the plane. But the lesser of two evils, Jiraiya sighed, "I will pass the word on, but whether Uchiha Mikato will come over, I can't guarantee." The answer was a cold snort from the blood-red pepper. But soon, the radiant Uchiha Mikato checked into Uzumaki Shina's small home with a large and small bag. It is also strange to say that Uzumaki Jushina owns a commercial street in Konoha. When he first came to Konoha, Uzumaki Mito sent it, and he is a proper little rich woman. But in terms of food and clothing, it is difficult to pay for. Those shops have been losing money. No way. I also sold some family ninjutsu. If it weren't for the shop that Grandma Mito gave me, I would have wanted to sell them. Uzumaki Shina sighed heavily, and the appearance of gritting her teeth made Mikato smile. "Now that Uchiha is in charge of managing the security of the shop, let me see how your shop is." Mikato was prepared and took out a wooden business plan from her backpack, which detailed the location of Kanaha's large and small shops. Although Uzumaki Shina has a big grin and some rough nerves, he is definitely not stupid, and seeing Mikato's preparation so complete, his eyes can't help but show a little confusion. Mikato explains, I'm just staying here for a few days, and I have to go to work every day, so I have everything with me. Oh, this way. Although Uzumaki Shina regrets that she can't tie Mikato to her home as a hostage, it seems good to have someone to send her in Watergate. Ha! Juzine, are you sure these shops are yours? Mikato looked surprised, and her slender fingers pointed at one of the busiest streets in the center of Konoha. Uzumaki Juzine said with an angry face, yes, obviously there is such a good geographical location, but these shops can't make money. It's really infuriating to me. Impossible, absolutely impossible. These shops are definitely the most profitable in Konoha, just the protection every month. Ahem, the management fee is hundreds of thousands of taels, how can you lose money? Uzumaki Jushina, oh, oh, hundreds of thousands of taels. Better. Obviously, he only has a few thousand taels every month. When Mikato saw Uzumaki Jushine's reaction, a faint smile slipped across the corner of her mouth, and she asked unknowingly, Jushine, who took care of these shops of yours? The trouble of managing the shop is dead, so 3 generations of old men used to take care of it for me. Uzumaki Juzine's expression became gritted teeth, her hair dancing wildly like flames, the word hashtag on her forehead, and the small fists that whistled in the air after clenching tightly, all of which showed that her current mood was extremely explosive. Imagine that you should have been a top rich man with hundreds of thousands of pocket money every month, but the old housekeeper in charge of your money only gave you a meager income of a few thousand yuan a month, and from time to time let you sell some ancestral things to subsidize the family. What is the most important thing you want to do after learning the truth? I'm going to pluck the beards of 3 generations of old men. Uzumaki Juzine is worthy of being a blood-red pepper, his fair face is red with anger, and he gets up and wants to go out. Mikato Uchiha certainly can't let Pepper pass like this. With this girl's IQ, if she really didn't prepare a little, I was afraid that she would be moved by the old fox who was cut off by the ape flying sun. If there is another sentence such as, forget about the previous things, then won't she act in vain this time? Wait a minute, Jushina. Mikato smiled and took out the account book that had been specially prepared by the seal, and said with a smile, Naruto-sama is busy with affairs, let's calculate how much money you lost here first, maybe I misremembered. Uzumaki Kushina was persuaded by the gentle Mikato, and when she calmed down, she always felt as if she had forgotten something, but in the face of the temptation of small money, she still gave up thinking about it and watched intently as Mikado calculated the income she deserved. Minister Feng Yuan, this is an important document handed to you by Lord Hokage, please put it away. A red-eyed man dressed as a dark captain but without a mask handed a thick file bag to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not take over, waved his finger behind him, and Uchiha Satoshi on the side immediately stepped forward to take the file bag, and then beckoned someone to the side to count the value of the contract inside. That's right. The file bag does not contain cash, but title deeds. This was specially requested by Feng Yuan and Sarutobi to exchange the part of the money he deserved for a land contract near the garrison. Sarutobi Hinata thought that Feng Yuan wanted to turn the garrison into another Uchiha tribe, but he did not refuse, on the contrary, he was very happy. Leaving aside the 2 pairs of curved flower tubes of the Uchiha clan, after the division is completed, the strength of the ordinary upper ninja, without opening the 3-hook jade, and the middle and lower ninja of the Uchiha clan will drop to another level. As long as it is properly operated, it may not be possible to let these 2 Uchiha smash into death. Feng Yuan's thoughts about the ape flying sun are clear, but he does not pay attention to these small methods. The garrison department that has been brainwashed, times, propaganda and education, heavy checkmark, is not so much carrying the glory of Uchiha as it is an extreme worship of his Uchiha seal. And now, he didn't want to pay attention to those fly camp dogs, he paid more attention to the man in front of him. To be fair, this dark minister is not handsome, and his strength is not top in Feng Yuan's eyes, it can only be said that he is decent, but he has a beautiful daughter, Sunset Red. Of course, the current UI Red is still studying seriously at the ninja school, not at all like Kakashi. As soon as he heard that his father had been arrested in the garrison, he submitted an application for early graduation, and became an honorable garbage picker on the streets of the wood industry. It will take a lot of time to count, Captain Sunset might as well sit down first. You recognize me? Sunset Zhenhong was a little surprised. Kimushuomao is not dead, everyone in the dark department is shrouded in his brilliance, even if it is the future Konoha first illusion ninja, he is only a dark team leader at this time. Therefore, Sunset Zhenhong did not expect that Feng Yuan would actually know this nobody of himself. Feng Yuan gestured for Uchiha Ryosho to pour a cup of tea for the former True Red, and said with a kind attitude, I haven't seen you, but I have heard rumors that your eyes, like the woman in the Kurama family, are called illusion masters comparable to Uchiha. The smile on Sunset Genhong's face stiffened for a moment, and became a little sincerely afraid. Yes, it's some jokes of my colleagues, and the Sharingan illusion of the Uchiha clan is naturally unmatched. Seeing that Sunset Genhong's nervous forehead was sweating, Feng Yuan intimately handed over a pack of drawer paper, and smiled lightly. Don't be so nervous. In fact, the illusion of the Uchiha family has long declined, at least so far. No one in the family has illusion attainments comparable to you and Kurama Kongayun. The smile on Sunset True Red's face became more and more reluctant. He was not worried about Feng Yuan making a move on him. After all, he was a ninja in the dark department anyway. He was afraid that this matter would spread, and Sunset Red was bullied by the children of the Uchiha family in the ninja school. This is definitely not his alarmism. Just now, when Uchiha Feng Yuan praised him, at least 6 murderous gazes swept over him. Captain Sunset, it just so happens that I have also been interested in illusion recently. Can you ask the captain to borrow me a note of your cultivation illusion? Of course, the Uchiha clan will not take advantage of it. In return, I will accept your daughter as a disciple. She can come over every week to learn Uchiha's illusions. As for other aspects, as long as she is interested, I don't mind teaching it. Sealed conditions for export. Sunset Mahong shouted in his heart that it was bad. He was the dark captain directly under Konoha. Whether it was to give Feng Yuan's own notes, or let his daughter worship Feng Yuan, he couldn't say it in Hokage. More importantly, he is now completely sealed and roasted on the fire, or he chooses to agree, is ostracized by the Hokage and is even driven out of the dark department. Either choose to refuse, but look at the red-eyed Uchiha guards around. Sunset Genhong feels that if he dares to refuse, he may be sideways out of the security department. Gollum the Sunset is really red and sweaty, and a little moisture has appeared on the exclusive vest in the dark part. Do you want a future or a life? I choose. The words were on his lips, but Sunset Genhong did not dare to say it. Feng Yuan was not too embarrassed, took a sip of tea, and said with a light smile, don't be so nervous, you can go to the Hokage first to report. I think he won't refuse. After all, this is a good opportunity to blatantly plant spies around Feng Yuan. Children in this world are generally precocious, and they have been trained as ninjas since childhood, acting as spies or something. Even if they are not very qualified, they will not smash pots. Sunset Genhong obviously thought of this. His face became more and more depressed. He did not dare to intervene in the struggle between Hokage and Feng Yuan, and naturally he was even more reluctant to let his daughter Sunset Hong in. He also wanted to politely refuse. It is a pity that Uchiha Satoshi has already calculated the information, and the value is equivalent to a land deed of 50 million. Boss, our Uchiha is a natural illusion clan. As long as you open the Sharingan, those illusions are not hand-to-hand? Why bother with these foreigners? Uchiha held the title deeds with a bit of complaint in his tone. Feng Yuan stretched his waist and said with a smile, it's not important to be illusory or not, the important thing is to force the ape to fly to the sun. Let him quickly pay some ransom, and take Kimu Shuumao and Bofang Shiman away. The aura seals of these two people have already been collected, and in the future, they can specially build a type of gladiatorial arena, and when they don't want to practice ninjutsu, they can be pulled into their dreams and check their progress. More importantly, Feng Yuan already felt a little bored. The person he sent out to collect intelligence had not yet returned, and Mikado ran to dig a hole for Uzumaki Jishine. Her strength had fallen into a bottleneck, and there was nothing to do in a short time. How about summoning an undead to try? Feng Yuan remembered the pupil technique of his right eye. It is worth mentioning that pulling the soul from the Pure Land does not need the breath of the other party, but the consumption of pupil power is much greater than constructing a dream. He didn't want to be blind. Even if there was a middle-grade immortal body that could restore his pupil power, Feng Yuan didn't want to take risks. So, the choice of target is important. Feng Yuan left those trivial matters to Uchiha Satoshi and returned to the small single room specially prepared by himself. Lying on the bed, quietly choosing the target, people in this world are deformed, and they always like to put their emotions on bonds, so it is best to choose those who have bonds. Yahiko, rope tree, Kato broken, Uzumaki water. Forget it, this woman's strength is not weak, and she may not be able to bear it. After much deliberation, Feng Yuan chose to summon the soul of the rope tree. First, this kid is a subordinate to death, and his strength is the weakest. Second, whether it is aimed at Tsunade or Orochimaru, rope trees are the biggest stumbling block. That's right. The position of the rope tree in the heart of the big snake pill is extremely heavy. If the death of the parents was the seed that planted the big snake pill to explore life and death, then the death of the rope tree is the golden slump that allowed this seed to take root and quickly grow into a towering tree. It's up to you, rope tree. After the occasional eruption, a transparent soul appeared in front of Feng Yuan, and its state was hazy, as if it would dissipate in the next second. Ding! The host disturbs the rest of the deceased, disturbs the order of the Pure Land, and receives a reward, 5,000 sin value, moderate chakra boost. Feng Yuan felt that the chakra surging in his body was getting more and more, and took the ninja level Kakashi as a standard, about 30 to 40 cards. Unfortunately, this thing cannot be saved, it can only be extracted in real time, and the chakra movement is kept in the veins from time to time, and the maximum amount of chakra that can be maintained is often said to be the amount of chakra. If only there was a yin seal, and the excess chakra could be stored. But the yin seal can only be learned by women. If you want to learn, you can consider finding my teacher Orochimaru, maybe he can help you. Rope Tree picked up the conversation familiarly. Disturbed by someone from eternal sleep, even if the other party is the death of the family against the Uchiha clan, Rope Tree does not show fear or disgust for the seal, but is unusually active. Feng Yuan held his chin and looked at the Rope Tree thoughtfully. You don't seem to be afraid of me, and you don't feel disgusted by me pulling you out of the camera. I'm the evil Uchiha in your second grandfather's mouth. Ha ha ha, I haven't met my second grandfather, but I think he should be hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. After all, they are all people in the village, why fight? Sure enough, the sincerity between the 1,000 hand pillars was inherited. It's a pity that the strength is too weak. Feng Yuan chatted briefly with the Rope Tree, tested the pupil power consumption that maintained the soul outside. It was not too large, and it had not recovered quickly. Then the Rope Tree is collected into the netherworld, which is the soul space brought by the main god of the Hitomi technique, which is specially used for these souls who have been summoned from entering the earth to inhabit. Feng Yuan originally thought that his pupil function was only that, but in the next second, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of his right eye burned, and the duration did not even exceed 0.1 second. But Feng Yuan felt as if he had become stronger, although only a small loss. System, open the dashboard. Feng Yuan checked for half a day and did not find where the loss was, so he simply opened the system panel. Host, Feng Yuan. Identity, Ninja, Captain of the Uchiha Guard, Head of Konoha Garrison. Strength, Shadow Level Kaleidoscope Sharingan Ninjutsu, Uchiha Collection Ninjutsu, C-Class All Attribute Ninjutsu, omitted. Physical Skills, Uchiha Body Art, Thunder Armor, omitted. Illusion, Uchiha Collection Illusion, Binding Item, Slashing Knife Flowing Blade like Fire. Attached, Rope Tree, provides the bloodline blessing of the ordinary Senju clan. Note, when the opponent stays in the netherworld for enough time, the bonus becomes permanent. There's nothing to say, keep summoning. Just when Feng Yuan was busy digging the corner of the Pure Land wall, the big snake pill looked at the corpse that turned into flying ash in front of him and fell into a sluggishness that had not moved for a long time. Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy, or rather his normal, and his hoarse voice eased a lot, although it was still ugly. Big snake pill, it's just that the spell failed, just come to the next set of experiments, there is no need. No, in fact, I should have succeeded just now, but I failed again. The golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill flashed with a surprised and uncertain light, and the lilac eyeshadow was squeezed into lines by the stretched eyes. Just now, the experiment has changed into the appearance of a Rope Tree, and I also feel his breath, but strangely, another force has taken his soul away. Orochimaru's explanation not only did not make Shimura Danzo relieved, but became more and more annoyed. This is a technique that can cross life and death. Even if it is a second-generation Hokage, it is only a preliminary construction of the technique. Who else can have this kind of power? Shimura Danzo's roar echoed through the lab, and even the bright chandelier hanging above began to dangle. The big snake pill also fell silent, and immediately began to prepare again. This time, the person he was going to summon was Kato Shu. The early stage was very smooth, and even Kato had already regained consciousness. But before he could speak, another unknown suction force appeared out of thin air, taking Kato's broken soul away. Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo. This time, both of them could clearly see the obvious kaleidoscope chakra eye pattern. Oh, things are getting interesting. Orochimaru laughed deeply, but his golden vertical pupils were full of anger. Too much deception. Shimura Danzo directly smashed the test bench in front of him with a crutch. But both of them belonged to the old sinister type, and neither spoke first. For a long time, Shimura Danzo was seriously injured in the end, and he couldn't carry the young man compared to his endurance, and asked, it seems that the dirt rebirth technique can't deal with Uchiha. With this kind of pupil technique that can directly seize the soul, any dirt reincarnation is vulnerable in front of Uchiha. No matter who exactly that kaleidoscope belonged to, Shimura Danzo did not see Uchiha as two parties from beginning to end. Orochimaru suddenly smiled, and there was no trace of warmth in his smile. Tell Tsunade's sister to go back to the village. Uzumaki Shina looked at Mikato in confusion, holding a thick wad of ledgers in her arms, and wisdom written in her big bright eyes. Mikato sat elegantly at the table, holding a cup of steaming strong tea in her hand, blowing the tea mist, and her smile was as bright as spring. Of course, you have to call Tsunadeheim back, otherwise with so much money, Hokage only needs a word, cough. Mikato cleared her throat and strangely imitated the tone of the ape-flying sun. Juzine, you are still young, you can't grasp so much money, let the old man come. Uzumaki Juzine immediately exploded, and hugged the account book in his arms a little tighter. This is not a small amount, a street in the center of Konoha. It was a little depressed in the years of the war, but in the past 10 years, there are also 8 figures, close to 9 figures of money. Well, the black-hearted Mikato not only did not deduct the cost of the shop, but also did not mention taxes, and by the way, multiplied by a few numbers. Looking at Uzumaki Jushine's appearance as a small wealth fan, Mikato did not feel any surprise. If you have been poor for more than 10 years, suddenly someone tells you that you are actually a multimillionaire. At that time, do you suspect that this is fake, or would you rather choose to believe him with that unrealistic expectation? Uzumaki Shina struggled for a moment, but still chose to obediently listen to Mikato's words, sighed, sat on the other side of the table, carefully placed the ledger next to his knee, and pressed one hand on it. Then again, Mikato, you look so beautiful, your skin is slippery, and Uzumaki Shina sat closer, and naturally noticed the difference in Mikato's body. At this time, although Mikato still retains a bit of a girl's youth, she inadvertently exudes 1,000 kinds of style, as well as the temperament that has been cared for, and has a good lethality for yellow-haired girls like Uzumaki Jushine. A woman's simplicity and maturity are always only one layer apart, and the hurdle that she steps through, every move will be inadvertently charming. This is a temptation for men, a show-off for women. Oh, I've been practicing a special water ninjutsu recently, and it's understandable that I've been practicing it for a long time, and it's understandable that I'm radiant, right? Mikado was evoked by Uzumaki Shine's words that made her heart beat faster, and her cheeks were like fire, and she wanted to say goodbye. Uzumaki Jushina couldn't see that Mikato was not unwilling to say, but wanted to express it herself. Fortunately, she is also a big-hearted person, and immediately took Mikato's hand and praised her face with a smile that she couldn't stop laughing. The two frolicked for a while. Mikado bit her ear and gently said a few words next to Uzumaki Shine's ear. Oh, well, ha. Uzumaki Jushina nodded at first, suddenly reacted that something was wrong, and after thinking about it, he finally understood what Mikato said about water ninjutsu. The whole person instantly became a bubble teapot, his cheeks were hot, and on his long hair like flames, as if white chi came out, and the whole person's expression became extremely shy. Mikato, how can you say such a thing? Aren't you married yet? Uzumaki Shina was usually lazy to go out, and although the dark part of guarding her occasionally communicated with her, she would not be idle and mention Uchiha's affairs. Therefore, until now, Uzumaki Shina did not know a series of things that happened to Uchiha. Mikato was embarrassed by the mention, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, and the whole person's attitude became cold. She drank the tea in one sip, got up and said, I'm a little tired, I'll go back today, and I'll come to see you tomorrow. Uzumaki Shina didn't know that she was stepping on the thunder accurately, but she still noticed the strange appearance of her good girlfriend from the change in Mikato's expression, and a sense of guilt and regret arose in her heart. But Mikato didn't give her the slightest chance to apologize, and left the room in 3 or 2 steps, closing the door by the way. Uzumaki Shina wanted to chase, but was stopped by a female ninja. Your Highness Jushine, I heard about what happened to Miss Mikato, why don't I tell you? Uzumaki Juzine knew that the woman in front of her was just to stop her from going out, but she still couldn't help but sit down. After all, she had to take the right medicine. But what she didn't know was that Mikato, who was as angry as a cat whose tail had been stepped on, had just returned to the Uchiha security department on her front foot and returned to Feng Yuen's side, and a smug smile appeared on her back foot. Nah, Feng Hara-kun, I have already provoked the relationship between Kushina and Hokage as you ordered, and I also asked her to call back Tsunade. In addition, before leaving, I scared her a little, and now she should be trying in every possible way to inquire about my poor past, right? In the next few days, as long as I maintain an expressionless face, poor Juzine will probably accept some of my small excessive requests in order to deflate me. Mikado smiled charmingly, exhaled like a lan, sat proudly on the table in front of Feng Yuan, threw a wink after speaking, supported his hands back, showing his beautiful body at the same time, and continued to add, I also buried an introduction for her. Oh, the power of the girl Huichun, presumably Feng Yuan-jun understands. Feng Yuan leaned back and let Mikato unbridlely put her foot on her steely lower abdomen, the smile on her face full of encouragement, and her mouth full of appreciation. Well done, Mikado. So, what reward does Feng Yuan-jun have for me? Mikado said as she made big moves that she didn't even dare to think about before. Can turn a gentlewoman like water into a wave, Feng Yuan feels quite a sense of accomplishment. I recently learned a new ninjutsu, which is more difficult than before. It depends on Mikato-san's willingness to work hard. Then please teacher Feng Yuan. The two of them are like glue and in full swing. Uzumaki Juzine was already angry and lifted the table. That bastard Uchiha Fugaku, obviously Mikato made such a sacrifice for him, he actually had to withdraw Mikato's marriage contract, he was simply a bastard. That is, Uzumaki Shina has mastered too few swearing words, otherwise she will definitely scold Uchiha Fugaku for 3 days and 3 nights. As if she hadn't heard anything, the female ninja sat there quietly, living like a log. When Uzumaki Jushina finished scolding, noticed that the female ninja was still on the side, laughed twice in embarrassment, and then asked cautiously, and then, after Uchiha Mikato was dismissed, the second elder was so angry that she was sick in bed, and she begged Uchiha to seal the original head. The female ninja paused and continued. Later, Uchiha Fanghara rescued the second elder, and Uchiha Mikato stayed in the garrison department, serving as Uchiha Fanghara's personal secretary and the captain of the fourth team. Ah, wouldn't Mikato be busy with a lot of things? Wouldn't she be very tired? Female ninja? Is there something wrong with your concerns? Uzumaki Shina noticed the female ninja's surprised eyes, and she didn't know what she said wrong, so she said dryly, in the Hokage office. The ape flew into a new pipe, and the bar smoked, the thick smoke wafted in the office, and the sparks were extinguished. Sunset Zhenhong stood tall, forcibly enduring the damage caused by secondhand smoke, and cold sweat on his forehead slipped down his sideburns to his chin. He should have come back earlier. But Feng Yuan's proposal made him entangled, but also wanted to boldly agree. After all, Shirihong's talent cannot be said to be bad, but it can only be said to be decent. The entanglement along the way, as well as the hesitation of not knowing how to report to Hokage, made him delay for a long time. In the end, he decided to report the conversation between the two to Sarutobi Hinata verbatim. True Red, this is a rare opportunity. You also know that Red's grades are not ideal in ninja school, only good at illusion, and has a decent talent for physical arts and ninjutsu. Sarutobi put down the pipe in his hand, and the smoke in the office suddenly faded a lot, at least the kind smile on his face could be clearly seen. Sunset Zhenhong lowered his head respectfully, but his heart was not very comfortable. Although he knew that what Ape Fei Riko said was the truth, he was talking about his daughter. Sarutobi Hinata's tone was full of kindness, the smile on his face was kind, got up and walked to Sunset Zhenhong's side, and said softly, if you want to achieve success on the ninja road, you must not only work hard yourself, but also have the help of noble people. What does Naruto-sama mean? Sunset Zhenhong had already guessed the meaning of the ape flying sun slash in his heart, but he still had a trace of unrealistic hope. To be fair, he would rather let Sunset Red live a dull life than be a spy between the village and Uchiha Seal. Seeing that Sunset Zhenhong was so unsophisticated, the kind smile on Ape Fei Riko's face froze for a moment, and although he returned to his previous state in the blink of an eye, his tone was much flatter. Uchiha Fenjayuan's strength is one of the best in the village, and since he is willing to teach Red, it is also an opportunity for Red. The village will also send a teacher to Hong, let her follow Hong, presumably Uchiha Feng Yuan will not refuse this proposal. Sarutobi felt that Uchiha was showing favor to the village, so he did not let Hong be this spy. After all, no matter how precocious Red is, he is only a child, and the information he can obtain is limited. On the other hand, the teacher he sent, who is the #1 spy of the Dark Department, has brilliantly completed the existence of multiple missions. Sunset Zhenhong did not have the choice to refuse. Now the village and the Feng Yuan need Hong to be this bridge. If he dares to obstruct, what awaits him may be a long-term mission sent abroad, or dead. Just as Sunset Zhenhong's next order took his leave, and when he was about to walk to the door, the voice of Ape Flying Sun chopping sounded behind him again. This girl Hong is good, it just so happens that Asma also likes her very much. I think it is better to make a marriage first, and then officially arrange the wedding when they all become shinobi. Ape Flying Sun Chop did not give Sunset Zhenhong any room to refuse, and his daughter-in-law became a disciple of Uchiha Feng Yuan, which must be a big stimulus for Uchiha's other pair of kaleidoscopes. Uchiha Fugaku, can you bear it this time? Ape Fei Ri sneered. After Uchiha Fugaku took over the position of patriarch, he actually didn't do anything from white to late all day, and he didn't even come to bother with his own backer, so he knew that running to the shrine, could it be that there was any treasure underneath? Good baby. Feng Yuan put his arm around Mikato and did not shy away from flipping through the information on the table, and the maps were full of information about the Lowland Dragon Vein. Kanaha's current situation is very clear: actively hold Shinobu accountable, and fully prepare for war. I am afraid that the war will start in less than 2 months. Since the target is determined to be the country of wind, then how can he also go to Lulin? Not because of Queen Sarah. It's just a simple desire to snatch the Dragon Vein and then destroy the country. In addition to Lulin's letter and newspaper on the table, there are also some rare treasures that appeared in his memory, such as the Stone of Greer, such as the Evil, such as the Box of Bliss. Of course, Feng Yuan will not forget the existence of the natural little milk mother Zionli, but it is a pity that she has not yet been born. As soon as her mother, Yuna, arrived in Kusanagi village, she was brought back by the ninja sent by Feng Yuan to investigate intelligence, and also provided Feng Yuan with 2,000 crime points. This woman's ability is very special, a bit like the ability of the Vortex clan. Mikato saw Yuna's detailed information, as well as the photo, and confirmed her identity in her heart. Yuna has the iconic red hair of the Uzumaki family, and the information says that she is 20 years old, but probably because of malnutrition, she looks like a 14-year-old girl, and her eyes are timid when she is photographed, and her already weak appearance looks even more pitiful at this time. Feng Yuan leaned back, did not look at the information on the table again, closed his eyes, and chuckled. She is indeed the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, and after the destruction of the Vortex country, in order to avoid being captured by various villages to experiment, the Uzumaki people who wandered in various countries all withheld their surnames. Mikato leaned forward, put her elbows on the table, raised her hand to support her chin, and stood up with the other hand to hold up Yuna's information. What about the clansmen of the Uzumaki clan? Maybe it has a more special meaning for Jushine. After all, this girl is only lonely in addition to rebellion. Not yet, Yuna just arrived in Konoha and is still adjusting to a new life. Fang Yuan's tone was flat. Yuna's temperament is supple, and she has become cautious due to her wandering life, but the common disease of the Uzumaki family, the kindness in her bones, has not been worn out. Even if Feng Yuan provided her with a home, Yuna would not agree to calculate Juzine. Therefore, it is the moment when Tianyu is being sold again. Yuna identity setting: since childhood, he is weak and sick, withdrawn inside, too dependent on his brother Feng Yuan, and has a deteriorated family affection. Feng Yuan identity setting: because his parents died, he had to take his sister Yuna back to the villa left by his grandfather. Plot development: after moving to the countryside, his brother Feng Yuan was busy with housework and took care of his younger sister Yuna, which caused him heavy psychological pressure, so he relaxed with his big sister Uzumaki Jushina next door. This made Yuna, who had always been dissatisfied with her brother Fenjai Yuan's deteriorated family affection, a certain void, chose to take the initiative to fight for her own happiness, ninja development, and built a family with her brother Feng Yuan: balconies, kitchens, bathrooms, living rooms, corridors, etc. Every place was cleaned by the two. Feng Yuan lived his own everyday life peacefully. Mikato is busy running between Uzumaki Jushina and the security department, not only to persistently seduce Uzumaki Jushine, but also to deal with the affairs of the 4th Brigade, which brings her a lot of psychological pressure, but fortunately there is a boss who is willing to help her relax. After the weak girl Yuna discovered that she could enter the world of Tianyu's life as long as she slept, she forced herself to sleep all day, and the degree of fall became deeper and deeper, but it was not to the point of giving up everything for the sake of sealing the plane. Uzumaki Jushina was first pulled into the plot of Yuna by Tianyu, but was kicked out after completing the task, and every time she slept, she would be pulled into a dark and lonely world. Her mental state declined rapidly, and Mikato, who accompanied her every day, gradually became her only light. Therefore, Uzumaki Jushina gradually became disgusted and hostile to the seal that Mikato mentioned more and more, and finally broke out, under the pretext of going to see the Feng Shui Gate, but actually wanted to see what was so remarkable about the seal that occupied Mikato, which could make Mikato miss it. Whirlpool House. Mikato looked at Sundarachili with her hands on her chest in surprise, and repeated in a puzzled tone, "You want to go to work with me to the security department?" Uzumaki Juzine shook his head frantically, and then said, "I just want to go and see, well, visit. After all, your garrison department doesn't recruit anyone other than Uchiha, right?" "That's not it. Recently Feng Yuanjun is planning to build a 5th brigade and hand it over to non-Uchiha ninjas." Mikato answered Uzumaki Shine's question in a serious manner, but did not answer positively whether to take her to the security department. Who knows if when he goes, Feng Yuan will be right with Yuna. Uzumaki Shina pouted, sat down next to Mikato dissatisfied, rubbed her arm, and said in an almost coquettish tone, "Mikato, let me go and see. I've been visiting the village several times recently, it's so boring." The access control set by Saratobi Hinata to Uzumaki Jushina is pure empty words, and although the female ninja who cares over her is a shinobi, she can't look at the blood-red pepper, and can only choose to compromise. As long as Uzumaki Shina doesn't go to the Uchiha clan, she will wander around with Konoha. No, Mikato smiled and rejected Uzumaki Shine, learning what Feng Yuan usually did to herself, reached out and rubbed her head, and gently persuaded, "Naruto-sama will not agree to you going to the security department. However, then again, didn't you want to meet Bo Feng Shuman in the first place?" "Wave Feng Shuman? Oh yes. How did I forget about him?" Uzumaki Jushina finally remembered that little son was still locked up in the Uchiha garrison, and now his mind to go to the garrison was even heavier. Department of Security. With the title deed provided by Saratobi Hinata, Uchiha has begun to lead people to expand around the garrison. As guests, Kimushuumao and Bofeng Shuman were not locked up in detention cells or interrogation rooms, but symbolically detained in small private rooms, living every day with clothes to stretch their hands and food to open their mouths. "It seems that the two of you are very leisurely, and you are very used to it." Feng Yuan laughed and ridiculed Kimushuumao and Bofeng Shuman, sitting on the chair and cocking Erlang's legs. For his casual posture, Kimushuumao only frowned vaguely, with a serious face, and said with a straight attitude, "Minister Feng Yuan, I don't know how the case in Konoha prison has been investigated." In fact, what Kimushuumao really wanted to ask was when they could go out. After all, the case in Konoha prison can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. 80% of the perpetrators are Uchiha Fenghara, and the remaining 2% are Uchiha Fugaku. Bo Feng Shuman's face also had a strong expectation. He had only been here for less than a week, but it felt like a long time, and he was especially worried about Juzine. "Without me by her side, she must not be able to take care of herself, right? Will you be hungry? Will you spend money indiscriminately to buy a bunch of meatballs and end up not eating?" "Mikato, no, I took great care of Jushine. About this matter, the smile on Feng Yuan's face was meaningful, one elbow on the armrest, supporting his head, and spitting out the words clearly, not for the time being. Why, Kim Ushuumao's tone was already very unceremonious. At first his arrival was only to appease Kanaha's future, but he was placed in the sealed plane for so many days, and he couldn't even receive information from the outside world, which made him a little inexplicably irritable. The same is true of Bofeng Shuman. Yes, if Uchiha really wants to investigate the prison killings, why hasn't anyone asked us about ninjutsu? For the anxiety of the two, Feng Yuan was not surprised. Although both are professionally trained ninjas, it does not mean that they can be confined in a small space. What's more, both of them are involved outside. How can they really calm down? In fact, this matter really has nothing to do with the two, but the point is that now is not the time for you to come forward. According to my agreement with the 3 generations of Hokage, the 2 key figures of the 2 generations of Konoha need to disappear in the ninja world for a period of time as a deterrent to the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder. Of course, this was made up by Feng Yuan to coax the two. His agreement with the 3 generations was limited to how to divide Mito's money. If it weren't for the guards who were watching over these 2 people reporting that they had been a little irritable recently, Feng Yuan would not have been able to come over. Kim Ushuumao is just adding to the head. The person who Feng Yuan really wants to stay is Bofeng Shuman. Now Mikato's guidance of Uzumaki Shina is almost at the end. He uses Tianyu's life every night to interfere with the sleep quality of Uzumaki Juzine, trapping her in some worlds and taking turns to complete some difficult engineering tasks that are not very convenient in reality. Presumably, when Uzumaki Juzine found out that Feng Yuan was the person who thought day and night in his dream, he would be very surprised. There was a bit of bitterness on the facade of Bofeng Shui. I don't know why. After listening to Feng Yuan's explanation, he felt that his head was a little heavy. Is it responsibility? As for Kim Ushuumao, he refused to believe half a word. In that case, I naturally abide by the arrangements in the village, but staying here for a long time has also made me a little rusty. I wonder if Minister Feng Yuan has time to accompany me, a person who treats crimes, for 2 tricks. Kiki Shuumao chose a very straightforward challenge. Feng Yuan did not refuse. Although he knew that he was very strong now, even if Nagato suddenly awakened the Eye of Reincarnation, or the Age Spot killed Konoha, he had the power to fight. But the people of Konoha don't know. Wealth does not return home. If brocade clothes walk at night, I am also invincible. I cannot show strength. Vanity urgently needs irrigation. Bofeng Shuman didn't understand how things got to this point, but helplessly he could only follow the confident Kim Ushuumao. It's a rare opportunity to go out and breathe fresh air. Feng Yuan wanted to show the saint, cross out, in front of the person to test the strength after getting the increase of the great power Lord God, right eye kaleidoscope, so he chose the busier number 43 training ground. Uchiha strongest vs Konoha White Fang. Unsurprisingly, the news of this battle spread out quickly, alarming many people. In the past, it was only a training ground for students and shinobi, but now it was crowded with dark departments that maintained order, driving away civilians and middle and lower shinobi, and the major ninja clan chiefs, kami shinobi who had no tasks, and the Hokage ape who left the work at hand to fly the sun. Ape flying sun slash did not stop the two, but wanted to use this to observe the specific strength of Feng Yuan. The last time Uchiha Fugaku fell too quickly, they were all over by the time they arrived. This time you have to see it clearly. Uchiha Fugaku stood in the crowd with a bitter melon face, his body exuding a black low air pressure visible to the naked eye, and a bitter look, staring at Feng Yuan. That look, I don't know, I thought that Feng Yuan had also buelled his current wife. Feng Yuan's hand was like a fire, and he looked at Kim Ushuumao on the opposite side with a smile. Feng Yuan is not a person who pays attention to a sense of ritual. It just so happens that ninjas don't need ritual either. Therefore, the moment he spoke, his figure had disappeared in front of everyone. Kim Ushuumao's face changed suddenly, bent down to take a defensive posture, and there was a faint arc flashing on his body. The last word fell. Feng Yuan's figure appeared on Kim Ushuumao's back, and the flowing blade in his hand was like a sheath of fire. Su! Bite! The sword chi crisscrossed, and the falling flowing blade was like fire leaving a dark light in the air, fast as lightning. The electric arcs on Kim Ushuumao's body suddenly connected, and he turned around, holding the white-toothed short knife in his right hand to block the falling black light. But the next moment, he was pressed down by the flowing blade, and the back of the knife with white teeth was slashed into the chest. Kim Ushuumao only felt a huge force spread to the white teeth, and the whole arm had a brittle feeling, and he couldn't help but snort. He knew that he underestimated Su Yun's speed and strength, and quickly responded, pressing his toes, and using the power of this knife, he sent his body bullet out of the attack range of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan stepped on his feet and jumped into the air, wanting to take advantage of the victory and pursue. Just listen to the whoosh. A kuo engraved with the sort of patience and love shot out from the side, and instantly turned into a resolute wave Feng Shui gate. Little Sun held the blue spiral pill high in his hand and did not hesitate to seal it on Feng Yuan's face. A-grade Muji Ninjutsu spiral pill. Feng Yuan's pupils were full of the expanding shadow of the spiral pill, but there was no panic on his face, and his cheeks bulged, and a huge fireball spewed out, which collided with the spiral pill fiercely. C-Class, how fireball technique. Rumble. The two balls collided, blowing up a lot of smoke, and Feng Yuan and Bofeng Shuman each retreated with this momentum. It's just that Feng Yuan's feet haven't touched the ground yet, and Kimmo Shuumao's figure has turned into a blue lightning bolt and suddenly attacked, without the slightest sound. Even the naked eye can only see the white fang-like edge at the front. Clang! Regardless of his injuries, Kimmo Shuumao forcibly launched a stab at the flowing blade, emitting a heavy sound of fine iron. Immediately afterwards, the blade-like scabbard instantly exploded into countless fragments and exploded. The original face of the seal did not change color, and even with a little smile, he quickly drew the knife in the posture of pulling out the knife, and while leaving aside the white-toothed short knife, he raised his foot and printed on the wound on Kimmo Shuumao's chest, kicking him backwards and flying back. The three collisions between the three seemed tedious, but they were actually extremely smooth, and in the blink of an eye, the kung fu of looking down and picking up a soap ended this brief temptation. Kimmo Shuumao's face was flushed, the back of his hand wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, trying to calm some disordered breathing, covering his chest, blood dripping between his fingers, and he could vaguely see obvious dents under the footprints of his clothes. The wave feng shui gate that hit the tree on the other side only got up from the ground with difficulty, and the left hand that hit the spiral pill was trembling, and the palm was full of wounds. His speed is very fast, his strength is great, don't fight with him, you consume with flying thunder god, I will attack. Kimmo Shuumao spoke quickly. Fortunately, the wave feng shui gate can practice the art of flying thunder god, and the reaction nerve is so fast that it almost becomes a bug, and he can hear his words clearly. He can do Muji ninjutsu, I suspect more than one, senior be careful. The warm smile on Bofeng Shuman's face has long disappeared, his face is expressionless, and he is full of seriousness. It's different from the duo's strict formation. Feng Yuan's face was full of ease, turning his wrist, and his dark eyes hovered between the two opponents. The characteristics and advantages of these two are obvious. Kimmo Shuumao is a quick attack warrior, Bofeng Shuman is a high-speed assassin, and the combination of the two is mainly a fast. If other ninjas encounter these two, even if the other party is the shadow of Ichimura, they may hate the pair. But the weaknesses are also clear. Both are crispy melee combat, with no effective means of long-range attrition and containment. This point is not only clear to Feng Yuan, but also to Kimmo Shuumao and Bofeng Shuman. Even the ape Flying Sun Chop who was watching the battle sank his heart, his eyes flickering, thinking about how to deal with Feng Yuan. But he could think that Kimmo Shuumao and they didn't have this time. I saw Feng Yuan put the flowing blade on his shoulder, aimed his left hand at the two, and an azure blue ball slowly appeared. Nani! Spiral pills. Everyone present was stunned. Isn't this the Muji ninjutsu used by the wave feng shui gate just now? Why will Feng Yuan too? Feng Yuan slowly injected Feng Shun chakra into it, and the azure blue balls were constantly compressed, and bright white air blades appeared around them. As a traverser, knowing how to rub balls, isn't it a basic exercise? The spiral pill in Feng Yuan's hand gradually expanded to the size of a basketball, and the air blades rotating around the periphery also increased from 2 to 4, and under the sound of woo-woo wind, it seemed that there was a whirlwind condensing in his hand. It's a little bad. Bofeng Shuman's expression was a little embarrassed, and his voice was dry as if he had been poked in the throat. The unique skills of his own masters inexplicably appeared in the hands of the enemy, and the other party also mastered the method of filling in the changes in the nature of chakra, and exerted more power than himself. This feeling of suffocation is simply desperate. Kimmo Shuumao did not speak. The white-toothed short knife in his right hand changed to his left hand, his body fell down, and suddenly turned into a blue thunderlight and rushed out. However, his purpose was not to rush towards Feng Yuan, but to constantly flash past Feng Yuan, and cracks cut by the white-toothed knife chi flowed out of the ground. Is he crazy? Or did you fall into illusion? Everyone is speculating whether Kimmo Shuumao has been stimulated, so that it becomes illogical to make a move. Suddenly, da, a continuous cracking sound sounded under the feet of Feng Yuan, the earth was shaking, and countless gravel that had been cut by the knife chi was affected by the air pressure of the wind escape vigorous spiral pill and floated, wrapping Feng Yuan with the wind. Dao technique cuts the ground, using the air pressure of the spiral pill to affect the ground under my feet. How does Senior Shuumao want to send me to the sky? Feng Yuan's mocking chuckle came from the gravel tornado. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the thunder flickering in the tornado, and Feng Yuan seemed to be covered with a thunder armor, and under the huge wind pressure, he was not hurt in the slightest. B-level ninjutsu thunder armor. Then he vigorously threw out the wind escape vigorous spiral pill, wrapped in countless gravel and smashed into the distant hill. Boom! Only listening to a loud noise, the hill instantly shattered in half. The semicircular light mask visible to the naked eye spreads from small to large, rising thick smoke and dust in the blink of an eye, and the shockwave that spreads out flattens the forest below the mountain. Fortunately, when the shockwave reached the number 43 training ground, only the rolling airwave that did not hurt remained, but it was still like a strong wind, rolling up countless flying sand and stones to charm the eyes. The dust was thick, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Suddenly, I heard Chi Mu Shuumao's voice, "It's now, Watergate, don't!" Uchiha Fugaku subconsciously turned on the kaleidoscope, ignoring these flying sand and stones, and saw that there was an extra sword of ninja under Feng Yuan's feet. Immediately afterwards, the wave Feng Shui Gate appeared at Feng Yuan's feet, and the azure spiral pill held in his right hand buckled towards Feng Yuan's face. "That's it. Smash it down!" Uchiha Fugaku roared in his heart, his eyes bloodshot, cheering for the wave Feng Shui Gate. But the next second, Feng Yuan then aimed his flowing blade at the right wrist of the wave Feng Shui Gate. Before the spiral pill falls, he must break his hand. Feng Shuman reluctantly lowered his body, wanting to bypass the flowing blade and hit the spiral pill on Feng Yuan's right wrist. But Feng Yuan didn't give him a chance at all. Greeting the man up, the flowing blade slid down to force back to the spiral pill, and at the same time leaned forward with his left shoulder and leaned sideways, and with a top elbow to the Iron Mountain leaning, he directly knocked the wave Feng Shui Gate out. At the same time, a red dragon sprayed in his mouth and rushed towards the wave Feng Shui Gate that flew like rags. B-level ninjutsu, Dragon Fire Art. The blue thunder that rushed silently turned helplessly and blocked before the fire dragon hit the wave Feng Shui Gate. However, when Kimu Shuumao shattered the fire dragon, what appeared on the opposite side was Feng Yuan's kind smile. The flowing blade was like a fire on the sunken chest. Kimu Shuumao had already prepared in his heart, so there was no other reaction on his serious face. But for the rest, this is no less than a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Konoha White Fang. Lost. The entire training ground number 43 could no longer be heard except for the sound of falling rubble. Whether it was the ninja patriarch or those upper ninjas, there were incredible expressions on their faces. There are even some ninjas who fall to their knees and cry after their faith collapses. In the Second Ninja World War, Konoha White Fang single-handedly defeated the puppet forces of Sand Ninja Village, running through the entire Sand Ninja battlefield, and one don't know how many people were saved. The battlefield of the Land of Earth and the battlefield of the Land of Thunder have left his traces. The half-sleeved Imperial God robe is the best proof of his prestige and strength. But now, Konoha White Fang himself admits that he failed. Alas, Ape Fei Ri sighed, and sadness flashed on his face. From the beginning, he never thought that Kimu Shuumao would win. After all, Feng Yuan had those legendary eyes. But what he didn't expect was that from beginning to end, Uchiha Feng Yuan had never used the Sharingan. If it weren't for the fact that his own chakra po didn't have any abnormalities, Ape Flying Sun Chopper felt that he must have fallen for the illusion of Uchiha's seal. Although most people do not accept this result, it is a fact that happened in front of everyone's eyes after all, and no one said much. Only, "It's all because of you. Why didn't you throw that ball?" Uchiha Fugaku was paranoid together, his scarlet eye staring at the wave Feng Shui Gate, who struggled to get up but couldn't get up after struggling a few times. His neck was bruised, and he roared vigorously. And he roared. It also allowed many ninjas to find the reason for the failure of Kiki Shuumao, Feng Shuman. At this time, he was not the yellow flash that shocked the ninja world after the 3 wars, but just an unknown dark part. At least compared to Kimu Shuumao, his reputation is not loud. That's right, obviously using the same ninjutsu. As a result, Minister Feng Yuan can not only join the chakra nature change, but also throw it out, but he can only stay in his hands. If it wasn't for Lord Shuumao changing direction to save him in the end, that blow would definitely end the battle. It seems to be the garrison department that his Kimu's seniors entered in. Feng Shuman has become a target for a group of melon-eating masses to vent their negative emotions, whether it is people who really admire Kimu Shuumao, or people who take the opportunity to vent their depression in their hearts. They have all targeted him. For a while, the little sun, which was still warm in Konoha before, has now become a benchmark for dragging its feet. It is common for 3 people to become tigers, not to mention the Konoha village where fools are multiplied. In the original work, they slandered Kikishuo Shigeru because of rumors and abused Naruto Uzumaki, which is still a matter on the table. Now that there is a catharsis, it seems that things are all clear. If it weren't for Kimu Shuumao to take care of Feng Shuman, he would have solved the Uchiha seal with one sword. Everyone who witnessed this battle knew that this was, after all, Kimu Shuumao was definitely not as hard as that hill. But with the tacit consent of a certain monkey, the gossip never stopped. The noise outside did not affect the pleasure in Feng Yuan's heart, because just now he received a prompt tone from the system. Ding! The host sneaks up on Konoha White Fang, kills the Heartwave Feng Shui Gate, defeats Konoha model in public, collapses the faith of X people, and gets a reward, 20,000 sin points. Kima knife technique. Ding! The host's operation causes the wave Feng Shui Gate to be discredited, confidence to collapse, and a preliminary blackening situation, with a reward, 30,000 sin points, affinity increase. Ding! The host urges mountains to destroy forests, destroys the ecological environment, causes large-scale deaths of living beings, and gets rewards, 2,000 crime points. A series of income makes Feng Yuan's mood very happy, and naturally will not speak ill of each other. In that case, Minister Shu Mao should hurry to the hospital for treatment. Oh, and Bo Feng Shuman, your suspicions have been cleared. Suspicion of fart. Kimu Shu Mao had a pale face, and secretly cursed in his heart. The one who slaughtered Konoha prison was definitely Feng Yuan, although I don't know the reason, but only this madman has this strength. As the minister of the Dark Department, he had naturally personally investigated the situation in Konoha prison before, and he was very sure that although he could do the same thing, he would never be able to do it without anyone asking for help. As for Bo Feng Shuman, it is even more impossible. This kid does not have that strength now. If anything, it may be that he and Bo Feng Shuman finally don't have to stay in that kind of irritating place anymore. The free air, even if mixed with blood, is still so fresh. Then thank Minister Feng Yuan for enforcing the law impartially. Kimu Shu Mao looked cold, picked up the wave Feng Shui gate, and limped towards the crowd. The parties are gone, and the nature of watching the play has also dispersed. The worried ape Flying Sun Chop returned to the Hokage office, still thinking about how to check and balance Feng Yuan. If the three of them join forces, maybe they can. Ape Flying Sun Chop whispered softly, and couldn't help but think of his three disciples. Tsunade's recovery and openness, Zaireya's combination ninjutsu with Myokazan was unexpected, and there was also an immortal mode as a guarantee, or a Kimaru. To be honest, Ape Flying Sun Chopper is now a little unable to see this disciple of himself, and he has been too close to Shimura Danzo recently, and he is not sure how many forbidden arts he has mastered. Knock! 2 knocks on the door made the distracted 3 generations of Hokage instantly focused, and subconsciously swept his gaze. Oh, it's Patriarch Fuyu, is there something wrong? Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing at the door, had a strange look in his eyes, his face flushed, and he even clenched his fists. After realizing it, the ape Fei hurriedly laughed at himself. People are old, their brains are not useful, and they forgot to let you in. With this step, Uchiha Fugaku also felt a little relieved, and the first thing he did after entering the office was to close the door first. Bang! The moment the door closed, the corner of Ape Fei-jun's eyes also jumped, and he subconsciously became guarded. I wonder what Naruto-sama thinks of Uchiha's seal. When Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he did not have the slightest awe, and looked down at the ape Flying Sun. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, watching Uchiha Fugaku's eyes gradually become playful. He did not hide it in the slightest, beckoned Fugaku to sit down, and then said, if the village wants to stabilize and harmonize, Uchiha sealing the plane is indeed a problem. But he's too strong, isn't he? Without even using the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he defeated Kiki Shuumao, and I really can't think of anyone else who can stop him. Ape Fei shook his head inside, and suddenly realized, and said with a surprised face, Fuyu, you are also a kaleidoscope riding wheel presumably not much worse than the original seal, right? No, that's all. That's a monster. Uchiha Fugaku roared madly in his heart. Jealousy and hatred made him almost crazy. So he didn't go around the corner and said bluntly, it seems that what Naruto-sama is most afraid of is his kaleidoscope, and I have a suggestion for this, you can destroy his kaleidoscope without blood. The surprise on Sarutobi Hineda's face instantly became rich, and the whole person stood up excitedly, his eyes firmly locked on Uchiha Fugaku. It's just that the cold wind blows in the back of the head, and the excitement of the ape Flying Sun immediately disappear, and he coughs dryly twice. Cough, it's the old man's gaffe. To be honest, at that moment just now, Sarutobi really wanted to believe Uchiha Fugaku's words. But if there really was such a method, why was the second generation Hokage still so afraid of Uchiha? 10,000 steps back, why would Uchiha Fugaku, who is also a kaleidoscope, rather expose the weakness of the kaleidoscope to himself than do it himself? Doubt spread in Ape Fei-Ri's heart, making his jumping mind gradually calm down. Uchiha Fugaku saw that Sarutobi Hineda calmed down, and then continued, Naruto-sama don't have to be suspicious, the existence of Uchiha's seal is not only an obstacle to the village, but also a disaster for Uchiha. Without waiting for the ape Flying Sun to ask questions, Uchiha Fugaku explained the kaleidoscope clearly like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. It's true that the kaleidoscope chakra eye has a powerful pupil technique, but the biggest weakness is that the pupil power consumed cannot be replenished. Nanny! Sarutobi was shocked, but quickly believed Uchiha Fugaku's words, because the latter took out the family history, which recorded one thing. After the ancestor Uchiha awakened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, there was a time when he was extremely eager for peace, and he wrote the reason in the family history. He was blind. Due to the abuse of the kaleidoscope Sharingan in the original Hokage fight, his pupil power was rapidly depleted and he gradually lost his light, which led to the later conversation about peaceful village building. Uchiha Fugaku's face flashed with a sadness, and said in a sad tone, now I very much agree with the second Hokage that the Uchiha clan is an evil clan, because in the records of Uchiha Madara, if you want to crack this flaw, you need to transplant the kaleidoscope chakra eye of your own relatives. The ape Flying Sun is like a wooden chicken. The success of happy news rushed to his mind for a while. These detailed information the second-generation Hokage must know, but because he died too hastily, it was not handed down. So Uchiha Fugaku's words were simply a huge shock for him. When Sarutobi Hinata digested this information, his left hand couldn't help but grab his goatee, using this brief sting to curb the corners of his mouth that kept rising because of joy, but he still couldn't help but mutter, "So as long as you send Uchiha Feng Yuan to the battlefield, let him experience all kinds of high-intensity battles, and even betray his intelligence, force him to use kaleidoscope chakra eyes again and again, until he is completely blind." Naruto-sama, you think very thoroughly, but with all due respect, even if Uchiha is blind, you can't underestimate him. When Uchiha Fugaku heard Sarutobi Hinata's words, a little pride rose in his heart, and his heart that hung high also fell back into his stomach. Previously, there was a grapevine circulating in the village that Hokage's youngest son, Sarutobi Asuma, was engaged to Ui Hong, a prospective disciple of Uchiha Seal. It made him feel like pins and needles. This time, he also saw that the 3 generations of Hokage did not seem to favor Uchiha Feng Yuan as rumored, so he dared to gamble with Uchiha's whole card. Fortunately, he won the bet. Uchiha seals the plane, when your kaleidoscope is gone, I will take back everything you took away from me. Uchiha Fugaku secretly swore in his heart, and at the same time laughed at the ape flying sun. Of course he left the backhand. With the help of the stone tablet under the Nankagawa shrine, he has experimented with ways to increase the power of the pupil. Therefore, he is not afraid of the ape flying sun slashing him in the same way. You are right, the strength of Uchiha Feng Yuan cannot be underestimated. But the premise of consuming his kaleidoscopic pupil power with the help of the power of the outer village is that he is willing to participate in the war. Uchiha Fugaku's expression froze, looking at Sarutobi Hinata's gaze with some doubt and innocence. The joy just now was immediately splashed clean by his basin of cold water. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's appearance, Sarutobi Hinata couldn't guess that he had been immediately said angrily, Uchiha Feng Yuan is not a fool, let alone obey the orders of the village. He will not do the things that are clearly fatal. He does not have the will of fire in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a moment, his eyes were fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said, then ask the 3 generations of Hokage to issue an order to let the Uchiha clan participate in the war. Uchiha sealed the original side, I will go and persuade him. Security Department. Feng Yuan's battle to overturn the flag Mushuumao and Bofeng Shuman can be regarded as much more comfortable. Next time it's boring, pull the 2 of them into Tianyu to be killed, and fight again. Feng Yuan sat on the chair and did not ask Erlang to put his legs on the table as usual, because someone was working. It was a woman with long fiery red hair, who looked petite, and her body was only a little small when she squatted down. Occasionally raise her face to see those bright eyes full of love. Her appearance is not much different from the mature version of the incense, or the latter is completely inherited from her. She is Yuna, who has adapted to Uchiha's life. Brother, is it easier? Yuna looked up, her rosy face full of concern, her eyes sparkling, apprehension alternating with worry. Yuna longed for a home and a family, which she thought was a luxury until she met Feng Yuan. When everything in the dream reflects reality, Yuna, who has sunk in the dream, easily accepts the existence of the elder brother of Feng Yuan. The only worry in his heart was whether Feng Yuan was willing to accept himself. Great, oh Yuna. Feng Yuan reached out and rubbed Yuna's soft red hair. Whether it was the excellent feel or the attitude enjoyed by the other party, Feng Yuan couldn't help but want to bring her to justice. Unfortunately, someone came. The evil Feng Yuan blocked Yuna under the table, and looked at the person with a smile on his face. Mikato-chan, who is this? Mikato saw that Feng Yuan's face was full of red light, and immediately guessed what he was doing, rolled her eyes charmingly, and pulled the sluggish Uzumaki Jushina to introduce, Dog Shujin-sama, this is my good girlfriend Uzumaki Jushine. She really wants to see you Juzine. This is my unscrupulous boss who only oppresses employees, Lord Uchiha Juzine. Syllable. No one expected that Uzumaki Jushina was so excited that he slapped his hands on the table, which directly scared the other 3, especially Yuna, who was scared and did not understand the situation outside. Are you, Prince Charming in my dreams? I didn't expect you to be a living person, alas. Uzumaki Juzine's face was full of excitement visible to the naked eye, and she didn't think too much about it, but pointed at Feng Yuan and shouted. In this nature, to say that she is not Naruto's mother, Feng Yuan is the first not to believe. Wait, this, Miss Uzumaki Jushine, we should be meeting for the first time. What dream, what Prince Charming, is it a little presumptuous? Feng Yuan's face was red, and the hand that fell on the table was clenched into a fist, as if he was trying to endure something, but he still pretended to not know Uzumaki Jushine, and his tone was full of offended displeasure. Ha, we're in a dream. Halfway through Uzumaki Jushina's words, her whole face turned red like steamed shrimp. No matter how beautiful the world in the dream is, in the end, the development of her and Feng Yuan is the kind of love to die and live. But how can she say this kind of thing? And still in front of Mikato. Do you have to pretend to be fine, smile and say to Mikato, hey, Mikato your boyfriend and I sleep every night in my dreams. That sounds a little exciting. This stupid girl really fell into the trap. Mikato smiled very kindly, put a hand on Uzumaki Jushina's shoulder, and her tone carried the calm before the storm. What is it in a dream? Juzine, I'm curious about the rest of the content, can you tell me? Uzumaki Shina looked at Mikato's specially closed eyes, trembling for no reason. Suddenly remembered, it seemed that he had come to fight for Mikato's ownership, but things didn't seem to be going well. For Mao, the object of my tryst in my dream will be Mikato's boyfriend. Uzumaki Jushine was infinitely crazy in her heart, but in the face of Mikato's lower and lower air pressure, her forehead was sweating a little weak, and her index finger was on her lips and cute. Mikato is so cute, who can remember what she dreams of? How, hee. It's strange, the feeling of being packed every day and not having a little spare time, how could she forget? Uzumaki Juzine secretly looked at the inexplicably relieved Feng Yuan, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, combining the Seal Yuan in the dream with the current Seal Yuan, and instantly guessed what he was doing. What a badass. I like this in my dreams, but I am not honest in reality. Uzumaki Jushine's red face poofed. In the dream world she played peekaboo with Mikato more than once, and then hid under the table, using Feng Yuan to shield her vision. Rightfully, she also paid hundreds of millions of dollars for this, helping Feng Yuan store valuable things. Glaring at Feng Yuan, Uzumaki Shina did not tear him down, but stepped forward and put her arm around Mikato, and then dragged Mikato out. Nah, Mikato-chan, I haven't seen where you work, take me to see it. Whew, what a caring little girl. The seal is closed backwards. Yunao quickly moved out and couldn't wait to grab Feng Yuan's arm. Brother, is that the one just now, Princess Juzine? It should be her. Feng Yuan pretended to be a fool again. According to the tradition of the ninja world, Uzumaki Jushina is not qualified to be called a princess. Because the country of Whirlpool is not a country established by daimyo, but a country established by the Uzumaki clan under the promise of the Senjukuma, it is not recognized by other daimyo and is hostile to other daimyo. Once ninjas discover that they can also become daimyo, the existing daimyo system will collapse. No daimyo would allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, when the Uzumaki Congress encountered a large number of ninjas of unknown origin to destroy the village and the country, Konoha did not send reinforcements. You must know that although the Uzumaki reservoir at that time was old, her identity and status could definitely organize a reinforcement army. Unless it is suppressed by another person, the daimyo of the Fire Nation, the in-laws in the actual sense. But according to the actual situation, in fact, it is not impossible to call Princess Juzine. Anyway, in the dream world, she also became a princess of the kingdom who exchanged herself for peace, well, more than once. Princess, clansman, muttered Yuna, the light in her eyes intertwined, as if she was wondering whether to recognize the clansmen who were hard to see. But her hands were clutching Feng Yuan's sleeves, a question that might have been answered from the beginning, but she didn't want to admit it. Feng Yuan hugged her and said demagoguery, let her be like Yuna, be our family, isn't it? Feng Yuan's words were like a shooting star across the dark night sky, allowing Yuna to instantly find the direction of his next efforts. If only the clansmen would become the wives of their brothers. At this moment, the door of the office opened and closed quickly, and Uzumaki Juzine crept in. Mr. Feng Yuan, I have something to say to you. Aha! Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Uzumaki Jushina saw the helpless Yuna at first glance, full of excitement and unspeakable joy. This was the second Uzumaki clan she had seen since she arrived in Konoha. It is a happy event to meet the old people in other places, not to mention that they meet their own people. For a while, Uzumaki Jushina forgot about Feng Yuan excitedly, and directly rushed over and hugged Yuna. It's such a joy that after so many years, I finally see the clan again. The two women were in tears, crying a lot. Pear blossoms with rain. If people who don't know the truth saw it, they thought that Feng Yuan had done something to them, although he really wanted to. But now Feng Yuan still pretended not to know Uzumaki Jushina and sent blessings to Yuna. Great, knowing the clan, Yuna will definitely be happy and can't sleep. When Uzumaki Juzine heard Feng Yuan's words, he thought that his purpose was to catch the adulterer at the beginning, but it seems that he does not seem to have this qualification now. So annoying. I'm the bride he promised countless times in his dreams. No road, do you really not know me? Obviously he bullied me in his dreams every night. Ha! But my brother will be with me tomorrow night? And if it's just a dream, it must be Her Royal Highness's own fantasy. Kunai retorted decisively. Uzumaki Juzine's cheeks suddenly burned like fire, and water quickly overflowed in his eye sockets. But those dreams seemed to be real. Feng Yuan saw that the fire was almost the same, and immediately held his chin, pretending to think and said, but speaking of this, my memory seems to have a vague shadow, but unfortunately I only saw that she had beautiful red hair, although I can't see her appearance clearly, but I think she must be very important to me. Brother, Yuna will always accompany my brother. Yuna moved to hold Feng Yuan's hand. She can never forget that it was Feng Yuan who gave her a home, so she is willing to do anything for her family. But Uzumaki Juzine said in a whisper, that person must be me. We experience a lot in our dreams. Maybe, after all, I really can't remember now. Fang Yuan's face was a little distressed. Hearing Yuna's words, Uzumaki Jushine's face was as red as a bubble teapot, and he suddenly burst out hot. There is consciousness in the dream world, and knowing that the things inside cannot be fed back into the real world, it is natural to be more high and how high, but really have to play out those things in the real world. Yada! Don't! Uzumaki Shina covered her face and ran out. Within a few minutes, Mikato twisted her waist and walked in. This time is really fast. Why, it won't be one. Fang Yuan saw Mikato, who had transformed from a little white rabbit into a big bad wolf, without the slightest loss on his face, and said with a smile, "No, she can't escape the palm of my hand." Really? I don't believe it. Mikato, you seem to be a little presumptuous lately. It seems that I want to educate you well. It's better for me to remember a little deeper. Don't mention things in the office. Uzumaki Juzine, who ran out, covered his face, relying on his keen sensitivity and rapid reaction ability. He ran around the street and ran all the way to the small river, which was relieved. Lord Juzine, the female ninja in charge of guarding Jushina, greeted breathlessly. She was not qualified to enter the Uchiha security department, and as soon as she saw Uzumaki Jushina come out, she was bored, and she didn't care about sending the information out, so she chased all the way. But she underestimated the endurance of the Vortex Princess, and in order to keep up with the speed of Uzumaki Juzine, the chakra she used with the teleportation technique was almost gone. What a run! Uzumaki Juzine had eased up a lot at this time, but he became troubled again. Suddenly running, will it make Fang Yuan think I'm strange? That is to say, at the beginning, I reacted so much, now he must think that I am a crazy person. The quality of Uzumaki Juzine's dormancy in the past few days is too poor, coupled with the constant nagging of the nine tails. Tinyu has been eroded by the hard work, which has caused her mental condition to decline rapidly, directly caught in an endless cycle of self-denial. Until, Juzine, are you okay? I've been looking for you for a long time. Why aren't you home today? A surprised voice suddenly sounded in the back, alarming both the female ninja and Uzumaki Jushine. When the female ninja saw that it was the third generation of Hokage, who had decided to be able to approach the Wave Feng Shui Gate assisted by the nine-tailed people, she immediately disappeared. It's just that the eyes that looked at Bofang Shuman when she left were full of pity, obviously so gentle, but unfortunately you were not there when she needed you the most. It can only be said that bad luck. Hakafeng Shuiman couldn't read the female ninja's eyes, but he didn't care about the strange eyes of others now, or that he has accumulated these negative emotions in his heart, urgently, desperately to find someone closest to him to talk to. As an orphan, all he could find were his teacher and girlfriend. However, after Saratobi Hinata witnessed the battle between Kiki Shuumao and Feng Yuan, he was sent out of the village to find Tsunade. So only Uzumaki Jushina remained. Juzine, why are you crying? Bofang Shuman eagerly approached Juzine, and after seeing her red eyes, he subconsciously held back what he wanted to talk about, and reached out to help Juzine wipe the tears from his face. But Uzumaki Juzine took half a step back, lowered his head, hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hand, and said stubbornly with a crying voice, "No, I'm fine." Bofang Shuman's hand froze in midair, only half a step away from Uzumaki Juzine's face. But he felt that this small distance was like a heavenly barrier, blocked in his heart, and he couldn't take a step. Your action of taking half a step back, is it serious? A small action, but so much damage. Bofang Shuman was depressed in his heart, but he still forced a smile, withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "It's okay, I'm not by your side these days, are there? I'm doing well these days. If there is nothing wrong, I'll go home first." Uzumaki Juzine didn't know how to face the Wave Feng Shui Gate. The original seal in the dream world told her that girls often can't distinguish gratitude and feelings, and like to transform the gratitude of being saved into feelings. Uzumaki Juzine didn't believe this sentence at first, but in countless dream exchanges, she found that she seemed to some rely on Feng Yuan, and the more people in her heart were also Feng Yuan, rather than Bofang Shuman's legitimate boyfriend. Juzine, I'm sorry Watergate, I found the man who needs to spend my life chasing and accompanying me, so, yes, please don't look for me in the future. I'm afraid he will misunderstand. Uzumaki Juzine couldn't suppress tears while saying desperate words. She didn't know what her situation was. Obviously she had no feelings for Bofang Shuman. Why did she cry? In fact, in the dream world, she has sunk into the real, but in real life has not yet been sealed, so there is still a residual feeling for Bofang Shuman in the subconscious. But now, with the words of determination, Uzumaki Jushina gradually broke away from the previous relationship and was wholeheartedly ready to restore the memory of the seal. She firmly believes that the things in those dreams are things that happened to her and Feng Yuan in their previous life, and she has the obligation to remind Feng Yuan of their once beauty. Uzumaki Jushina whispered sorry to Bofang Shuman, and then fled back to his mansion as if flying. She has to dress up and then recover her happiness. The Bofang Shui Gate that remained in place was as dull as a stone statue, and the negative emotions in his heart frantically stimulated his psychological defense. The phrase "I'm afraid he will misunderstand" is all over my ears. Poof! Bo Feng Shuman's face turned suddenly rosy, a mouthful of blood spewed out, 2 lines of hot tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, and the whole person knelt on the ground weakly, holding the back of his head with both hands, helplessly knocking his head on the place where Uzumaki Juzine had just stood. His mouth was wide open, but not the slightest crying sound came from inside. Bo Feng Shuman's hands on the back of his head suddenly pulled his hair like crazy, and finally let out a sad cry like an ape. His voice attracted the curiosity of several Konoha ninjas. When the ninjas saw that it was him, their faces suddenly showed a look of disgust. In the past few days, the negative news about Wei Feng Shuman has intensified, and even the version has evolved into Wei Feng Shui men challenging Uchiha Feng Yuan without knowing whether he is alive or dead, and as a result, Kimishua Shigeru, who has the will of fire, is willing to block Uchiha Feng Yuan's ninjutsu for him in order to save him, so that he is seriously injured. This news is simply 108,000 miles worse than the truth, but someone pushed it up, so that the name of Bo Feng Shuman quickly stinked. Coupled with his good temper of tolerance everywhere, even the middle and lower endowments dared to openly mock him. These ninjas are naturally no exception. Ah la la, the clown who bravely challenged Minister Feng Yuan actually hid here and cried, "What a coward." Yes, I really don't understand why such waste is still alive. If I were him, I would have committed suicide in shame. Ha 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 ha. Maybe this is the purpose of the people. With the reputation of Shuumao's predecessor and Minister Feng Yuan, he is now a household name. The ninjas laughed and walked into the distance. Land of Fire, Short Book Street. After taking materials from the custom shop, Jiraiya, who was bored, walked out happily with a toothpick in his hand. In his sage state, he seemed to be in a lot of spirits, and at least he had the energy to find someone to ask if a big fat sheep had appeared in the Short Book Street recently. Coincidentally, Tsunade, who traveled around the world, returned to the Short Book Street, perhaps because the casino here has been changing owners. So the legend of the big fat sheep once again appeared. With Tsunade's news, Jiraiya's expression was much more serious. As a Sanshinu who had witnessed the combat power of Feng Yuan with his own eyes, the pressure in his heart was actually extremely great. So, take Tsunade back anyway. When Ziai also made up his mind to go to the casino infested by the big fat sheep, the noisy casino was full of exclamations and howls. The big fat sheep actually won money, and won so much. Nope. How can the legend of the big fat sheep be broken here? But I have crushed my wife, Ben. What are you? I crushed my wife. What are these guys talking about? Is the big fat sheep in their mouths really Tsunade? I haven't seen Tsunade win since I was a child. He also has a keen sense of hearing, but he can't wait to wash his ears at this time so that he can hear whether the word is winning or losing. But when he pulled away the group of gamblers and walked to the table, the familiar blonde hair still made him stunned, and muttered, "God, Tsunade can actually win." Huh? A familiar voice and a familiar name appeared in her ears, and Tsunade turned her head sharply, but she was in a bad mood after winning money, and she didn't even drink alcohol. Bet big. Tsunade pressed all the money to a large extent, and then grabbed Jiraiya's neck collar with one hand, pulled it fiercely, and asked, "What do you mean by what you just said?" Ziai also smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. In the three ninjas, he is lustful and not lewd. Tsunade is good at gambling and will lose, and the big snake pill is the most poisonous. In fact, the three people know it, but they are unwilling to admit it. This can be regarded as a taboo for Tsunade. Just when Ziai also wanted to explain, the banker's voice trembled and shouted, 5 or 6 points, big, yay! Tsunade-sama, we have won again. Xiao Shizun was about to jump up happily, and she who was busy receiving the gambling funds did not see Tsunade's face turn blue in an instant. Tsunade's eyes drooped, and he loosened Jiraiya's collar, and the whole person looked a little lost, with confusion in his eyes, and he irritably pushed away the others, and walked out on his own. Tsunade. Zille also subconsciously wanted to catch up, but seeing Shizun who was working hard to collect money, he still chose to stay first. With silence in it, it is much easier to find Tsunade again. At this time, she was drinking in a wine house, and her cheeks already had a clear wine red, but her eyes were very clear. Seeing Jiraiya coming with Shizun, Tsunade did not show surprise, but beckoned the shopkeeper to bring 2 more jugs of wine. Tsunade, Shizun can't drink so little. Ziai also persuaded quite a straight man, but Tsunade just threw aside the empty jug in his hand with interest, and said in a low voice, "I don't actually lose every gamble, and I have won a few times. The first time I won Grandpa, that night, he passed away, it's like a curse. The second time, second grandfather. The third time, Grandma Mito. For the fourth time, the rope tree. Then, there's the break." Tsunade laughed to himself and lowered his head, his eyes hazy with tears. "But I've been winning for a month. When Orikimura wrote to me, I was winning. When Jiaosune wrote to me, I was also winning. Even when you arrived just now, I was winning." Jiraiya put away that hippie smile, his face was serious, and his tone was a little reproachful. "Tsunade, it's just a connection you impose on yourself. Sober up, you've been..." What Ji Lai wanted to say came to an abrupt end, but his meaning had already been conveyed. Tsunade slammed his fist on the table, stood up and yelled at Jiraiya, I don't have so many relatives to sacrifice anymore, right? You're trying to say that, right? Women never care what the other party says when they are angry, they will only take care of themselves and follow their own train of thought. I think you mean this, I think you will say so. Then these words that they conjecture become the words in each other's mouths. At this time, the most important thing to do is to shut her mouth, instead of letting her accumulate anger. But it is clear that Ji Lai does not understand. Tsunade, I didn't mean that. What's that? Do you dare to say that you didn't persuade me to go back to Konoha like they did? Tsunade's roar interrupted Jiraiya's casting, leaving him with bitter words, and he could only hope for Shizen on the side. But Shizen sat there obediently, eating the food in small bites, and at a young age, she already understood what it means to protect her life. Tsunade was just in the emotional period these days, so she wouldn't be stupid to come up. Wait until Tsunade calms down. The atmosphere at the table became particularly cold again. He didn't have anything to say, so he first briefly described the events in the village, focusing on the rise and strength of the Feng Yuan, and he wanted to persuade Tsunade to go back. But he didn't notice Tsunade's increasingly ugly expression and slower movements. You came to me for these boring things. Tsunade didn't want to go back to the village. She was tired of the feeling that she could only watch important people die in front of her, but there was nothing she could do. Zi Lai was also speechless, not knowing what to say. But a soft, slow word suddenly sounded. These things are really boring, and only stupid people will see them as the key. Big snake pill, you bastard. Why are you here? Zi Lai also heard the familiar name that he had not heard for many years, and subconsciously refuted, but he was suppressed by the doubt that the big snake pill appeared here. The air pressure of the big snake pill is extremely low, and just walking into the izakaya makes the temperature here much cooler. Of course, I came to find Tsunade and return to the village. Sitting next to Jiraiya, Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, and after perfunctory Jiraiya, he said with a serious expression, you should be familiar with the art of soil rebirth. The forbidden technique developed by the second grandfather is used to summon the dead, and use the art of protecting the detonation talisman to deal with the battlefield. Wait a minute. Did you learn that technique, bastard? What did you do with that technique? Although Tsunade drank, his mind was still quick, and he would not doubt Orochimaru's talent in ninjutsu, and his hands were already dead on the table. As long as he dared to say that he disturbed the tranquility of those people, she must teach Orochimaru a lesson. The big snake pill also knew, so he was not as reckless as Zi Lai, but said in a flat tone, Rope Tree is my most important disciple, for so many years, his death has been remembered by me, with his strength, he should not be blown up by that simple trap, and his corpse. It's so weird. Tsunade involuntarily recalled the scene of her own brother's corpse, and even the internal organs were hollowed out, making her body tremble involuntarily. Shut up. Jiraiya saw that Tsunade's situation was not right, and immediately stopped the big snake pill. But Orochimaru ignored him at all, and just continued, but the launch of the filthy earth rebirth technique failed, and the soul of the rope tree has long been absent from the Pure Land. The Pure Land, in the Hokage world, refers to the return of the soul after death, and it is an unforgivable sin to disturb the sleep of the deceased and hinder the soul of the deceased from return in the Pure Land. Pretty. It's a delight. The mood of the people in the conference room was as refreshing as drinking iced honey water on a 3-day basis. 20 years of rest and recuperation, in exchange for the loss of the elite in the Second Ninja World War. What ninja would accept such a thing? What's even more fucked up is that the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan actually stayed in the village beautifully, doing the easiest work and receiving the best remuneration. Konoha Bitter Ape has been flying for a long time. Now that there is a seal to give them a breath, this makes the major ninja feel extremely comfortable. Even the gaze that looked at Feng Yuan was much kinder. While the senior management of the wood industry was in full swing with a meeting, the blackened little sun wave Feng Shui Gate has escaped to the Vortex Mansion. After killing the female ninja with the power of thunder, the severely injured wave Feng Shui Gate fell in front of Uzumaki Juzine, and whispered, Juzine, I only have you left. Don't leave me, okay. However, what responded to him was the anger of Uzumaki Juzine. How can you kill sister you? Wave Feng Shuman. Do you know what you're doing? Uzumaki Jushina picked up the female ninja and found that the other party had completely lost her life, and tears couldn't help but burst out of her eyes. That is, she does not have the bloodline of Uchiha, otherwise she would now specify that she can open a few hooks of jade. Anyway, it will not be worse than a certain pillar. Attacking and killing ninjas in the same village without authorization. Bofang Shuman, are you going to defect? Uzumaki Jushine's red hair fluttered, and the terrifying chakra was attached to her body like a flame. The red eye sockets and the remaining tear marks at the corners of the eyes were all burned away by the burning chakra flame. As early as the fate of Tianyu in the sealed plain, Uzumaki Juzine spent an unknown number of spring and autumn, and regarded these as the real her, and her feelings for Bofang Shuman no longer existed. At this time, Yu Huayan, who grew up with her, died, and the irritable Uzumaki Juzine naturally would not give Bofang Shuman the slightest good face. This also made Bofeng Shuman completely lose the last trace of nostalgia for Konoha, gazing at Uzumaki Jushina affectionately, facing a red hair, he really loved to the bone. But if you don't get it, then ruin it. Bofeng Shuman's pupils flashed with rich madness. At this time, he was seriously injured, and chakra did not have much left. Naturally he would not choose to fight with Uzumaki Juzine. After leaving a sentence of "I will definitely come back," Bofeng Shuman immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Only Uzumaki Jushina was left with an incompetent rage, smashing the Uzumaki mansion in front of him to smithereens. Uzumaki Jushina hugged Yu Huaiyan, and bean-sized tears fell on her face, and the apologies and hesitations in her heart rose to the highest. "I'm sorry, Sister Huaiyan, from today onwards, your sister Shiyan is my sister, I will definitely take care of her. Yuzian is only 2.5 years old this year, and her mother died at an advanced age when she was born. Not long ago, my father lost his life because he missed his mother while on a mission. Now the only sister also died in the process of protecting Uzumaki Juzine, and if she didn't want to go to Uzumaki Juzine, she naturally had to take on the responsibility of raising Uzumaki Zien." There was an attack on Renzulai's side, and the high-level meeting was halfway through, and it immediately dispersed. Compared to waging war, the importance of human pillar power is undoubted. It's too dangerous. I suggest that the tailed orc Zuli stay in the dark from today onwards and not go out without special orders. Shimura Danzo slammed his crutches on the ground, his tone cold, and his gaze swept over Uzumaki Jushine's gaze filled with greed. The tailed beast is the strongest weapon in a village, and if he can master it, even if he can't compare with Uchiha Feng Yuan, he can still gain a lot of right to speak. Even the position of Hokage that he lost back then. There is no doubt that in the recent period, the setbacks of Sarutobi and his own progress have given Shimura Danzo a lot of ideas. Ape Fei Riko is simply clear to the bone about his good friend, that is, he lifts his pants, whether he wants to fart or shit. Uzumaki Shina is a part of Konoha. Elder Shimura still pay attention to his words. There is no doubt that Sarutobi was eager to establish his majesty and chose to take his friends. Feng Yuan squinted his eyes at the two yin who were arguing, decisively stepped forward, and said to Uzumaki Jushine, "If you can't find a place to live in the past few days, you can come to the security department to find Mikato, my bed." Ahem, the house is big. Really? Uzumaki Juzine had tears in her eyes, and she was grinning loudly, and she looked like a different kind of weakness at this time, which made people can't help but want to take care of her. Of course. Sarutobi finally stiffened his breath once, interrupted Feng Yuan's words, and said righteously, "Uzumaki Jushina can still live in the clan land of the Senju clan, I think. I went to the Uchiha guard to find Mikato. It won't disturb brother Feng Yuan, right?" Uzumaki Jushina looked bored when he saw the 3 generations of Hokage at this time, and his mind was full of this old man's own money. And she will soon be able to get along with Feng Yuan and find a way to awaken the memories of his previous life, dream world. As a result, the ape flying sun chopped out again to oppose. Yes, Uzumaki Juzine no longer cares about the care of the ape flying sun. Of course not. The Ministry of Security is recruiting members of the 5th and 6th brigades recently, and if Juzine can serve as one of them, it is natural to live in the Ministry of Guard. Then I'll join the company. Uzumaki Juzine instantly broke into a smile, and tightened the corpse of Yu Huaiyan in his arms, fully explaining what it means to be oblivious. Sarutobi was about to say something, but was grabbed by Shimura Danzo from behind. "Sunko, don't be impulsive." Shimura Danzo is not afraid of Feng Yuan. Well, in fact, he is a little afraid, but more importantly, he does not want Ape Flying Sun to master the 9-tailed human pillar power. Anyway, the Uchiha seal is already very strong, and the situation is not bad with the power of the 9-tailed human pillar. But if the Ape Flying Sun / mastered the 9-tailed human pillar power, then he really didn't have the slightest chance. Uchiha Fugaku on the side also shook his head at the ape flying sun cryptically. At the high-level meeting just now, he was completely ignored after being sealed by the First Army, and only then did he avoid a catastrophe, and he was still a little afraid in his heart. But in order to prove his role, he still decided to take responsibility for the matter of Feng Yuan, and naturally did not want Ape Flying Sun to conflict with Feng Yuan again. Ape Flying Sun cut people who did not support. Even the 3 clans of pigs and deer butterflies turned a blind eye to him, and simply threw his sleeves away, trying to be out of sight. Feng Ji took the opportunity to exchange pleasantries with the surrounding major ninja patriarchs for a while, and simply traded the quota of the 5th Brigade. Then took Uzumaki Jushina to adopt Yuzian, who was still a small one, and returned to the garrison. Feng Yuan was about to take a break, and then briefly analyze the alternative use of the Shui Dun Dai Bomb with Yuna. Uchiha Fugaku came to visit in a rare way. "Say, what's the matter with coming to me? The strength of the ninja of the family has declined rapidly in recent years, so I want the family to participate in the war, so that the strength of the family can be quickly improved." Another refusal. Although Uchiha Fugaku had expected it earlier, when he heard Feng Yuan's words again, he still felt that a wave of reverse blood rushed to his brain. Why? Uchiha is a family born for war, and if there is not enough fighting, Uchiha's descendants will only be inferior from generation to generation. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists and spoke angrily. Although he deeply hates Feng Yuan, the matter of letting Uchiha participate in the Third Ninja World War is also to improve Uchiha's overall strength. After all, the current Uchiha is not to mention that compared to when the village was built, even if it was for the Warring States period, I am afraid that it is inferior. But Feng Yuan still refused. Uchiha was not born for war, the clan that was really born for war is the Kagaya clan. Feng Yuan refuted Uchiha Fugaku in an understated tone, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and leaned back into the chair, only then slowly exhaled, and the voice sounded. The Uchiha clan is the most loving clan in the ninja world, so whenever they lose their love, they become crazy and irrational, thus stimulating their potential and awakening the Sharingan. What you desire is not to strengthen your people through war, but to replace the joy of your people with pain, and empower them with sorrow and hatred. It's easy to get such power, but how dare you guarantee that the clansmen won't be addicted? The smile on Feng Yuan's face was weird, but it was well shrouded in smoke, and it was not noticed by Uchiha Fugaku. It's not that the Uchiha clan has never been obsessed with the power of the Sharingan, so that they can exchange their relatives for awakening. Uchiha has been peaceful for a long time, most of the clansmen have a harmonious and happy life, correspondingly, the psychological quality is naturally not as tough as the Warring States period forever hovering in life and death, fragile like a sheep. The advantage is that once such a Uchiha goes to the battlefield, countless clansmen will inevitably open their eyes. The disadvantage is that after opening their eyes, those clansmen will definitely have various psychological problems. The worst possibility, such as a certain leap soil, directly appeared from the two-hooked jade jumping to the kaleidoscope. That's too much trouble. Uchiha Fugaku is not unaware of this, he is just too eager for strength, especially now that the two sides are not equal, he is even more insecure. If you don't agree, then convene a clan meeting, and the upper shinobi within the clan will discuss and vote whether to participate in the village war. Uchiha Seal, even with your current reputation, as long as the clan council opposes the clansmen's participation in the war, I'm afraid there won't be many clansmen supporting you, right? This is Uchiha Fugaku's scheme, but what he didn't expect was, but I refused. Feng Yuan leaned back against the comfortable chair, and there was no emotion in his flat voice. Even if you have a clan meeting, there are not enough benefits. How many ninjas in the clan are stupid? Uchiha Fugaku quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He understood the meaning of Feng Yuan, which was nothing more than to ask for benefits. He can afford it. Uchiha going to battle is a move that is good for all the ninjas in the family. As for you, what are your conditions? Your brain is finally enough once, which makes me happy, but Feng Yuan waved away the smoke, revealing the face that gradually became expressionless, and his voice became serious. Who allowed you to talk to me like that? Uchiha Fugaku once again saw the kind of thing that was obviously looking at him, but he always felt that the other party was looking at something grander, and he didn't have the feeling of putting him in his eyes at all. Uchiha Fugaku's 5 fingers turned white, he didn't want to lose face in front of Feng Yuan, curled his neck, and said his bottom line, I can hand over the family's resources to you Sanchinch, including the contract of the Ninja Cat clan, and the family's shop outside the village. Seeing that Feng Yuan was unmoved, Uchiha Fugaku could only increase the price. You can rub a copy of all the ninjutsu in the family. Not enough. Feng Yuan thought of something more interesting, a teasing look appeared in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a playful sneer. If you want me to agree, you can, let your wife come and accompany me for a day, and if the service is good, I will accept your conditions. Rumble. Uchiha Fugaku instantly released the 3-hooked jade chakra eye, and the emerald green chakra on his body was so rich that it was visible to the naked eye. However, his action of getting up was stabbed to the seat by Feng Yuan, and he couldn't move at all. The blade is like fire, and the name of my sword is Flowing Blade like fire, but it is a pity that he has never drunk blood. Kaleidoscope Uchiha, I am also qualified to let him open a meal. Uchiha Fugaku gave up resorting to force, in the sense that he and Sarutobi were the same kind of people, and would always endure something excessive for one reason or another. Hey, I thought you would use Susanoo. Even if it didn't work, you would use a kaleidoscope to resist, and as a result, you wouldn't even be able to speak. Feng Yuan's mocking words made Uchiha Fugaku's face burn, as if it had been burned. It's okay, I'll give you another choice, climb out, from the garrison department to the clan land, you can generously tell me and your requirements, and you won't lose face. Humiliate. Naked humiliation. Uchiha Fugaku knows that once he really does this, even if he has the face to serve as the patriarch in the future, others will not have the face to listen to him. Uchiha Seal. You don't go too far. What's wrong with my excess? Are you capable? You hit me? Feng Yuan lit another cigarette, comfortably passed the smoke through his lungs, and then defiantly spit it on Fugaku's face. In a word, either ask your wife to accompany me for 3 days, or you get out of here. You, 5 days. Uchiha Fugaku's fingers trembled and pointed at Feng Yuan, and under the scarlet kaleidoscope, blood and tears were surging. With that technique, I may have a chance, but in the final result, Feng Yuan may not die, but his strength will also decrease. Feng Yuan noticed that Uchiha Fugaku's pupil power was growing strangely, and he was still disdainful on the surface, and in fact, he was already extremely vigilant in his heart. Although the people of the Uchiha clan are crazy, the kaleidoscope is too fragrant, and the pupils of the soul can have different abilities according to what the owner thinks. For example, Uchiha Fugaku previously became a Hulk and his strength has increased by at least 10 times, and if he can control it perfectly, he should use physical skills and ninjutsu, not the Wang Bakuan that is indiscriminately beaten. The atmosphere in the office became more and more eerie, and the quiet seal could clearly hear Uchiha Fugaku's heartbeat. Feng Yuan's hand quietly lay on the flowing blade Ruo Wo, and deliberately landed the hilt of the sword in front of Fuyu. Seeing this sword that had defeated him, Uchiha Fugaku's lips pursed, and he finally made up his mind. Fugaku left. With his head down, his steps faltered like a young man, and his back was a little lonely, like a dog. However, Feng Yuan ignored Uchiha Fugaku, and now even if Uchiha came over, he could beat the other party to doubt life. All thanks to the previous rewards. Ding! The host kills the ninja Kiki Shuo Shigeru in the same village, planting blame for the Feng Shui Gate, and shielding and releasing the murderer of the crime. Get rewards: 30,000 sin points, wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth chakra nature change. Ding! The host continuously forced the palace ape to fly to the sun, striking its prestige in the village and provoking factional struggle within the village. Get rewards: 10,000 sin points, trace Indra chakra, pure version, pure-tailed beast chakra, one-tailed Moritsuru. The change in the nature of chakra can make a huge change in the power of Feng Yuan's ninjutsu, but what really surprised him was the reward behind. Even if Indra's chakra was less, it was the induction of the Sharinan to improve again. And the chakra of the tailed beast can not only open the tailed beastization in chakra clothing mode, but also means that if Feng Yuan can obtain the chakra of the 9-tailed beast from the system, then he can fuse into the 10-tailed human pillar force by himself. Ding! The host forces Uchiha Fugaku to sacrifice his wife, achieve the achievement of bullying men and women, Junior, and obtain the aura Minotaur. Minotaur, the initial favorability of the opposite sex in the face of the heart is increased by 10%, the strength of the same sex in the face of marriage contract is increased by 10%, and the effect of ninjutsu, physical arts, and illusion is increased by 10%. Feng Yuan saw the newly unlocked achievements and aura effects, and his heart was full of embarrassment. But he held back. But think about it, it seems that Kagaya Atsuki is also a human wife. Should I go to the moon to see her real body one day? Good idea. But Feng Yuan was too lazy. Wait until the crime value in the village cannot be increased. Before that, his right eye opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and the pupil technique Great Power Lord God was instantly released. The moment he connected to the Pure Land, Feng Yuan clearly felt a line of sight fall on his body. Scald! Old Yin forced the 6 Dao immortals. Feng Yuan was drumming in his heart, but he forcibly resisted the thought of withdrawing the link, pretending not to notice the line of sight, and pulled Yui Huayan from the Pure Land to the Ghost World. This woman is a good shinobi. Konoha fluid technique is quite good. The key is that the relationship with Uzumaki Jushina is very good, and it is very suitable for resurrection as a tool to deepen Uzumaki Jushine's favorability. The link to the Pure Land was turned off as usual, but Feng Yuan did not feel the sight that fell on him disappear at all. Unable to understand the thoughts of the 6 immortals, Feng Yuan could only collect the soul of Yui Huayan to the Pure Land as usual, then use the transient technique to leave the office. In the past, this time should be the time to teach Shui Dun ninjutsu, but now against the gaze of the old Yin, Feng Yuan naturally will not do intimate things anymore. He chose to look for Feng Shumen. Feng Shuiman was determined to destroy Uzumaki Jushine, so he did not leave Konoha, but used his Flying Thunder God technique to hide in the residence. For others, even if the induction class comes, it will not be able to sense the wave Feng Shui Gate because of the time difference or range gap between the cross induction. But Hana's Kagura Shinko perfectly circumvents this. Like a living radar, it is easy to find the wave Feng Shui Gate. Disappeared. Feng Yuan noticed that the gaze disappeared, and he quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With my current pupil power, there is no way to pull the shadow level powerhouse to the Pure Land. Even so, they have been watched by the other party. It seems that they will have to save up in the future. Feng Yuan secretly decided in his heart that he must find an opportunity to give the 6 Dao immortals a surprise. But now, open the door, check the water meter. Feng Shumen. What is a water meter? The technology tree of the Hokage world is deformed to the point of being strange. There are mobile phones, and as a result, communication relies on ninjutsu. There are televisions, flashlights, etc., but none of them are widely available. In addition, Konoha village is not so overbearing that even the water is controlled, so naturally there will be no such thing as a water meter. Crunch, sealed uninvited. His gaze swept over the furnishings in the room, which were ordinary houses, as well as ordinary hostages. Poof! A coup was shot out, directly piercing the hostage's forehead. Hey, the ferocity of Feng Shumen does not change. It is not enough to kill Kimushu Umao. and it actually attacked the civilians in the village. Feng Yuan killed someone, and conveniently buckled the black pot to the head of the Wei Feng Shui door. You fart! Bofeng Shuman hated Feng Yuan so much that his teeth itched, and he was framed one after another, and no matter how good-tempered people were, they couldn't bear such humiliation. Don't be so serious, come, sit down. Of course, if you are not used to sitting here, I can take you back to the guard. Facing the threat of closure, Bofeng Shuman, who has not yet recovered from his injuries, chose to give in. Why? Why did you frame me 3 times and twice? As soon as Bofeng Shui men sat down, he asked emotionally. He had nothing to lose, so his attitude was naturally not very good. So angry that Yuna wanted to teach this sick man a lesson. Fortunately, it was stopped by the seal. It's not me who framed you 3 times and twice, it's Hokage, but he specifically led a group of ninjas to publicize it because of you, which led to the failure of Kiki Shuumao. I just buttoned a few hats. Anyway, you are already a rebel, it's not a big deal. Feng Yuan's tone was indifferent, his expression was relaxed, and finally he did not forget to remind, oh yes, I fancy Uzumaki Juzine, if you dare to trouble her again, I don't mind killing you now. Bofeng Shuman was stunned, his eyes turned red, his hands pressed against the table, and his face showed an expression like a beast was about to be pushed to the edge. It's you! From the beginning, you did the murder in Kanata prison, and then you blamed me, arrested me, and made Jushina change his mind while I was away. Ha, you're still pretty smart. Feng Yuan yawned. The pupil technique of his left eye Tenyu does not need to manifest a kaleidoscope in the process of maintenance, so whether it is Uzumaki Juzine, Kimushuumao, or Bofeng Shuman, they are always in a state of once they slack, they will be pulled into the dream world. For Uzumaki Jushine, Feng Yuan chose the Lifen world to deepen the understanding of each other between the two. And for Kimushuumao and Bofeng Shuman, it is a never-ending betrayal illusion in killing. This is also the reason why Kiki Shuo Shigeru is obviously injured, but the power of performing ninjutsu is even stronger than before. It is also the reason why the Wei Feng Shui gate collapsed so quickly. No one can withstand a trance, being chopped up, betrayed, and fighting all the time in another world. No one can always be vigilant and not relaxed. The current Wei Feng Shui gate is collapsed by the huge pressure in dream world. What do you want to do if you look for me but don't kill me? Killing? Who are you going to kill? Ape Flying Sun's Lash. Who? Bofeng Shuman got up in shock, and took down the chair behind him, and didn't care about it, but just looked at Feng Yuan with a stunned face. Don't see that he was hurt by the rumors, but he hated it so much that Kimushuumao refused to clarify it for himself. In fact, even when Feng Yuan defeated him, he didn't have too much jealousy. Right now, Feng Yuan actually wants to make a move against Hokage. Bofeng Shuman fell into a tangle in his heart. It was already a certainty that he would become a rebel, whether he was going out of the village to accumulate strength, or obeying Feng Yuan's words and assassinating Hokage. Zhao Sene. The bright smiling face suddenly flashed in Bofeng Shuman's mind, and his eyes became firm. Great idea. A maniacal smile appeared on his face and he grinned, but, what benefit can I get? Obviously, Bofeng Shuman wanted to sit on the ground and raise the price, so as to take Vortex Juzine back to himself. It's a pity that Feng Yuan is not Uchiha Fugaku. Your life. I have enough time and energy to find you, enough strength to kill you, even if you have the Flying Thunder God art to escape, but if I want to kill you, it won't take long. Feng Yuan's tone was flat, but his words were full of confidence. Bofeng Shuman was silent, but the corners of his mouth rose irrepressibly, stepped on the legs of the chair behind him, and sat down. It's better for us to change the deal. I will kill the Ape Flying Sun, and you will kill the Shimura Tuanzang. In this case, the village must choose the 4th generation. Kimushuumao is dead, Sanchin is missing, and only you can succeed to the throne. And then you're threatening me with this again. Feng Yuan looked at the Wei Feng Shui gate mockingly, dismissing the position of the fire shadow in his mouth. Although I am not a Hokage, I don't mind supporting a puppet to go up. As for you, you are not qualified to negotiate conditions with me. A small, azure-blue spiral pill suddenly lit up on the tip of Feng Yuan's fingertips, and the spiral pill that fused the change in the nature of wind escape and cutting was no different from ordinary spiral pills in appearance. But Bofeng Shuman's forehead couldn't help but sweat. Even if he is in his heyday, he may not be able to win the seal, let alone the situation of serious injury now. Hokage's strength is not weak. Even if I am in my prime, I may not be able to kill him. Bofeng Shuman put on a Gallic military salute with both hands, and his face seemed to wear a smile mask, hiding what he really thought in his heart. It's evolving fast. It is worthy of being the 4th generation of the original timeline. Feng Yuan saw the changes in the Wei Feng Shui gate in his heart, and there were no waves in his heart. After the war begins, the Ape Flying Sun Slash will inevitably go to the front line to contain it. You only need to use your Flying Thunder God technique to kill the people of the Ape Flying clan, then he will naturally return. By then, you'll be on the way to fix him. Feng Yuan threw a draft to Bofeng Shuman, and then turned around and left here with Yuna. Bofeng Shuman lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly his shoulders shook and he let out a strange laugh. Let me, a disciple of Jiraiya, kill Hokage and rule out the possibility of Jiraiya's succession. And who is your target for the remaining Orochimaru and Tsunade? The words slowly fell, but the figure of Bofang Shuman instantly disappeared from the room, and the teleportation of the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. Fang Yuan returned to the garrison. In order to reward Yuna's exploration merits, he treated the girl fiercely. After that, it was almost a week of daily life. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Fugaku still sent his wife, but he was 2 days late from the agreement, and was extended by 1 month by the original loan. For this reason, Uchiha Fugaku looked bitter and bitter almost every day, and his face was full of bitterness. The pursuit of the Wave Fang Shui Gate was handed over to the Dark Ministry, but Sarutobi Riko has not taken action, and his attention is now all on the war. Although the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire have a border, both sides tacitly placed the battlefield in the Land of Rain. After a boring oath meeting, Sarutobi set off with the ninja vanguard troops. Fang Yuan watched the ape-flying sun cut on the road, and a low threat suddenly sounded behind him. Uchiha Fang Yuan, you better settle down a little during this time, otherwise? So brave? Fang Yuan turned his head and saw Shimura Danzo, whose air pressure and state were getting lower and lower. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and said with a smile, Agent Hokage is Jiraiya, you advisor elder, let's think about the pension as soon as possible. Don't be like Mito Monitis and die violently in the hospital. Shimura Danzo's face became more and more gloomy, but there was not the slightest pressure in his flickering one-eyed eyes. I will find out Yan's death, and you better pray that it will not fall into the hands of the old man, otherwise, your sinful eyes will become the most precious collection of the old man. Shimura Danzo finished his cruel words, and directly wanted to turn around and leave. But when he turned around, he found that the surrounding ninja patriarchs, ninjas, and even his former companions at Kimichi and Kohara were far away. Feeling a momentum rising behind him, Shimura Danzo, turning at a speed that did not match his injuries, blind in one eye, broken arm, he slammed his cane with his bandaged arm and blocked Fang Yuan's casual slash. Ha! Your strength is great. Fang Yuan had a guess in his heart, I am afraid that Shimura Danzo has successfully transplanted the intercolumn cells, so he has the confidence to compete with himself. But the question is, the big snake pill has been missing for so long, who else can successfully transplant intercolumn cells for Shimura Danzo? Water break. A horizontal straight line of water suddenly shot out from the dark corner, forming an unrivaled sharp water blade, which attacked the seal. Fang Yuan kicked Shimura Danzo and kicked him in the direction of the water break, while the blade in his hand was like a fire out of the sheath. Shimura Danzo was pierced through the shoulder by the water break, but the next moment, the pale skin under the bandage was gradually healing, and on the arms shaped like plants, the complexion was gray as wallpaper. A figure walked out of the darkness, accompanied by a calm rebuke in his mouth. The Uchiha clan is really an evil clan, and they casually attack the companions of the village. Do they want to be a traitor? The visitor had silver hair and red eyes, a face with a faceguard-style iron brace, engraved with a swirling logo, 3 red marks on his cheeks, a black tight-fitting combat uniform, a blue stacked armor on the outside, and a white down collar on the shoulders that connected to the back. It is the long-dead second-generation Hokage Senjima. This sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. Fang Yuan noticed the rare crack on the body of the Thousand Hands, the corners of his mouth rose, and he scoffed, filthy soil rebirth? I didn't expect that Shimura Danzo would actually reincarnate the second-generation Hokage filthy earth. Playing with the dead like this, he didn't see the second-generation Hokage commenting on evil, but instead transplanted his brother's cells into his arm, which is really a thousand hands of love. Hear the words of Fang Yuan. The people around were in a strange mood, and their expressions were a little strained. The return of the second-generation Hokage dead was something that no one expected, let alone that he would actually implant the cells of the first Hokage into Shimura Danzo. Kinchao's expression was grim, the disgust in his eyes was undiminished, and his tone was as cold as a 1,000-year iceberg. If it weren't for you, the evil Uchiha, who deceived people too much, why would they offend the dead? Ah, is that so? Then you may not know very well, those pitiful disciples in your mouth personally destroyed the Thousand Hands clan. The smile at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth became extremely sarcastic. The mockery in his eyes never subsided, and he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A stupid young man who looked very enthusiastic instantly appeared in front of everyone. Rope Tree, you said before that you haven't seen your second grandfather, so I can be considered to have fulfilled your wish. Fang Yuan released the rope tree to attract attention while letting the people of the garrison quietly evacuate. It doesn't matter between 1,000 hands. He was worried that when he was about to kill Senju, this product called his brother out. Shimura Danzo, who has intercolumn cells on his body, is undoubtedly the best sacrifice. Shimura Danzo saw the rope tree appear for a moment, his pupils dilated slightly, and even if he blinked quickly to suppress it, his expression was full of unnaturalness. As a male member of the Senju clan, although Rope Tree does not have the talent of his ancestors, he is born with strong political resources and aura. He is also an unswerving Hokage lover, and as long as he grows up safely, he will definitely be a strong competitor to Hokage. What's more, the Mu-Dun research experiment at that time had made a major breakthrough, and new materials were urgently needed to verify the correctness. So the rope tree must die. Second grandfather. Rope tree looked at the silver hair on the opposite side, and the 1,000 hands that exuded a cold aura that no one could get close to, and tentatively greeted what rightfully went unanswered. Evil Uchiha, no matter what means you use, you can't change that you have become the biggest destabilizing factor in the village. The tone between the 1,000 hands was extremely cold, and there was no trace of emotion in the glazed red pupils. His gaze swept over the surrounding ninja patriarchs and ninjas, narrowing his eyes. With my identity, giving orders to these people and letting them besiege this evil Uchiha together, it is difficult to have much effect, then it is better to. Pulling people to fight may not be useful, persuading people to watch the play is really no one can refuse. Without even hearing a sound, the people had already dispersed for the most part. Feng Yuan clasped his backhand on the rope tree heavenly spirit cover, taking him back to the ghost world, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the second generation wants to settle the grudge between the two clans with me here. It's just that the second generation is so confident that he can solve me at this time. There is no nonsense between the 1,000 hands. Directly ordered Tuan Zhang, for purple yan array. Feng Yuan subconsciously wanted to move, but he still held back. Breaking the second generation Hokage, who was regarded as faith, in front of these guys, must have provided himself with a lot of sin points, right? As the strength of the seal becomes stronger and stronger, the evil points that can be earned by the same behavior are getting less and less. He even kind of wants to replace Uchiha and brainwash the entire ninja world with an infinite moon reading. The four figures are separated in four directions, and they are Shimura Danzo, Kohara Shun Sleep, Akimichi Teikaze, and Wani Pill Hoshikasuk. Along with the fingerprints and chakras of the four people, the red flow flame spread from the body, forming a cube-shaped enchantment, firmly locking the Senju and the seal together. One-on-one, Naruto-sama doesn't have much chance of winning. Feng Yuan looked at the 1,000 hands who were in the four purple yen formation with him. His face was still indifferent, and in fact, thousands of vigilance had been raised in his heart. As a forbidden master in the ninja world, it is reasonable to use any technique that can be used by the 1,000 hands. Of course, don't expect him to open the 8 doors dungeon in this state. This thing actually unleashes the potential of physical asceticism. The dirt reincarnation body has been firmly locked, and the 8 doors of Dunjia who opened a fart have been opened. Illusion Dark Technique. The printing speed between the second generation Hokage 1,000 hands was unusually fast, almost just chanting the mantra in his hand, and the printing style had been completed in his hand. A thick black fog that could isolate the vision of the Sharingan instantly filled the 4 purple yen array, and the 5 fingers could not be seen, as if the sky had instantly darkened. It is said that the second generation is a master of forbidden arts, but in fact, the first generation is not far behind. At the very least, this dark technique was created by him in order to fight Uchiha. Feng Yuan stood alone in the black mist, and the dark red chakra instantly covered his body, and in the blink of an eye, a half-body skeleton statue appeared on his body. Susanoo. The skeleton was like a hideous face, completely ignoring the dense fog. The big hand flagrantly slapped down, and the well-defined palm fell to the ground, which was a wave. Senju's brows furrowed slightly, and when he slapped his 2 hands, a special kunao instantly appeared in his palm, and he threw it towards Susanoo. In mid-air, Kuwu was slammed down by a big hand. Boom! Violent, continuous explosions suddenly sounded, and the power of the crimson flames and continuous shocks superimposed together was almost as strong as the Feng Dun spiral pill that had previously sealed the banner Mushu Mao. It is an A-level forbidden technique and mutual multiplication detonation charm technique. The attack range is extremely large and long-lasting, and if launched unguarded, the caster itself may be involved. However, the 1,000 hands was originally a reincarnation of dirt, and this time it was naturally all out to urge the explosion. You know, this ninjutsu was so powerful in the original time and space that it blew up the Myojin Gate, and blew up many 10-tailed splits, and also blew up the wooden doppelganger between the 1,000 hand pillars. The powerful power made Shimura Danzo and Koharu overjoyed. But the 1,000 hands still looked solemn. The fingerprints in his hands kept stopping, and before they were destroyed by the aftermath of the explosion, they performed another psychic forbidden technique, soul confinement technique. This is the technique that he used to bind Suzuki's soul and delay Suzuki's death. But now he used it on Feng Yuan's body in order to seal Feng Yuan's next move. But the problem is, ninjutsu is such a thing, just shoot it casually. Serious people who make seals. Feng Yuan's playful voice sounded on the back of the 1,000 hands, and one hand slapped on his shoulder, instantly blowing him into countless pieces. Although he can't fly the Thunder God technique, he can easily pass through the explosion zone of the multiplying detonator under the protection of Susanoo. 1,000 hands waiting for the resurrection. The mutual multiplication initiation talisman technique and the dark movement technique directly slashed their backs, except for blowing up the 4 purple flame arrays to shake continuously. They did not play the role of half a dime. Feng Yuan grinned, and the flowing blade in his hand erupted with his whispered and burst into a violent heat. This is also why the second generation's art of rebirth of dirt is only a rough idea, and only the basic technique is ordered by the first generation as a forbidden technique, and no further research is allowed. But now Orochimaru said that the soul of the rope tree is not in the Pure Land. Duh! Tsunade's anger accumulated to the extreme, and he smashed the table in half with a punch. His body exuded a low air pressure visible to the naked eye, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Orochimaru. Who is it? She knew that with Orochimaru's personality, if she hadn't confirmed who was behind the scenes, she wouldn't have appeared in front of her to say this. Orochimaru's eyes showed a pity expression. He thought that Tsunade could use this layer of anger to break through his fear of blood, but in the end, did he instinctively stop it? A sickly flush appeared on his pale face, and a weird smile appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. His long tongue rolled around his face, and he said with an evil smile, "After I summoned Kato's broken soul reincarnation for the second time, a kaleidoscope appeared and took Kato's broken soul." How so? Tsunade-sama. Shizun first glanced at Orochimaru in shock, and then looked at Tsunade blankly. I saw that Tsunade's entire temperament changed, and the almost terrifying chakra continued to flow inside her body, as if some seal had been unsealed in an instant. Jiraiya's face changed drastically, and he could only look at Tsunade anxiously. But Orochimaru said slowly, "Uchiha has a total of 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes, but with my personal research and opinion, I think that I is Uchiha's ability to seal the original." Orochimaru. Jiraiya grabbed Orochimaru's collar, trying to stop him from arching the fire. But Tsunade reached out and pinched Jiraiya's wrist at a very fast speed, raised his head. The diamond-shaped mark on his forehead had disappeared, those eyes were bloodshot, staring at the big snake pill without blinking, and his voice was low. "How dare you be sure? Because Fang Yuan's strength has increased too quickly, I doubt that his eyes can allow him to devour the soul of the dead, thus becoming stronger without limit." Orochimaru's eyes radiated a certain fanaticism, and he didn't say all his guesses. Uchiha Feng Yuan could see the operation of the spiral pill at a glance, thus creating a stronger wind escape spiral pill. This incomprehensible learning power and creativity, it is difficult not to think that it is the effect of multiple souls superimposed. This is the ability that he dreamed of by Orochimaru. Orochimaru's dream is not eternal life, but to learn all the ninjutsu in the world, master the truth of the world, and eternal life is only to see death, feel the fragility of life, and choose the way to realize your dream. But Uchiha Seal's strength is too strong, so strong that he does not dare to risk it alone, and must combine the power of the 3 shinobi to dare to try. Is this so? Tsunade let go of Jiraiya, clenched his fists, and walked out without saying a word, and when the figure missed the big snake pill, his right hand swung and smashed towards the big snake pill at an extremely fast speed. Phew! The hand knife left an afterimage, driving a violent wind sound, and fiercely slashed down on the back of the big snake pill's neck, splitting him out. Boom! The entire izakaya instantly collapsed into ruins, and the big snake pill smashed several buildings, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead in the smoke. I'll go to Uchiha Feng Yuan to ask clearly, but before that, I really want to teach you a lesson about disturbing the dead bastard first. Tsunade's back came angry words, but his footsteps did not stop. Tsunade-sama. Shizun tried to follow with his short legs, still young, but was grabbed by Jiraiya by the collar. She's not in the right state now, it's better not to get over. Zi's eyes were also full of solemnity. If he hadn't pulled Shizun away in time just now, I'm afraid that this little girl would have been buried under the izakaya house. SHHH, how can I say that we are also old comrades in arms, and we actually put such a heavy hand? Came the hoarse voice of the big snake pill in the smoke. Tsunade stopped and looked back to see an extremely sluggish scene. Orochimaru dragged his 2-meter-long neck, his steps twisted and stiff, and he staggered out with a crunching sound all over his body. The bruises all over his body, especially the elongated neck, made Orochimaru look like a snake with long limbs. But the more physically uncomfortable scene has just begun. I saw the big snake pill fall to the ground, one mouth was held to the maximum, and then both hands supported the upper and lower jaws up and down, and broke hard. Then, as if giving birth, a large wet snake pill came out of his mouth. Disgusting. Shizun's pupils were full of shock, but the physical discomfort still made her kneel on the ground and vomit. It is conceivable that this little girl will probably leave a deep psychological shadow. You transformed yourself. Tsunade's face clearly showed disgust, and although it was a question, it was extremely affirmative. Normal people will definitely not use small knives on themselves, but it just so happens that the big snake pill is not. It's not important, Orochimaru said sadly, his long tongue curling the mucus from his face, and an evil smile on his sickly pale face. The important thing is that to find Uchiha Seal with your current strength is to send you to death. Tsunade didn't speak. Jiraiya wanted to speak, but no one paid attention to him. The big snake pill continued, not only does Miyama Mountain have an immortal mode, but the Dragon Earth Cave of my money contract, and the Wet Bone Forest of your contract, all have the cultivation method of immortal mode. It depends on whether you dare to gamble or not. Orochimaru. The cultivation of immortal mode is dangerous, and immortal mode is not so perfect. Without plenty of natural chakra, it's hard to complete the transformation of immortal mode. Hearing the words of the big snake pill, Zila's expression changed greatly. He who had experienced the cultivation of the immortal mode, naturally knew that the peace of mind required to cultivate this mode was definitely not what the two of them could have now, so he directly pulled out the biggest flaw of the immortal mode. However, Orochimaru just looked at Tsunade with a smile. Natural chakra, if you are willing to give me the yin seal, maybe I can improve the method of storing natural chakra. Tsunade did not hesitate in the slightest, and the psychic came out of a scroll and threw it to Orochimaru. There is the cultivation method of the yin wind seal and the way to contact me, and if I don't appear within a month, I will die. Shizun, you go back to the village first, I will take you out when I have a chance in the future. After speaking, Tsunade directly cast the reverse psychic technique, and after a puff of smoke, he disappeared in place. Zili was also furious, and glared at the big snake pill angrily, but found that even he had disappeared into the smoke, which made him angry. Just as he was about to leave with Shizun, he found himself surrounded by a group of civilians. These are civilians whose shops or houses have been smashed through. Konoha, garrison. The seals that do not appear in the two chapters are undoubtedly doing something indescribable. After the threesome's water escape teaching, the water escape ability of the two students was significantly improved. Mikado was originally Uchiha who opened Sangoyu, but he lacked practice, and under the strict teaching of Feng Yuan, both ninjutsu and physical arts were like a sponge at this time, trying his best to absorb knowledge. Although Yuna's strength is not good, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she is naturally rich in chakra, and based on this, her physical skills have progressed very rapidly. More importantly, during the extreme exercise, Yuna awakened the strongest ability belonging to the Uzumaki clan, Kagura Heart Eye. Compared with the 8-door golden lock that can seal the tailed beast, which can heal the exuberant vitality of others, Feng Yuan attaches more importance to the human flesh radar. As long as Yuna's eyes are closed and his heart is open, he can sense abnormal behavior with chakra within a radius of tens of kilometers. In addition, if there is a known specific chakra, it can also perceive the detailed position and movement, and can grasp the number of people, characteristics, and even movement speed of the target in detail. Such a large area is definitely a big killer to monitor the Hokage lineage, or search for Shimura Danzo. Great ability. Feng Yuan has never been a stingy person to praise, gently brushing the hair that Yuna put on his cheeks behind his ear, and whispered softly, "Your consumption is too large, don't rush to experiment with ability, when you recover, I will guide you, step by step, until you master it." Yuna barely opened her eyes, responded to Feng Yuan's words with the most innocent smile, and then couldn't help but fall asleep tiredly. As for Mikado, she also needed to calculate the logistics of the 4th Brigade, so she only had a small taste. In the short time of the sage. Knock knock. A respectful knock sounded at the door. The leader of the Dark Squad, Yuri Maka, returned to the office that had scared him. Minister Feng Hara, Naruto-sama has a request. Oh, did something happen? There was a ninja death near the Nanga River, and Naruto-sama meant that this matter was left to the Ministry of Security to handle. Sunset Zhenhong hesitated, thinking that his lovely daughter would be a teacher in the future, and decisively sold the information. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked thoughtfully, is it possible that the spies did it? After all, the war is about to start, and it is not impossible for the rest of the villages to send people to find out. Sunset Zhenhong doesn't speak. Providing intelligence is his business, but to participate in the analysis, he is not yet familiar with that qualification. Feng Yuan was not surprised by Sunset True Red's reaction, and walked with his arms folded beside him. Let's go, and see what kind of moth this Hokage-sama is going to do. Actually, Ape Flying Sun Choppers simply didn't want to pay attention to this matter. Starting a war is not a simple matter, and the main prerequisite is to communicate with the daimyo of your country. Of course, there are also non-communicating. For example, the village of Tsunahi, whether it is the first Ninja World War raid on Konoha, or the second Ninja World War should fight the Rain Ninja village, it has never been allowed by the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Coupled with the defeat of 2 successive battles, the daimyo of the Country of Wind has become the laughingstock of the ninja world, and the relationship between the two sides has been directly severed, resulting in the current Saiyan village can only follow the elite mode. If not for the 3 generations of Wind Shadows can mine, I am afraid that they are now poor enough to eat soil. With the lessons of the past, Sarutobi naturally would not make this small mistake, and simply explained everything about Konoha. Let him do more things first, it can be regarded as a signal to ease up the two sides. Sarutobi knew that Feng Yuan's attitude towards the Hokage line was not good, so he wanted to first hand over the fearless power of investigating ninja cases to the garrison, which was both a show of favor and paralysis. Uchiha Fugaku stopped talking when he heard this, but he still pulled the corners of his mouth and gave up persuasion. Don't look at Ape Fei chopping with a good talkative look. In fact, the things he decides are not allowed to be ignored by others. This time it was not a high-level meeting of Konoha, and Uchiha Fugaku also hid before sealing the original. Therefore, only the Ape Flying Sun Chop remained in the office. Dare to be alone with me, and the 3rd generation of Hokage will not be afraid to become the ancestor Hokage. The ridicule of Feng Yuan's seat made Ape Fei blacken his face, and his blunt words also made the surrounding dark parts wary. Don't be so excited, at least I don't want to deal with this mess in the village now. Feng Yuan smoked a cigarette, put his legs on the table, did not put the ape flying sun in his eyes at all, and did not even give him the most basic respect. Regarding the position of the next Hokage, he actually wanted Tsunade to be the one. After all, the other party's original spacetime line is the 5th generation Hokage, plus it is also his predetermined human pillar force, so naturally he can't look at the ape flying sun in front of him. Ape Fei Ri sighed without a trace, becoming more and more determined to find a way to kill Feng Yuan in his heart, and once again vented his anger on the pipe, and he took out a folder with a cold expression. This is intelligence about the death case of the Nangawa ninja. I hope that the garrison can take over this matter, and in return, future ninja cases can be. What? I said no. Feng Yuan twisted the cigarette but in his hand on the table, and rebuffed the ape flying sun's overtures, and his gaze was full of disdain. Ape Fei Ri cut off an old face as black as the bottom of a pot, and scolded sharply, this is originally the responsibility of the garrison department. You're yelling at me. Feng Yuan stretched out his little finger and buttoned his ear, then blew at the ape flying sun, and asked repeatedly, did you yell at me just now? What am I doing? The ape flying sun's facial muscles stiffened, and the chakra in his body couldn't help but be a little faster, and the mind of wanting to channel the ape demon couldn't be suppressed. But he still made a final attempt. The recent things have been heavy, the old man has lost his state for a while, and he feels guilty. This is 100,000 taels, please seal the original minister Haihan. 100,000 taels? What is the 3rd generation of Hokage doing? If you give alms to beggars, it is better to go for a walk on Konoha Street. It was the old man who took it wrong. This is 1,000,000 taels. 1,000,000 taels? Hey, it turns out that Hokage's life is so worthless, or it will be a loss, and it is better to pull out a tongue. No, the old man forgot. There is still a box of tea here that I forgot to give to Minister Feng Yuan. Ape Fei Ri's face was full of flesh pain, and he took out a psychic scroll from his sleeve and pushed it towards the seal. Feng Yuan was bold, and he was not afraid of what tricks he played, and after opening it, he found that it contained a lot of tea in the currency of the Fire Country, the number of which was about 8 figures. Huh, the elderly are hot, it's better to drink less tea if you're okay. Feng Yuan smiled and put away the tea leaves and 1,000,000 Fire Country currency, and then instantly changed his face, and said seriously, although it is said that the power to investigate ninja cases belongs to Uchiha at the beginning, what is given, Uchiha will not happily take it back. Minister Feng Hara, with the current size of the security department, it is indeed not suitable to take over ninja cases. If you are willing to take over, I can approve the establishment of the 5th and 6th brigades of the security department, and the startup capital and personnel salaries of the other 2 teams will be borne by Konoha. These 2 brigades are in terms of numbers. There is no requirement, but since it is to deal with ninja cases, I think at least a ninja is needed to be responsible, and the strength cannot be weak, at least there must be a ninja leader. Deal. It just so happens that recently I want to recruit that group of non-Uchiha ninjas, and the 5th and 6th teams are just right. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Feng Yuan directly targeted those Konoha clans. Use the reparations of the ape flying sun / to win the support of the ninja clan. No matter how you think about it, you don't lose money. Feng Yuan's expression was very pleasant, especially when he saw those corpses. His smile became stronger. These people were cut off their mouths with bitterness at an extremely fast speed, and then their tongues were pulled out, and then pierced their limbs, bleeding too much and died. Feng Yuan held the coffee and said to the second at Sunset Zhenhong, you can't do this kind of thing without a little grudge. First eliminate spies, secondly, cut the tongue. If you want to kill, it is very simple, and torture is even more so. So why cut off their tongue? Because you don't want them to shout out and get someone's attention. Sunset Zhenhong is a little confused about the reason why Feng Yuan called himself, but he is no longer a confidant in the 3rd generation of Hokage. He is a marginal, dispensable person. Maybe he will be kicked out of the dark part one day. He is also not a person who eats alone and the whole family is not hungry, so he naturally has to look for the next home. Feng Yuan took a sip of coffee comfortably, raised his chin at several corpses and said, that's a marginal area, and few people will pass. It's because these guys said something wrong, open their stomachs, and you can see the tongue inside. Sunset Zhenhong's face suddenly became ugly and tight. It was a psychological discomfort reaction in the physiology, so he couldn't help but stay away from the corpse. The murderer forced them to eat their tongue. Yes, but it seems that the murderer is not the kind of pervert who will appreciate the process, otherwise these tongues should be chewed into rotten meat. Gag. Sunset's really red face could no longer see a trace of blood. As a ninja and a shinobi, his psychological quality is still extremely strong, but the problem is that he is a first-class illusion master, with extremely strong associative ability, and involuntarily follows Feng Yuan's words, bringing himself into the dual senses of murderer and victim. Hey, it's a wolf. Feng Yuan walked out with coffee. This case once a result is too simple, just find someone to be a criminal. But the problem is that the next time such a case occurs, it will definitely be a blow to his reputation. Tap tap. Hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor, accompanied by the grin of Satoshi Uchiha. Boss, another ninja is dead. The specifics of the corpse. It's the same as the guy inside. Feng Yuan nodded, handed the coffee in his hand to Uchiha Satoshi, and asked casually, where is the entity? The westernmost side, near the Kimu house. Oh, kind of interesting. Kimu house. Compared with the bustle of people who often came to visit in the past, today's Kimu house is deserted, like an abandoned house. But today, there was a knock on the door again. Knock knock, Kimu Senior, I am Bo Feng Shuman, I have some problems in practice, I want to come and consult Senior. Crunch, the door opens. But there was no Kimu Shuumao, but a handsome white-haired child. It is Kakashi, the beloved son of Kiki Shumo. Senior, please come in, my father is out. Senior, if you are not in a hurry, you can wait for a while. Kakashi's tone was not respectful, with a hint of alienation, but at least the etiquette was enough. Bo Feng Shuman's face was still a small sun-like smile, but his blue pupils flashed with iceberg-like indifference. Is that so? Then I'll bother. Bo Feng Shuman was already alone at this time, and he just wanted revenge without concern. Perhaps it was Kiki Kakashi who used some method to inform Kiki Shuo Shigeru, and in less than half an hour, Konoha White Fang returned home. There was no trace of depression on his face, and there was still undried sweat on the hair on his forehead. As soon as he entered the door, he explained anxiously, sorry Watergate, have you been waiting for a long time? Just now I was training at the training ground. What do you do? Kimu Shuumao's voice instantly became as cold as a cold winter from the beginning of guilt and generosity. The white fang short knife instantly appeared on the palm of his hand. Only because he saw his son with his face covered in blood hanging in midair, and facing Kuwu with an explosive charm inserted below. The other end of the rope was held in the hands of Bo Feng Shuman, and the smile on his face was evil and maniac. To training? Ha! Are Kimu seniors training hard and striving for early shame? You put down Kakashi first. What do you have to say? Kimu Shuumao's face was cold, but he did not put on a fighting posture, and the white-toothed short knife in his hand was not aimed at the Wave Feng Shui Gate. It's like a beast that has converged its fangs and claws on its own. But now the Wave Feng Shui Gate is no longer the little son of the past. No matter how good the character, it only takes a bad day to complete the blackening. Put him down. Is that so? Bo Feng Shuman smiled and loosened the rope in his hand. Ah! Kakashi fell extremely quickly, and although the rope was held in the palm of the Wave Feng Shui Gate again in the next second, Kakashi still touched the lampstand that was placed under the Wave Feng Shui Gate, and the spike pierced his eyelid and pierced his left eye, causing him to let out a heart-rending cry. Kakashi, don't move. Seeing his son injured, Kiki Shuumao was hot and instinctively leaned forward to save Kakashi. But Bo Feng Shuman's angry drink still stopped him and allowed him to regain his senses. Bo Feng Shuman, something is coming at me. The matter between us has nothing to do with Kakashi. The chakra on Kimu Shuumao's body flowed, the light blue arc flashed at his feet and body, and his voice was indifferent like the wind blowing from a snowy mountain. But Wave Feng Shui Gate was even crazier than he thought, wrapping the rope twice around his palm, getting up and winding, always maintaining the state in which Kakashi Kiki was pierced. Senior Kimu, obviously the truth of the matter is that you challenged Uchiha Feng Yuan, obviously I joined the war to save you. Why did things develop like this now? Everyone is saying that I didn't take my own strength to launch the challenge, and you were seriously injured in order to save me. Ha 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 ha, Blanche. By what? The more Bo Feng Shuman spoke, the more emotional he became, and the hand wrapped around the rope suddenly closed his chest. Only listening to Kakashi's howl, a cluster of blood flowers burst out from his left eye. Crackle! The thunder arcs on Kimu Shuumao's body instantly connected, and the whole person rushed to the Bo Feng Shui Gate like a blue electric light. The left hand pulled the rope hanging Kakashi, and the white fang on the right hand mercilessly slashed towards the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Kimu Shuumao's speed is much faster. But the nerve reflex speed of the Wave Feng Shui Gate was completely beyond the standard, and at the moment when his chest cracked, he subconsciously stabbed Kimu Shuumao with Kuwu, and at the same time, a spiral pill instantly appeared in his palm. The spiral pill that rotated at high speed directly shattered the rope in Bo Feng Shuman's hand, and slapped his face on Kimu Shuumao's chest. Click! The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded again, and Kimu Shuumao's face turned pale but flushed red in an instant, waved his white teeth to force back the Wave Feng Shui Gate, kicked the candlestick, and let Kimu Kakashi fall to the ground. Run! Kakashi forced himself to endure the pain, hot blood spilled from between his fingers, gritted his teeth, and ran out the door without saying a word. It's really ruthless, Kimu Sr., can you tell me the answer now? Bo Feng Shui Men leaned against the wall, a deep and bone-piercing scar fell obliquely on his chest, his left hand held the table, his right hand held Kuwu, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Kimu Shuumao's state was no better, only feeling that his chest was hot, as if there was a cool breeze constantly pouring in. He braced himself and looked at Bofeng Shuman, who was obviously in the wrong mental state, and said, look what I encountered, a white-haired beautiful boy who fell to the ground with serious injuries. As long as he is in Short Book Street, he will definitely be taken back by the noble lady and aunt to heal the injury, and then take good care of it, right? Feng Jiayuan's joking words sounded in the ears of Kakashi, who was hazy in consciousness and about to fall into a coma. Little Bai Mao did not care about his bad attitude, but used his last strength to say, help, my father. Lord Feng Yuan, this is the son of Minister Kimu's family. Could it be that the murderer still dared to attack Minister Kimu? What a dare! Sunset Zhenhong's attitude was very irritable. The number of murders near Kimu Mansion exceeded his imagination, and at least double-digit people died in this neighborhood. The murderer is simply mad. However, if you dare to provoke Shanky Mubu, it is also his time to die. That's not necessarily red, you see. Feng Yuan stepped over Kimu Kakashi and raised his chin from inside the Kimu Mansion, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the blackened Bofeng Shui gate did not endure, but simply and neatly retaliated against those who slandered him and Kimu Shuumao. Not at all like his virgin son. Feng Yuan did not mean to interfere with the battle between Kimu Shuumao and Bofeng Shuman, and the guards of Yujibo naturally would not make a move. Strangely, the battle between Kimu Shuumao and Bofeng Shuman has reached a white-hot stage, not to mention anything else. Bofeng Shuman's small wind escape spiral pill has not smashed the air, and the movement of blowing up is not small, but there is not a dark part here. Feng Yuan didn't care, he was only curious now, who would be better in the duel between a quick attack warrior and a high-speed assassin. Watergate, turn back. I can forgive you for the Kakashi thing, and I will try my best to clarify the rumors. Kimu Shuumao was trying his best to suppress his breathing, and every breath he swallowed would bring a fine needle-piercing pain to his sunken chest. Bleeding too much, his vision was already a little blurry, and the shadow of the wave Feng Shui gate in his vision also appeared ghostly. He knew that he could not drag it on any longer, so he chose to soften the wave Feng Shui gate with words, wanting him to let go of resistance. But, turn back? I can't go back. Bofeng Shuman covered his head and smiled maniacally, but the tears that spilled between his fingers could not be stopped. The Konoha prison thing, I didn't do it, I was on a mission that night, Hokage is clear. But he still allowed Uchiha to frame me and put me in the garrison. The duel with Uchiha Feng Yuan was proposed by you. What does it have to do with me? Even if it is a failure, why should I blame the mistake? Even Juzine refused to believe me. What kind of man who chases with his whole life? It is clear that he refuses to accept the defeat of me. It's all because of you. Why, do you want to challenge Uchiha's seal? Bofeng Shuman's eyes have been shrouded in dense blood, bursting eyes, increasingly unstable emotions, and hysterical questioning, leaving Kimu Shuumao speechless. But Feng Yuan appeared with a yawn and said nonchalantly, of course, he accepted the order of the Hokage. You who? Kimu Shuumao was about to stop Feng Yuan from flickering the Feng Shuman, but was put on the shoulder by the latter's hand. Nah, you are so badly injured, it's better to lie down honestly. Gaba. Feng Yuan raised his hand to send Kimu Shuumao into eternal sleep, and then licked his lips, looking at the shocked Bofeng Shui gate with interest. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you run away after killing the Minister of Darkness? When the dark part comes, your current state can't escape. Bofeng Shuman took a deep look at Feng Yuan, and then disappeared directly in front of everyone. Long Xiang, I don't want anyone to spread the word about what happened just now. Feng Yuan smiled and patted Uchiha Longxiang's shoulder, and after explaining that he had dealt with the rest of the matter, he left the Kimu Mansion with a complicated look of sunset true red. After Uchiha Longxiang respectfully sent Feng Yuan away, he said to the people of the 1st Brigade, seal off the surroundings, not a single living mouth is left. Most of the people in the neighborhood were some middle-level shinobi who had just arrived, or some civilians who were making a scene, not even a dark part. Therefore, neither Feng Yuan nor Uchiha Longxiang put these people in their eyes. Feng Yuan was walking on the way back to the Uchiha garrison, ignoring the tangled sunset behind him, but thinking. Suddenly, he said to himself, all mouths of gold, a promising genius ninja, because of gossip, closed himself, and then fell into the darkness, betrayed the village, and assassinated so many people within the Minister of Darkness. It is really terrifying. There is one thing to say, the Minister of Darkness seems to be your hand. Sunset Zhenhong did not dare to answer at all, and pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly, as if he had not yet recovered from Kimu Shuumao's death. That's the faith of their generation. But Feng Yuan had an idea in his heart to control public opinion, to engage in some wrongs, falsehoods, and mistakes, and by the way, establish a great and honest image for himself. Such a contrast must have a lot of evil points. At this moment, a masked dark part appeared in front of Feng Yuan by the way, knelt down halfway away, and said respectfully, Minister Feng Yuan, Lord Hokage invites you to take the office and meet you. What happened? Feng Yuan just asked casually, but he didn't expect that this dark department actually answered it honestly. It is said that the disappearance of the 3 generations of wind shadows. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. This matter can be said to be the fuse of the original 3 wars, but he did not expect that it would actually break out a few years in advance. However, sure enough, the Wind Shadows are cannon fodder in the Five Shadows. The original Wind Shadow didn't want the tailed beast to ask for money, and was beaten up. The second generation of Kazekage created a puppet unit, personally educated by Senjima in the First Shinobi World War, and was absent within 2 years of being seriously injured. The three generations simply became the collection of the genius puppet master Scorpion. Shide Raza was killed in the wilderness by Orochimaru and Junmeru. The fifth generation of Wind Shadow was captured by Deidara's breaking into the village. Gee, what a dish! Feng Yuan complained while coming to the conference room. This time it was a high-level meeting, including Naruto as well as the major honorary elders, ninja patriarchs, and upper shinobi. Sarutobi Hineda's face was serious, and even Shimura Danzo, who had not appeared for a long time, sat next to him. Wait until the people come together. Only then did Ape Flying Sunchop solemnly say, the three generations of Wind Shadows are missing, and the Sand-Hidden Village said that it is related to Konoha. This is planting. It's framed. So, in order to prove Konoha's innocence, I specially asked the daimyo to obtain permission to wage war against the village of Tsunehi. No wonder, I'm afraid that those dark departments have already been sent out to collect intelligence on the front line in the two countries of Turkey and Lei, right? Feng Yuan was a little excited in his heart. He could finally destroy the country as it should, and when the time came, he would be finished with a direct Hokage secret order. Most of the ninja clans present and some small families are reluctant to start a war, because fighting a war means dying, and there are not many members of their family, and death can easily cause a break in the family inheritance. For example, the former Kato clan, after all the family elders died in the war, the family's secret art and spiritual art was sent to the Book of Seals, Tsunade himself made, and the only Yumi, Kato Shizun, wanted to learn the family's secret arts, and he had to save enough merit to get back from the Book of Seals. The eyes of this group of people wandered, and finally at this time they thought of the person they supported, Kimushu Umao. But his gaze did not find the easy white hair. When enlightenment is in doubt. Feng Yuan said lazily, before that, let's integrate the combat power of the village. Just now, Feng Shuman defected and used Kakashi as bait to kill Kiki Shuumao. What? Timezen's incredulous exclamation rang out almost simultaneously. There was a sudden silence in the room. You can even clearly hear the heavy breathing of these people. Kimushu Umao's strength is obvious to all, even if he was injured before, it is Konoha's premier top combat power. Will he actually be killed by Feng Shuman? Not everyone is familiar with Feng Shuman, and most people don't even know that he is a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. But thanks to the rumors in the village, when it comes to Feng Shuman, most people have an inherent impression in their minds. They think of themselves very high, but their strength is not so arrogant. Young people. Such a person was actually able to kill Kimushu Umao? There were few stupid people present, and their eyes involuntarily fell on the dark-faced ape-flying sun. Those so-called news were specially ordered by him to let Feng Shuman temporarily carry the Black Cauldron, so that Kimushu Umao could maintain his personality, so as not to cause the ninja's mind to be unstable before starting a war. But the development of things was completely unexpected to him. That little son who seemed to be completely brainwashed by the will of fire actually had such a powerful darkness in his heart. I don't even dare to bear a little insult. I really look up to you, Feng Shuman. Ape-Flying Sun Chopper's most hated at this time is naturally Feng Yuan, but Feng Shuman is fortunate to be promoted to second. The gloomy-faced Shimura Danzo stared at Feng Yuan with one eye. He felt that 9 times out of 10 times this matter was done by Feng Yuan, but with Mito Minion's previous experience, he was not prepared to roar Feng Yuan here. Rickup, there must be something strange about this matter. It's better to let the Dark Department investigate this matter. Ape-Face Sun's gaze became extremely irritable in an instant. At the beginning, Sarutobi Hineda, who had no time for him, wanted Shimura Danzo to take over the case, but he refused, citing the critical juncture of the experiment. Want to take over now? Dream. If it had been before, Shimura Danzo would have taken over this matter. Sarutobi would have lost it to him without saying a word, and he would not have paid a huge price to ask Feng Yuan to take over. But he had already paid a huge price. How could he give Feng Yuan another chance? This matter is the responsibility of the security department. Tuanzang should concentrate on your own affairs. A little warning to his good friend, Ape-Fei Ri Chopper calculated the combat strength of the village with some headache. And the end result. There is no doubt that there is no problem in taking down a sand-hidden village, but if the Land of Earth or the Land of Thunder also makes a move, the top combat power of the village is somewhat stretched. When Ape-Fei Riko said this, he did not shy away from looking at Feng Yuan, which was the premise for him to transfer Feng Yuan on the battlefield in the future. More importantly, he hoped that Feng Yuan would take the initiative to stand up and propose to take the garrison to participate in the war. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan sat in his place like that, motionless like the Maitreya Buddha in the temple. Therefore, Sarutobi Hineda could only cast a cryptic look at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku agreed, first slapped the table in front of him, attracting everyone's attention, and then said indignantly, "The village is everyone's village. For the benefit of the village, the Uchiha clan applied to fight." Uchiha Fugaku got his wish and became the focus of everyone, but it lasted only a second. Everyone's gaze was vaguely at Feng Yuan. Everyone knows that although the nominal patriarch of Uchiha is Uchiha Fugaku, it is actually Feng Yuan who is really in power. Uchiha Fugaku violated the order of the second-generation Hokage. I suspect that he has ulterior motives. Why not go to Konoha prison and calm down? Feng Yuan spoke slowly, the faint smile on his face did not change. He didn't bother to look at Uchiha Fugaku, stared at the ape flying sun on the highest seat and said, "As a disciple, the third generation of the disciple, presumably will not disobey the order of." With the opening of the liberation language, the chakra on Feng Yuan's body began to rise wildly in the form of multiples, and the chakra, which was originally a one-tailed level, instantly climbed to the three-tailed and even four-tailed level. Moreover, due to the human body of the middle pole immortal, the sense of oppression brought by his life aura directly distorted the surrounding air, like a steaming heatwave that frantically shook the four purple yen array. Shimura Danzo and Akimichi Wind have one interpillar cell, and the other is not weak in combat power, hard nine tails and one claw during the Nine Tails Rebellion, but they can barely hold on. Although Xiaochun has the title of Shangnin, his strength has long declined, and he immediately became the short board of the barrel, the biggest flaw. The pillar of fire that rose up from the sky was instantly shaken apart by Suyun, and the terrifying momentum spread out in an instant, attracting the attention of the entire Konoha. Even the ape flying sun, who had just set off, sensed that something was wrong in the village. Facing the ninjas who ran over to ask if they wanted to turn around and return to the village, he just said with a cold face, "The village is cleaning up some unstable factors, don't worry, keep going." After speaking, Ape Fei-Ri looked in the direction of the village. Even though he recognized that the beam of light was the broken state of the four purple flame array, he also looked expressionless. "Teacher, Danzo, I hope you can eradicate the Uchiha seal." Konoha Village. The monstrous light and explosion at the entrance of the village caused countless ninjas and villagers who remained in Konoha who had just retreated to turn their heads one after another. Those ninjas who wanted to disperse the villagers were detained by the guards, which also forced those who wanted to leave to stay in place and continue to watch this rare battle. Feng Yuan carried the flowing blade like fire, relying on the art of light and heavy rock floating in mid-air, seeing the black dots gathered around like ants, and the smile on his face became more and more like a crazy batch. He didn't pay any attention to the senjutsu below who was turning into fragments and reorganizing, but instead slashed back and slashed off the three heads on the fire shadow rock. Boom! The three heads that rolled down smashed on the ground, shaking the mountain for a while, and a large amount of dust burst out from the landing point, but it could not hinder the sound of sealing the original in the slightest. Back then, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, as the strongest Hao clan, joined forces to open up the village, and the vassals of the Hinata, Inuga Butterfly, Karama and other families came over. Konoha originates from the Thousand Hands of the Thousand Hands pillar, the source of the Hokage. According to the agreement, it should be Uchiha's Uchiha spot. The words of the seal spread and immediately caused a lot of commotion. After all, the group of people who originally followed Konoha did not dare to say anything about the events of that year even if they were alive. This also led many people to think that the village was established by Senju, Sarutobi, Shimura and other great clans, and Uchiha joined later. However, because of him, Senju Kurama got in the way of this, used despicable means to give Senju Kyuma the position of the original Hokage, and because he was afraid of Uchiha's power, he has been targeting Uchiha all this time. Feng Yuan pointed to the Thousand Hands that had been regrouped and had a cold face, and under the expression of resentment, there were a pair of cold and indifferent eyes. Uchiha is a proud family born for war, and in order to protect the village, Uchiha is willing to incarnate a knife hidden in the darkness and deter the land of earth and thunder for Konoha. But, in exchange for what? It's a shameful betrayal between a thousand hands. He maliciously slandered Uchiha's ancestors, openly declared that Uchiha was an evil family, gave Uchiha a secret mission in the name of Senju Kyuma, and then preached Uchiha's rebellion in front of Senju Kyuma. So, in order to save his friends, Senju Kyuma and Uchiha came to an earth-shattering battle, which is the origin of the Valley of the End. Feng Yuan's voice gradually spread, but his figure had already fallen beside Thousand Hands, and the ruthless slash in his hand accurately blocked every defense between Thousand Hands. 7 of his words are true, 3 are false. At least Uchiha's defection is completely from his heart, and he even made a special game, biting 1,000 hand pillars in the End Valley. But human nature is intrinsically evil, especially the fools of Konoha village. They are even better at speculating on others with the greatest malice. Even if they are given a small slit, they can bite out the egg white inside. Now that Feng Yuan is speaking with great eloquence, coupled with the surrounding Uchiha watching, he has prevented some people who know the truth from arguing. On the contrary, many people believed Feng Yuan's words and disgusted this former second-generation Hokage. But not enough. Feng Yuan's flowing blade in his hand displayed 4 fire pythons, surrounded the Thousand Hands, and then shouted in an extremely resentful voice, "Persecute Uchiha ban, this is just the beginning of him." The original Hokage Senjukuma was known as the god of the ninja world, and his strength was extremely powerful, and as a result, he died mysteriously in the prime of life after a few years of fighting with Uchiha. Immediately afterwards, the Thousand Hands gang used the Thousand Hands clan and the people in the village to carry out a human experiment, called reviving Mudun, which was actually for his own ability to obtain Muduen. The best proof of this matter is him. Feng Yuan's eyes sharpened, and the instantaneous technique disappeared instantly, appearing behind Shimura Tuan's hide, kicking him into the air, directly splitting his arm in two. Shimura Danzo was originally a forcibly accepted intercolumn cell, and now the balance inside is disturbed and destroyed, and the whole person can't even say a complete sentence, and he performs a big change living person in front of everyone. I saw that his body surface was constantly bulging, and countless branches spread out of the wound, half of his face burst out, and the branches in the empty eye frame whizzed out, and even in a few breaths, he had become a lifeless tree man. This is what happens after transplanting intercolumn cells. Not only in the past, but even now, in the hands of the second Hokage and his successors, this dirty and evil human experiment is still unfolding. It's silent everywhere. The villagers of Konoha did not enjoy a few years of peace, and they were already complaining because of the reason for the war started by Sarutobi Hinata, but now they witnessed the birth of Shimura, Shurin, and Danzo, and this act of desecrating the dead and ignoring the living immediately caused them to panic. What if the ape flew to the sun because the experimental body was not enough, and this started the war? No one wants to eat hot pot and sing songs and be caught as a test product. For a while, the mood inside Konoha was agitated, and most of the civilians angrily accused Senjima. Compared to those ninjas and ninja families, this group of civilians has not received the education of Will of Fire, and they are greedy and selfish, and naturally they will not be in awe of a Hokage who has been dead for many years. The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth rose, and he once again smashed the Thousand Hands. The whole of Konoha fell into a deathly silence. Uchiha's violent law enforcement is not once or twice, and rebellion has also appeared, but the trial of Hokage, not to mention since the establishment of the village, even if it is a number of ninja realms, it is the first time that the world has been opened. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures moved out by teleportation, and they didn't even need to command, so they organized the team to fight. These are the heritages left in Konoha by the major ninjas. Led by the Hyaga clan and Inyuga Butterfly, Inyazuka and Oil Girl provide support. Previously, these people did not come forward, mostly because he hadn't reacted yet, plus some of the ninja patriarchs were actually unwilling to endure the rule of the Hokage clan anymore, so they specially signaled their own people to stop. But right now, Feng Yuan's attempt to lift the table touched their bottom line. If he really executed the second Hokage in public, the authority of the Hokage would be greatly reduced. Feng Yuan is not dead. What face will the Hokage have to sit in this position in the future? The gang couldn't help but shoot, but the security department is not vegetarian. Although Feng Yuan agreed to Uchiha Fugaku to let the Uchiha clan go to battle, he explicitly did not believe in the Eight Flying Sun, so the people of the garrison department did not follow and sent out. Uchiha Raishi led the 1st Brigade to seal the main road of Konoha and face off against the Inyuga Butterfly. These three clans are Hokage hardcores and the main force of the large army, so there are not many personnel. Uchiha Yen led the 2nd squad to deal with the Hyaga clan, and the young and strong faction he led was also the die-hard loyalist of the Feng Yuan, and the strongest combat power, but he was not afraid of the Hyaga clan. Yuta Uchiha is leading the 3rd squad to deal with those occult families, although the basic combat power is insufficient, but with the help of Mikoto Uchiha and Uzumaki Shina and Yuna, it is also evenly matched. The Uchiha family. Sure enough, the restrictions of those years were not enough. The 2nd generation Hokage saw that the entire Konoha's combat power was restrained, and his voice was still cold and flat. He has this confidence, as long as he is not sealed by the sealing technique in the state of rebirth of the soil, he is immortal, and he only needs to be dragged over there to succeed. However, Senju still raised 10 million vigilances, and Shimura Danzo had previously told him all the information about Feng Yuan in order to deal with Feng Yuan, including but not limited to the pupil technique that single-handedly manipulated and played with the soul of the deceased just now. When death is imminent, do you actually not repent? Feng Yuan scorned Qin Shaojian, and the disdain that appeared in the corners of his eyes made Qian Shao feel humiliated. But Qinju is a standard assassin-type figure, and the previous waves of temptation have also allowed him to explore a lot of information about the seal, and he will naturally not act rashly now. There was constant fighting below, and the two sides faced off in mid-air. Feng Yuan looked at the 1,000 hands that were still condensing in his lower body, the smile on his face never disappeared, his eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, and the kaleidoscope that gradually floated began to rotate. Tianyu was ordered to start capturing the breath of all the ninjas present, and the main god of the great power anchored the soul of the 1,000 hands. But it's a pity that with his current pupil power, it is not enough to capture the 1,000 hands. System, how many more sin points do I have? Because Feng Yuan had to concentrate on the battle before, he blocked the system's prompt sound early in the morning. At this time, the system jumps out when you take the initiative to inquire. Ding! The host's current remaining sin points 310,000, not counting fractions. 300,000 to buy a pair of homologous kaleidoscopes and directly fuse. Ding! Purchase successful. Bug found, now fixing. Hint host, it takes a while for the eternal kaleidoscope sharing on eye fusion. In this way, it is good that the soaring pupil power is enough. Feng Yuan forgot that it will take a while for the kaleidoscope to fuse, and simply wants to use the skyrocketing pupil power while the kaleidoscope can still be used, and force the soul between the 1,000 hands into the world. Blood dripped from the corners of his eyes, and 2 pitch-black chains emerged from his right eye, instantly binding on the body that had not yet fully condensed between the 1,000 hands, wanting to draw his soul to the netherworld. Such a strange scene, even those Konoha villagers, few of them believe that he is a good person at this moment. Not only was he not afraid of Feng Yuan's pupil technique, but he pulled the chain with both hands, and a mysterious smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, you who can't deal with the rebirth of filthy soil, in the end, you can only use the pupil technique to imprison me. Although the dead Tuan Zhang is not a loss. Don't do it yet. 1,000 Hands roared angrily. He was powerless to resist the pupil technique of Feng Yuan, but he could delay 1 or 2 by relying on the technique of rebirth of dirt. At this time, it only needs to be someone strong enough to be able to hurt the seal. Swish! 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 3 figures jumped into the air. One is Marusin Kasuk, who previously cast the 4 purple flame array together, pinching the 6 seals in seconds to release the water dragon bullet technique. The other 2, one is a down-and-out middle-aged man wearing a green tights, and the other is a diminutive figure 8-beard ninja. They are the 2 most top-notch in Konoha's physical skills, Matt Dai and Teacher Chen. Mater Dai looked resolute, obviously he had already planned it, and the color of chakra on his body changed again and again, until the moment when the red steam appeared, the fighting Konoha instantly quieted down. What a suffocating sense of oppression. Dai, your ninjutsu is much stronger than the old man. Teacher Chen's eyes lit up, witnessing the strength of his former friend. Although he said humble words, he actually did not mean to show weakness. The chakra on his body is surging, and Teacher Chen's strength is far beyond Shimura Danzo and Marusin Kasuk. Even among the elite shinobi, he can be regarded as a top-notch existence. A long golden dragon seemed to condense on his legs, and when he jumped into the air, his black hair instantly turned pale, which was a manifestation of the extreme depletion of vitality. Matt Day. This is the meaning of the Konoha dragon god. Roar! A dragon groan instantly suppressed Teacher Chen's roar, and the golden dragon attacked Feng Yuan with its incomparably fast speed and water dragon bullets. Not to be outdone, Konoha did not have much physical skills at this time, but during the period of resurrection between the 1,000 hands, the 3 of them perfected enough moves. Red Beast Tiger. Mater Dai slammed forward with iron fists, his skin was bloodshot, the exposed skin on his body turned reddish-brown, even his vision turned red due to the reverse flow of blood, the distorted air gathered into steaming white smoke on the surface of his body, and the extreme heat was wrapped in his fist of 3,000 fists a second, and converged into a fierce tiger that roared and rushed towards the seal. 3 killing moves attack at the same time. Facing the strongest dragon god and tiger, Feng Yuan was able to resist Marusin Kasuk's water dragon bullet and moved closer to his side. But the next moment, a creepy feeling welled up in my heart. I saw Marusin Kasuk's solemn face, and his hands pinched the seals of Hai, Wei, Zi, Yu, Noon, and at an extremely fast speed, clasped his hands together, stared at the Feng Yuan who leaned over and shouted, "Ghouls are sealed." At this time, Konoha village was still synonymous with taboo, because this was the killing forbidden technique of their ally Uzumaki clan, and in the Second Ninja World War not long ago, one don't know how many enemies were solved by this means, famous in the ninja world, and finally recorded in the Book of Konoha's seal. This is also the desperate killing that 1,000 hands came up with to deal with the Feng Yuan. A giant soul body instantly appeared behind Marusin Kasuk, with a hideous face and horns of death, long yellow fluffy hair scattered, and pure white clothes like sheets like clothes wrapped around the body at will, revealing the dry and thin ribs on the chest and the obviously contracted abdomen. That terrifying, disturbing oppression was less like chakra and more like some force acting directly on the soul. Senjima was laughing proudly at the success of his plan, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Feng Yuan's strange expression, and was about to mock. But he saw that several chains erupted in his right eye again, and he actually entangled death and dragged him to the ghostly world. The authority of the Lord God of great power is to control the ghost world, and it can be said that it has the characteristics of controlling all soul bodies. The Grim Reaper who can imprison and cut off other people's souls is tantamount to a plate of delicious food in front of Feng Yuan. Roar! The Shinigami erupted into a silent roar, not waiting for the chains to reach him, and the first choice was to hook Maruhoshi Kasuk's soul, wanting to escape back to the other end of psychic. Ghoul sealing is not sealing, it is psychic. But flowing blades like fire. The seal that had been guarding the back of the 1,000 hands finally completely released the initial solution of the flowing blade, and the strength that was already terrifying to the extreme instantly climbed to the super shadow level. At this time, he heard the voice inside the flowing blade like fire dash, "Fuck your flowing blade like fire, the old lady's name is." The voice flashed away, making Feng Yuan stunned for a moment, but he still locked Senju and Death into the ghost world in time, and also sent a Maru Singh Kasuk. At this time, the golden Konoha dragon god and the crimson tiger collided at the same time. Feng Yuan did not dodge, but swung as swallow returned. The extreme knife technique makes people feel as if there is a dislocation of time and space, as if there is a fault in front of Feng Yuan. Whether it was the dragon god or the fierce tiger, when it touched the mirror-like fracture, there were obvious twists and turns. The dragon god turned into nothing. The tiger still roared forward, but the power is much worse than before. Feng Yuan swung his sword for the second time, and the vigorous chakra gathered in it, and a blue sword light plowed the earth, just breaking through the sky and swallowing the fierce tiger. The sword light crisscrossed the earth, from a gap at the beginning to the fan-shaped expansion behind, although the power was dispersed, but the scope was greatly expanded. Maturde, who had cast the 8-gate Dun armor formation in Deathgate, had reached his extreme speed and could easily dodge the sword light. But he couldn't sit idly by and watch Konoha's villagers be affected by the sword light, so he chose to stand where he was. One punch, one kick, each swing used all his strength, and Maturde seemed to die at any moment, but the expression on his face was still resolute, until the light of the knife disappeared, which revealed a little ease. Turning his head, he seemed to want to say something, but at this time he was close to running out of oil, and he began to shatter from his feet. Nah, that's my limit. Triumphant. Too new. Yes. Before Matde could finish his son's encouragement, he was pierced by several chains, sucking out his soul before the body dissipated. Aha! Feng Yuan let out a muffled snort. At this time, the pupil power of his eyes was still skyrocketing, and if he wanted to, he could still take the souls of many people. But that was bound to affect the fusion of the Sharingan's eyes, so he closed his eyes and let the blood flow from the corners of his eyes, with a satisfied and relaxed smile on his face. The foundation left by the Hokage vein was damaged by most of it after this battle, especially in terms of top combat power, and it was completely destroyed. But unfortunately, he who publicly sanctioned the second Hokage, or the Uchiha guard, can no longer stay in Konoha. Everyone, stop. Feng Yuan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone couldn't help but stop the movement in their hands, squeeze the weapons in their hands, and looked at him nervously. Uchiha used to be the founder of Konoha village, but now, Konoha, who excludes Uchiha, is no longer eligible to enjoy Uchiha's protection. Feng Yuan's voice was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. He looked at the pair of incredulous eyes below, and his tone revealed determination. Those who want to leave with me, show your left arm, take your family. Those who do not want to leave, lay down your weapons. Feng Yuan's gaze swept over Uchiha, who was present. After so long of his brainwashing, only a very small number of people chose to stay in the village, still within his acceptable range. Mikato, Kushina, and Yuna stood firmly behind him. Feng Yuan, there is no need to do this thing so desperately. Don't you think about those Uchiha people who followed the expedition? Akimichi has become the only remaining high-ranking person in Konoha village, and he smiled bitterly and came forward to keep the seal. Feng Yuan laughed at this. What would you do if you were too powerful and suffered injustice from the village? Akimichi was silent. If it were him, I'm afraid that the 8 flying sun would be too happy for them, right? The rest of the people, even Hinata, even Inyazuka, no matter which one has a strong person who has exceeded the specifications, Sarutobi Hinata will be extremely happy. Except, Uchiha can't. This time, the killing was already when the village compared the butcher knife to Feng Yuan's neck, completely tearing his face. They had thought about what would be the end of failure. Maybe Feng Yuan would definitely not be able to hold his temper and come to a brutal slaughter. But such a result is not difficult for the Hokage faction to accept, because the seal that dares to slaughter the villagers will definitely not have the hearts of the people. But no one expected that Feng Yuan would be so determined to betray the village directly with Uchiha. Akimichi takes the wind and has words of suffering. But Feng Yuan is tired of continuing to intrigue. He just wants to find a place to quietly intrigue with his woman, and teach each other every day. Soon, the Uchiha family had already assembled, and at the behest of Feng Yuan, they took away all the wealth and ninjutsu in the family. Before leaving, Feng Yuan smashed the gate of Konoha with a knife, leaving a word, and disappeared into the ninja world with Uchiha. The news of Uchiha's betrayal of Konoha instantly caused a sensation in the ninja world. Because of the war, there are spies in Konoha on all sides. Everyone knew about the war that broke out that day, and they all knew the words left by Feng Yuan. Damn it. Bastard. The old man knew that Uchiha Feng was a cancer. The face of the 8 flying sun slashed the blood and chi, and he slapped the information in his hand on the table, and the chakra on his body was like a fierce bull in heat. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and 2 pillars of hot gas spewed out. Although he also knows that the most to blame is not Feng Yuan, but the overly radical second-generation Hokage and Shinmura Danzo. But at this point, Uchiha Feng Yuan had openly rebelled against the village with the people of the guard, and he naturally could no longer blame his teacher for the mistake. What is wrong can only be, and it will only be sealed. The countless Konoha ninjas opposite him were furious, and only Uchiha's people felt a complete coolness. In particular, the other pair of kaleidoscopes, Uchiha Fugaku, was looking at the ape flying sun chop with his back to them at the moment. With his eyesight, he could easily see the last piece of information written on the intelligence, about Uchiha Fengyuan's escape, closed eyes, blood stains in the corners of his eyes, suspected blood disease. Others don't know, but how can he not know? Uchiha sealed this is definitely not a blood disease, but an overuse of a kaleidoscope. Uchiha is blind. Uchiha Fugaku felt like he was standing naked in the snow and then being poured on his head by a basin of icy cold water. At the moment, he is crazy about brain supplementation. When he first proposed that he would fall into blindness after using the kaleidoscope chakra eye too much, Sarutobi Hinata wanted to let Uchiha Fanghara experience a high-intensity war on the battlefield. But the other party refused. As a result, not long after he and the others left the village, there was a wave of shaking behind him, and the aftermath of the battle that erupted in the village made his kaleidoscope feel fear. Is Konoha's condition miserable? Miserable. The former second-generation Hokage was recalled from the Pure Land, the 2 auxiliary elders died, the 9-tailed pillar power disappeared, the interior of the village was destroyed, his face was lost, and his weakness was exposed to the eyes of other villages. But is it really miserable? The second-generation Hokage is not considered a regular combat force. Shimura Danzo and Shun Kohara have not been on the battlefield for a long time, and Materdai is just a shinobi with super strength, and not many people even know about him before this. After the full fight, the loss was only a teacher Chen of the upper ninja level and the Merrick of the lower ninja level. But Uchiha Fangyuan is blind. Moreover, not only the Sand Ninja village on the front line, including Union Village, and the 2 major villages, all abandoned the previous form of steady warfare, and quickly gathered a group of elite ninjas to attack the hinterland of the Fire Country. The ape flying sun chop was stationed early in the necessary place for the 3 teams. Uchiha Fugaku's eyelids twitched constantly, and cold sweat flowed down his cheeks. In the eyes of outsiders, he should be thinking about how Uchiha should stay in the village in the future. But in fact, he was wondering what the ape flying sun would do to him. After all, now the entire ninja world is left with only a pair of kaleidoscopes. Fuyu, on the frontal battlefield, there are old men in Sand Ninja Village, and Union Village, and they can barely cope with it. But I got news that the Mist Hidden Village has also sent the Ninja Deo 7 and several troops this time, and the only one who can quickly support it right now is your Uchiha troops at hand. Really? He wants me to die. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the helpless face of the ape flying sun, and the whole person was like falling into an ice cave, and his body was trembling. He had the heart to refuse. But seeing the unkind eyes around him, Uchiha Fugaku knew that he had no right to refuse at all. Please rest assured, Naruto-sama, later I will announce that Uchiha sealed the original to slaughter the clansmen, betrayed the family, betrayed the village, and then led the people of the Uchiha clan to the Land of Waves and firmly stopped the ninjas of the Mist Hidden Village outside the Land of Fire. Uchiha Fugaku still chose to follow his heart, and he even characterized all the people taken away by Uchiha as dead people, completely ignoring that there was also his wife. Sarutobi Hinata was assured by Uchiha Fugaku, and a little smile finally appeared on his face that was all over the haze, and he nodded slowly and said, "Then the battlefield over there will be you, Fugaku, but this incident has occurred in the village. I'm afraid you can't be a commander. I need you to be aggrieved." Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard this, but when he looked up and saw the deep eyes of Sarutobi Hinata, he once again chose to compromise. It's up to Naruto-sama to decide. Then let Sarutobi Shinosuke be the commander of the Mist Shinobi battlefield. With the help of Konoha's Kagura heart, Fangyuan led his clansmen around Konoha's large army and came to Taki Shinobu village. In order to confuse others, he also took a special time to slaughter Kusanagi village, and then made the appearance of moving west. It's really beautiful here. Ignoring the corpses everywhere, Uzumaki Jushina looked at the beautiful mountains and waters of Taki Shinobu village and the existence of giant waterfalls, and he was very satisfied in his heart. Yuna also nodded in agreement, but her pale face and lingering fear in her eyes still showed how her true mental activity was. The reason for this performance is just to comfort Fangyuan. After all, in the eyes of everyone, Fangyuan, who has been closing his eyes since the war, is definitely a problem with his eyes, so they try not to mention these things as much as possible and try to please him. But the problem is, Fangyuan is not blind. He said a little helplessly, "Don't worry about me, my eyes are fine, just go through a while." Before this, Jushine, you first help Yuna subdue Nanao, so that she can also have the power to protect herself. Mikato and Myling, help me in first, I have some things to explain to you. When Uzumaki Jushina and Yuna heard Fangyuan's words, they still didn't know what he wanted to explain. Glancing at each other, they cheekily followed Mikato and them. Fangyuan did not refuse. After all, how strong his physical body is now also needs a test standard. A day later, Fangyuan, who exuded the invincible aura of a master, carried his hands on his back and walked out of the room. One thing is to say, in terms of physical skills alone, the only female ninja in the ninja world who can keep up with their own gradient and withstand their own attacks is probably Tsunade. The most regrettable thing is that people cannot be brought into communication in the dream world through blood connections. Otherwise, boss, I've cleaned up all the neighborhood here, and we'll settle down here next. Uchiha Satoshi came over at the right time, wanting to ask Feng Yuan what he was going to do next. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, and said directly, always pay attention to the battlefield. The ape flying sun slash definitely has a whole card, and it is even possible to use the dirt rebirth to summon the first generation of Hokage. Look at the timing, let's hit the sand and bear it by surprise. Don't hit Konoha? Until my eyes are good, there is no need to target Konoha for the time being. The technique of soil rebirth, you can't deal with it. On the battlefield of the Land of Fire. For the situation of letting the three villages join forces to fight into the Land of Fire, the Fire Country daimyo was so angry that he was dissatisfied with the ape flying sun to the extreme. Is this what you and I said, foolproof? Dude, let people call into the house. But when the ape flying sun slash really led people to resist the attack of the three sides, the daimyo of the Fire Nation happily took out a lot of military expenses. What is the war diagram? Ninja Village 2KI. The famous picture is actually a face. The ninja world is not very large, and it has been passed down for thousands of years, and basically the daimyo of various countries are related. Therefore, it was decided that no matter how the war was fought, it would not be allowed to plunder each other's territory, to prevent the emergence of new powers, so the war between the five great powers was actually a battle for face. But the ninjas are really working. Camp Konoha. Sarutobi was chopping a pipe. The expression on his face was not optimistic. There was no Tsunade, although there were still many medical ninjas, but there were only more monks and less porridge, and it was not as good as Tsunade's psychic slug. Coupled with the disappearance of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, today's Konoha actually appeared green and yellow. The second time he went to the battlefield, although he blocked the coalition army, Ape Flying Sun Slash was not happy, because if it continued like this, Konoha couldn't hold on. At this time, he realized that Konoha's genius was much less. It's all weird. With a sigh of unknown meaning, he turned his head and asked, has the whereabouts of the Wei Feng Shui Gate been found? His previous charges were all because of Uchiha's false accusations, hoping that he could go to the front line to prove himself. Also, from today onwards, the system of graduating ninja school students at the age of 9 during the second generation period will be restored, and the system of bringing school-aged children to the front line will be restored. Sarutobi Hibi's cloudy eyes were full of thoughts. In order to win over the ninja clan, he extended the graduation age of ninja school students to 12. This move made civilian ninjas waste 3 years in school, but family ninjas have family inheritance and teaching, but in these 3 years, their strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Also do the next forbearance, which side is easier to get on the top at a glance. But now the situation is critical, and the Ape Flying Sun Chop follows the trend to unlock some restrictions, and the rest cannot say what is not. Without the carrying pot of Shinobu no Dark Shine Danzo, Sarutobi Hinata completely exposed his true self to everyone. Just as he was about to say more, a ninja hurried in, with surprise and horror on his face. Naruto-sama, the three ninja appear on the front line. A thick surprise flashed in Ape Fei's eyes, and he couldn't care less, and immediately walked out. Go, they are finally back. Back? Feng Yuan pinched the latest information, which said that Sanshin reappeared on the battlefield. Tsunade took the two brothers of Feng Shen and Thunder God to combine hard and rigid Unionib, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru teamed up to fight against the three generations of Tokujonaki, reversing the decline of the battlefield in one fell swoop. Boss, what do we do next? Do you want to kill that Lulan kingdom directly? Uchiha Satoshi's eyes radiated mania. Losing the village, these brainwashed people did not feel much, but their families had great complaints. The Land of Fire is rich, and Taki Shinobu village is simply poor except for a waterfall. Therefore, the young and strong faction, who can't stand the noise of their families, ask for war almost every day, wanting to use the dividends brought by the war to block the mouths of their families. Feng Yuan did not have any objections to this. After all, Uchiha broke away from Konoha through war, and once he waited for Konoha to free his hand, he would inevitably find trouble with Uchiha. So, contact Tokujonaki to see if he needs mercenaries. Feng Yuan did not have the slightest guilt for pointing the butcher knife at the villagers. Anyway, the remaining Uchiha in the village were in the battlefield of the water country. A visible excitement appeared on Uchiha Satoshi's face, and before a yes fell, the person had already slipped away with a cigarette. Feng Yuan Independent Mountain Peak, carrying his hands, the cool breeze blowing, quite a master's artistic conception. In fact, he was completely immersed in Tianyu's life at the moment. Although his eyes are fused and raised to an eternal kaleidoscope, and the pupil technique fails, the dream world that was previously constructed will not be destroyed, but can continue to be urged because of the pupil power that escapes. Therefore, pulling the people in the world into Tianyu to be sold has become a pastime of sealing the plane. Infinite Gladiatorial Arena, current participation, second Hokage Senjukuma vs Kikishuo Shigeru, victory and defeat conditions, until one side dies, winner reward, 1 day of peace, loser punishment, 1 day, similar to the Gladiatorial Arena of ancient Rome. The staircase-like grandstand extending outward is like a toilet, firmly wrapping the gladiatorial arena in the middle. In front of the stands, there are rows of 3-meter-tall pure gold puppets. The only characteristics of these puppets are tall and large, and the majestic murder weapon flashes with a penetrating cold light. Every time the warring sides glimpsed this terrifying thing, there was a palpitation in their eyes. Isn't it your own exclusive ninjutsu than being punished for a day by this kind of thing? Used it. Feng Yuan stood in the stands. He could see it in the dream world, so he watched very intently at each of Kiki Shuo's sword skills, as well as the response of the second Hokage. After all, no one wants to be the next target of the world. It's really good not to see the coffin without shedding tears. Isn't it good to be kind at the beginning? Feng Yuan suddenly had an extra bottle of Coca-Cola in his hand, with mockery in his eyes. At the beginning, there was no punishment, and as a result, many people just walked through the motions symbolically, and even used this gladiatorial arena as a pastime. This made Feng Yuan a little uncomfortable. The arena is open to learn for themselves, not to give them a holiday. So the punishment for the loser is increased. The effect is remarkable. At least he had now learned the 8 gates Dunjia and the Konoha Dragon God. Both sides are in a state of infinite chakra, and the high sensitivity and high attack Kimushuumao is stuck to the melee between the 1,000 hands, and does not give the other party the opportunity to use the Flying Thunder God to open the distance. Shueishu, there is a Kung Fu of the seal. Kimushuumao has cut off the fingers of the 1,000 hands. Fortunately, the 1,000 hands are full of toughness, and they have made several water ninjutsu into Muji ninjutsu, although the strength has declined, but the victory is unexpected, and from time to time the water dragon, blisters, water bombs and the like spit out from the mouth, so that Kimushuumao almost produced PTSD, and for a while the two sides barely froze. But Feng Yuan was worried that the two were playing fake matches and had been deadlocked. A new rule was added: any battle lasting 6 hours is considered a defeat for both sides, and the punishment time is extended by 3 times. Oh roar, the fight is more intense. Feng Yuan admired the increasingly ruthless tricks of the two while checking his remaining sin points. By a complete immortal body, no side effects version of intercolumn cells, swirling bloodline. Ding! By a complete immortal human body, consume 600,000 sin points, original price of 1 million, deduct the price of intermediate immortal body, ding. By intercolumnar cells without side effects, consume 400,000 sin points, additional trace of Ajura Chakra, activated, ding. By pure vortex bloodline, consume 400,000 sin points, Kagura Heart Eye has been opened, 8 golden locks, remaining sin points 1.03 million. Feng Yuan closed his eyes, felt a warm current in the body. The cells in the body were like Mars, one by one were ignited, the heat flow continued to gather inside the body, and gradually integrated into the brain. Even if he hadn't started cultivating the 8-gate Dunjia array, Feng Yuan had already faintly sensed the 8 shackles that symbolized the limits of his body. And he is so terrifying that he does not look like human vitality. Intuitively manifested, it is probably that he can be comparable to the 3-tailed level of Cha Tanla. The so-called tailed beast is the chakra aggregate created by the 6 immortals with yin and yang, and the mouth says that the tailed beasts are equal and each has its own strength. In fact, the 9-tailed chakrata with the most tails can't be used up, and the poor tail doesn't even dare to put the tailed beast jade, and can only use ninjutsu to fill the facade. By Karama family blood succession limit, yin escape strengthened. Ding! By Karama family blood succession limit false truth, deduct 300,000 evil points, ding. Yin escape chakra strengthened, completed the change of nature, Karama family blood succession limit, and continued to strengthen, ding. Eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye fusion successful, deducting 130,000 sin points. The Karama family's blood succession limit is actually to add the nature change of yin chakra on the basis of illusion, from the 5 senses to the illusion space, and in the final false reality, it actually strengthens the yin shu, that is, the soul, to the point where it can interfere with reality. As we all know, the core of Uchiha's chakra eye is also yin chakra, so this wave of strengthening directly promotes the fusion of the kaleidoscope and allows him to see the light again. There are 600,000 left. Is it enough for the 8 gates of Yangbu? Ding! It was detected that the host possessed the body technique 8 doors of Dunjia, and the permanent state, the 4th wound door. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, one by one, Yangbu, and when the injured door Dunjia Yangbu was completed, it was already 3 days later. Open the door to lift the restriction of the brain domain to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the physical ability, overloading the consumption of body energy to improve attack and speed. Human lift the limits of physical fatigue, overload squeeze body energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the speed of energy consumption when opening the door. Shemin further increased the attack and speed, the body began to become engorged and turned red, and the last safe zone of the 8 doors of Dunjia, the body began to emit green energy. The injury door further increases the attack and speed, and the body begins to appear damaged, entering the danger zone of the 8-door Dunjia, and entering the 8-door Dunjia state in the true sense. But for me, these losses haven't recovered quickly. But the increase in strength. Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and the whole person was like a cicada, instantly emerging from a layer of old skin, raising his hand in front of him, and casting Yan Hui with his hand. The cliff with the waterfall hanging in front of it was directly compressed to the extreme air blade and split in two, splitting a rift valley from the middle. A smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face. It was certain that although he did not comprehend Yin and Yang Dun, whether it was his attainments in Yang Dunjia or Yin Dun, he had reached an extreme. The 8 gates of Dunjia belonged to a comprehensive increase, and the current ninja realm, even if the 3 immortals of the 3 holy lands shot together. As long as there are no slugs as milk, toads, and white snakes can be killed casually. If you can't say 6 ways, I'm invincible. The huge movement instantly attracted Uchiha's people, and they all cast their teleportation techniques and turned into black shadows and rushed over. When they arrived, Feng Yuan opened his eyes on the eternal kaleidoscope as red as blood, and said with one hand, "Now, I should also let you have the true strength that belongs to Uchiha." Everyone felt the terrifying oppression in Feng Yuan's glassy riding wheel eyes, and before they could react, they were all pulled into the illusion. Hitomi Tianyu is killed. Illusion false real. Except for Kushina and Yuna, all Uchiha, including Mikato, fell into a fantasy and experienced the extreme pain of losing his beloved. Feng Yuan, you are. Juzine's face was a little unpleasant, and she looked at Mikato with a worried expression, and subconsciously pulled Feng Yuan's sleeve. It's okay, Feng Yuan rubbed Juzine's head, they can't die, I just let them experience despair in the illusion, and when they open the Sharingan, they will cherish their relatives even more when they return to reality. Feng Yuan's words seemed to be a switch. People like Mikato who have Sangoyo are the first to wake up from the environment, and the extreme mood changes have increased their yin a lot, which is reflected in the chakra eyes, that is, their pupil power has increased. It's a pity that none of them open a kaleidoscope. Not all Uchiha people have the talent to open a kaleidoscope. Immediately after the second batch, the third batch, until all the Uchiha people woke up, Feng Yuan seemed to have fallen into a flock of crows, and his eyes were red. The effect is remarkable. None of Uchiha's eyes are lower than Urgoyu, which means that they all have the strength of Nakata at the minimum. But for Feng Yuan, these people who are less than 3 Gaogu Jade are actually not of much value. Boss, what's going on? I was obviously struck just now. Uchiha Satoshi jumped out of his temperament and asked if he didn't know. It's just that before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Uchiha Ryasho. Enough. Everything listens to the elders. Feng Yuan left with this vote of Uchiha people, and rightfully became the patriarch of Uchiha. As for Uchiha Fugaku, he's a fart. Feng Yuan raised his hand to stop the quarrel, with a light smile on his face. Just now, I specially created the illusion in order to stimulate your potential. Next, it's time to find a place for you to adapt to the skyrocketing strength. Battlefield of the Land of Fire. Even if the 3 shinobi returned, Sarutobi still did not return to the village, but asked Akimichi to take the wind and send the baby soldier back to deal with affairs. And he stayed on the battlefield to command the 3 shinobi. Old man, you'd better give me an explanation for what happened before. Cho's poison has been cracked by me. As long as I kill her, San Shinobi village can only withdraw without 4 generations of wind shadows. Why did you let me come back? Tsunade had a scowl on his face, and there was no respect for Sarutobi in his tone. Jiraiya also wanted to ease the atmosphere, but was broken by Orochimaru's words. Of course, to suppress Tsunade's prestige and prevent him from abdicating after the war, and the 4th generation of Hokage falls into your hands. Big snake pill, shut up. Zilai was also angry and pushed Orochimaru's left shoulder fiercely. As early as when he was in the short book street, he couldn't get used to his best friend's current style of doing things. Teacher, he didn't mean that. Moreover, I still have to go to the Child of Prophecy. How can I be a Hokage? Jiraiya. The sudden rebuke made Ji-Lai scratch his head, but finally quieted down. Ape Fijun's eyes were gloomy. He bit out a faint tooth mark on the pipe, smoke gushed from his nose, his eyes swept over the disciples with different expressions, and said softly, in this matter of doing Hokage, I pay attention to fairness and justice, and I will not take sides. This is appeasement. The reason why you are not allowed to kill Cho is because Union has already led people to kill in San Shinobi village, and without Cho, with Rosette and Hakura alone, Sandian village has no power to resist, and will be seized by Union for the greatest benefit. This is quibbles. Also, Orochimaru, Ape-Face Sun's tone suddenly became stern, and the pipe in his hand fell heavily on the table. Where are the collected corpses on the battlefield? And those prisoners, why did the people who counted the results of the battle tell me that they were all taken away by the roots? Shimura Danzang is dead, and the deputy minister of the Great Snake Pill is naturally the supreme commander of the root. Of course, it is used to study the rebirth of dirt. Teacher, this is what you have allowed. Orochimaru took a step back, with a mocking smile on his face, and washed his face with a tongue that was forked like a snake letter, and his tone was full of playfulness. Based on the rebirth of the filthy soil perfected by the 2nd generation Hokage, speed up the rebirth of the filthy soil, and prepare to solve the war as quickly as possible. Isn't this your exact words, teacher? Orochimaru. Jiraiya jumped to his feet in anger. He was about to continue arguing with Orochimaru, but saw Tsunade walk in front of him without saying a word and leave the tent. Confused, he subconsciously looked back and saw the haze of the ape flying sun, but he was not ready to explain. do you say? Human experiments, this kind of thing, is it really the teacher who explained the big snake pill? Almost absurd thoughts came to Jiraiya's mind, and he somewhat understood why Tsunade had that expression. Was about to say something. The entire Konoha camp suddenly shook. A mournful scream alarmed all the ninjas' enemy attack. The three jumped out of the tent in an instant. Tsunade was stunned there, with red lips open, and his eyes were dull as he looked at the person who was fighting on the opposite side. Roppongi. Kato broke. 1,000 hands. All the dead who were sealed and kept in the world were released by him to cooperate with Uchiha's people in battle. Damn it! Sealing class. Orochimaru, quickly prepare for the rebirth of the dirt and recall the original Hokage. Sarutobi Arai burst into tears when he saw it, but he couldn't control the dead who killed all sides at all. His heart trembled, and he no longer cared about Tsunade, and directly ordered the big snake pill to use the dirt to reincarnate. Rumble. Another wave of shaking. The entire front camp was blown into a sea of fire by a black and red-tailed beast jade. In the thick smoke, three figures slowly walked out. The lead Feng Yuan had a signature smile on his face, Mikato behind him was Scarlet Sangoyu, and Yuna was wrapped in Nanao Chakra. Good evening to all of you in the land of fire, and I hope my arrival will not cause you trouble. Feng Yuan's kind words combined with the miserable howls of the ninjas around him made Sarutobi Hinata and Sanshin look ugly. The big snake pill also stopped the technique of soil rebirth, and before cracking the original pupil technique, the soil rebirth was simply exploding troops for the other party. Uchiha. Sealed plains. Tsunade's anger had already been pressed to the extreme, and seeing the souls of his loved ones being wantonly enslaved and killed by the ninja of the same village was even more angry. The purple diamond-shaped pattern of the eyebrows instantly dissipated, and the momentum of the whole person suddenly rose to a terrifying point. The high ponytail fell down, black eyeshadow appeared around the eye sockets, and a pitch-black pattern separated into small downward screams, most of which were connected to the ears, and a concentric circle appeared in the eyebrows. Wet-boned forest immortal mode. Boom! Tsunade stepped heavily on the ground, relying purely on the strength of his flesh to turn into a black shadow and rush to Feng Yuan. Give me death. The roar of anger seemed to increase the strange power that was swung heavily, and the fist that was swung out in an instant rose up with flames that rubbed against the air. The terrifying wind pressure repelled Mikato and Yuna, making them instinctively raise their hands to block them, but they still couldn't stop retreating. It's terrible. Now Tsunade. Is it a monster? Feng Yuan's face showed yellow ape-like surprise, and then he curled his leg and kicked Tsunade's abdomen fiercely. Bang! Bang! Two dull sounds sounded almost simultaneously. One was the muffled sound of Tsunade's full force pounding on Feng Yuan's body, and the other was the sound of her being kicked out. It really hurts. Feng Yuan lengthened his tone, and all the clothes on his upper body exploded, revealing the solid muscles, as well as the bruised and purple fist mark on his chest that quickly recovered. Although his current physical body does not have the immortal characteristics of the six realms, but in terms of light defense, even if the 6 spots come, they have to scold the turtle. On the other hand, Tsunade, flying upside down all the way, plowed a ravine directly on the ground, and the rolled-up chi waves were lined up on both sides, forming a huge triangular ravine. The strongest Hokage ape flying Sun Slash and Jiraiya, who had just completed the immortal mode, also looked at this scene in amazement. The big snake pill was hidden in the smoke, and said in surprise, "What a terrifying power. Can those eyes really make people so strong?" His golden eyes were a little thoughtful, and soon turned into a bad smile. No, it's also a kaleidoscope chakra eye. Uchiha Fugaku's strength is less than 1% of Uchiha seal. The big snake pill gradually became excited, his skin became pale, a few weird horns grew on his head, and the dark purple eyeshadow became more and more intense. Longdi Cave immortal mode. One drop, just one drop of his blood is enough. Orochimaru licked his lips in fascination and quietly hid in the shadows. However, his whereabouts were simply clear in the eyes of Kagura Shin, who was sealed in the Hara. Feng Yuan didn't even need to close his eyes to concentrate, the extremely active Yin chakra had already appeared in front of his eyes. The state of all the people, the weird behavior, the ninjutsu, every move is in his field of vision. This feeling of opening a perspective hanging. How cool! The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth rose, and he looked at Tsunade, who was struggling to get up after healing his injuries, and said, "Give up senseless resistance. As I said, Konoha is the Konoha of Senju and Uchiha, you are the last bloodline of the Senju clan. Do you want to watch the village and family die out completely? Bah! Even if I die, I can't surrender to someone like you." Among the ruins, the 1,000 hands that were fighting to kill the enemy instantly flew upside down. Poof! Without hesitation, he knelt in front of everyone, took off the battle armor on his body, and gestured horizontally to the abdomen of the Thunder God's sword in his hand. Think about it, although Uchiha and Senju have a 1,000-year feud, after the establishment of Konoha, if it weren't for Senju being a demon himself, how could there be the current situation? Feng Yuan's voice was flat, but his tone was playful, and he looked at Tsunade playfully and said, "How about letting him perform a cesarean section?" Uchiha seal. Does playing with the soul of the dead really make you so proud? Tsunade's back teeth were almost crushed, the blood gushing from the corners of his mouth overflowed, and his eyes were full of unforgettable hatred. If she had Uchiha's bloodline, I am afraid that it would not be difficult to open a double kaleidoscope now. Sarutobi Riko also spoke. Uchiha seal, anyway, it's also the village that has raised you for so many years, do you really not even have a little gratitude? Proud? Thanksgiving? Feng Yuan chewed the words of the two, the smile on his face gradually became crazy, covered his face with one hand, and smiled unusually heartily. I'm a person who likes to see others want to kill me, but can't do anything about it. Now you guys are really like defeated dogs who can only be incompetent and angry, you really enjoy it. Feng Yuan licked his lips, his gaze swept wantonly on Tsunade's body, and his tone was mocking, but also, what are you fighting me with? The battlefield in the rear gradually quieted down, and the personnel of the two sides gathered on both sides to face each other, but the momentum was completely different. Feng Yuan's side has already included the revenant souls in the ghost world, and although the remaining elites of the Uchiha clan are small, they are all wearing 3 hooks of jade, and their spirits are extremely excited. The group of people behind the ape-flying sun were demoralized, one by one, like a mourner, and even more so, those child soldiers, even holding the hand that was suffering, was shaking. Between the two sides, Senju's face was full of humiliation and anger, but he couldn't control his movements at all, looking for the most suitable position for seppuku. So, Tsunade, tell me your choice, is it to watch your second grandfather commit suicide by cesarean section and his soul is broken, or obediently submit? Bah! You dream! Jiraiya jumped to his feet in anger. His invective also led many ninjas to vent the pressure brought about by the raid. Noisy. Feng Yuan glanced at it, including the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulder. Nearly 70% of the ninjas fell into false reality. At the same time, after a long day of comparison, the 1,000 hands finally began to stab the Thunder God sword into the abdomen. Quack quack. Black chi appeared visibly on Tsunade's entire body, his clenched fists trembled, the ground under his feet cracked, and countless rubble jumped. She really wanted to punch Feng Yuan again. Stop. The bones on Tsunade's body seemed to have been half removed, and the whole person's momentum was loose and extremely low. I am willing to submit. Great answer, but you're delaying too long. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement with Tsunade's answer, but the fluttering second half of the sentence made Tsunade's whole person fall into an ice cave. A 1,000 hands completely stabbed the Thunder God sword into the abdomen, and under the urging of chakra, countless fragments gradually appeared on the Azure Soul body, leaving with the wind. Second grandfather, teacher. Seeing the scene, both Sarutobi and Tsunade fell into shock, followed by deeper despair and resentment. Tsunade looked like a completely enraged female tiger, and the bloodshot on her eyes made her eyes look red, and blood beads slipped down the corners of her eyes. Wisdom, wave, envelope, original. Full of hatred and vicious roars, Tsunade instantly rushed towards the seal. Victory or defeat, life and death, it doesn't matter at this moment. What she thought was that even if she couldn't kill Feng Yuan, she would throw this punch happily. But Feng Yuan stretched out his left hand and clasped the head of the rope tree in his palm. Unlike the senjutsu that had just dissipated, the rope tree's body was wrapped in a warm chakra, and the illusory soul became solidified at this moment, as if resurrection from the dead. Rub! Tsunade instantly stopped the sprint, and even with inertia, he stopped steadily 10 meters away. His raised fists and bloodshot eyes were trembling, and his temples were bulging. You bastard! What exactly are you going to do? Tsunade's anger at this time had reached the extreme, but the person on the other side was her own brother who took care of her. Even though it was speculated that Uchiha Feng Hara was going to tease and torture her again, Tsunade had to stop. Because the rope tree really lives. Well, it takes a lot of chakra to bring a person back from the dead, but fortunately, the rope tree is just a shinobi. Feng Yuan's gentle voice without a trace of temperature was like a poisonous snake hovering in Tsunade's ears, slowing down her heart that was on the verge of collapse. I really like you, Tsunade, and you don't want rope tree to die again, do you? What do you want? Tsunade's voice was a little more deadly, and his eyes became empty and dull. Get on your knees, crawl over, and surrender. Good. Tsunade seemed to be worried about what happened to the Senju again, and after taking the lead in agreeing, he knelt down, ignoring the stunned and persuasive of the rest of the ninjas, and climbed to the feet of Feng Yuan little by little. With his head lowered, his hands clenched tightly, his voice trembled, I swear. As soon as the words came out, Tsunade's chakra instantly burst to the climax, and suddenly shot an upward hook between Feng Yuan's legs. Poof! The warm blood from the fist and the resistance of the flesh made Tsunade smile with pleasure on his face. This punch carries all her beliefs, it is the supreme fist she gave everything and punched. Regression can only be exchanged for the other party's inch. This is a truth that Tsunade knows very well, and she is not a person who swallows her anger. It is a big deal to die. Anyway, she didn't want to live for a long time. Gee, it's so ruthless, Tsunade, but I just resurrected the rope tree. The voice of the viper sounded in his ears again, but the content of those words made Tsunade shudder. She raised her head in a daze, but found that she had reached Feng Yuan's feet in her impression, and there was still some distance from him at this time. That punch pierced not the essence of the seal, but the rope tree full of incomprehension and pain. No, this is not true. Tsunade withdrew his hand as if electrocuted, frantically rubbing the blood stains on his palms on the ground. Kill the rope tree. It was something she hadn't ever had in her nightmares. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Tsunade's eyes burst into tears, and he quickly blurred his vision. But the viscosity of the blood coming from her hands and the fishy smell of blood in her nose all told her that all this was true. Tsunade is almost crazy. But at this time, Feng Yuan walked up to her and asked softly, "Do you feel the pain now? If you want to change all this, surrender to me. I submit to." Bah! You dream. Tsunade, who was trying his best to squeeze out the 3 words, heard Jireya's roar again. In a trance, the vision in front of her gradually became clear, and she found that she was still standing in place. There is no rope tree, only 1,000 hands who are ready to commit suicide. As remembered, Feng Yuan's glance made Jireya fall into illusion, and one gaze stood in place. Tsunade's eyes were full of horror, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She was now a little confused whether it was real or unreal. Senju was still gesturing at the position of the abdomen, but Tsunade did not hesitate any longer, knelt on the ground without hesitation, lowered his head, as if all the bones in his body had been removed, and said softly, "I submit, please let go of the rope tree, he is still a child." Hot tears ran down his bloodless cheeks, rolled down his white chin, and shattered into crystal sprays on the ground. A very realistic scene. Compared to Senju-kuma, Uzumaki Mito, and Rope Tree, Senju and Tsunade, who have always been strict, diligent in forbidden art research, human body research, and suppressing Uchiha, and Tsunade's relationship is not close. Therefore, instead of saving Senjutsu, who had once again stabbed into his belly, Tsunade chose to let the rope tree live safely. Da. A slight sound of footsteps sounded quietly, and Tsunade, who was lost and collapsed, suddenly noticed that there was an extra pair of feet in front of him, and subconsciously looked up, and sealed it with a wicked smile. She looked around blankly, only to find that everyone's eyes were so empty. Illusion again? Or are they all an illusion? Tsunadeheim, surrender is not something you can do by talking with your mouth, you need actions to prove it. Feng Yuan's words meant something. Tsunade clenched her fists, wanting to resist, but at the thought of the realism of the killing rope tree, her clenched fists loosened like an electric shock. The palms are folded, the back of the hand is attached to the forehead, and then the whole person is tightly attached to the ground. Tsunade saluted Feng Yuan in the posture of the earth seat, and his indifferent voice sounded like a machine. Tsunade, from today I am willing to submit to Uchiha Feng Hara and obey any orders from him. Hey, don't you even resist? It's just killing rope tree once, and I'm going to let you solve him twice more. The demon-like whispers made Tsunade's body tremble, and a thick ink-like despair wrapped around her body, pressing down on her heart like a mountain, making her feel a little difficult to breathe. Seeing Tsunade's appearance, Feng Yuan understood that the fire was almost the same, squatted down, gently patted Tsunade's smooth blonde hair like a pet, and then brushed his back. To be honest, I do like you quite a lot, of course, only physically. My promise is still valid, and the name of the Senju clan will reappear in the ninja world, but the person who will inherit it is the rope tree. Tsunade suddenly looked up. Facing Feng Yuan's playful eyes, his brown pupils were full of surprise and pleading. She bowed her head again, and her voice was already filled with crying, "Please, let go of the rope tree, let him return to the Pure Land, and don't disturb him anymore." That's not okay, Tsunade, your personality is like a bitter detonation charm, I don't know when it will explode, and the resurrected Senju rope tree is a collar tied around your neck. Feng Yuan couldn't help but crown the rope tree with the name of Senju, and then pinched Tsunade's smooth chin with 2 fingers, comfortably admiring her desperate gaze. It's beautiful, Tsunade. Feng Yuan's praise at this time came from the heart. When a resolute woman exposes her soft side, that extreme contrast can far arouse people's sympathy and care than people who have always been weak. Get up, don't kneel, there will be a time for you to kneel in the future. Feng Yuan forcefully pulled up Tsunade's hand, his gaze swept over the ninja with empty eyes, half sighing, half asking, "You said that if they recover from illusion and find us standing together peacefully, will they feel that they are still an illusion?" Snap! Feng Yuan snapped his fingers. Everyone's empty eyes appeared. Seeing Tsunade, who was half a step behind Feng Yuan, he stood respectfully. The people of the Uchiha clan cheered, thinking that this was a victory over the Senju, and even Jushina and Yuna did not have the slightest jealousy and dissatisfaction. On the other hand, on the side of the Ape Flying Sun, the already low morale was suddenly crushed into mud, and the group of ninjas completely lost their fighting spirit. Even Ape Flying Sunko, who has always declared himself the strongest Hokage, has a Razinatory expression. Sighed Uchiha sealed the plane, "You win, if you still have gas, sprinkle it on the old man, they are the future of the village, let me this decaying wood, the flame that illuminates the future." Feng Yuan ignored him at all, his gaze swept over Jiraiya, who was not angry but did not resist, and saw those ninjas full of fear. The smile on his face became more and more kind. put his arm around Tsunade, as if declaring his victory, and said loudly, "From today onwards, Uchiha and Senju will marry and give you the name of Konoha ninja. Those who submit, those who died in this battle are resurrected, and those who resist will fall forever." The eyes of the ninja showed surprise, stunned, doubt, and so on. "You look at me, I look at you," and finally focused their eyes on Sarutobi Hinata. They gave the power to make decisions to the 3 generations of Hokage they trusted the most. As everyone knows, Ape Flying Sun Chopper is now about to lose his anger. He finally bought another wave of people's hearts, and he tried to use this as a capital to protect his immortality. But Feng Yuan's words put him on the fire and roasted him. Submit to? Whatever the reason, those who surrender first always have to pay a price, either by committing suicide to prove their deeds, or by surviving and losing their reputation. Coincidentally, these two are not what Ape Flying Sun Chopper wants. Can resist. Ape Flying Sun closed his eyes. Thinking of the 4 words eternal fall that Feng Yuan said, his body couldn't help but tremble. What is infinity? In layman's terms, it is torture without gaps, and every moment is in the most painful time of life. He didn't dare to bet. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth, and he stared at the Ape Flying Sun with interest. He will not let this monkey die easily, and living in hell is the end that this old monkey deserves the most. Sensing Feng Yuan's gaze, Ape Fei Ri's heart trembled, and between a magnificent death and a humble life, he chose to live. When the people on both sides saw the Ape Fei Ri, who had used to rebuke Fang Xian, kneeling on the ground tremblingly, bowing his head to Feng Yuan, and telling about submission, it was as if a muffled thunder had been struck in everyone's mind. But the difference is that Uchiha's people are only ecstatic, laughing wildly one by one, and the excitement is incomparable. And Konoha's ninjas, even Jiraiya, were left with only tears of grief and indignation at the moment. A figure walked out of the ruins, and the standard black straight attracted everyone's attention, but there was a residual fear in his golden, snake-like pupils. It is a big snake pill that has always been hidden. From the beginning, he was locked up in false reality by the troublesome seal, and experienced an unknown number of inhumane human experiments. The feeling of being dissected and studied without anesthetics, and the results of no progress made him completely crazy. He hates useless work. So Orochimaru also chose to surrender. The legends of the past, only Zille is still struggling to support. A breeze blew through the ruined Konoha camp, and the smell of gun smoke and blood mixed together to form a pungent smell. Feng Yuan looked at the Ape Flying Sun Chop kneeling on the opposite side and the white hair standing in front of the group of ninjas, and the smile on his face was gentle. But in the eyes of everyone, he is the most vicious viper in the world. Jiraiya, now tell me your answer, surrender, or continue to resist. Surrender? Jiraiya's gaze looked at the Ape Flying Sun Chop who turned his back to him, this teacher he used to admire, and he didn't even have the slightest decent resistance in the face of Feng Yuan. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the unmotivated ninjas, looking at them with empty eyes, and he understood that this group of people was no longer saved. The strength of Feng Yuan is like a mountain pressing on the top of the head, it is too terrifying. Can surrender. I'm so unwilling. In a sense, he is not a genius. In the trio, he was always the one at the end of the crane, and it wasn't until he accidentally hit Myoko Mountain that he really began to rise. There are no special bloodstains, no outstanding qualifications, and even the immortal mode needs the help of 2 toads, Fukazaku and Shima. But he still caught up with Tsunade and Orochimaru. Zille also clenched his fists, his rapidly rising chest gradually calmed down, his face showed the same nonsensical smile as before, but his eyes were full of determination. Nah, I'm a ninja of Konoha, how can I give in to a rebel of yours? Jiraiya's words made the person who chose to surrender froze, and his eyes looked at him with complicated eyes. But he did not hesitate at all, and shouted loudly, where the leaves fly, the fire also grows. This is the will of fire that I have heard since I was a child. Seeing that Jiraiya was also about to give an impassioned speech, Feng Yuan interrupted the casting with a smile. Will of fire? The place where the leaves fly is Senju, and the endless flame is Uchiha, which is the will of fire. The sacrifice you insisted on is just a version of the meaning that a certain monkey has tampered with, although the connotation is indeed a lot higher. Feng Yuan laughed out loud, pointing at the Ape Flying Sun and saying, but people who know the will of fire better than you are sacrificing their dignity at this moment in exchange for the survival of the rest of the ninjas. Kneeling on the ground, the faceless Ape Flying Sun was stunned, and this kind of saying? Wrong. This is the sacrifice of the old man. Endure the humiliation for a while, take care of the overall situation, preserve the vitality, and then set off a rebellion in the future. Right. That's it. Ape Fei Sun's head was lowered, but at this time, there was no self-doubt in his eyes, only self-hypnotic excitement. Feng Yuan smiled and asked, now it's your turn, Zille, are you willing to sacrifice your future freedom in exchange for the survival of these juniors? If you wish, then kneel, if you don't want to, then I can only let them make a move and kill you to prove their intentions. Zille's body trembled, and he looked at Feng Yuan's gaze, as if he was looking at a demon that had risen up in hell. Feng Yuan could also clearly feel that Tsunade's shoulders also stiffened for a moment, and it was obvious that his persecution at this time also made the rest of the people feel uncomfortable in their hearts. But he was happy. Seeing that Zai Lai was also caught in a difficult decision, Feng Yuan's eyes were full of interest, and suddenly Yunao on the side opened his eyes and leaned over and said, "Brother, the small force sent by Yinyan Village and Union Village is investigating." Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the reaction of these two sides to be so fast, but think about it, it's a battlefield. Then get ready to meet the enemy. Uchiha has not made a move in the ninja world for too long. Just take advantage of this time and tell me what they call Uchiha. Yes. Hearing that Feng Yuan chose to attack, the group of Uchiha not only did not have the slightest panic, but their faces were full of excitement, and their excitement was overflowing. Uchiha wants to fight. Seeing Uchiha's reaction, the faces of the three shinobi and those Konoha ninjas were not very good looking. The first reaction was, what kind of maniac is this? But soon, those Konoha ninjas feared that they would be taken to be cannon fodder. From beginning to end, Uchiha didn't look at them. The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth rose. Although the Uchiha clan did not participate in the two ninja world wars on a large scale, there were not many high-end ninja cultivations. But after the Rebellion Village, the illusion of Taki Ninja Village, and the surprise attack on the Konoha camp, there are more than 500 Sangha Jade ninjas. What is the concept of more than 500 ninjas? An enemy village. Although it is not enough in low-end combat power, we have hanging. The kaleidoscope of the sealed origin flashed, and in an instant a dense array of revenants appeared. Judging by their attire, most of them were the Konoha ninja who died in battle just now in the Kusanagi village and Taki Ninja village that were slaughtered before. These are revenants with half-entities that can fight. Then the red light flashed, Feng Yuan's eyes dimmed for a moment, and all the Uchiha who died in battle before were revived. And because of the reasons that have experienced death, these guys have all opened three-hook jade. Looking at the pair of sharp scarlet eyes, the ape flying sun slash that had just risen in his heart was instantly crushed by confidence and lowered his head again. So many upper shinobi, let alone Konoha village, even if you had sand hidden village and mist hidden village, it is not enough to make up so much. Take the head? Zai Lai also looked at the scene in front of him blankly. His belief had been completely destroyed by the words of the seal, and the appearance of Union Village and Union Village at this moment was undoubtedly a savior for him. You, seal the UN, I can go into battle to kill the enemy, and exchange the lives of Yen Shinobu and Yun Shinobu for their lives. Jiraiya clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. It is impossible for him to surrender. He is indeed unorthodox in his small fights on weekdays, but he will not have the slightest hesitation on the issue of big right and wrong. If I could, I would also like to collect some experimental materials. A smile appeared on the face of the big snake pill, and the light flowed in his slightly narrowed eyes. He sensed Feng Yuan's bad intentions. If it weren't for Union Village and Union Village sending people over, with Jiraiya's character, I am afraid that he would be willingly killed by those ninjas. In any case, if you can go to war, you must find an opportunity to persuade Ji Lai to leave. Orochimaru felt that Feng Yuan also had an inexplicable hostility towards Zilla. In fact, Feng Yuan just didn't like Ji Lai. As for the reason, hate the reason why a person needs a hammer. Feng Yuan was too lazy to find a reason. A kind smile appeared on his face, and he shrugged his shoulders and said, of course, not only the two of you, but everyone including the ape flying sun slash can go to kill the enemy and redeem himself. No matter what strength you are, as long as you get 10 heads of the same level, you are all free. The corner of ape flying sun's mouth twitched, and there were 5 shadows in the entire ninja realm. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. The battle ended in a flash. The small forces of Union Village and Union Village to investigate the news did not even have time to transmit the slightest bit of news back, so they were neatly harvested. Immediately afterwards, the ninja world once again witnessed the horror of Pink Eye, Uchiha, the deterrence of Sanguyu? That's a fart. But more than 500 pairs of three-hook jade appeared on the battlefield, and even the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows were numb. Why hit the head on this? Remove. The coalition forces, which had been in a stalemate with Sarutobi for more than 2 months, were hastily defeated in the face of Uchiha. Then Union Village and Union Village backhanded and went to Cheyenne Village to eat the wave dividend. But this didn't mean anything to Feng Yuan. He had already returned to Konoha with the news of victory, his new Konoha. Long Xiang, Yuta, each of you will lead a team to re-establish the drafting ninja village and the Taki ninja village. Do things arrogantly, don't be bullied on your stomach, you can't beat the summons back, there are people at home. Feng Yuan didn't choose to bring everyone back. How could something as good as the Uchiha Guard only be implemented in Konoha village? Let's start with a simple expansion wave. The country of Taki borders the country of wind and thunder, and is also stuck in the country of rain, so it is led by Raishi Uchiha, who has a higher combat power. Kusanagi is also one of the top countries under the 5 major powers, and although there are still some people in overseas Ghost Lantern City, they are too close to Konoha, so Yuta Uchiha leads the clan to rotate. The ninja war does not refer to the battle between all countries, but the battle between the 5 great ninja villages. There are often wars between those small countries and small ninja villages, which can be used to hone new people for Uchiha. Uchiha Longxiang and Uchiha Yang have long been Feng Yuan's die-hard loyalists, plus you can communicate with Feng Yuan in the dream world at any time, so Feng Yuan is not worried about the safety of the two. Watching the two leave with two-thirds of the combatants, Ape-Face Sun had a little brilliance floating under his eyes. But seeing Feng Yuan, he still extinguished all thoughts of resistance. Immediately take the people who survived the battlefield and welcome Uchiha back to Konoha. In front of Konoha's new gate, countless villagers who heard Uchiha's return spontaneously gathered at the gate, with strong resentment and disgust in their eyes, and many of them carried small baskets with rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs on the crook of their arms. When Uchiha defected before, the movement caused by it affected the entire village, and these civilians could not be said to have suffered heavy losses. It was all decades of hard work in vain. So, when they heard that Uchiha was back, they had already thought of revenge. As for those ninjas, although it is not clear why Sarutobi returned with Uchiha, at least one point, not doing well. As long as they are decent, there can be no mistakes. Finally, the triumphal team approached. But everyone was stunned. At the forefront is indeed the ape Flying Sun. But this third-generation Hokage was actually bare-chested, pulling the cart like a cow and horse. Seeing the Tuanfan clan emblem on the carriage, the people who already hated Uchiha became more and more angry. But in the face of those pair of red eyes that suddenly lit up, the villagers who were the best at bullying the soft and afraid of the hard were all intimidated. The other party looks like he's not to mess with. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the carriage, but Kagura's eyes lifted when he sensed the scene at the entrance of Konoha village, and there was a bit of disgust in his eyes. He had no affection for Konoha. There was even less kindness towards the civilians of Konoha. This group of stupid things, one by one, were spoiled by the Senjima and the ape Flying Sun. Originally a village founded by a joint ninja clan, it was initially decided that Uchiha would serve as Hokage. However, Senjima held a referendum and allowed Konoha civilians to participate in the vote, thereby killing Uchiha. This also made the civilians of Konoha feel that they had a bit of status. In order to consolidate his position, Ape Flying Sun Chopper was even more conniving at these civilians. So much so that in the original work, there was an outrageous plot in which a civilian child bullied Miss Hinata. Not to mention a group of fools who knew that Naruto Uzumaki was the demon fox who caused the Nine Tails rebellion, and actually dared to blatantly bully him. Who gave the courage? Ape Flying Sun Chop. But Feng Yuan is not used to this gang of goods, he is here to be a father. Stepping out of the carriage, Feng Yuan's gaze swept over the group of Konoha villagers, with a kind smile on his face. It's really gratifying that so many people came to greet us, but it's a pity that Uchiha didn't get any success, and the things in your hands should be enjoyed by yourself. The sound of the seal was not loud, but under the influence of chakra, it sounded very clearly in the ears of the Konoha villagers. Perhaps it was his gentle voice that gave the villagers an illusion, and someone dared to shout in the crowd, "Evil Uchiha, get out of Konoha village. We will never allow you to set foot in the village." Whoosh! Feng Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then an instant wind broke through, directly bombarding the area where the sound sounded into slag. Not big, only 7 or 8 people. But the impact is serious. When those villagers saw that Feng Yuan really dared to make a move against them, they immediately instigated them, and they wanted to run away one by one. But, boom! An earthen wall carved with several funny faces rose and blocked their way. Feng Yuan stepped on the ape Flying Sun's head and got out of the carriage. His voice was still gentle. "Don't be afraid, villagers, I'm not a good person. But I'm the most unaccustomed to wasting food. You have prepared so many things, you can't waste them, eat them all." The villagers of Konoha were all stupid, looking at the rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs that they had just thrown on the ground. One by one, they were overwhelmed, and suddenly someone shouted, "Naruto-sama, Uchiha's people bully civilians so much, you have to decide for us." That's right, the evil Uchiha actually dared to kill in front of you. It is clear that he didn't put you in his eyes. Please Naruto-sama, drive away the evil Uchiha. Konoha is not welcome to Uchiha. Ape Flying Sun Chopper's whole person was numb. The scene where Feng Yuan stepped on his head just now was not unseen. But once the rhythm was brought up, how many people would be rational? The law does not blame the public. They don't believe that the evil Uchiha dares to kill them all. Hey, Hokage's voice is still quite high. This popular desire, what does Hokage think to do? Feng Yuan looked at the ape Flying Sun with ridicule, and then turned his head and shouted at the fallen white hair, "Hey, great virgin, your life is here." The dejected Zi Lai also raised his head, his eyes full of self-blame. He didn't kill enough people on the battlefield, so Feng Yuan killed the ninja of Mitsunari Konoha, which was considered to be his life. Jiraiya originally wanted to die, but the words of the big snake pill made him have to live painfully. "You are dead now, then those who died because of you are really dead in vain." So Jiraiya has been thinking about how to atone for sins along the way. Feng Yuan pointed at the civilians and said, "The same rule, either they die, or someone solves the garbage, whether it is you, or the ape Flying Sun, or the ninja who was freed before. Make your choice. It's to eat garbage, or sit back and watch the villagers die." This was another dilemma, but this time there was no Iwa Shinobu and Yun Shinobu to solve the siege. Feng Yuan did not suppress his voice, and the villagers of Konoha, who were surrounded by the earth flow wall, also heard these words. One by one, they looked at the garbage on the ground with ugly faces. The script shouldn't be like this. How dare he? How dare Uchiha do this? Shouldn't he be on his knees and crying bitterly, begging to return to Konoha village? Why? Why is it so strong? Even the 3 generations of Hokage did not dare to disobey. This group of shallow-eyed garbage was simply spoiled and really regarded themselves as the masters of Konoha. They seem to have forgotten that the ninja world has always been a cruel world of the jungle. Jiraiya also saw the dazed villagers, and couldn't help but think of the ninjas who he didn't save and then lost their lives. Hot tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and his body swayed, and he walked stiffly to Konoha's gate. Jiraiya-sama, you are. As Jiraiya got closer, the group of Konoha villagers also saw that his condition did not seem to be as good as they thought. On the contrary, Zilei's face was as frank as a piece of paper, and his burly body looked much thinner because of his squat back. The whole person was like an old man who was about to die, and his body exuded a dead and twilight chi. Who told you to do this? Jiraiya's voice was as rough as the rubbing of dead bark, and his gaze turned, easily sweeping over these panicked people. Zilei also knew that even if he really ate all the garbage thrown on the ground, Feng Yuan would find various reasons to kill these people. Only by finding the mastermind behind the scenes can it be possible to fight for them on the line. Lord Zilei, this matter is all of our own free will. The leading men were trembling on their legs, and their voices were full of crying. When Uchiha defected to the village, he destroyed my family's house, and when I heard that they were coming back, I couldn't get angry, so I thought, yes, my family's shop was also destroyed, it was they who did it wrong. Why are they okay? Is it because they are Uchiha? The villagers started talking about how much they had lost before. But soon, the words became wrong, and one by one they were accusing Uchiha of his crimes. Jiraiya's heart trembled. He felt that these people were victims, because the battle before the sealing of the original affected them, so they had what they are today. But, will Feng Yuan take care of this? No. Zilei is also very clear that the sealing of the original will only be one size fits all. Cut these people across the board. So he had no choice but to force himself to believe that Feng Yuan would let these people go. Everyone, Uchiha Feng Yuan is not what everyone thinks. If you don't want to die. Jiraiya's voice was a little choked, and he lowered his head. He did not dare to look at the incredulous expressions and eyes of these villagers. I'm sorry, I'm not his opponent. Snap! A rotten egg fell on Jiraiya's body. Bastard! So what are you doing here, to watch us die? Snap! This time it's rotten vegetable leaves. Aren't you a ninja? Hit him, hit fuck! When the villagers heard that Zilei not only could not save them, but also tried to persuade them to eat this garbage, they suddenly became angry and consumed these things on Zilei. Yeah, people are smart. They felt that since Feng Yuan wanted to be clean on the ground, it would be good to find someone to bear it. Then, the ninja who knows ninjutsu and has the greatest ability has naturally become the unanimous external target of this group of civilians. How sad. Feng Yuan quietly enjoyed the scene of Zilla being smashed, and next to him stood the big snake pill. These civilians hate ninjas like you more than those ninjas from ninja families. There was only more and more cold indifference in the golden vertical pupils of Orochimaru, recalling that when he was a child, his partners who could still play together were isolated because he passed the Ninja Academy examination, and it was common for him to be ridiculed after his parents died, until he became a shinobi. But this does not mean that hostility disappears, it is only moved to the shadows by those people. The seemingly peaceful Konoha actually has the most obvious contradiction, the contradiction between ninjas and civilians. The solution to this by the second generation of Hokage Senjima is to weaken the strength of the ninja clan, establish a ninja school, a group of ninjas in 3 years, try to increase the production rate of civilian ninjas, curb the ninjas, and at the same time increase the number of civilians becoming ninjas, and finally let the number of civilian ninjas and ninjas reach a certain proportion. However, after Sarutobi took the throne, in order to win over the ninjas, the school time of ninja school was increased for 6 years, and the admission standards were raised, blocking the path for many civilians to become ninjas. Even if a civilian ninja successfully graduates, they are not as strong as the family ninja, and they either sink into low-level missions or join the ninja. In this way, the civilians of Konoha actually do not have many opportunities for promotion, and the two are contradictory and the opposition is severe. But, later, Sarutobi took his position and began to seek fame, choosing to treat the villagers with leniency. This is how the iron law that ninjas can't hurt villagers for no reason came about. And the result is often an apology from a ninja. Because ninjas have the ability to harm civilians, and ninjas do not necessarily limit this power. This is how civilians are accustomed to it. The more conflicts, the more grievances. This resentment naturally can't be eaten by Sarutobi, so it should be a problem for Uchiha who deals with these things. The conflict between ninjas and civilians turned into civilian dissatisfaction with Uchiha, and there was a basis for high-level people to say that Uchiha does not blend in the village. It is with this premise that Uchiha has been targeted by all parties. Ape Fei clenched his teeth and stared at the stake like Jiraiya. Compared to the other party's behavior, standing here seems too cowardly. Blanche, a ninja who survived from the battlefield, couldn't stand it. With red eyes, he charged towards the gate. Then, the hand is bitter. A civilian fell with his neck covered. Grass mud horse, why should we bear the trouble you caused? With the leader, soon the suppressed anger of the surviving ninja was also detonated. They are all people who have been rescued by Jiraiya. But anyone with a little conscience will not bear to be bullied by this group of garbage. So, they shot. Self did not stop either. Just turned his head and looked sadly at the ape flying sun. His sad gaze seemed to ask, don't kill me, I didn't want to do it. Jiraiya, you actually allowed ninjas to slaughter civilians, and you are not a good thing. Save me, save me. The chaotic cries for help, cursing, and begging for mercy mixed with the villagers' death-threatening howls hovered in the ears of the people on both sides of the earth stream wall like a spiritual attack. Zilai also looked at the ape flying sun with a numb expression, the faint hope in his eyes gradually dimmed down, smiled self-deprecatingly, and stood aside indifferently. The wall of the earth flow slowly falls. The ninjas who were waiting behind discovered that it was not the frenzied Uchiha who was slaughtering civilians, but the ninja who returned from the battlefield. They were coerced. Everyone's first reaction was like this. But when they saw the madness on the faces of those ninjas, the unconscious excitement, they fell silent. After a long time, the new patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, said dryly, perhaps, they are medium illusions. Because those ninjas didn't show the slightest sign of being harassed by chakra. But everyone had to believe it. Because at this time, these ninjas behave like demons in hell. It's nice to clean up the garbage. Feng Yuan saw the dead clean villager with a happy smile on his face. This group of people does not account for too much of Konoha's population, but it is definitely the most arrogant group. The really smart ones are now obediently staying at home. An extreme chill instantly climbed onto Jiraiya's back, and he turned his gaze sluggishly, watching Feng Yuan walk past him, his throat stirring, and the sickly rosy surging on his miserable white face was suppressed by him. It turns out that the garbage in your eyes is those Konoha villagers? As if he had been hit hard in the brain, he lost his ability to think, and followed the army like a puppet. Feng Yuan did not do anything else to be relaxed, a toy to play too much, even if the toy does not collapse, it will be tired of playing. Uchiha returned to his ancestral land. But this time, there was no dark part of surveillance outside. I'm home, Mikoto sighed helplessly as she looked at the dusty courtyard and room. With the wisdom of the Nara family, Akimichi did not treat Uchiha's clan land harshly, and even the location of the garrison was not encroached upon. What I am afraid of is to seal the original and come back. Then we will clean up first, and then serve Lord Feng Yuan later. Mikoto and the others glanced at the blonde Tsunade with a smile on her face. Before they tried to work together with 4 people, but they couldn't even match the match. When the man is holding the fire, the action is very rude. So, please put out the fire, Tsunadeheim. Tsunade lowered her head, her eyes were snow white, and she couldn't see her toes at all. How could she not understand what Mikoto meant? Then how hard will you work, Tsunade-sama? Let's go to the patriarch's mansion. Feng Yuan hugged Tsunade's slender waist, his 5 fingers rubbed the vest line under the clothes, and there was a gentle smile on his face, but no one knew what he thought in his heart. The patriarch's mansion is regularly maintained, and those who are reluctant to leave with the Feng Yuan still live in the clanland, and spontaneously tidy up the mansion for the patriarch who guards the peace of the family. Seeing that Feng Yuan came back with the garrison again, this group of people was on their toes, feeling that they went out for a few months. Was it different or came back? Of course, they only dared to express their emotions with their eyes, despising those who left with Feng Yuan for having no eyesight. Until, hey, the chakra on your body is so rich, lying groove. Why are your eyes Sangha Jade? You too. None of the returning Uchiha ninjas were stingy with chakra, and they specially glared at their Sharingan eyes and swaggered, which immediately caused the amazement of the Uchiha clan one after another. Just kidding, really, when we walked for nothing these months. Uchiha Satoshi set up a chair on the main road, and behind him stood 2 rows of 3-hook jade on the left and right, sitting on it like an uncle, and mocked the surprised clansmen around him. Envy or not? Jealous or not? Go out for a few months and come back all into 3 guyu. Gee, look at those of you who are staying in the clanland. Have you opened your eyes one by one? No, there won't be an eye-opener, right? Oh, you see those of us who go out with the boss, the one who didn't play the same and opened the 3-hook jade. Indeed, compared to the mist shinobu of the land of water, whether it is Kusanagi shinobu or Taki shinobu, isn't it the same as Uchiha killing them? Uchiha Kon sneered at those envious clansmen, and leaned in simply, what about your son? Oh, go to the land of water with that waste. Have you opened your eyes? It must be 3 hooks. After all, it's so simple. The smiles on the faces of those clansmen were far-fetched, and their steps were quickly back home. Even the deadbolt became stronger. I feel remorse in my heart, the same clearance reward. There is a simple mode not to play, but to go to hell mode to start. The clansmen on Uchiha Fugaku's side have already died a lot, and only half a month ago they took away all the people over the age of 8 in the clan who could refine chakra. Compare the seals. Uchiha Fugaku is a piece of trash. Under the propaganda of Uchiha Kong, even those who were extremely disgusted with Feng Yuan before had no disgust for Feng Yuan at this time, and had more reverence. But the negative emotions in the heart cannot disappear, but are transferred to another person. Uchiha Fugaku of Kuzenajima. Listening to the sound of cursing Uchiha Fugaku, Feng Yuan took Tsunade to the patriarch's mansion. Got a clean room. As soon as he entered, Feng Yuan put his arm around Tsunade's waist, his chin pressed against her shoulder, and his eyes were full of intoxication. "Tsunade, you smell so good." Tsunade did not resist. Like a puppet, his eyes were empty, allowing Feng Yuan to unlock the new mode. If she does not take the initiative and does not refuse, she will naturally not get the satisfaction of Feng Yuan. Boom! Tsunade was thrown onto the futon next to him. Feng Yuan pinched his collar, his gaze was indifferent, and his tone became fierce. "What a noble and naive Tsunadeheim, do you think that taking out this attitude can make you feel better in your heart? Dream! From today onwards, you are my tool man, and all you have to do is do your best to please me and satisfy me." Dreaming, Tsunade lay there expressionless, his eyes calmly looking at Feng Yuan. "This body, you can play as much as you want, but if you want me to cooperate with you, it's impossible. Don't say it's so absolutely." A smile spread across Feng Yuan's face, and his gaze swept wantonly over Tsunade's bumpy figure. "If you can't satisfy me, Uzumaki Mito, your mother Uzumaki Hanaheim, and that little girl named Shizun, I don't mind." Bastard! Tsunade's empty eyes finally gushed with emotion, unparalleled anger, and unforgettable hatred. She was full of anger, got up and glared at Feng Yuan angrily. "Disturb the sleep of the undead, don't you have the slightest guilt? And mute how old she is, how do you? Brute! You are a beast in human skin." Tsunade pointed at Feng Yuan's nose and cursed, wanting to vent all her anger and grievances along the way. But gradually, when Tsunade saw the joy on Feng Yuan's face, the whole person was stunned. Feng Yuan untied his clothes, the corners of his mouth were like roots behind his ears that were about to crack, full of intoxicated smiles, and he closed his eyes and looked like he was enjoying it. Gradually unable to hear Tsunade's voice, Feng Yuan's eyebrows were slightly raised, and when he opened his eyes to see the stunned Tsunade, he raised his hand and pinched her smooth snow-white chin, and said seriously, "I'm not some animal in human skin, just a simple pervert." When a pervert clearly recognizes that he is a pervert, fear will be transferred from him to the face of others. Just like Tsunade now. If she still regarded Feng Yuan's words as a threat just now, then she was really afraid now. Because it is really possible for Feng Yuan to do these things. This made Tsunade's body tremble. What to do? No solution. Unless, really give up your dignity to please him. Tsunade tilted his head and let Feng Yuan touch his cheek. A pair of eyes filled with mist stared at Feng Yuan's face. She can't give up her dignity to serve a hateful person, so she must find a way to find the good in the other person. Handsome and tall, these are 3 artifacts aimed at women. At this time, the seal in Tsunade's eyes perfectly matched the first 2 points, so, the next thing is, her gaze slowly moved down, her pupils were trembling. Who would have thought that Tsunadeheim, who was originally high above, would take the initiative to serve like a maid at this moment? Wait a minute. What the hell is this? Tsunade sat there in shock, staring intently at the huge rhizome. At this level, you must be joking. It's going to be bad, it's going to be bad. Tsunadeheim-sama, why didn't you continue? I'm cold right now. Feng Yuan's joking words put Tsunade in a dilemma. She is not a pure love girl. In order to learn medical skills, she has long been familiar with the structure of a man's body, and I don't know how much she dissected. But the problem is, she hasn't done this kind of thing. Or, go with the stuff in that bastard's book. Tsunade's cheeks burned red, a physiological instinct, a reaction she couldn't suppress. Bend down, brush your blonde hair behind your ears, and get down to business. This time, Feng Yuan did not do what he did with the others, and now that Tianya was ordered to open a small teaching theater, he wanted to know if Tsunadeheim's ability was as outstanding as her figure. Result: it's terrible. Completely unknowable. That kind of unfamiliar behavior, except for psychological pleasure, basically does not have much physiological stimulation. Really, it seems that I will give you more makeup lessons next. Just when Tsunade was physically enlightened, surprised to find that Feng Yuan did not send someone to guard his ape Fei, he cut his mind. He is Hokage after all. Ape Flying Sun did not even go back to the Ape Flying Tribe land, and went directly to the tribal land of the Pig Deer Butterfly clan. He wants to unite the major ninja races, but not to resist the seal, but to first keep his position as a Hokage, and then find a way to remove the mountain that is oppressed on his head. Only he didn't notice that a burly figure with a slumped back was quietly following behind him. Thanks to the voyeurism of years of training, Zi Lai also fell behind the ape flying sun chop and was never discovered. First the Inyuga butterfly, then Inyazuka, followed by the oil girl, pommel horse, and other occult families. The busy ape flying sun chop was not very happy, because no matter what he said, the attitude of the patriarchs of those ninja clans towards him was cold, except for the polite tea service, the whole time was alienated. In desperation, Sarutobi came to the Hayaga clan. Sarutobi Hinata looked at the magnificent gate of the Hayaga family, and his heart was also full of sadness. As another big clan in the village, he was originally going to use the same means to deal with Hinata after suppressing Uchiha, but I didn't expect that I actually needed to ask each other now. It's really impermanent. In the shadows not far away, Zi Lai did not follow the ape flying sun into it like before. The Hayaga clan is no better than other families, not to mention the passive opening, the white eyes that can be detected, just the strict family rules, stereotypical etiquette, and he is not allowed to peep. But enough is enough. The previous family experience had already let him know what Ape Flying Sun Chopper was doing, and it also made the last luck of Ape Flying Sun Chopper disappear in his heart. By the teacher. There is no way for Sarutobi to save Konoha, but my strength is not enough. First go back to Miyama Mountain and find the big toad immortal to see. Jiraiya's eyes gradually firmed. Even if he suffered the betrayal of the villagers, suffered deep torture and blows, the flame in his heart did not extinguish, but strengthened his belief. He wanted to defeat Uchiha Fanghara and save the village in Tsunade. Not long after he performed the reverse psychic technique, Sarutobi Hinata also left Hinata's house with a livid face. Originally, he wanted to win over the Hayaga clan in the name of Hokage, but the young men Hayaga Hayashi actually dared to blatantly say that Naruto-sama is old, and many of the decisions and measures made are unreasonable, so the Hayaga clan will not support the Sarutobi patriarch to continue to serve as Hokage. The Hayaga family is also true. Actually let this stunned Ching who can't see the situation clearly be the patriarch. Ape Fei Ri crushed a big stone in his heart, and he always felt that something big must have happened when he was in the village. This is also why he took the lead in going to the land of the pig deer butterfly to find the autumn road to take the wind. But Feng said that there was nothing major in the village during the period he was in charge. Why is this happening? Ape Fei Ri squeezed his pipe and hurried quickly with the teleportation technique. He did not think of some possibilities, such as after Tuan Zhang's death, some documents and archives were published, such as some experiments were exposed. Maybe more. But these are trifles. He has been a Hokage for so many years, and the strength of the Sarutobi clan is already top in the village, which is why those ninja clans are willing to tolerate it. Could it be? No. Impossible. A terrifying thought surfaced in Ape Fei's mind, but it was quickly suppressed by him. Reasonably, he couldn't believe that this kind of thing would happen to him. But when he returned to the family and saw the empty ape flying tribe land, the most terrible thing came true. Night had already fallen, faint starlight flickered, moonlight floated under the night breeze, and sprinkled coldly in the ape-flying tribe. Ape Fei Ri suppressed the pain in his heart, and walked into the clan land, silence and desolation eating away at his heart like two poisonous insects. Da. Click, click, click. The pace of the ape-flying sun is getting faster and faster, and the expression on his face has become extremely strange, sometimes blue, sometimes red, sometimes dark as ink, sometimes pale as snow. In this stage without an audience, he is performing a unique job of changing faces. No one. Still no one. Ape Flying Sun searched all over the mansion like crazy, but no matter how he searched, the result was the same. No one at all. Just when he was about to despair, a light finally appeared in front of his eyes. There is the largest building of the Ape Fei clan, the Ape Fei Ancestral Temple. There is not only light, but when you get closer, you can hear the sound inside. You bastard, that's my meal. You're on a horse. Go to Nima's, eat these things every day. When will Lao Tzu's injury heal? Haha, good? What a fart. Even if it's good, you can still be a ninja in the future? Haha, dream away. Countless invectives and countless complaints came from the ancestral shrine, only one door away. But Ape Fei Sun Chopper stood there like a wooden man, smelling the rich smell of medicine, food, and blood coming from behind the crack of the door, and he did not dare to push the door open. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is scared. He stood outside for more than half an hour, and finally made up his mind to push the door open. What he saw made him stand stiffly in place, full of the wounded. Everywhere I looked, there were seriously injured ape-flying people. They had different appearances and different attitudes, and the only thing that was the same was the gauze wrapped around their limbs. Wasted. All the ninjas carefully cultivated by the Sarutobi clan have all been destroyed. Sarutobi finally understood why those ninjas had the audacity to reject themselves. In an instant, endless anger erupted from his thin body, his eyes were red and bursting with tears, and he roared angrily at the excited ape-flying people. Who did it? What the hell is going on here? There are a lot of ninjas in the Sarutobi clan, at least 1,500. He went to the front line and took 800 people, Sarutobi Shinishu took 300 people, and there should be 400 ninjas in the family. But now, the entire ancestral hall is not small, and it can accommodate more than 200 wounded, as well as 8 flying civilians who are responsible for taking care of them. This means that nearly half of the 8 flying ninjas are not in the ancestral hall, and the remaining half are wasted. Finally, someone timidly stepped forward, with a crying voice, and said tremblingly, "Patriarch, everything is damn Uchiha." When they rebelled against the village, Elder Shimura Danzo ordered all the ninjas of the family to block Uchiha, but Uchiha sealed the original too strongly, and a large number of clansmen died in his hands, and later he also ordered that the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan only wound but not kill, and all limbs were cut off. Ninjas are delicate work. Once the limbs are cut off, even if they are cured, they cannot exert their strength. There is no way to be a ninja anymore, and even some heavy work and tiring work cannot be done. Feng Yuan's hand not only completely broke the military support of the 8 Fei family, but also cut off the 8 Fei family's economic resources. Poof! 8 Flying Sun Chopper finally couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood, leaned on the doorframe, and almost fell to the ground. He dared to guarantee that Shimura Danzo's original intention was definitely to weaken the lower 8 Fei clan with the hand of Feng Yuan, and then let the Shimura clan ascend to the throne. But Uchiha Feng Yuan is too strong, and his targeting directly kicked the 8 Flying clan out of the ranks of the ninja clan. How many more people, ninjas? No, it's gone. Gone. The tone of the 8 Flying Sun slash was abruptly raised, and it seemed a little sharp due to excessive excitement. Needless to say, the people he brought with him were all killed by Feng Yuan, none of them survived, and now there are 400 ninjas in the family, and there is not one left? The temporary head of the Sarutobi clan lowered his head and said angrily, "Those ninjas didn't contribute at all at first, but after the war, they seized Konoha Hospital, and all the treatment ninjas were transferred. That's why a large number of clansmen died." Autumn wind. Even if the 8 Flying Sun slash was in a state of rage, he did not dare to put his anger on Feng Yuan. He blamed all the faults on Akimichi Teikaze. Whew! 8 Fei Ri slammed his fist on the doorframe, panting like a broken bellows, not caring about the blood flowing all over his hands, and hurriedly ordered, "Quick! Send a message to Shinashuk and tell him to bring someone back quickly." Previously, Sarutobi Hinata was worried that Uchiha Fugaku was about to rebel, so he let his son bring some of the clansmen to protect him, and by the way, let the clansmen pick up some merits, and directly take up important positions after returning. But now, regardless of merit or not, come back first to maintain your ninja status. In case the 300 ninjas are gone, it means that there are only a few ninjas left in the Sarutobi clan, and they can't be called ninjas at all. And once it falls, other families will inevitably fall into the well, and there is no possibility of getting up again. Thinking of the worst ending, 8 Fei Ri tightened his heart, sitting on the threshold with his butt, just feeling dizzy in his head, and there were little stars in front of him. After finally relenting, he turned to the group of injured ninjas and asked, "What about Lake Baiwa? What happened to Lake Baiwa?" Sarutobi Baiwako is his wife, and the ninja also has the title of Shangnin, but in terms of strength, can he not climb into bed at this shadow level? No one paid attention to him, but no one spoke up. Silence is the best response. Ah, Lake Baiwa. The mournful cry seemed to spread throughout Konoha, and the 3 generations of Hokage, who used to be known as shinobi, were now howling like uncivilized apes. The prestige is gone, the strength of the family has plummeted, and now even the wife is gone, as if everything has fallen into the abyss. However, a sneer was inserted inappropriately into the lamentation. 8 Fei Ri wiped the tears from his old eyes and looked at the person with white eyes. He was worried that it was Uchiha who had come to see him laugh. But it is clear that the Feng Yuan, who is pouring out his money, is not willing to leave the gentle township. The visitor had yellow hair, a kind smile on his face, and a rich joy shining in his eyes that were as blue as the sky. Nah, can Naruto-sama actually be so sad? It seems that my gift is very suitable. Bo Feng Shuman smiled gently and handed over a small box. 8 Fei Ri quietly mentioned chakra. He wanted those clansmen to escape, but the wounded could not run away at all, so they could only lie on a stretcher in vain. Helplessly, he could only take the small box of the wave Feng Shui gate with trembling hands, and at the same time adjust his mentality, trying to explain what happened. Watergate, at that time, it was all because Shuumao cared too much about reputation and begged me to leave those rumors alone. Bo Feng Shuman's eyes showed ridicule, urging 8 Fei Ri to quickly open the box in his hand. He seemed to be looking forward to seeing the next expression of the 8 Flying Sun. Golem 8 Flying Sun Chop is a little afraid of the current wave Feng Shui gate for some reason, but it is too close, and he has no choice. Crunch, boom. 8 Fei Sun's hands trembled wildly, almost unable to hold the box in his hand. But he looked at the familiar head in the box, sad and indignant, but did not dare to let go. This is Sarutobi Shinashuk's head. Ah, Shinashuk. Oh my son. 8 Fei Sun's back became even more sluggish, and he knelt on the ground, his trembling hands pressed to the ground, and his whole face was almost attached to the box. So he saw the scars on Sarutobi Shinashuk's blood-stained face, his eyes were cut off, his nose was cut off, and his wide-open mouth seemed to be about to roar, but the tongue in his mouth was torn off in half. Capital punishment. Killing. Sarutobi Shinashuk was tortured to death. Ape-Fei Sun's eyes instantly turned scarlet, blood and tears flowed from the corners of his cracked eyes, and he stood up tremblingly, obviously looking like a little old man who had suffered a lot and fell down when the wind blew. But the momentum on his body at this time was unprecedentedly powerful. One who can be favored by the second-generation Hokage and personally taught, became a shadow guard at a young age, and then served as a Hokage for so many years. Sarutobi has too many opportunities to learn those powerful ninjutsu. The strongest Hokage is indeed nonsense, but Dr. Ninjutsu may not be true. Ape-Fei Ri stared at the wave Feng Shui Gate deadly, trying to calm the airflow in the chest cavity. Every muscle in his body seemed to tremble, not fear, but furious. Rumble. Ape Flying Sun Slash was the first to punch. Bo Feng Shuman had a disdainful contempt on his face, and just when Ape-Fei Ri's fist was about to touch his body, the figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared in the ancestral hall again. Before giving gifts, he had already arranged enough Flying Thunder God Kuwu in the ancestral hall. The reason why I want to come in is because, SHHH, it's okay, it will hurt at first, but it will get better soon. Bo Feng Shuman smiled and hugged the neck of a wounded man, strangling him whole. Wave, wind, water, door. Put him down, or the old man will definitely kill you. Ape Flying Risen seemed to be carried away by anger, sealed his hands, performed psychic techniques, summoned the family ninja of the Ape Flying clan, the Ape Demon, and then without the slightest hesitation, picked up the Ape Demon's changing Vajra Rui stick. Oh, Naruto-sama's threat, I'm so afraid. Bo Feng Shuman's face showed an exaggerated panic expression, and then as if he had missed his hand, when he withdrew his arm, it happened that a handle was untouched on the man's neck, pointed up, and under the action of gravity, it instantly pierced the man's jaw. The man's eyes suddenly widened, his intact hand swung wildly, blood oozed from the wrapped bandage, and he was still cursing something in his mouth. Gee, I'm really embarrassed, it's too painful, isn't it? Bo Feng Shuman was still gentle, his hand brushed the man's face, and he said softly, it's okay, it just hurts for a while. Phew. Like the screaming wind of the night cane, the King Kong Rui rod turned into an ape demon instantly smashed. However, no matter how fast the Ape Flying Sun chopped, it was not faster than the wave Feng Shui Gate with the Flying Thunder God, and the other party easily dodged the stick. But the injured ape who was injured for the second time was directly smashed in the head by a stick. Seeing the appearance of the Ape Flying Sun chop without pausing, Bo Feng Shuman converged and wrote a little smile, and his expression mockingly stimulated the Ape Flying Sun chop. Lord Naruto is really ruthless, even his own people say anything, it's really terrible. Bo Feng Shuman's mouth was terrible, but his eyes were full of ridicule. No matter who ordered the rumors, he didn't care anymore, and after staining his hands with the blood of Konoha ninjas, he knew that there was no turning back. If that's the case, then why turn back? It's very comfortable to fall like this. Ape-Fei Riko's breathing was calm and unspeakable, his eyes were cold, and he looked at Bo Feng Shuman and said, they have no way to become ninjas anymore, and they are only suffering. What's more, they don't want to be a burden to the family, right? Bo Feng Shuman's eyes flashed with joy, opened his arms, and then kicked a wounded man, held him in his arms, and pinched the other party's neck with one hand. If that's your reason, then come and kill, keep killing, kill hard. Ha ha ha. When they are all dead, I'll tell you another good news. Ape-Fei Ri's gaze was gloomy and terrifying, and the whole person's temperament changed greatly in an instant, indifferently waving the King Kong Rui stick in his hand, cleaning up the family's garbage. With such a cold heart, even the ape demon could not bear it, and directly returned to the psychic world. But Sarutobi doesn't care anymore. Ignoring the wails of those former clansmen, he took out the kunai from the ninja bag, grabbed, stabbed, and lost, and a human life died in his hands. The rich bloody aura gradually spread in the ape-flying ancestral hall, and in front of those ancestors, the contemporary Ape-Fei clan patriarch, the person who brought the Ape-Fei clan to the peak, personally slaughtered the compatriots of the Ape-Fei clan. Bo Feng Shuman gradually couldn't maintain the smile on his face, and looked at the gloomy ape flying in his heart with a cold temperament, and decisively dropped the wounded man in his hand and teleported away directly. A rustling night breeze blows. The howls, roars, pleadings, and so on of the wounded were blown away, and only the determined murmur of the ape-flying sun remained. Die. Let's all die. The family can't raise you waste, don't blame me, don't blame me. A dark cloud floated over, covering the cold moonlight, the dark and silent ape-flying tribe, the only bright ancestral temple, but a killing feast was staged. Uchiha Patriarch's Mansion. Feng Yuan stroked Tsunade him's milky skin, and the expression on his face was full of comfort. Tsunade, who possesses the Yin seal, is simply the most perfect tool, and can freely change at any age before, which is simply fascinating. More importantly, Tsunade is also a rare genius, and under his best guidance, the basic essentials of various physical arts have been mastered, and loopholes have been filled in by knowledge. It's really worthy of Tsunade. I learned quickly, and I am very satisfied. Feng Yuan hugged Tsunade, who was obviously overloaded, and the high-intensity physical training made her sweaty, but for Feng Yuan, this was a small trouble. So, in the future, you must practice physical arts diligently, otherwise, those people you cherish, Feng Yuan did not say explicitly, but brought Tsunade into illusion and staged a brand new teaching with illusion. The quality of teaching is good, the only pity is that the students' receptivity is too poor, and they faint at the last moment. Mostly tired. Feng Yuan thoughtfully covered Tsunade with a quilt, walked out the door, and saw Mikato, who had a capable temperament, walking towards him in uniform. Something happened. Ape Flying Sun went crazy and slaughtered the Sarutobi family, and there was still the head of Sarutobi Shinnishuk on the scene. Feng Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to the broken things made by the Ape Flying Sun. After what happened just now, he had completely discovered the true meaning of his own system. 10,000 evil lust. So killing people or something, it's too much to fish, and it's not even as much as helping Tsunade fill in the loopholes. We don't care about it. Mikato looked at Feng Yuan's hand on her waist with some surprise, and then attached it to Feng Yuan's body, tiptoeing to send red lips. Gee, and the smell of Tsunade remains. Mikato's eyes were silky, and she glanced at Feng Yuan with disgust, wrapped her hands around Feng Yuan's neck, and proved her charm with her actions. For a long time, the reflections on the wall parted. Feng Yuan looked at Mikato with an evil smile and said, "Leave them to death, don't even think about running any of you tonight. It's really bad." Ape Flying Ancestral Hall. The patriarchs of all clans except Uchiha had already arrived, and looking at the miserable appearance inside, one by one, they really felt chills in their hearts. Looking at each other, they determined a thought: the Ape Flying Sun shop must be completely trampled to death, and it can't turn over and step on that kind of death. Otherwise, one day, this old gangster will come from home to engage in such a hand, and it will not be able to bear it. When the four of Konoha F collapsed, the strongest in Konoha village was naturally the pig deer butterfly. This is certainly not considered Uchiha. As for Hinata, another big tyrant clan, maybe they were still somewhat useful during the first Hokage period, but since the second Hokage period, these big tyrants have been the targets of his strikes. Coupled with the fact that the Hyuga clan has the limitation of caged birds, there are actually few real geniuses, and under the rotten family rules, most of the ninjas who can be cultivated are certified upper ninja of their own clan, and their real strength is pitiful. And the three families of pigs, deer, and butterflies are themselves strong supporters of the Hokage family, and F4 has eaten meat over the years, and they have not drunk soup. F4 falls apart, the tough Shimura Danzo, the dragging sleeping Koharu and Mizuto minion are all dead, leaving Sarutobi alone and alone. The power in the village naturally fell into the hands of Akimichi Teikaze. Don't look at Akimichi Takashi Wind, it looks like an angry bull is scary, but in fact, he is mild, and with the strong support of the Nara clan, he has long united the major ninja clans before the Ape Flying Sun chops back. By the way, he helped the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan to keep their previous savings and family business. This is the real reason why the ninja of the Sarutobi clan can't enter the hospital. No one wants them to live. Ape Fari was stained with blood, and sat on the highest step at the entrance door with a lonely expression. "Monkey, I didn't expect you to become like this, attacking civilians during the day, and attacking your own clan and ninjas in the same village. Are you crazy?" Akimichi was heartbroken by the appearance of the Ape Flying Sun, at least it seemed so. In the face of the angry questioning of his old friend, Sarutobi just smiled indifferently. Take the wind from the autumn road. I am the Hokage, what to do? It is not your turn to teach me a lesson. I am the Hokage." The 5 words that made Shimura Danzo hate the most in the past fell into the ears of Akimichi Wind, and they were not even heavy from a grain of ear poop. Anyone who breaks the rules of the village must be punished, even if you are Hokage. Chumichi's righteous words, his voice was already loud, and at this moment, he looked even more righteous. "Come, go, and ask the Uchiha guard to deal with this vicious murder." Akimichi is not stupid, knowing that Konoha village is not yet in charge of his own hands, so he decisively went to ask someone named Uchiha. Unfortunately, they invited Satoshi Uchiha. "What are you doing here at night, when you don't sleep? Gee, you shouldn't want this land of ape-flying tribes, right?" Uchiha swaggered over with a toothpick in his hand. The slight drunkenness on his face and the undried lip prints made him look like he had just walked out of a custom shop. In fact, he had just come out of the custom shop. Unceremoniously passed over the major patriarchs, saw the miserable situation in the ape-flying ancestral shrine. Hanger Langdang and Yushibo Satoshi, who looked like he had not yet sobered up, instantly became serious, and the eyes of the 3-hook jade writing wheel opened, turning his head to look at everyone. "Who did it? Ape-flying Sun's lash. Who?" Uchiha Satoshi looked at the talking Akimichi in surprise, and the toothpick in his mouth was spit to the ground by him, and he didn't determine the meaning of this matter at all, and directly shouted at Sarutobi Hinata. "Naruto-sama kill ninjas in the same village at will, you are a big sin." Ape Fari turned his head and looked at Uchiha Satoshi. The desperate, extremely cold eyes made Uchiha Satoshi subconsciously jump back, instinctively leaned against the wall, and put on a guarded posture. "Gaba! Gaba!" Ape Riko slowly stood up, thinking of the sound of Google popping beans. His words fluttered like a night cane, but his tone was unusually firm. They dare to participate in the attack on the Feng Yuan patriarch in private, and they must be punished in the harshest way. Akimichi takes the wind, Captain Satoshi Uchiha, am I doing this wrong? Satoshi Uchiha had nothing to say. Akimichi took the wind and stiffened his face even more, but he didn't expect that the ape flying sun chop was so stimulated, no longer playing conspiracies and tricks like before, but playing Yang conspiracy. After the battle of the Uchiha Sealing Rebellion, no one had the courage to hand even a shuriken to Uchiha Feng Yuan at this time. He is a taboo in this village. Now that Sarutobi said that he slaughtered his clansmen to make amends for Uchiha Feng Yuan, who dared to convict him, wouldn't that be hitting Feng Yuan's face? Who has the guts? Saw that no one spoke. A mocking smile appeared on Ape Fei Riko's face, his gloomy gaze swept over everyone present, and he said in a grim tone, everyone, it's late at night, it's better to go back to sleep early. No one moved. They are all waiting for the original seal. Such a big thing happened, everyone felt that there was no reason for Feng Yuan to come and see the liveliness. Everyone waited from night to dawn the next day, and did not wait for the arrival of the seal, but now no one dared to be the first to go. What if you just walked on your front foot and your back foot came over? In fact, Feng Yuan was working day and night at this time, asking Mikado and them to learn physical arts with hard work and sweat, make up for their loopholes, and at the same time test the results of their water-done ninjutsu. Sleepless nights. Feng Yuan gave Tsunade another morning lesson and did the morning exercise, and he decided to go out for a stroll after being panicked. But after walking a few steps, I always feel that something is missing around me. What about Satoshi Uchiha? Boss, the captain is on the side of the ape flying tribe, he received a report last night, and he hasn't come back yet. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, and suddenly became a little interested. He hadn't solved this matter after one night. Was it so difficult? Elbow, look at it. This side of the ape flying ancestral hall. Hinata waited all night, his face was extremely blue, and he saw that the three people in the front actually meant to stalemate. Immediately said with a cold face, the departure of the Hyaga clan was abrupt, but the rest of the people could understand it. After all, in the past, after the 1,000 hands were gone, it was always Uchiha and Hinata who competed for the position of the first noble clan in Konoha. The two sides benchmarked against each other, and this generation of Hinata naturally benchmarked against the seal. The joke is that let alone Hinata, the entire ninja world is estimated to be unable to find a second person who can deal with Feng Yuan, unless the long-dead Uchiha and the original Hokage are resurrected. The children of the 1,000-year-old giants are all arrogant, and it is already surprising that Hinata can endure the shame of waiting for the night of sealing the Yuan. Alas! Someone else couldn't hold on and wanted to leave, the new patriarch of the Kurama clan, Kurama Kongayun. She awakens the blood succession limit of the Kurama family, which also causes her yang chakra to be suppressed by yin and weak in the flesh. If the physique of normal Shangnin is 5, then Kurama Kongayun's physique is 1, or even lower. She is very weak, delicate like Sister Lin who fell from the sky, two bends seem to be frowning and not frowning, a pair of eyes like joy and non-joy, and she is a ninja version of Lin Daiyu. Pictured, is different that Kurama Kongayun is soft on the outside and rigid on the inside, and his temperament is extremely tough, and he has survived the dangerous period of the blood succession limit and has become a rare illusion master. However, after standing all night, even against the wall, Kurama Kongayun's body was a little unable to survive, so she was ready to leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw a handsome, good-looking man coming from a distance. Uchiha sealed. The man who was originally the second Hokage in Shinmura Danzo gave orders for her to use illusion to trap her. Long time no see, your face is a lot pale. Feng Yuan's voice sounded in Kurama Shijuin's ears, and the warm breath hit her ears again, making her a little overwhelmed. It's okay. Kurama Kongayun blushed and subconsciously lowered his head to look at his toes. Kurama Shijuin liked Uchiha seal, something they knew all that year. However, Feng Yuan did not give a response before. One is that he may not live to the future, and the other is that Kurama Kongayun's body is too weak, and it has not yet started, it has already ended. After getting the system, it was Mikato and Yuna's, and Feng Yuan sometimes wanted to talk to Kongayun. Unfortunately, I was worried that she couldn't stand it, so I stranded the plan. But now it's different, she has a yang escape, how can she help her improve her body? What has not been done before, naturally has to be made up. You're not going to wait here all night, are you? Feng Yuan skillfully held Kurama Kongayun's palm, conveying a warm yang dun chakra. His expression was strange, a little like he was looking at a fool. Those ninja patriarchs suddenly darkened their faces, even if they wanted to get closer before, they couldn't say it now. Uchiha Satoshi smiled, trotted to Feng Yuan's side, crossed his waist and said proudly, "Boss, Ape Flying Sun killed everyone in the Ape Flying clan. Oh no, it's all the injured ninjas in the ancestral hall, and a few civilians who take care of them." This is what these guys said, but Sarutobi Hinata also recognized, gee, except for one Hinata patriarch left, the rest are here. Hinata, yes, Hinata. Feng Yuan nodded and remembered this matter in his heart. Everyone else stayed, just you left, you looked down on me? Feng originally didn't bother to care about this matter, since Ape Flying Sun said that he was making amends to himself, then he would believe it. After announcing the innocence of Sarutobi Ri, Fang Yuan was about to leave. Akimichi Fang suddenly saw the stitches and said, "Fang Yuan, there is a problem with this matter. The surroundings of the ape-flying ancestral hall are empty. Even if the ape-flying sun kills more people and makes the biggest movement, it will not alarm the surroundings. It has long been customary for the garrison to not inspect the ninja lands. The dark ninja has long been in the hands of Akimichi Teikaze, and has not come to protect the 3 generations of Hokage. So how did so many ninja patriarchs know the news? It's Flying Thunder God." Akimichi took the wind and said solemnly, "Just last night, the Bofeng Shui Gate sent a Flying Thunder God into my house and told me that there is a good show to watch in the ape-flying ancestral hall." Wave Feng Shuman? This kid was actually still in Konoha. Fang Yuan looked at the ape-flying sun. The latter was unusually calm and explained clearly about the gift that Bofeng Shuman gave him last night. Fang Yuan was thinking about what Bofeng Shuman was doing here. The Uchiha Patriarch's mansion instantly erupted into a strong chakra fluctuation. Fang Yuan's face was suddenly ugly, and the figure disappeared instantly, appearing in the Patriarch's mansion, and in the same place, a bitter woe engraved with a pink peach heart pattern slowly fell. Seeing this scene, a chill rose behind everyone. Flying Thunder God. Fang Yuan learned the Flying Thunder God. Inside the mansion, the seal just appeared. Then I saw Juzine's red hair fluttering, and several golden chains were fiercely pumped forward. Her goal is Wave Feng Shuman. Fang Yuan's face darkened. His Kagura heart eye was always open, until he left the Patriarch's mansion. The Wei Feng Shui Gate did not come, until he appeared in the ape-flying ancestral hall. The Wei Feng Shui Gate ran over. So, the purpose of this grandson is Juzine? Fang Yuan Yuguan glanced at Juzine. Well, the clothes are very tight, otherwise, how to die in Bofeng Shuman is not enough. Flying Thunder God, I didn't expect that you actually learned Flying Thunder God. Bofeng Shuman is a little angry and corrupt. He didn't even tell the ape-flying sun / the secret last night, so he rushed to call the ninja patriarch, just to make a big deal out of this matter, and then transfer the tiger away from the mountain. He felt that Juzine must be the same as that person said. It was the illusion of sealing the original. This is why he took the risk to rescue Juzine. But I never expected it. The chakra eye that the man gave to unlock the illusion was useless. Bofeng Shuman still refuses to believe that the girl he fell in love with at first sight would like someone else. But the facts in front of him stirred at his intellectual thread. When Juzine saw Fang Yuan appear again, the look in his eyes and the joy on his face could not be fake. Her anger subsided, because there was an enemy, and instead of holding Fang Yuan with a big grin, she tightened her little bear pajamas, angrily pointed at Bofeng Shuman and said, "Fang Yuan, this bastard actually dared to run over just now, and glared at me with a riding wheel. He must be trying to control the 9 tails. Don't leave your hands behind." Click. The young man's heart was broken. Bofeng Shuman didn't even care about Fang Yuan now, and shouted hysterically at Juzine, "Juzine, it's me, I'm Watergate." "I know." Juzine looked bored, her white little hand covered her red lips and yawned, and then she leaned in and said, "Didn't I tell you very clearly before, I was sealed original female person? Please keep your distance from me in the future, otherwise I will see you hit you once at a time. How dare you control me with magic?" Bofeng Shuman only felt that everything was shattered, frozen in place, and looked at Juzine blankly. "Look at what? People are now in the shape of a sealed plane. Don't try to control me with your dirty illusion." "Okay, good, don't worry, I didn't sleep all night last night. Go to sleep quickly. What should I do if my little daughter-in-law is coquettish? Of course it's coaxing." With a doting smile in his eyes, Fang Yuan rubbed Juzine's head intimately. Turning around, he looked at Bofeng Shuman's face still with a smile, but his eyes were already cold. At this moment, Bofeng Shuman looked crazy, the whole person cried and laughed, and his whole body was shrouded in sadness. But what Fang Yuan saw was not his clown performance at this time, but his red and blue eyes. Blue is his own eyes. The red one is a scarlet 3-hook jade. Obviously, there is no need to prove that Sherry Nan is a plugin. "I'm curious, who gave you the Sherry Nan?" Fang Yuan's tone was calm, but in fact, Kagura's heart eye had been urged to the extreme, and at the same time, the Vajra blockade was like a blooming petal, submerged into the earth from under his feet, and then broke through the earth and wrapped the Patriarch's mansion. "Flying Thor? You fly one and try." But Bofeng Shuman did not want to escape. The expression on his face was extremely hideous, as if hope had been raised and then ruthlessly extinguished. Chakra, who wrote the cold eyes of the wheel, was always affecting the Wei Feng Shui men, coupled with his thoughts that had long been blackened. The Wei Feng Shui men who were extremely sad just now couldn't help but laugh maniacally at this moment. "Ha ha, she likes you? She likes you." Bofeng Shuman kept repeating these 4 words, his hands irritably scratched his face, pulled off a few yellow hairs, and then nervously raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. Kill you, she will like me. Hee, haha, good way, maniac." Fang Yuan's gaze was silent, the smile on his face converged, and he looked at Bofeng Shuman expressionlessly. This guy is now like a gambler who has lost everything and owes a huge amount of foreign debt, relying on the illusion of "I can turn over" to kill Feng Yuan as the last straw. Feng Yuan is a benevolent person, so he decided to help cure the brain of Feng Shuman. He took a step forward, but crossed more than 20 meters and appeared behind the Wei Feng Shui gate. The hand that often pushes the basketball is no longer as gentle as last night, and after placing it on the back of the head of the Wei Feng Shui door, the skin is full of green tendons, and the 5 fingers are slightly bent to fit the scalp at the same time, and it is fiercely buckled to the ground. Boom! Click! A crisp, nice sound sounded. Bo Feng Shuman, who was still crying and laughing madly, instantly snatched the ground with his head and smashed the expensive floor tile. There is no chance of being able to resist. Sounds good, Feng Yuan said lightly. A good sound is a good head. A good head needs to be knocked. Therefore, a chain flew out behind him, entangled the left foot of the Wei Feng Shui gate, swung left and right, and came a 360-degree all-round lossless knock. Boom! End of the last knock. Bo Feng Shuman was covered in blood trapped in the pit he smashed out, his limbs were obviously broken, and even the eye-catching yellow hair was dyed red, and he couldn't see his original face clearly. Even though it hurt like this, he was still laughing. Hee, ha, cough. Bo Feng Shuman coughed and rolled his eyes, as if he had just received the pain just now, and his whole face was distorted as if his facial features were squeezed together. Feng Yuan looked at Bo Feng Shuman expressionlessly. Still alive? It doesn't matter, he can speak, and he can say who the person who wrote the will I for him is. It doesn't matter if you're dead. The Lord God of the Great Power pulled back, sent him into the dream world, and then read his previous memories. So why not just kill him? Because Lao Tzu was happy. The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth rose, looking at Bo Feng Shuman's painful struggle, and indescribable pleasure rose from his heart. Human suffering comes from setbacks in life, but joy is based on the pain of others. Just like that. Feng Yuan robbed Bo Feng Shuman's fiancé, ruined his reputation, forced him to become a rebel, gave him the greatest despair when he raised hope, and when he held the life-saving straw and just got a little better, he did not hesitate to press it. This feeling of easily destroying the happiness of others made the corners of Feng Yuan's mouth rise uncontrollably. It's wonderful. Ahem, you are not Uchiha Seal. The Uchiha clan, how could the Vortex clan, King Kong blockade? Bo Feng Shuman seemed to have been knocked on sober, no longer thinking about Juzine, but paying attention to the King Kong blockade of the original seal. Feng Yuan is a kind person, always generous to those who gave him joy. So he explained, what's wrong with you? Ahem, Bo Feng Shui men coughed up a fragment of internal organs, and every rise and fall in his chest gave him the feeling of being pulled by a rough rod on his throat, but he wasn't worried about whether he would die. After all, the person who wrote him the will I also taught him a life-saving illusion. I'm going to die soon, can you please tell me why Juzine likes you? Bo Feng Shui men is like a gossamer, and he wants to use his weak appearance to obtain information. Feng Yuan was also very cooperative, nodding and saying, because I took a shortcut. Bo Feng Shuman can't understand emotional things, it turns out that there will be shortcuts? But anyway, his heart fell to the bottom, and the other party did not use illusion, so there was only the last way to snatch back Juzine? Create a world without seals. Thinking of that man's promise, Bo Feng Shuman struggled to get up, just as he was about to say something. Feng Yuan took the Sheringan with his hand. The things of the Uchiha family, you dare to covet an outsider. Bo Feng Shuman, I step on the horse. After his Inagi was launched, if someone cut off his eyes, can it still take effect? Why, looking at your dead parent's expression, the Sheringan is very important. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Bo Feng Shuman's wandering gaze, combined with what he had just said, and scoffed, is an agate. How do you know? Damn it! Bo Feng Shuman was on the verge of death, and his mind was in a trance, and he was set out by the rhetorical question of Feng Yuan. Although he reacted in time, it was useless. Feng Yuan snapped and crushed the Sheringan, shrugged his shoulders, and the smile on his face was playful. I didn't expect that Uchiha would actually choose you as his executor, is there no one? Bo Feng Shuman's expression was wonderful for a moment, and the consciousness that was originally in a trance was running rapidly at this moment. Why did Uchiha Feng Yuan know that Uchiha Madara was still alive? It was clear that Uchiha Fugaku was surprised when he saw Uchiha Madara. Do you say? Bo Feng Shuman's pupils dilated, staring at Feng Yuan, his voice was weak and hoarse. You have seen Uchiha spots a long time ago. Yes, otherwise your strength would not have improved so quickly. Lao Tzu's strength and Uchiha have a woolen relationship. Feng Yuan was angry and laughed by the irrational brain of the Wei Feng Shui men. I can get to this day, all by my own efforts. Bo Feng Shuman, since you have the head of Sarutobi Shinishuk, you should have gone to the land of water before. That is, Uchiha is now in the land of water. Feng Yuan grinned. He suddenly wanted to beat this old man who was about to enter the earth. Bo Feng Shuman looked at Feng Yuan blankly, the thinking in his mind became more and more dull, and gradually lost the induction of hands and feet, only felt that his body was getting colder, cold he snorted, wanted to sleep, his eyelids were as heavy as a jackgate, and finally he couldn't help but close, without the bloody vision. Dead? Fang Yuan frowned. He unlocked the King Kong blockade, but choose to stay here and wait. Maybe this thing is already in effect? Fang Yuan wanted to surprise Bofeng Shuman. On the other side, someone also gave Zilla a surprise. Myoki Mountain, an unknown and mysterious sacred place in the ninja world, the habitat of toads. Among them, the longest surviving is a toad that has lived for more than 1,000 years, which is revered as the existence of the toad immortal. It used to provoke. He intervened in the affairs of the Liudeo immortal family, and with his clever eloquence, he successfully persuaded the two brothers of Itsuki Yui and Itsuki Yukin to turn their backs on Itsuki Kagaya and join forces to seal the cute old mother to the moon. Now he is old and relies on lethargy to maintain his immortality. It is precisely because the old toad often falls into a deep sleep, so he has not been able to meet the old toad until today. The holy place of Miyama Mountain, on a high platform, with the word immortal red cloth hanging in the middle, and on the small platform extending from both ends, the Shenseku immortal and the Shima immortal called the toad immortal. The huge old toad sits like a human, with a necklace with the word oil written on it around its neck, and its eyelids and mouth are full of folds. Zi Lai is too small compared to his figure. Pictured, is the meal open? Hey, you're the one. It's familiar, but I can't remember your name. Shamaru was awakened by the noise and barely opened his eyes to see the white-haired human. Jiraiya was so excited that he took 2 steps forward. He didn't care that the Toad Immortal forgot his name, he was used to it. Toad Immortal, have you recently dreamed about the child of prophecy? Children of prophecy. This is not true, the future of the ninja world seems to have not appeared in the old dream for a long time. In other words, child, what is your name? A glow flashed under Toad Maru's wrinkled eyelids, his tone dragged, and he asked Jiraiya's name again. Jiraiya. His name is Jiraiya. Old guy who loves to sleep. Shima shouted, and flicked the spatula in his hand very excitedly. The Shenseku immortal, who was opposite her, sighed helplessly. Baby, don't talk to the great immortal like that. Jiraiya also ignored the quarrel between the two gentlemen, and at the moment he was full of thoughts on how to deal with Uchiha Seal. Big Toad Immortal, a very powerful Uchiha, appeared in the property village, and his eyes are exactly the same as the former Uchiha spot. Now the village is disturbed by him, and it is even forced to start a war. Big Toad Immortal, what can I do to solve this guy? The Great Toad Immortal fell into a long silence. The closed eyes were full of thought, and emotions such as confusion and doubt continued to rise and fall. What's going on? Why is there suddenly an extra Uchiha who can rival Indra's reincarnation? Without that yin power, can we really do that? Or did Haji deceive me? He pressed the treasure on Indra's body. No, the variables must be erased, even if he is a feathered man. Toad Maru spoke, stopping Fukazaku and Shima's quarrel, opening his eyes slightly, looking at Jiraiya below. The child of prophecy who can change the ninja world and achieve peace has not yet appeared, but, Jiraiya, your growth has not yet reached its limit. My, grow? Zi Lai was also stunned. His strength had grown extremely slowly since he reached the shadow level, so he thought he had developed himself to the limit. But now, isn't there yet? Jiraiya, you are working hard. Although this effort is hidden in your body and has not been fruitful, it is undeniable that it exists, and you need to find a ninjutsu that can unleash your potential. Also, the ninja world does not only have a huge amount of chakra in the tailed beast, but also other things, such as the star of the Star Ninja Village. If you need help, why not look back? Back. Zi Lai was still thinking about Toad Pills pointing, and suddenly heard the 2 words back, subconsciously repeated, and turned his head at the same time. An empty piece. When he turned around again, the Big Toad Immortal had fallen into a deep sleep. Ji Lai did not shout like before, but now he was much calmer, and lowered his head to think about the words of the Big Toad Immortal. Develop potential. Will this ninjutsu really exist? It sounds like Union's thunder armor. Forget it, ask Orochimaru after going back to this kind of ninjutsu. The Star of Star Ninja Village, it seems that I have heard of this village. Does the Great Immortal mean that I should also practice the art of Star Ninja Village? Looking back, what exactly does it mean to turn back? Could it be a big snake pill? Still, Jiraiya, who was lost in thought, suddenly remembered a pair of purple eyes with circle lines in his mind for some reason. Is it Nagato? Uchiha clan land. Fang Yuan waited for the wave Fang Shui Gate for 10 minutes. His great power Lord God has never been able to connect with the soul of the wave Fang Shui Gate, so he is sure that the wave Fang Shui Gate is not dead, and is still waiting to be resurrected in Izanagi. Izanagi is one of Uchiha's most perfect pupil techniques. Its function is to record the caster's own state with the Sharingan at the moment of activation, and then within the effective time of the spell. Everyone's effective time is different. Any damage suffered by the caster, even the death of the caster, can be physically restored to the state recorded by the Sharingan, but the chakra that the caster has consumed will not be restored. This pupil technique can be used even if it is not Uchiha's bloodline. In addition, each cast consumes a chakra eye that is at least 3 hook jade, so it is forbidden by Uchiha. Forbidden spells that cannot be performed until critical moments. It is not clear how long the Feng Shui Gate will be effective, but it will definitely not exceed half an hour. This is the limit for foreigners. So he waited patiently here, ready to surprise Bofeng Shuman. 17th minute. The wave Feng Shui gate finally couldn't bear it, and the effective time reached its limit. His body became illusory, and a figure appeared from mid-air, which was a wave of Feng Shui gate. When he saw that Feng Yuan was really still here, he did not hesitate in the slightest, and instantly mobilized chakra, wanting to leave by flying Thunder God. But the next second, a familiar feeling came to the back of his head again. The moment he was pressed into the soil again, Bofeng Shuman heard Feng Yuan's playful voice ringing next to his ears. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground sounded one after another, with a certain minor key, quite rhythmic, dull like a morning bell and twilight drum, wanting to wake up the sleeping hearts of some people. He was completely desperate by the wavering wave Feng Shui gate again, and now he could hardly feel the pain coming from his body, because the speed of falling to the ground was too fast, so fast that his body could not react. Because his injury was so severe, his nerve reaction speed became extremely dull under the brain's self-protection mechanism. Boom! The tapping finally stopped. It's not that Feng Yuan is tired of playing, and this wave of Feng Shui gate can't bear it. People have limits, not to mention the crispy world of high attack and low defense like the Hokage world. The wave Feng Shui gate can carry it until now. It has been unexpected. Feng Yuan looked at the miserable wave Feng Shui gate, and the right eye pupil technique Great Power Lord God was launched again. The field of view of the right eye quickly changed to black and white, and the only colored point of light was the human soul. The essence of the soul of Bo Feng Shui gate is pure blue, but now it is stained with black spots, despair, and at the same time, the entire soul is fragmented and full of cracks. It was not that the knock of Feng Yuan hurt his soul, but the bumpy experience made his soul cry. A succession of setbacks struck on his soul, causing his otherwise pure soul to fall. It's really sad. The culprit not only did not have the slightest guilt, but also said cool words. In fact, compared to Kimu Shuumao, you are the most innocent other, you didn't do anything, and you were involved in the fight. Feng Yuan's tone sincerely sighed with emotion, and countless gray-white chains appeared in his right eye, without the slightest fluctuation wrapped around the soul of the wave Feng Shui gate. In the Battle of Konoha village, his biggest gain was that there was an additional mechanical manager in the ghost world of the Lord God of the Great Power, and the source was the mysterious God of Death. According to the setting, he should be the sealing technique created by the Vortex clan for lore. But the characteristics of the Grim Reaper are too specific to the soul, and one has to think of another god. Demon. The belief god of the immortal body flying section has not appeared from beginning to end, but it has given the flying section endless vitality. Even if the head is cut off and the heart is dug, it can continue to survive. One specializes in the soul and the other on the body. Could it be that these two are the creations of Yin Extreme Chakra and Yang Extreme Chakra? Feng Yuan had already completed the custody of the wave Feng Shui gate in the middle of his thoughts, and was about to end the pupil technique, when an old man with horns on his head and circles in his eyes slowly walked out of his vision. 6 Deo Immortal Atsuki Hakai. Very good, Junior, but you should not interfere with life and death, and the dead should return to the pure land peacefully. The voice of the big tube of wood is mellow, and it sounds like the heartfelt advice of a kind elder. But Feng Yuan tilted his head, looking, I don't understand what you're saying at all, and almost replied with a crooked bob. The 6 Deo Immortals were not angry, but simply introduced themselves. Child, maybe you don't know who I am a savior who gathers the will of all sentient beings in this world, saving the world from a demon head, so the world respects me as a six-path immortal. It was also I who founded the ninja sect and passed all the chakra to the people, so that the human race has the qualifications to cultivate chakra. Your behavior has always been in my eyes, although it is heinous in human values, but I don't think you have done anything wrong except for interfering with life and death. The bitter heart of the 6 Deo Immortals not only did not impress Feng Yuan, but made a crazy smile appear at the corner of his mouth. The flesh of the big tube of wood is dead, right? So, is it his chakra collection or an immortal soul that appears in front of him? A little interest appeared in Feng Yuan's eyes. He wanted to try. If he could catch the 6 Deo Immortals into the netherworld, then could he obtain the reincarnation eye without relying on the system? De Tu Muyui seemed to feel Feng Yuan's bad intentions, and his face became gloomy, without the peace just now. The stubborn junior, as Toadpill said, is a variable that should not appear. The reason why he has survived to this day depends on the chakra carried by the human soul, so the more souls in the Pure Land, the more stable his state is, and even after reaching the extreme, he can complete the resurrection with his soul. This is also why he cannot tolerate the fact that Feng Yuan took away his soul from the Pure Land. Whoops! Feng Yuan made a decision in his heart, and he moved without hesitation. Countless gray-white chains in his right eye, plus the King Kong blockade behind him shrouded the two, and the inside and outside were blocked. The 6 immortals did not have the slightest fear on their faces, and with a wave of the pitch-black immortal tin staff in their hands, the chain containing a large amount of sealing power was instantly broken into several sections, and even the chain that flew out was directly swallowed by the yin and yang on the immortal tin staff, turning into pitch-black spikes, constantly piercing towards the sealing plane. Disintegrate! Disintegrate! Or disintegrate! Feng Yuan's attack was not once able to touch the big tube of wood feather, but he was stopped by the immortal tin staff in his hand, and then assimilated. Stupid Junior, I will give you one last chance to hand over your eternal kaleidoscope, otherwise, I will erase your soul. There was a little more greed in the eyes of the big tube of wood feather, and the body that could carry the 6 souls was too rare. Like his younger brother at Uchiha village, he chose to live in the stone statue of the demon Dao, and he relied on yin and yang to create many single-aspect monsters, but unfortunately none of them could carry his soul. But the Junior in front of him is too perfect. His physical body did not reach the 6 realm levels, but it had a vitality that was not inferior to the 6 realms, and it was simply a perfect creation that had surpassed the limits of human beings under thousands of temperings. If he can use this body to break through to the 6th level, then he, the big tube wood feather, may not be able to live forever like the big tube wood Kagaya. Feng Yuan didn't know what the ancestor in front of him wanted to do, but he could feel the malicious excitement in the other party's eyes. Whether it is the Netherworld chain or the King Kong blockade, they have been defeated by the other party, and they have no effect at all. But Feng Yuan is not in a hurry. He had already informed Zhu Zine in the dream world that they had evacuated. When the 5 of them all went to the wet bone forest, it was time to kill the 6 Dao immortals themselves. Senseless resistance. The end of obsession is to be. Well, what is this power? The 6 immortals noticed Zhu Zine's departure, but they didn't care. How can normal people not run in the face of natural disasters? But what scared him was the knife that Feng Yuan took out in his hand. Others are not level enough to feel the power of this knife. But he's 6. At the moment when the flowing blade appeared, the ultimate fear instantly rose in the heart of the big tube wood feather, and every thought was for him to quickly escape back to the Pure Land. This is a knife capable of killing souls. In just an instant, the chakra fluctuations on Feng Yuan's body climbed to the extreme, and the terrifying heat brought the entire Konoha into the scorching summer day. The sharply rising temperature spread from the foot of the sealed plain, and countless green plant water evaporated and turned yellow, and then burned with a croak. The whole Konoha is like being locked up in a steamer. Grunt. The 6 Dao immortals looked at this scene in front of him in horror. Even though he was already a soul, he still felt as if there was a flame burning on the surface of his soul. Poof! Poof! The rolling heat wave ignited one green plant after another, and the temperature of the flame burning reacted to this surging heat. Feng Yuan let out a breath comfortably. This was the first time he had completely released the origin solution. He is not the spirit body of old man Yamamoto, he is a person with a physical body. The power of the slashing knife would not hurt him, but the additional heat was definitely not something that his previous crispy flesh could resist. But now, Feng Yuan only feels that he is soaking in a hot spring. A comfortable batch. 6 Dao immortals? Etsuki Feather? Isn't it very good to fight just now? Come, let's continue. Feng Yuan licked his lips, looking at the 6 immortals. His gaze was full of greed. After the ghost world imprisoned the other party's soul, could he get the bonus of the Datuma clan? If you can. His eyes moved. But the 6 Dao immortals were not the stupid people of Heiju, threw out the tin staff with their backhands to obstruct, and then returned to the Pure Land. Feng Yuan frowned. The chain in his right eye instantly pierced through the body of the god of death, and the gray-white chain was dyed black in an instant, colliding with the immortal tin staff, and tenaciously persisted for a moment. It was this instantaneous kung fu that allowed Feng Yuan to collect the breath of the big tube of wood feathers. Here it goes, hunting moment. Feng Yuan's right eye pupil technique and the Lord God of the great power urged to the limit, and with this breath, he began to anchor the position of the big tube wood feather. The eternal kaleidoscope pupil power of the right eye was instantly consumed, and it was all squeezed out of blood, before he could barely stretch out a chain and break the barrier between this world and the Pure Land. Feng Yuan forcibly endured the sharp pain in his right eye, and the flowing blade that had been prepared for a long time in his hand was like fire, and the passage opened up by the chain was the ultimate knife. Extreme Yan returned. His current state must not be able to capture the 6 Dao immortals, so he will be seriously injured as much as possible, so that he will not have time to interfere in the affairs of the ninja world in a short period of time. Crash! With a crisp sound, the chain of death stretched out by the ghost world instantly broke, and a miserable howl in the Pure Land could be vaguely heard. Feng Yuan exhaled hot breath and withdrew from the state of initial solution, and now he still has not been able to communicate his real name. He always felt that this slashing knife did not seem to be as simple as a flowing blade. Everything returns to tranquility. Under the action of the immortal body, Feng Yuan's gray-white right eye quickly recovered his pupil strength, coupled with the benefits of the eternal kaleidoscope. In less than 2 minutes, his eyes already looked no different from usual. It's a pity that the current pupil power is not enough, so it is barely 20 Uchiha Fugaku. The gaze swept across the courtyard, the pool dried up, and the land cracked countless cracks, not at all like the patriarch's mansion, as if it had been dry for 3 years. Hey, next time you have to pay attention, it's your own yard. Feng Yuan shook his head. This time it was a big loss, and he left half of the immortal tin staff after the complete solution, but if he could leave an arm and the like, it could be regarded as a part of the soul, and it was right to be locked up in the ghost world. Too lazy to think about this, Feng Yuan walked back to the room and used the dream world to inform Juzine that they could come back. The years on the side of the seal were quiet, but the whole Konoha was a mess. Feng Yuan's departure made the rest of the patriarchs no longer pay attention to the family affairs of Ape Fei Ri Chopper, and went back to their respective homes, wanting to take the opportunity to catch up on sleep. But at that moment just now, the heat of the entire Konoha suddenly surged. I don't know how many houses were ignited, and the Konoha was about to burn into flames. In desperation, those patriarchs could only command ninjas and civilians to fight the fire, but found that there was not much water, and even the Nanga River, the largest river, had dropped a lot. So you can only rely on the ninja to extinguish fires with water ninjutsu. But there are still some patriarchs who have different ideas. Hineda's mansion. Looking at the black smoke rising to the sky outside, Hineda's face turned dark. And the several ninja patriarchs sitting in front of him also got up one after another to take their leave at this moment, under the pretext of going home to extinguish the fire, and then slipped away. When these people left, Hineda Hayashi kicked over the table in front of him. Damn it! These guys who are greedy and afraid of death, no. Hineda's face turned red, but seeing the flames rising everywhere outside, the small flames in his mouth could not be spoken. Alas, Hineda, your heart is too anxious. The current Uchiha has the Uchiha seal, and it is not at all something that a few ninja clans can shake. A clan elder shook his head, looked at the burning cloud outside, and sighed heavily. It is very likely. Now these are the warnings that Uchiha Feng Yuan made when he noticed your plan. That terrifying chakra, even if it is a tailed beast, I'm afraid it's just that. Hineda Hayashi listened to the elder's frustrated words, and she was unwilling, but she didn't dare to say anything more. He was thinking at the moment, if this was really a warning from Feng Yuan, then how should he make amends? The other side. Pigs, deer, and butterfly tribal tribes. The three clans are united ninjas, so the three clans are closely interdependent. The contemporary Inoka butterfly Yamanaka Heike, Nara Shikasa, and Akimichi Choza are sitting with their fathers. They are discussing how to rationalize the distribution of the assets of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. These are the spoils of war received by the three clans, and they are not prepared to share them with other ninjas, including Uchiha. It's still the same as before. The Nara family takes the logistics, the Akimichi family takes the breeding and food, and the rest goes to the mountains. The interests are touching, but Akimichi is not prepared to spoil the relationship between the three ethnic groups because of these interests, so it is still distributed according to the old rules of the past. The Nara and Yamanaka clans also had no objection to this. Just when the three-legged conversation was when everyone was happy. Rumble. The terrifying heat that suddenly rose from Uchiha instantly swept through Konoha, and the wine in front of the three patriarchs was immediately ignited into fire. This flame did not have the slightest room for resistance in front of the three Shangnin, but the meaning of this made the three patriarchs look gloomy. Threat. Naked threat. In their eyes, this is what Uchiha Feng Yuan is warning them, what they should not reach out, don't put it in their pockets. What to do? The patriarch of the mountain clan was unwilling, but he sighed when he saw the flames burning in the village. This time, the medicine and deer farm of the Nara family, and the flower shop and clothing store of the Yamanaka family will probably be greatly affected. The fire on the house can be extinguished, and the river in the river can be restored, but the dead yellow grass in the mountain forest is difficult to replenish. Akimichi took the wind and glanced at the Nara family master, but the other party did not speak. Obviously, he didn't dare to bet on whether Uchiha's move to seal the original was aimed at them, and silence is sometimes the best response. Akimichi Feng is not an indecisive person, and after thinking about it, he said, the things of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were given to Uchiha Seal UN intact, and each of our three families took out 10% of the resources to compensate. For a family, 1/10 of the resources is already a big expense. But in order to avoid being targeted by Uchiha, Yamanaka and Nara also gritted their teeth and agreed to this matter. So, the mansion of the Uchiha patriarch, which had just been quiet, welcomed guests again. Only this time it was not an intruder, but a rich boy. So, you're here to deliver the money? Feng Yuan looked at the autumn road in front of him with a strange face. To be precise, it is the gift given to you by the three families of Pig Deer Butterfly. As a member of the second-generation Hokage Shadow Guard, Akimichi Teikaze did not actually form the Inoka Butterfly, but the identity of the family was there, so it could also represent the three families of the Inokai Butterfly. What's more, he was an old-timer who was willing to bow his head and use the honorific title of Feng Yuan, which represented a lot of things. Knock, knock, knock. Feng Yuan's finger pointed irregularly on the table, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, stopped his finger, and then said, the three tribes of Pig Deer Butterfly managed the village well. Why did they suddenly give me a gift? Manage the village? Akimika's mind turned quickly, and he said tentatively, it is the responsibility of Hokage to manage the village, and the three clans of Pig Deer Butterfly dare not have the slightest transgression. He guessed that Feng Yuan deliberately wanted to sit in the position of Hokage, so he knocked himself here. Feng Yuan waved his hand and directly picked out the words. The next step is indeed to choose a new Hokage. I am going to let Tsunade take over the position of Hokage, but I don't want her to be in charge of too many things. Got it. Hokage, you do it, we're in charge of the matter. Akimichi took the wind and breathed a sigh of relief. Something valuable will never be abandoned, this is an iron law. What's more, the other party is not without benefits, and it is easier for the management to fish for oil than the Hokage. What you said is that I also think that Tsunadeheim is very suitable for Hokage, and I will notify Sarutobi Hinata later on this matter and let him announce his abdication, and Tsunadeheim will inherit the 4th generation of Hokage. Forever bring sister? The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth hooked the right arc, shook his head, and denied the proposal of Akimichi to take the wind. I think it's more appropriate to have 3 generations of Hokage. After all, Sarutobi made too many mistakes, especially inciting the 2 clans of Sarutobi and Shimura to rebel, starting wars without authorization, and attacking the civilians of the village. These things are too bad and need to be judged by the whole village. When Chumichi heard this, he suddenly sweated, and subconsciously made his sitting posture look more upright. He never expected that Feng Yuan would not deal with the ape flying sun, but to completely kill him. Today's ape flying sun has killed the clansman, no wife, no prestige among ninjas. Naruto's position is about to be lost. Only the ape flying Asuma, who does not know whether he is dead or alive, is in the battlefield of the country of water, and the only pillar that can keep him alive is probably his reputation among the villagers. But now, Feng Yuan wants to completely ruin his reputation. He doesn't kill, but he doesn't kill. Akimichi lowered his head 45 degrees and said in a tone as respectful as possible, as you wish. Within 3 days, Pig Deer Butterfly will find out all the things that Ape Fei-Ri has done before, and disclose his files to the villagers. The most prestigious family in the village today is not Hinata, nor Sarutobi, but Inyuga Butterfly. Using the family's reputation to attack the Hokage, even if it is true, the reputation of the 3 families of Pig Deer Butterfly will be lost. But this loss is nothing compared to getting the shelter of the seal. Yes, this matter must be done realistically, not sloppy. Feng Yuan smiled and picked up the teacup. Akimichi respectfully got up and retreated, and immediately went to work on this matter. He just walked on his front foot. The hind foot Tsunade walked out with a complicated face, except for a pink apron, only white stockings on his legs. Feng Yuan put down the teacup and frowned when he saw her dress. I suddenly found that your style is not very suitable for wearing this, or the imperial god robe is more suitable. Tsunade is impeccable in both figure and appearance, but her temperament is not suitable for feminine and seductive outfits. Feng Yuan touched his chin, and the dream world was connected, and he transmitted the clothes of the demon ninja in his memory into Tsunade's mind. It's probably this type of clothes, make it and try it. Yes. After Tsunade bowed his head, he did not rush to leave, gritting his teeth and asking, do you hate Ape Flying Sun so much? He was already lonely, and he was miserable enough. Miserable? Feng Yuan shook his head mockingly, patted his leg gently, motioned for Tsunade to sit down, and explained slowly himself. Tsunade bit his red lip and sat in Feng Yuan's arms with his legs crossed, face to face with him, close enough to clearly feel each other's breathing. The other party was so active, and Feng Yuan was not Lu Xiaowai, his hands moved lightly and freely. At the same time, he explained, don't you think he deserves it? How strong was the village at the beginning? There was no pressure to play a dozen or 4, what about the current village? Senju is gone, Uchiha is not allowed to go to battle, Hinata is reduced to a reconnaissance team, and the Uzumaki clan is even more extinct. The 4 powerful families of the warring states in the past have not declined for thousands of years, but in the years that he has been the Hokage, they have declined to this point. Is it not his problem? What's more, how do you think the rope tree died? Rope tree. Tsunade's body instantly tensed, and the 2 hands that were originally on Feng Yuan's shoulders clenched subconsciously, and his round eyes were full of disbelief. Could it be that he? Wrong. He was Hokage, why would he do such a thing? At that time, Konoha was so miserable that he wanted to send his newly graduated students to the battlefield, and even mobilized some of Uchiha to participate in the battle. Feng Yuan provided the bracket, steadying Tsunade's shaking body, and then explained, so they are desperate to master the power that can protect Konoha. The 9 tails, person, pillar force. Although Tsunade, who was promoted to human pillar force, was stimulated, he still had a sober sanity. She had seen Uzumaki Mito seal the 9 tails to Jishine with her own eyes, and naturally she would not be unaware of the strength of the 9 tails pillar force. The 9 tails pillar is very powerful, but it is not a suitable weapon, and it can only be used for the final lore. What they need is normalization and the ability to deter the force of other countries. Feng Yuan hugged Tsunade's waist tightly, as if he wanted to rub her into his body, and said in her ear, there is only the original Hokage Mudun who can slightly shake the ninja realm. Tsunade put his arm around Feng Yuan, his fair cheeks were red, tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, and he did not argue for Sarutobi again, but concentrated on receiving Feng Yuan's teaching. And the other side. Hinata Hayashi had already received the news of Akimichi Takei's visit to Feng Hara. Hinata, who was originally sitting on his side calmly couldn't sit still, got up and said, "Big brother." The patriarch, the three clans of Inuga Butterfly are in the same breath, and Akimichi takes the wind and subdues softly, which means that all three clans are under the command of Uchiha Seal, and the other ninja clans are preparing to act. Is it Hinata? How to make decisions is a matter for the Zone family, and the task of the Separation family is to protect the Zone family. Hinata Hayashi did not hesitate to scold Hinata, and at the same time got up and snorted coldly. Hinata looked sadly at his fellow brothers. The so-called glory of the clan family, the arrogance of inheriting thousands of years, can really blind a person to such a point? Now in the whole of Konoha, Hinata's positioning is awkward. The detective power of the White Eye is indeed the best in the ninja world, but the problem is that few people can exert themselves to that extent. In particular, the Separation family did not have enough inheritance, and they were not allowed to practice ninjutsu that suited them, let alone change the bagwazang handed down by the family without authorization, and it was too difficult to improve their strength. And the Hyuga sect, which has a complete inheritance, is obsessed with the protection of being separated, and it is not even good to cultivate. How many elite shinobi can the Hyuga clan take out today? Hinata's face was ugly, and she knew very well what Hinata's eyes were saying. But he can't look down. Once he lowered his head, the clan elders who pushed him to the throne would instantly turn into hideous demons and pull him from the position of patriarch. Those stubborn immortals who only know how to protect their own interests never really care what happens to the family. I'm sorry for the day difference, I just want to protect myself. Hinata was well aware of his situation, but the problem was that he didn't have the ability to change, so he chose to be as depraved and self-deceived as those clan elders, which is actually not bad. Uchiha Feng Yuan will not kill the Hyuga family because of a little thing, right? I'm very generous. Feng Yuan looked at the ape flying sun in front of him seriously. Although he was old earlier, he was still spirited, and the spirit of the ape was flying in the sun, and now his face was full of ash, his eye sockets were sunken, and the folds on his face could easily kill mosquitoes, and his already thin body was like skin and bones at this moment. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Ape Face Sun's hollow eyes drifted to him, barely squeezing out a smile that was uglier than crying. Feng Yuan, no matter how you deal with me and take revenge on me, I will not complain. Please let Asma go, he is still a child. In the face of the bitter pleading of the tormented former Hokage, looking at the other party's embarrassed appearance, who would not be soft-hearted? Don't worry, I will give Ape Flying Asma a decent way to die. Feng Yuan's tone was calm as if he was talking about what he ate in the morning, dusted off the non-existent dust on his clothes, and said expressionlessly, in fact, with his talent, I don't care whether he is dead or alive, but he actually pesters Shirihong, that is my lovely disciple. Oh yes, you seem to have made a marriage contract for the two of them? Nope. No. There is no such thing. Sarutobi suddenly became excited, his sunken eye sockets full of pleading. Please, let me see him, I will persuade him to leave Konoha, give up his ninja status, and live an ordinary life. This kind of thing doesn't hurt. I'm a generous man. If you can persuade Sarutobi Asma, let him be a commoner in Konoha. Feng Yuan thought about it, gave Ape Flying Sun hope, and then let his son destroy this hope with his own hands, which seemed to be a good show. So he agreed to Ape Flying Sun's request, got up and left the empty Ape Flying Clan land. Well, the Ape Flying Sun who is self-imprisoned here is not a human anymore. Feng Yuan walked out of the Ape Flying Ancestral Hall, and the originally empty Ape Flying Clan land had gradually become pyrotechnics. After obtaining the land deeds of the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes, Feng Yuan decisively invited foreign investment and sold the houses of these two families. However, in order to avoid the Ape Flying Sun chop in the Ancestral Hall from frightening outsiders, a monument was specially erected in front of the door to write the merits of the Ape Flying Sun chop. For example, cutting out the genius ninja in the village, such as human experiments, such as killing clansmen, and so on. Sunset Zhenhong stood outside nervously, looking at the Ancestral Hall with a bitter look in his eyes. On the side is the thoughtful Karama Kongayun. Zhenhong, Kongayun, you came to see the ape fly? Feng Yuan had a gentle smile on his face, and Mu Chunfan's gentle inquiry made the two instinctively snort. Karama Kongayun glanced up at Feng Yuan, blushed, and pursed his lips tightly without speaking. Sunset True Red took half a step forward with anxious eyes, and said with a smile, Lord Feng Yuan, the ninja sent over there on the battlefield of the water country has not returned, and the war report has not been delivered for several days. I want to ask for orders to see Red. Although the current village of Konoha is managed by the three families of Inuga Butterfly, everyone with discerning eyes knows who the person who really speaks counts. This matter, it just so happens that I am going to the land of water, and I will solve it easily. The closure is not to end the war or save the sunset, but purely to find age spots. He wanted to see how the age spots were doing now, and if they could dance by pulling out the oxygen tube. The probability is that it will not work, but always want to try. Sunset Zhenhong's face showed an unspeakable surprise, and after thanking him one after another, he turned around and stumbled away. Feng Yuan looked at his back and said with some helplessness, he doesn't seem to want me to rescue my lovely disciple. Karama Kongayun was speechless. Feng Yuan moved closer to her, and his tone was softer. Kongayun, are you looking for me for? Karama Kongayan subconsciously lowered his head, stood in the shadow of Feng Yuan, and finally plucked up the courage to say, Feng Yuan, I like you. It's something that everybody in their generation knew. Feng Yuan looked at the shy Kongayon in front of her. Her condition was terrible. The overactive yin chakra is eroding her physical body all the time, and if there is not enough treatment, Kongayon may not survive this year. This is the greatest sorrow of the Karama clan. Awakening to bloodstains is equivalent to inheriting bloodstains. But, Kongayon, for your bloodstain disease, I have a special medicine that can help you. Feng Yuan didn't answer what he asked, but he stepped forward and hugged Kongayon's slender waist, hugged her into his arms, and proved his heart with his actions. Well, a horse Hirakawa. Being able to live until now in the state of bloodstained disease, Kongayon is already difficult. Don't worry about unnecessary things. Kongayon didn't ask what the special medicine of Feng Yuan was, but just pressed his face to his chest with a happy face, and plucked up enough courage to say, Feng Yuan, in fact, I even thought of our child's name. If it is a girl, I will call her Yakumo. If it is a boy, then it will be called Ye. Are you stuck with Haki? Feng Yuan's eyes looked strangely at the heavy clouds that fell into happiness in his arms. He originally thought that he was already a name scrap, but he didn't expect that there was someone more outrageous than himself. Kongayon noticed Feng Yuan's gaze, raised his head, and said with a serious face, I like you, from the beginning to now, 8 years, does it still mean that? Feng Yuan hugged her. Due to the bloodstained disease, Kongayon was very light, and Feng Yuan felt that picking her up was no different from picking up a piece of paper. I'll take you home for your medicine. He is a rare immortal body, and his blood contains vigorous vitality and yang chakra. However, considering Kongayon's weak physique, drinking blood may not be able to withstand the vigorous medicinal power, and Feng Yuan felt that it would be better to change to a gentle injection method. He's teaching me. He looks down on me. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Uchiha fiercely, and while trying to mobilize his vitality into the eyes of the kaleidoscope chakra, he said unceremoniously, Who is your excellency? Why is it expensive to come to Camp Konoha? Uchiha was speechless by the junior's IQ, and simply adjusted his direction, turned his back to Uchiha Fugaku, and said in a low voice, Now Uchiha has fallen to the point that even I don't recognize it. Who are you? Don't recognize you? Uchiha Fugaku forced himself to endure the complaining in his heart until he saw the Uchiha ancestral artifact Tuanfan placed aside. As if a basin of cold water was poured on his head, he couldn't help but snort, and even his voice trembled. Difficult, is it? That's right. Just what you think. Boldly say the name of the old man. Could it be that you were the one who defected after Ancestor Ban? Uchiha Fugaku's reaction left Kuro speechless. Since you know Madara, you can actually think of him as a traitor. Scoff, no wonder he is a fool. Heiji's compassionate mockery made the word well appear on Uchiha Fugaku's forehead. But after quickly reacting to the other party's dissolution, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was extremely guarded. This change in attitude made Uchiha even more disappointed with him. Compared to that kid called Bofeng Shuman, Jr., you really disappointed the old man. Wave Feng Shuman? Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, It was your order before he broke into the Konoha camp to kill Sarutobi Asuma? Do you eat oil cakes? Uchiha didn't know how many times he was speechless. Why did he let Bofeng Shuman kill a garbage when he was idle? He really wanted to slap Uchiha Fugaku's head and see what was inside. Paste? Or the placenta? The suddenly quiet atmosphere made Uchiha Fugaku feel embarrassed, and he also reacted to how speechless he was just asking at this time. With a dry cough, he put away the kaleidoscope and found that the silence of the Konoha camp was not at all like words. Madara ancestor, the ninja in the camp. They have fallen for illusion. Uchiha's deep voice suppressed endless anger. Perhaps, another junior who has awakened a kaleidoscope is more suitable to serve as his own surrogate. This in front of me is really stupid. According to legend, a person who has long died appeared in front of him, and his focus was actually not on the wave Feng Shuman, or the rest of the ninjas? Aren't you supposed to shout impossible in shock? I always feel that if I continue to talk, the life force I draw from the outer path golem will be drained. Let's just point it out. Next, Uchiha took out various words and evidence, fooled Uchiha Fugaku into believing what was recorded on the clan landstone tablet, and then pointed him twice, and received an impassioned response from Uchiha Fugaku. I'm going to create a world without Uchiha's seal. Wait, you're a little familiar. Uchiha raised his eyebrows, turned around, and looked at Uchiha Fugaku with strange eyes. You also want to abandon Uchiha's seal? Yes, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were scarlet. This time it was not Sharingan, but simply covered with blood, and said in a vicious tone, He robbed my beloved. Well, that's more familiar. Uchiha couldn't help but think of the time when he flickered the Feng Shuman, and the other party also said this. So, you and the same woman that Bofeng Shuman likes? Of course not, Bofeng Shuman actually likes red hair, that kind of taste, it's just too bad. Uchiha Fugaku's words were filled with contempt for the wave Feng Shui gate. However, his words were also endorsed by Uchiha for the first time. Indeed, people who like redheads are too stupid. And the black side, who knew the truth of everything, laughed. What are you laughing at? I think of happy things. Your wife was robbed too? Hey Jew, are you forced to do it? I don't even have a body, how can I have a wife? Uchiha found that he was actually deflected by this junior, and decisively planned and encircled the Eye of the Moon, and after handing over the fan to Uchiha Fugaku, he decisively left alone. If he stays any longer, his life is not enough. Looking at the direction Uchiha Madara left, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a heavy sigh of relief, his eyes were gloomy, and he said to himself, the Eye of the Moon plan? And to resurrect you. Laugh at. Isn't it good for me to become a 10-tailed human pillar force myself? What do you do with resurrection? Hey Jew. I'm afraid this guy really has a brain problem. I'm still in front of me, and he dares to say that? Uchiha Fugaku got up, completely ignoring the presence of Kuroju, and turned and walked towards the camp. He wants to end this boring war with his kaleidoscope, then return to the village to lead Uchiha to rebel, use force to seize the position of the 4th generation of Hokage, and then secretly collect the tailed beast. When Feng Yuan arrived, in my eyes, a hulk more than 3 meters tall was standing there, exploding hammers, mist, and 7 people. The few remaining Konoha ninjas gathered together, and the surrounding mist ninja corpses looked like an execution ground, as if they had been subjected to inhuman abuse before their lives. This guy is actually honing his physical skills with mist ninja? Feng Yuan's gaze swept over the corpses, and he knew Uchiha Fugaku's intentions. His figure appeared instantly, and his eyes quickly locked on the red-eyed loli with black wavy curls in the crowd. Compared to the mature and sexy image in the original book, the loli's red skin and white appearance were more cute. The sudden appearance of the person quickly caused a commotion among the Konoha ninjas, but when they recognized the identity of the seal, they were extremely terrified. At this time, their impression of Feng Yuan was still in the stage of rebellion. Don't be afraid, at least I'm still a ninja in Konoha, and the 3 generations of Hokage have tolerated me. Well, we're talking about Tsunade. But these ninjas believe in ape flying sun's lashes. Asma wanted to refute, but was immediately pulled by Sunset Red. Believe it or not, at least Feng Yuan is not something they can deal with, and instead of provoking him, it is better to follow his words and strive to get his protection back to Konoha. There are not many ninjas in Konoha. The ninja of the Sarutobi clan died cleanly, leaving Asma alone. Uchiha's ninja is okay, but there are more than 50 people left, most of them have opened their eyes, they are in the stage of 1 hook jade, and there are only 7 or 8 people who have 2 hook jade. Gee, it's terrible. Feng Yuan spoke out with disdain. No one dared to argue with it. He turned his head to look at the situation on the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku probably saw his arrival and directly used Susanoo, and beat away 3 sevens in 3 or 5 strokes. The remaining 4 became fresh Bolognese. This was followed by an extremely angry roar. Uchiha sealed the. Feng Yuan saw Uchiha Fugaku, who roared at him and rushed over like an angry cow, and subconsciously let out a questioning mockery. Without your parents' discipline, are you so brave now? Hitting people without hitting their faces, scolding people without scolding relatives. Feng Yuan's words can be said to be extremely insulting. Uchiha Fugaku was already angry, and when he scolded him like this, the kaleidoscope in his eyes became more and more vivid. The figure was faintly expanded, and the body that was originally more than 3 meters tall was tense at this moment, as if there was an invisible flame burning on the surface of the body, and the land he stepped on became sand without hard sand. Fast. Extremely fast. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku exerted his speed to the extreme, and almost in order he arrived in front of Feng Yuan. That huge fist the size of Feng Yuan's human head, wrapped in a white sonic boom and smashed into Feng Yuan's face. The muscles on that arm are as green as earthworms, and the whole person's momentum is like a beast in the forest. Compared with Uchiha Fugaku at this time, Feng Yuan was completely the gap between a prince and a beast. Some timid people couldn't help but turn their heads, afraid that the next moment they would see the scene of Feng Yuan's half-body being blown up. Fantastic. Although this guy is a little stupid, it is simple and rude to use a kaleidoscope. In the corner not far away, Pitcher Plant Black Jew used the white mayfly technique to poke out a head, with a steady smile on his face. Wyvern riding face, how to lose? Everyone felt that the seal would be hammered by the terrifying non-human-like Hulk with a punch. However, boom! A loud bang exploded in the ears like a thunderbolt, shaking everyone's faces stunned. A powerful repulsive force erupted from the foothold of the sealed plane, instantly knocking the surrounding ninjas out. At the same time, under the cover of large clouds of smoke, dense cracks like cobwebs spread wildly to all around. A figure flew out upside down, shattered half of its body like rags, flew more than 20 meters at a low altitude, and broke many trees, and then fell to the ground in embarrassment. Is that all you can do? Fugaku, I really disappointed my father. Feng Yuan put one hand in his pocket and maintained the movement of swinging his fist with one hand. Unscrupulously mocking the Hulk who was beaten into a big mutilation, he walked towards the other party step by step with his long legs. Then again, my ability is to resurrect the dead. Want to see your mother? Dear Fugaku-san. A wicked smile rose on Feng Yuan's face, looking at Fuya who had his entire right arm and right half of his chest cavity hammered to pieces, condescendingly stimulating him. It's really embarrassing. If you see your appearance, you will definitely be speechless with heartache, and then obediently. Original. Uchiha Fugaku let out a low roar. A pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes became more and more brilliant, but unfortunately without the eyes of blood relatives, these eyes were destined to not be able to be elevated to the eternal kaleidoscope. He glared at his blood-red eyes like an angry bull, wanting to convey his anger to Feng Yuan. But who cares about the wrath of a defeated dog? Then again, I've been seeing you use this pupil technique. What is the other eye? IQNMD. Hey, is this the quality of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? Oh yes, you are not the patriarch now, or a defeated dog that can only wail. Feng Yuan grinned, lowered his head, stared into Fugaku's eyes, and humiliatingly stretched out his hand to slap it on his face. Is it okay, fine dog? Blanche. Uchiha Fugaku scolded angrily, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes spun rapidly. Feng Yuan only felt that the sky was spinning, there was no light, no darkness, and the outside world did not have any response to him, as if the whole world was rejecting himself. Everything around him was roaring get out, and even his connection with this world was weakening. This is Uchiha Fugaku's Hitomi Susan Ming commandment. Also known as Susanoo's male life, together with Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi, he is known as Three Noble Sons. Legend has it that Izanagi assigned him to govern the seas, and he disobeyed his father's orders and wanted to go to his mother's land, crying loudly, and all kinds of disasters followed. He went to Takamagahara to resign to Tenzeo, but caused many troubles, which disturbed Takamagahara's peace, and Amaterasu was so angry that he hid in Tenno-Iwato, and the whole world lost daylight, after which he was exiled by the gods. Uchiha Fugaku's eye has only one ability, illusion absolute banishment. After casting, let the target give birth to the feeling of being abandoned by the world and banished by all things, and the worse your own state, the more real the banishment. But unfortunately, Fugaku's strength is too weak. If his pupil power is a stream, then how can he maintain it until the end of the banishment in the face of the vast ocean of Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan only stayed in the illusion banishment for 3 seconds, and Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope had already turned gray and white. The pupil power is too depleted, and he is automatically blind. Hitomi naturally cannot be maintained. Feng Yuan looked at Fuya who was bleeding in front of him speechlessly, and the other party couldn't even maintain the Hulk state. You're really a dish, you can't even do it for 3 seconds, are you really a qualified man? Feng Yuan has no masochism. The reason why he wanted to maintain the banishment so much was because in that case, all the power in his body was deceived by this real illusion and was actively fusing. The stone tablet of the Uchiha clan records one god desires peace, divides the 2 poles of yin and yang, and the 2 become one, and the 2 are one. The high-level immortal body of the sealed origin is the ultimate yang, and the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is the ultimate yin, but the way to combine the 2 is only the slow fusion of the 2 sides. This passive destination is something he does not like. So he was persecuting Uchiha Fugaku just now, wanting him to bring him a little life and death pressure. But alas, the effect is real, but Uchiha Fugaku is really not lasting. The weak Uchiha Fugaku looked at the sealed plane that had begun to blur in front of him, grinned with difficulty, and said with his last strength, "Heh, no matter what you want to do with me, I will die now, and you will never achieve your goal. You trash." Uchiha Fugaku explained his last words, and after scolding Feng Yuan as he wished, he decisively went offline. Just the next second, he found himself not in the so-called Pure Land, but in a large iron cage, like an animal to be watched. Da. Footsteps sounded in the darkness around them, as if someone was approaching. Who's coming? Fugaku, of course it's me. How can anyone scold someone and want to run? With a kind smile on his face, Feng Yuan looked at Uchiha Fugaku in the cage, snapped his fingers, and the surroundings instantly lit up, but the light shrouded the 3. Feng Yuan, Uchiha Fugaku, and Fugaku's mother Uchiha Shiko. Will your eyes, I'll take them. Feng Yuan tortured Fugaku in the dream world for 3 years, but in fact, only 3 seconds had passed in reality. In the eyes of others, he was just stunned for 3 seconds. The first thing he did when he came back to his senses was to first take off Uchiha Fugaku's 2 inserts. But under this extreme pain, Uchiha Fugaku didn't have the slightest reaction, and the whole person was frozen there, without the slightest appearance of a living person. Bastard! What did you do to the patriarch? Only then did several Uchiha people react and rush over angrily. And then, poof! Feng Yuan's palm slid, and the chakra scalpel that spread out directly cut their throats. So loyal, just enough to accompany him. Feng Yuan looked at the remaining Konoha ninjas with a smile, and said in a very calm tone, "Sarutobi slaughtered the people of the Sarutobi clan, thinking that because he lost his heart and went crazy, he just removed the position of the 3 generations of Hokage, and Tsunade him, one of the 3 shinobi, became the Hokage." The remaining ninjas were in an instant uproar. Ape-Fei Asma rushed out even more angrily, glaring at a pair of bull's eyes, and roared, "How can it be repaired? How could my father possibly kill his own people? You evil Uchiha. Boom! Apefly Asma was directly kicked away. I'm just informing you of the news, you don't have the qualifications to question it. Now, pack up your things and return to the village, the next war has nothing to do with you. Feng Yuan's cold words directly caused a commotion among the ninjas, who did not believe Feng Yuan's words. But the temptation to return to the village is too great, even if it is fake, they are willing to believe it. Therefore, in the face of the atrocities of the seal, the group of ninjas lowered their heads and ignored the dead Uchiha and Sarutobi Asma, instead turning back to prepare to pack their things. Wait! Feng Yuan's voice sounded behind everyone, and all the ninjas instantly stiffened and turned around guardedly. Red stays. Feng Yuan's tone was calm, and he put one hand in his pocket and said, there is still time now, just enough to teach you some illusion techniques. Sunset Red was a little hesitant. She had long heard her father Ziri Zhenhong mention the matter of being accepted as a disciple by Feng Yuan, but she was a little worried that she would not be too slow to hold back when she had just graduated. Bastard! How could Red stay with you? Apefei Asma was kicked heavily, and now he still does not repent, and before he gets up, he roars at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan shook his head, first kicked Fuya's neck off, and then used the great power Lord God to collect his soul in the netherworld to ensure that this guy could not be resurrected, and then slowly walked towards Asma. You're dragging? He lowered his body and patted Asma's stubborn face, and his flat tone made Asma couldn't help but snort. I don't know whose genes you inherited, so cranky? Feng Yuan did not embarrass the ape-flying Asma. The main thing is that this kid is now injured enough and there is no need to make up for another kick. He got up and walked over and rubbed his red head, which felt quite good, so that his mood was much better. Go, I'll take you to kill. Sunset Red? How can a serious teacher take a student to kill? Hong looked at Asma with some hesitation. It's a classmate, do you really need to save it? However, seeing that a few classmates had passed, she obediently turned around and left with Feng Yuan. Wu, teacher, I'm so tired, I have no strength. Hold on a little longer, it's almost there, it's a good workout. No, no. Hong said that he would not go away, holding the tree with his right hand, panting with his left hand at the waist, and when he saw Feng Yuan stop, he waved his hand. I'm so tired. In the end, it is a child. In terms of physical strength, it is not as good as the lower endurance of the 8 sutras. Sunset Red has a Shangnan father, even if his physical talent is not high, it is relative to genius. Others are even worse. However, this is not the scope of Feng Jiayuan's concern. He walked up to Red, rubbed 2 handfuls on Red's head like a cat, and said, if you can't walk, then rest for a while. To be honest, your physical fitness is so poor that you will need targeted special training in the future. Hong is too lazy to care what the future special training is, now she just wants to lie down well, and follow her for a day and a night without stopping, which is already her limit. Chakra can't even squeeze it out, okay. Mudumuya no Jutsu. Feng Yuan clapped both hands and built a simple wooden house, with nothing else in it, only a small bed, apparently specially prepared for Red. Thank you, teacher. Red looked a little happy, jumped into bed in 3 or 2 steps, and felt a sleepiness hit him, falling into an uncontrolled sleep. After Feng Yuan used his spiritual power to influence Hong, causing her to fall into a deep sleep, he turned his head and looked at an old figure who was slowly walking over. Uchiha Madara. Humph. The current junior has even discarded the glory of Uchiha? The Tuan fan handed down by the ancestors was just left there, if it was picked up by the people of the fog. Feng Yuan's gaze calmly interrupted Uchiha's words. Ha, do you know what you're talking about? Uchiha felt that the junior in front of him was a bit stupid, but Feng Yuan's gaze looked at him like an idiot. The patriarch of the Uchiha family was killed by the fog ninja, and the Tuan fan was robbed by the fog feint. Can you swallow this breath? Since you can't swallow it, the war can't stop until the regimental fan is recaptured. Reasonable and legitimate war represents the continuous talent of Uchiha. Feng Yuan looked at the silent Uchiha with disdain, and he didn't know if this kind of words could fool the other party. Tuan fan this thing, he really didn't put it in his eyes, and when he left with Red, he forgot about it. I already knew that I let the Red carry it well, and I could still be a loader. Uchiha didn't want to talk more about this topic, but just looked at Feng Yuan thoughtfully. You don't seem surprised by the appearance of the old man. I killed Bo Feng Shuman. Feng Yuan's words were as simple as pinching a small grasshopper, and he didn't feel that it was too difficult to kill the Feng Shuman. This kind of temperament alone made Uchiha extremely satisfied, and even when talking about the brainwashing plan of the Eye of the Moon, people were a little excited. So, why not combine all the things, collect the 9-tailed beasts, reclaim the 10 tails, and then recreate a world of your own? Boring. Feng Jiayuan's answer was simple and crisp. Uchiha was stunned and looked at Feng Yuan with some confusion. I don't have any regrets, or that with my current strength, I can do whatever I want to do, and the people I want to save can rely on these eyes. Feng Yuan looked at Uchiha and spread his hands, not at all putting the black Jew that was gradually approaching behind him in his eyes. What's more, my dream is very simple, from day to night, I can't sleep at night, and every day is not the same. Unify the 5 great powers? Uchiha looked at Feng Yuan like a madman, shaking his head, and his tone was like advising a misguided child. This kind of thing is impossible. The daimyos will not agree with your approach. For them, drunken dreams and deaths are far greater than conquests. Feng Yuan sighed lightly, touched the corner of his eye, and said, "This is probably the difference between me and you. Why should I care about the thoughts of those ants when I have the power? Disobedient dogs, just kill them. With their power, wealth, and wives as a reward, there will always be a steady stream of people willing to kneel down and be my dog. All I need to do is stab lightly and establish my authority, which is very simple." Uchiha, daring. But there is a lot of room for maneuver. He had thought the same before, but he did not have absolute strength. In the Battle of the End Valley, he had thought about testing whether the thousand-hand pillars really trusted him, the bond between the two of them, and the vision in his heart. But try and die. If he hadn't opened his Inagi in advance, how would he have lived to this day? Madara. I succeeded. Belch. Wait, why are you? Heiju's harsh and sad voice sounded, and at first he was satisfied, but he quickly panicked. Uchiha looked over, but found that everything around him had changed, turning into the familiar End Valley. Magic. When? Uchiha's voice disappeared in his ears, and when he looked around, it was not the End Valley when the descendants repaired the statue, but the ordinary valley when he first fought with the pillars. Do you say? Uchiha remembered the action of sealing his eyes just now, and couldn't help but laugh. After all, I was careless. Immersed in that shit dream, it turns out to be just illusion. Hee, Junior, I recognize you. Recognize you. But you. There you go. Up. Whistle cool breeze blows, echoes echo in the canyon, but it seems silent. Under the cold night breeze, even the moonlight is miserably white. Uchiha is naturally not afraid, but he was furious. Unscrupulous juniors deceived me and openly imprisoned me in the fantasy realm. Have the ability, another Haxi hot mother, to repeat the battle of the final valley. Uchiha suddenly felt something sweeping over, as if there had been a different change in the End Valley, but he couldn't say where the change was. Da. Heavy footsteps sounded, one in front and one in the back of two people. Uchiha stared at each other. With a resolute face, long black hair draped over the red armor of the Warring States period, and red bracers on his hands, he walked with a tiger and a tiger. Is it this boring illusion again? I said it all, if it is not a spot, no matter how many illusions are simulated, it is useless. The moment he stood between the thousand-hand pillars, he seemed to come to life, and sighed helplessly. Apparently this is not the first time he has experienced this. Uchiha was stunned. Only then did I find that I was not the old body, but the body of my youth. And the power. Uchiha tried to recall the power at that time, and the chakra that instantly emerged from this strange and familiar body made him dream back to the past. Very realistic illusion. Is it a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye? Although it was a question, Uchiha was very sure. So on the other side, is it an illusory imposter, or is it real? Uchiha's whispered muttering instantly turned into a fierce fighting intent, shouting his best friend's name as happily as ever. Truth or falsity no longer matters at this moment, he just wants a hearty battle. Horses. Madara. Senjikuma was also excited like a monkey, and he firmly believed that this time it was definitely a real one. The two rushed to each other. It's like love. At a distance of 10 meters, strong emotions instantly vented from their mouths. Huajun Long Yan singing technique. Niu Dun's silent killing technique. The two fought together tacitly and calmly, and at the same time communicated in code words that only the two of them clearly exchanged information. The dull expression of the thousand hands standing in the distance gradually became agile. Here it is, the battle to end the valley. Is it a new world again? What do you have to do this time? The gloomy-minded second-generation Hokage fell silent. And in the outside world, Feng Yuan pinched Heibaiju's neck with one hand, allowing a part of the pitch black to enter his body, waiting until Heiju entered completely, and then decisively twisted Baiju's neck. Madara. I succeeded. Heiju's excited voice sounded from Feng Yuan's body, but the next second it became extremely terrified. Ugh. Wait a minute. The slashing knife in Feng Yuan's body steadily fixed Heiju, and then reached out and pulled him out. Even if Hei is definitely the yin and yang escape creation of Datomu Kagaya, but in the face of the slashing knife that directly cuts the soul, there is nothing to do, and directly becomes the experimental subject in Feng Yuan's hands to study the unity of yin and yang. Why do you have such a weird thing? Hei was dumbfounded. Being pinched by the neck is useless for a fluid creature like him, but the knife stuck in his body seems to be devouring his yin chakra every moment. He is the will creation of Datomu Kagaya, and in a sense, although he is imperfect, 9 out of 9 are yin chakra, but there is always a little yang in return. Feng Yuan endured for so long, because he was afraid that this good material had some special means to escape, but it was good not to waste his effort. Only after the Black Absolute was packed in a special sealing container did Feng Yuan raise his head and look at the dull-eyed Uchiha on the opposite side. The moment he touched his eyes just now, he had already activated the pupil technique Tinya to be sold, and successfully locked Uchiha into the dream world with the help of false reality. Without a soul, this sentence about the body that once created the eye of reincarnation is also his best research material. What a bumper harvest! The joy on Feng Yuan's face could not be hidden. His eyes looked at the sky, and he asked in a low voice, now that Asura and Indra's chakra have been locked up in the world by me, falling into endless reincarnation, what should you do next, as an immortal of the six realms? In the depths of the Pure Land, which symbolizes death, the weak six-Dao immortals seemed to have heard the words of Feng Yuan, and their gloomy old faces looked at the ruined plan, and their eyes flashed with anger. Damn Junior! The six-Dao immortals cursed in a low voice, but there was still nothing they could do. At this moment, a cloud of blue light suddenly appeared, illuminating a corner. Brother, it looks like you're in trouble, I think you need my help. Nothing turned into nothingness, gray mist painted all around, and below were ripples reflecting the ninja world. The shimmering blue light of the soul of Otokiwa village adds a bit of softness to this pure land. Those descendants of mine on the moon killed each other, and the huge reincarnation I forged contained great power. As long as it was embedded in the magic Dao stone statue I possessed, brother, that seal will not be my opponent. Otoki Hamura's voice was very gentle, and his words were full of admiration and relief for his brother. Atsuki Yu was silent. No, if it goes on like this, your soul will die. The big tube of wood feet here shook his head, his finger pointed on the ripples of the water curtain, and a soul slowly rose. This is Indra's reincarnated younger brother, and he has a deep bond with the child named Madara, so he can use those reincarnation eyes. Atsuki's voice was cold, so cold that Izuna's soul trembled unconsciously. As long as he uses the eye of reincarnation to resurrect you and me, that so-called sealing origin is actually nothing. The flickering light mass of Otokiya village looked slightly dim, as if he was disappointed for not helping his brother. Atsuki Hakai stared at Izuna's soul. He obviously had a plan, but he didn't move, and finally sighed, as a dead person, can it really bring peace to disturb the order of living beings? Wantonly crossing the boundary between life and death, losing the shackles of rules, arbitrarily interfering in the choices of future generations, seems to be no different from our mothers. The six Dao immortals stared at the ripples of the water curtain and slowly sank Uchiha Senna's soul. Otoki Hamura understood that his brother had given up on continuing to target the seal. Forget it, let him go. As long as the ninja world is not destroyed, you and I don't have to interfere. The six Dao immortals shook their heads, completely cutting off the path of the Pure Land to the ninja realm. This is a break in the rules. Even the Lord God of the great power of the sealed origin can no longer pull people from the Pure Land. However, at this time, the Pure Land is also really clean, and most of those with names and surnames have been taken away by the Feng Yuan. Let's hope he can really bring peace to the ninja world. The six immortals recalled the terrifying knife, the corners of their mouths tugged, or chose to give up meddling. After saying so many high-sounding words, it is actually two words, afraid of death. It is human nature to fear death, and ninjas are naturally no exception. So I'm going to overcome my fear of death? Red sat on the bed, her glassy eyes full of apprehension and curiosity. Feng Yuan shook his head, sat opposite Han, and asked in a low voice, why is fear of death a weakness? People have many shortcomings, such as greed, fear, lecherousness, etc., which is something that a normal person should have. Light brings hope and stability, only darkness and pain bring deeper progress. Red, if you weren't afraid of death, wouldn't you be brave enough to attack? Yes, definitely. Red didn't hesitate, it was a situation she had thought about for a long time. Then you will die. Ha! Feng Yuan said with a smile, fear will make you cautious, and fear of death will make you carefully prepare everything you should prepare and constantly improve your loopholes. Fear death, you can live. It doesn't seem right there. Hong looked at Feng Yuan cautiously, pursing her lips, not quite accepting his theory. Feng Yuan shrugged indifferently and took off his red shoes. The red little face instantly blushed, instinctively retracted his legs, but was caught by Feng Yuan in his hand. Don't move, you have blisters on your feet, if you don't pick them off, it will hurt a lot tomorrow. Feng Yuan said what he didn't believe very much, this kind of trifle, casually a palm cactus technique, Red will be fine. He just wanted to pinch it. Probably. Red did not dare to resist. Simply lay down and quietly looked at Feng Yuan. Obviously a very handsome teacher, but unfortunately a pervert. Hong now understands Feng Yuan's words, if he is not afraid of death, he will definitely struggle and resist, and then anger the other party. However, pinching your feet is not a big deal, right? Feng Yuan's thumb pressed the center of the foot, and the other hand was in the name of unclogging the meridians, and then the red calf's stomach pressed back and forth. Her skin is slippery and has a childlike delicateness. So Feng Yuan didn't get much to it, just prepared a small white dress for her, with various patterns embellished on it, but the most important thing was white tights. So, is the teacher going to help Hong change her clothes? No, I do my own things, but everything has to be paid, don't you object to this? Well, such a beautiful dress, what does the teacher want? There was a bit of shyness in the red eyes. Most of the little girls in the ninja world matured early, but they did not have a complete psychological construction. Simply put, it's a good deception. Plus Yan dog. After all, no one hates beautiful people. Feng Yuan was just crazy and perverted, not to the point of being a beast, got up and left the log cabin, and said, if you pay, wait a minute, invite me to eat ice cream. Ice cream? Sunset Hong doesn't understand much. I just think that this teacher is still the same as a child. Forget it. Fortunately, there is still some pocket money. See if there is ice cream sold in the town in front. By the time Feng Yuan came in again, Hong had already changed her clothes, and she had a little liveliness that a little girl should have. It's great. Oh, Red, then next, ask the teacher to eat some ice cream. Ha! Land of Rain. Located at the junction of the three kingdoms of wind, grass and fire, the geographical location is superior, but unfortunately it rains all year round. Plus the ninja god of the year, Hanzo arrogantly declared war on the four countries and became a battlefield. This makes the current country of rain look decaying. Since there is no frivolity in the past, the existence of Feng Yuan is like a mountain pressing on his heart. He already knew what happened in Konoha's village. Sarutobi abdicated madly, and all the original black materials were exposed, which instantly caused the anger of the villagers, and even the name of the 3 generations of Hokage was stripped away. So Tsunade is not the 4th generation of Hokage, but the 3rd generation. It can be said that this is a complete denial of the 8th flying sun, and it is a shame that he will never be able to turn over. Orochimaru. Since returning to the village, there has been no news of the Great Snake Pill, and according to the investigation of the medicine master Yaneiyu, he should have been sent by Feng Yuan to find someone, but the specific situation, she could not do anything. Today's ninja world. The land of fire has Uchiha there, except for the mist-hidden village, which is still attacking. The other 3 villages have shifted their targets. Yun Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu sneaked up on a wave of sand ninja village, and because there was no oil, they were repelled by magnetic Dunluo sand and burning hidden leaf kang, and targeted each other. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadow took people to attack the country of Earth, and as a result, they were ambushed by Oniki. In order to protect the living power of the village, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow chose to break off, fought for 3 days and 3 nights, exhausted chakra, and exhausted themselves to death. The group who came to the rescue was dragged down by Oniki with the explosive troops, and in the end they could only pay the price in exchange for the corpses of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. Pop, snap. Facing the drizzle, Zai also walked aimlessly in the puddle, thinking too much, and a little lost his mind for a while. When he came back to his senses, he also found that there was already a circle of fierce and vicious rain ninja with scuba around him. He subconsciously scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, well, I'm just passing by, coming to find someone, don't be so nervous. The rain ninja looked sideways, and then looked at Jiraiya nervously, the weapon in his hand gripped tighter. It was obvious that no one believed him. In the second Shinobi War, Hanzo, a demigod of the ninja world and the pillar of the rain ninja village, defeated Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya when he fought Konoha, but out of appreciation for his juniors, in fact, he did not dare to offend the dead Konoha. He awarded the 3 the name 3 Shinobi. It is precisely because of this that this group of rain ninja believes that it is very likely that they are looking for revenge on their leader. After all, being given a name is a reward for mediocrity, but a shame for geniuses. There is also bitterness that cannot be said. But he didn't explain much, easily put down these rain ninja with physical skills, and then repeated, I have no malice towards your village, just simply come to find someone, and then follow me, don't blame me for being unkind. I also have the strength to say this. The fist is afraid of being strong, and the ninja is even more so. How much strength does Hanzo have left until now? He is also at his peak. The rain ninjas looked at each other, not knowing whether to follow or not, but when they hesitated, they had already made a decision. No one is a fool. A few hundred taels a month, what kind of life to play? Zi's ability to collect intelligence was good, and he quickly found the information of his former disciple. Do you know the organization? These 3 children really surprised me. After many years, the disciples were able to uphold the ideal of peace and work hard for it, which made Ji feel proud and a little guilty. The reason why he first taught Nagato them was because he took a fancy to Nagato's eyes like the legendary 6 Dao immortals, and thought that the other party was the son of prophecy. Later, when he returned to Konoha, he saw Bofang Shuman, who was pursuing Jushine, and suddenly remembered that the prophecy of the great toad immortal was a blue-eyed boy who called the names of 9 beasts, and regarded Bofang Shuman as the son of prophecy. Since then, even though he traveled through the ninja world, he has never come to the Rain Ninja village to see his disciples again. Jiraiya also felt guilty. But thinking of the prophecy of the big toad immortal, his steps became more and more determined. And in the tall tower in the center of the Yunin village, after listening to the report of his subordinates, Hanzo, a pepperfish wearing a gas mask, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes remained with the glory of the past, and recalled the figure that he had to fight with after being given the name of 3 Shinobi on the battlefield. It's him. What is this kid doing in Yuninja village? Hanzo's voice was hoarse and low, no longer as heroic as before. At this time he was not a ninja demigod, but an old man who had retreated to the tower, worried that the power in his hands would be taken away. According to what we know, he came to find Xiao. The guard half hunched over and whispered, Dawn. A figure suddenly appeared in Hanzo's eyes. It was a long-haired boy with a smile on his face, but his idea was too ridiculous. Seeing that Hanzo did not speak, the guard hesitated for a moment and continued, Lord Chief, Xiao has recently recruited a lot of rebels, and because they try their best to help the refugees, they have the support of many people. As a person close to Hanzo, this guard really knew too well what Hanzo was thinking, and easily poked into his heart. Is this so? Hanzo's eyes gradually became fierce, and his voice became a little more cold. To buy people's hearts? Are these young people trying to take away the authority in my hands? No one answered. But Hanzo already had the answer in his heart. The other side of the land of rain. Please wait a minute, the recent income has not been good, so there are not many things distributed. Xiao Nan's face was a little tired, visible to the naked eye, and even the purple eyeshadow could not cover the thick dark circles under his eyes. There are many people in the organization, but there are not many tasks that the ninjas can receive, and all the logistics are on her, and she distributes resources to poor families. But, hey, why is there only this time? Are you going to starve our family? Really, a little earlier next time. The man with a somewhat sallow face snatched the grain bag in Xiao Nan's hand, weighed it gently, and his attitude became more and more bad. That's a little thing, much less than the previous few times. You must be corrupt. Damn ninjas. Boom. The man didn't look at Xiao Nan much, and slammed the door with a curse. This bastard. Several young people who had just joined the small organization cursed angrily, and immediately wanted to rush in to teach this man a lesson, but were stopped by the old people of the organization. Xiao Nan also said to them gently, it's okay, it's that we're late, and they don't understand that we should be. After speaking, Xiao Nan took another deep breath, bowed to the house, and apologized in a gentle voice, sorry, next time we will try to be early. But Xiaonan's concession was exchanged for a man's curse. The newcomers are still indignant. But Xiao Nan and the old people did not have the slightest difference on their faces, and turned around and walked to the next family. Apparently they are used to being treated like this. The enthusiasm on the faces of the newcomers became surprised, and the anger also turned to their idols. Sister Xiaonan, they all scolded you like this, and they didn't understand what we did at all. Why not teach them a lesson? Because if we do, then what's the difference between us and those bad ninjas who bully others? Xiao Nan's tone was still very gentle, and the smile on his face seemed to enter their hearts, gently breaking their anger. But this is not right. Blindly patience will only make you passive, and the group of people will treat you more severely and rely on you all. Jiraiya's voice came from the dark alleyway, slowly walked out, looked at his former disciples and said, at that time, they will blame you for all the mistakes for no reason, and what you will gain is not trust, but disgust. Where did the white hair come from? Teacher. Xiao Nan's surprised voice interrupted his subordinate's scolding of Jiraiya, and the smile on the whole face was visible to the naked eye, and even the paper flowers pinned to the sideburns seemed to bloom. Jiraiya's face also had a smile on it, but it quickly became serious. Xiao Nan's face hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded, with lark excitement in his voice, okay, if Yahiko and Nagato see the teacher, they will be very happy. I hope so. Zi Lai also said with a wry smile. This time, I am afraid that he has brought a big trouble to his disciples, which makes his heart very uncomfortable. However, Xiao Nan obviously did not care about these things, and the original intention of the organization was to help others. Now that their teachers need help, what reason do they have to refuse? Suck in the log cabin made of wooden escape. The perverted guy finally stopped his excessive behavior and reluctantly put down the white silk. As his name suggests, his little face turned red, and the moment he got free, he immediately curled up in a corner, holding his hands on his knees. She was so confused now that she couldn't understand why anyone would like to call Gio ice cream. The wet soles of the feet stepped on the wooden board, the transparent coolness instantly brushed all over the body, and red tears swirled in the eyes, but they did not dare to make a sound. Feng Yuan looked at the aggrieved disciple, sat on the edge of the bed, reached out and stroked her head and said, red is really cute. Although it is beautiful, it seems that this pair is not quite suitable for you. Feng Yuan's tone was a little distressed. Not all loli are suitable for white silk, just like the sunset red in front of you, even if she is young, her face full of collagen is still immature, wearing white silk to bring the feeling of sealing the plane, a little contrary. In the face of such a statement, Hong's little face was full of grievances, and the little pearl clicked down. Angry? Feng Yuan does not coax children, but he has a special method. Look into my eyes. Hong subconsciously raised his head, facing a pair of scarlet eyes, confused, and the whole person seemed to be thrown into another fantasy realm. Panic and uneasiness grew in her heart, but the next moment, what appeared in front of her was a scene she had never seen before. Feng Yuan quietly stood beside Hong, looking at the amusement park he had recovered by relying on his memory, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. What to do if a child has a tantrum? Just play. He directly hugged Hong and strode towards the amusement park in front of him. Anyway, it's a fantasy, have a good time. When Red came out of the illusion, tears slipped down his chin, but the grievances on his little face had turned into long-lost happiness, and his eyes had changed a lot when he looked at Feng Yuan. Teacher, was that an illusion just now? There was excitement and eagerness on Hong's face, and it was clear that she hadn't played enough just now. The amusement park is very fun for the little ones. Especially in the ninja realm where spiritual civilization construction is low level, it is simply a sweeping weapon. Yes, Red, this is the teacher's reward for you. Feng Yuan had an amiable smile on her face, and the hand on her head gently kneaded, as gentle as petting a kitten. Red nodded. There was still a slight nostalgia in his eyes, and he asked in a soft voice, Teacher, can Hong go to play again? Thinking of what happened just now, Hong's cheeks were hot and his voice was much lower, and he said softly, Red can do more. Saying that, little Gio stretched forward. Nay, it's great. However, pleasure is temporary after all, and Feng Yuan does not want to play until it is boring at one time, so he gently coaxed Red to sleep. Wait until the next day. Feng Yuan continued to set off towards the Mist Ninja village with Red, and the Mist Shinobi he encountered along the way would always leave a living mouth to go back to ensure that his route appeared in the other party's intelligence at all times. Red, when we have terrifying strength, if it is enough to crush the other party, do not rush to show off your strength, but to stabilize, step by step, let the other party fear, force them to take out their own things at the bottom of the box again, and finally despair, dare not retaliate against you again. You beat the other party to death at once, although it is simple and rude, but in exchange for fear is far less than hatred, so that the other party will accumulate strength, and when he thinks he has enough strength to retaliate against you, he will thunder and make you uncomfortable. Feng Yuan took the Red's soft little hand, talking and laughing and killing while teaching her without hurry. Hong seemed to understand whether to understand or not. Looking at those fallen corpses, an unprecedented sense of security filled her heart, a warm feeling overflowed her body, there was no fear of death in her eyes, recalled Feng Yuan's words, and asked rhetorically, the teacher means that whether it is illusion or physical art, it is necessary to approach little by little, gradually destroy the opponent's defense line, and finally completely disintegrate their resistance, right? Yes, that's it. Feng Yuan did not deny Red. This is also the first time that his disciples have thought of the answer, and if there is any mistake, they will change it later, and they will first build up confidence before speaking. What's more, Feng Yuan did not think that he could teach ordinary ninjas well with one hang-up, so he could teach some truths and let the other party play freely. A big one and a small one soon came to the border of the land of water. This time, it was the 3 generations of Water Shadow and the Elder Master who were waiting. The face of the 3rd generation of Mizukage was tired and painful. He once wanted to vigorously attack the Blood G family through the policy of Blood Mist no Sato and cultivate a newborn ninja who was enough to resist the Blood Sacrifice family. The effect is remarkable. Whether it is the Ninja Blade 7 or the ordinary Mist Shinobi, it is far superior to the Konoha ninja in the ability to fight alone. But it was taken advantage of. After being controlled by Uchiha, the 3 generations of Mizukage launched a war against Konoha, and the combat power he cultivated was sent into 90% at once, not to mention, even the warlike Kagaya clan was killed by the man in front of him and did not dare to send people. Uchiha of Konoha, stop, the Mist Blade village is willing to sign a defeat agreement and pay you enough reparations and supplies. Not enough. The proposal of the 3 generations of Water Shadows was undoubtedly rejected by the original seal. Just the 2 things of funds and materials, the Mist Ninja village did not have the slightest sincerity at all. Although the daimyo of the water country does not deal with the Mist Blade village, there will be no shortage of funds to be given. I want the mission of 5.5 years in the Mist Ninja village. After 5 years, it will be reduced to 1/3, after another 5 years to 1/4, and after 15 years it will be back on track. The sealed lion opened his mouth. No way. The 3 generations of Mizukage really refused, and the mission was an indispensable link for a village to train ninjas. It is also an important source of funds for a village, if it is really according to the original words to hand over the task, cut off the initial losses. Once those mission principals find that Konoha's ninja is more suitable than Kiri Shinobu, the next time will go directly to Konoha to issue the mission. It is not the leaves that are lost, but the foundation. In that case, let's see if you win or lose, I don't mind killing you completely. Feng Yuan said creepy words lightly, and roasted the 3 generations of Water Shadows on the fire. Feng Yuan chuckled, raised his foot and prepared to step forward. Wait. Yuan Shi bypassed the 3 generations of Water Shadows on crutches, bowed respectfully, and considered the words and said, Respected Uchiha, the news that the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are surrounded by Rock Ninja, and you should also know the news that they are alive and consuming. The Mist Shinobi village only wants peace and is not fake, but if the conditions are excessive, it is not without means to fight. After a pause, Genshi continued, It's better for you and me to take a step back. Within 5 years, the Mist Shinobi village can send 1/5 of the mission to Konoha, and at the same time will pay a sufficient compensation and materials. Double it. In addition, Kagaya clan and Snow clan each have 10 children, 5 men and 5 women, return the White Eyes taken away from the Second Ninja World War, and take Terumi, Hayashi Yuri, and dried Persimmon Oni as hostages. Yuan Shi and the third generation of Water Shadow heard Feng Yuan's words, and immediately glared at them. This is no longer a blunt knife to cut meat, this is to completely fight the Mist Ninja Village. The three major bloodstains in Mist Ninja Village are the Ghost Lantern Clan, the Water Wheel Clan, and the Kagaya Clan. Feng Yuan wants to pass the two bloodstain limits, and it's strange that the Blood G Clan doesn't tear them alive. Not to mention the three people named by Feng Yuan, they are also young people with outstanding performance in the younger generation. 3 generations of Water Shadows could not agree to this condition no matter what. It seems that the negotiation is not good, then it is still according to what I originally said, kill him, hee. A puddle slowly condensed into a human form, with a morbid smile on his face and 3 knives on his back. The Ghost Lantern Clan is a natural user of the Ninja Knife 7, and its use of the 7 knives far exceeds that of others. With the appearance of the Ghost Lantern family, many people came out densely packed in the surrounding woods. Obviously, the 3 generations of Water Shadow have arranged quite a few ambushes here. Alas! I wanted to solve this matter peacefully, but Uchiha of Konoha, you are too arrogant. The eyes of the 3 generations of Water Shadows gradually became resolute, and they shouted, let's do it together. Kill that little girl first. Whoosh! Feng Yuan sneered, pupils communicated with chakra, and the brilliant golden chakra instantly wrapped Feng Yuan in sunset red, and a giant more than 300 meters tall appeared on the battlefield. Susanna's Stage 3. Feng Yuan and Hong stood on the ground, that is, Susanoo's waist, smiling at the dumbfounded Kiri Shinobu outside. The mockery on their faces was extremely excited. Take out your courage and let me see the level of the misty shinobi. The provocation of the seal fell. The battle broke out instantly. Land of Rain. Jiraiya saw Nagato and Yahiko as he wished, but what he wanted to say was stuck in his lips. Along the way, he saw a lot of the real situation of the organization, and felt sincerely uncomfortable with their naive approach. But there is also a sincere admiration for their enthusiasm, from the beginning of the pointing, to the back, to the current silence. Teacher Jiraiya, long time no see. Yahiko's gentle smile and good attitude like a sun that gives warmth to people can't help but remind Jiraiya of his own Konoha's disciple Wei Fang Shuiman, who is also a person full of kindness to life. But, why did that kid do that? Jiraiya's thoughts not only diverged, but he quickly returned to his senses and said perfunctorily, yes, haha, long time no see, you have all grown so big, it is really good, haha. Zai also touched the back of his head, and the dry laughter gradually stopped, turning into a long sigh. Well, I'm here to ask you for help. Help? Yahiko, Nagato and Konan looked at each other, and clearly saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Obviously, the fact that this famous 3 ninja in the ninja world would ask them for help was really unexpected. Without waiting for the 3 to inquire, Jiraiya has already put together the recent events in Konoha, especially the war caused by the seal. This is an absolutely intolerable taboo for the 3 little ones whose families all died in the Second Ninja World War. Forgive me Nagato, if I don't do this, I'm afraid you won't help me. Naturally, the guilt in his heart flashed, and he immediately said his strength is very strong. Well, no, I can't say that, it should be said that his strength is terrifying. I'm afraid it's similar to the Konoha Ashura back then. Konoha Ashura? Yahiko asked at the right time. They were both civilians from the Land of Rain, and before being taught by Jiraiya, contact with ninjas was almost like being killed by the other party. How could they know the daimyo of the former Uchiha Madara? Well, probably, you understand that a man who is twice as strong as Hanzo is a pepperfish. No more, I am afraid that it will exceed the imagination of the 3 little ones in front of me. Sure enough, Jiraiya's voice fell, and the faces of the 3 of Yahiko appeared dull and stunned. Hanzo is an invincible creature that has been sung for a long time in the Land of Rain, and it can be said that it is the faith of everyone in the Land of Rain, and it is stronger than him. The 3 said they couldn't imagine it, but this favor they are willing to help. Teacher, what do you need us to do? Don't worry, now your strength is not up to the requirements, I will stay here to teach you ninjutsu next. Since he did not take people to send it with a roar, he chose to develop obscenely. The other side. In less than 5 minutes, the people of Mist Shinobi Village could not stand much. Susanoo is powerful, and it is simply a weapon that brings despair. Stop! Stop it! The 3 generations of Water Shadows who were shattered in half of their bodies roared angrily, their eyes were red, and they shouted with all their strength, agree. I agreed to the previous conditions. All the people in Mist Ninja Village were subconsciously relieved when they heard Shui Ying shouting like this. But Feng Yuan was not happy. You say hit and fight, you say stop and stop, where will I put my face? Slapping a Kagaya Shangnin to death, Feng Yuan said expressionlessly, the conditions I just proposed are all doubled, otherwise I will continue to kill to the Mist Ninja Village. Daimyo. The 3 generations of Mizukage still wanted to die struggling. But Feng Yuan's words crushed him to death. The Uchiha clan will send someone to garrison the Mist Shinobi village. I think the daimyo should not mind. As long as it is not a matter of destroying the village or the country, how can the daimyo who only know how to enjoy be mixed with the affairs of the ninja village, and even happy to save a large amount of money? When the 3 generations of water shadows thought of the scene described by Feng Yuan, a mouthful of bruised blood gushed up, stuck in his throat, and suffocated himself abruptly. This is the 4th shadow of decline since the beginning of this war. The missing wind shadow, the thunder shadow killed in battle, the fire shadow who stepped down, and the angry water shadow. Gee, this is a rare hell joke. 3 generations of water shadows died. Only Yuan Shi is left who can call the shots. The 3rd shinobi war continues, and there is even a tendency to intensify. Including Konoha, most of the villages lost their shadow level strength, but except for Konoha and Mist Hidden Village, the foundation of the remaining 3 villages did not lose much. Therefore, after Feng Yuan brought back to Weian Village to make amends, Weian Village, which wanted to recover the loss from the other side, targeted Union. Weian Village alone will definitely not be able to defeat Union. But at this time, the newly appointed 4th generation of Lei Cage AI wanted to avenge his father, and organized a group of ninjas to invade the Land of Earth and fight steadily. At the same time, send people to press the battle at the border of the Land of Wind. One is to guard against the surprise attack of Cheyenne Village, and the other is to ensure that they can support themselves at any time. This also led to emptiness inside Union Village. Yuan Shi is also a little discerning. How can he give up this great opportunity? So, Union Village was stolen? Feng Yuan hugged Hong, followed by a large number of bloodstained seeds that had been compensated, as well as fancy talents. On the opposite side are the 3 generations of Hokage Tsunade and Inyuga Butterfly. Tsunade nodded, with a complicated look in his eyes. Konoha had never received the slightest compensation after the end of the previous war. All swallowed by the F4 family. Now the situation outside is very intense. Yuan Village occupies the Land of Grass, Union Village rushes through the Land of the Moon, and these 2 villages and Sand Ninja Village face off at the border of Uninja Village. After a simple handover, Feng Yuan returned to the Patriarch's mansion with the loot he liked. Zhao Miu, Lin Yanjia Yuli, and 2 little girls from the 3 clans. Red sent her back to Sunset's house. The little girl he was holding along the way was gone, and Feng Yuan felt that his arms were a little empty. Fortunately, Tsunade put on the red cloth strip of the fire dance as promised. Hey, except for the blonde hair, get rid of a ninja version of the fire dance. Feng Yuan sank in the gentle township for 2.5 years, either singing or dancing all day, occasionally rapping, and often playing basketball. It was not until today, when Orochimaru returned to the village with the mission target, that he came out of the Patriarch's mansion. Feng Yuan-kun, fortunately not insulted, the flight technology of the Sora Ninja Village, the cell activation technique, and the Konoha Rebellion humble call. Orochimaru put it mildly, if it weren't for Feng Yuan torturing him in the dream world for a few days, perhaps he would continue to study these things until he understood the true meaning of Feng Yuan. It's a pity. Orochimaru sighed softly in his heart. Feng Yuan's strength he couldn't see through more and more. If it was still wrapped in a layer of fog before, now it was completely the coercion of the superior that made him feel like he was dying every time he tried to spy on it. Feng Yuan took the cell activation technique in the hands of the big snake pill, opened it and looked at it briefly, nodded, and threw it to Mikato behind him. The flying technique remained in the hands of Orochimaru. These things are well studied. With your intelligence and the funds of the village, I believe that something good will be researched, right? Feng Yuan pressed the flying technique into the hands of the big snake pill, and the perennial enjoyment did not make him forget what kind of person the big snake pill was, and said with a smile, "You leave a file with me, so you don't have to worry about life and death anymore, just put all your energy into research." The big snake pill's vertical pupils bloomed with rich joy. Then thank you Feng Yuan-jun. The big snake pill turned to leave, and the joy along the way made many people look sideways. This is still the gloomy big snake pill? When he got home, the smile on Orochimaru's face finally couldn't be maintained, and he kicked the table case with an angry kick. He is a person who is extremely arrogant, usually bent and stretched, but the contempt for others in his bones has never disappeared. Now that Feng Yuan threatened him with life and death, he still had to bow his head and obediently be grateful. This is undoubtedly a huge shame for the big snake pill. But for Feng Yuan, the big snake pill is not irreplaceable. Baileahu, the tail of the crane at the same time as the 3 shinobi, was discovered by the 3 generations doing human experiments and defected from the village. Feng Yuan looked at the white and unspeakable humble Liohu in front of him, with a bit of discretion in his eyes. The whiteness of the other party's skin is not as pale as the big snake pill, nor is it the miserable white of the dead, but more like the whiteness of Baiju. You have already created the art of Ghost Bud? This guy Bei Liu suddenly looked up at Feng Yuan, and the surprise in his eyes flashed away. He had never said anything about the art of Ghost Bud Luo. This is a forbidden technique developed by him to absorb the power of other ninjas into the body and become part of his own flesh, with the caster as the core. Is his biggest hole card. It's a pity, these bloodlines you chose really are, garbage. Feng Yuan did not hide his contempt. In his conception, the art of Ghost Bud is the existence that can give people the fastest access to blood snares. with Senju as the main body, devouring the bloodlines of the 4 clans of Uchiha, Uzumaki, Teitori, Kagaya, and Hinata, plus the fusion between Uchiha and Senju pillars, it may not be impossible to create a pair of reincarnation eyes. But for Biliu, Feng Yuan's words were a disparagement of the art of Ghost Bud Luo and a mockery of him. Bastard, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to evaluate my ninjutsu? Baryu almost exploded his lungs, and his scarlet eyes glared straight at Feng Yuan. This is a pair of eyes that resemble the immortal eyes of the toad fairy pattern, and the inner pattern is in the shape of one, but the pupils are black and the whites of the eyes are blood red. Blood Longan. It is also the strongest eye that Bilyahu can find. But for Feng Yuan, this kind of goods doesn't even need him to use any amplification means, and he can't find the north with a slap. In fact, he did. These scientists in the ninja world are not good at science and technology, but they like to install strange things for themselves, and then go to fight with people who specialize in fighting. Collecting data is just that. These guys also like to expose themselves, and they have to explain their research clearly. Just like the humble Liohu in front of him, even if he can't even hold a slap, he still insists on his own research. The art of Ghost Bud Luo is a very good thing, but you can't use it, and yes, whoever let you go to school was a crane tail, definitely didn't listen to the class well. Feng Yuan's complaining completely angered Bei Liuhu. The fact that he was previously a reverse tail was the biggest pain in his heart, and no one could poke him. But under the slap of Feng Yuan, Bei Liuhu learned to endure. Continue to perfect your Ghost Bud technique, including Uchiha Sharinan. You can apply for all the blood succession limits. Belia swallowed his spit irrepressibly, this kind of thing he never dared to dream of. His eyes changed when he looked at Feng Yuan, as if he was looking at a confidant. You also think I have a lot of potential, don't you? Ah, yes, so you should study it now. The pattern in Feng Yuan's left eye slowly bloomed, and the lowly eyes in front of him gradually became dull. But his soul still stayed in the illusion of Feng Yuan, thinking that he had received Feng Yuan's approval, and began to study excitedly and hard, ready to wait until Dachin and kill Feng Yuan to prove his choice. As everyone knows, his every move is now recorded in the dream world. Feng Yuan waved his hand, and immediately 2 slim dark parts appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee on the ground. Dispose of the body, make it clean, and don't let others find it. It's useless to find out, it's a traitor to kill anyway. The dark part understood the true meaning of the seal, and when he left with the humble corpse, he kept the surrounding vigilant dark part away by the way, and forbade anyone to come. Tsunade, who was sitting in the position of Hokage, also understood the meaning of the seal, sighed helplessly, and put down the document in his hand that had been half corrected. I thought you would let me idle for 2 days. There has been a lot of documents in the village recently, and there is just a Tsunadeheim, you need to know what your job is, these chores in the village, don't you just throw them to the rope tree? Feng Yuan's tone didn't matter. In the 2.5 years of silence, he had done a lot of things. Even if the 6 Dao immortals really came, he was sure to cut it off. Mikato stood quietly behind holding the cell activation technique, with a complicated expression on her face, reached out and touched her restless belly, and sighed without a trace. She also has the Uzumaki sisters who are the most chins, but in the end, only Yuna is pregnant alone, and now she is like a baby, and she is taken care of by Myling and Juzine together. Feng Yuan probed with Kagura's hard eyes, and she was pregnant with a girl, and even gave her name, called Uchiha Keizang. There are quite a few women who are sealed. Especially after he forbade Konoha to send troops to help any village, but let the village sell strategic materials to other villages on a large scale, in addition to the unaffordable Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu, Yin Shinobu, and Mist Shinobu all pinched their noses and bought a lot, and sent many ninjas with special conditions to negotiate this kind of thing. Therefore, Feng Yuan has never lacked women, only women who can bring him freshness and the warmth of home. For example, Tsunade. The matter of training Hokage in the Hokage office, in the words of Feng Yuan, is touching when you think about it. As for Tsunade's little henchman, Mikato's gaze looked under the table and couldn't help but sigh. This child is also a poor girl, and with a gentle personality, she has also done a lot of things to resurrect her mother. Mikato, don't stand silly, come and help me. Yes, Naruto-sama. With Konoha's transformation from a military talent training base to the largest arms dealer in the ninja world, Konoha's financial power has grown visibly, and the village has prospered a lot. If the village under the jurisdiction of Sarutobi was the size of a small town back then now Konoha also has a ready-made appearance. After all, it is only one kun, and it is not bad to develop into this. Uchiha's strength did not increase but decreased, and the power of the garrison had long been handed over, and the village hired shinobi to maintain the security of the village. Uchiha's clan occupied the village of Taki Shinobi, Uchiha Ryosho, in Taki no Kuni, Kusanagi village, Uchiha Yuta, in Kusanagi country, Yuninja village, Uchiha Satoshi, in Yuno Kuni, and a new Yuninja village, Uchiha Yato, in Tsuki no Kuni, basically encircling the land of fire. Of course, the country of waves and the country of water behind the ass were naturally brought by the water stop who was given the name Virgin Bitch. This guy himself gave up Uchiha's special allowance, and still preached in the clan all day about Uchiha can't be superior, Uchiha should integrate into the village, Uchiha should not forcibly occupy other ninja villages, and so on. So Feng Yuan was out of sight and distracted, and directly threw this kid to the country of waves to help build the bridge. Wait until the Hokage's office is quiet. It was already afternoon. The twilight was dull, and the red fire clouds piled up in the sky, changing into countless forms. Feng Yuan hugged Shizun, quietly looking at Yunshu, admiring the prosperous Konoha under his rule. This is still the beginning. He wanted to dominate the ninja world. It would not work by force alone. He could kill everyone in this world, but it didn't make sense. He wants a stable new order in the ninja world that allows him to enjoy himself in peace. Feng Yuan remembered a paragraph: if aliens invaded and ruled the world, requiring everyone to work 2 hours a day, the rest of the time at their disposal, only allowed 2 days off a week, free food and lodging, and forcibly assigned positions and life partners, with a monthly salary of only 10,000, would you resist? Fools resist. What Feng Yuan wanted to do now was aliens, but he was unwilling to provide such good conditions, so he could only make the treatment of other villages and countries hell. After capturing Heiju, in addition to using it to study yin and yang escape, he also reached a condition with the other party, a plan to save single mothers. He will one day rescue Kagaya from the Rokido Earth explosion star. For this reason, Heiju handed over the control of Baiju to Feng Yuan. This is also why every time the 4 ninja villages are about to cease fighting, something outrageous will inexplicably break out, resulting in the armistice agreement not being able to get it. The 4 shadows knew that it must be Konoha's ghost, but let them join hands to fight Konoha, and their own ninja would start an infighting first. So only the policy can be transferred. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura took the throne, reached a friendship and mutual assistance covenant with Konoha, helped Konoha cultivate water ninjas for free, and eliminated the rogues on the sea, participated in the aquatic transportation and marine transportation of Konoha, and made a lot of money. In order to ascend to the throne, the 4th generation of Kazekage Raza coaxed the burning ninja Hakura to come to Konoha to sign an agreement, and the latter rightfully became the ambassador of the Sand Ninja to Konoha, and he also took the throne. In order to avoid being invaded again, he chose to attack Lulin and raise Lushan with self-respect. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow had the most explosive temper, and chose to pinch with the 3rd generation of Tying, and directly sent the 2 perfect human pillar forces of the 2 tails and the 8 tails to the battlefield to fight against the 4-tailed and 5-tailed human pillar forces. The 2 sides fought inextricably in the country of rivers, but fortunately, the relationship between the daimyo and the village of the 2 countries was very good, and the 2 villages did not do less to rob the open source of the small ninja village, which was supported. In general, the entire ninja world is a mess, and only Konoha has been quiet for a while. Therefore, a large number of refugees broke through the blockade and came to Konoha, hoping to become residents of Konoha. Well, Shizun has weighed a lot recently, is it eating too much? Feng Yuan suddenly said such a sentence without a word, and then put down the mute with a small blush in his arms. Shizun gave him a blank look, and beckoned at the red who broke in. Pop, snap. Facing the drizzle, Zai also walked aimlessly in the puddle, thinking too much, and a little lost his mind for a while. When Hong heard Shizun's words, she was stunned at first, and then her little face showed anger, and she interrupted her best friend's words dissatisfied. If it weren't for Feng Yuan's obstruction, Hong Bachin would have broken even the silent leg together. Hong was forcefully hugged into Feng Yuan's arms, and a touch of envy flashed in Mun's eyes, and then in front of Hong, he pretended to limp and slowly paced out. The corner of Feng Yuan's eyes jumped. These women are all tricksters. Hong pouted, her glassy red eyes looked at him aggrievedly, her small hand pressed on Feng Yuan's shoulder, and her tone was dissatisfied. Teacher, you haven't been to my house for special training for 2 days. Hong's strength has regressed. No, I went, but you don't know. Feng Yuan coughed dryly, looked at Tsunade and Mikato, who were holding on to nothing, and nodded. Then I'll go back first. Red hung on Feng Yuan's body like a koala, and in the blink of an eye, he found that the 2 had returned to the Uchiha Patriarch's mansion. Yuzian, who was almost 5 years old, tilted her head, and her big shining eyes were full of curiosity. Dad, Sister Hong, why did you come out all of a sudden? What kind of ninjutsu? After Yuzuki Hanayan died, Uzumaki Jushina adopted her sister Yuzuki Zian. But this little girl is stubborn, called Jushina and Mikato, and even Tsunade is an older sister, and when she comes to Suyun, she grows directly to Dad. Even if she later resurrected Yuiyu Huayan and let her personally take care of Shiyan, Shiyan did not change this title. Yes, the art of flying thunder god. If Shiyan wants to learn it, my brother will teach you in the future. Feng Yuan tried to correct the next title. Thank you, Dad, Daddy was the best for me. Correction failure. Feng Yuan was used to it, rubbed Shiyan's little head, and returned to his big bedroom with the red that was loaded as an ostrich from beginning to end. Yan Shui Lingling's big eyes turned, and he tiptoed to follow behind the 2. Before he took a few steps, he was directly stopped and hugged. Smelling the familiar fragrance, Xiao Zian pouted and said dissatisfiedly, Sister, what are you doing? I'm preventing you from making mistakes. Uchiha's voice was gentle and helpless, adjusted the posture of holding her sister, and then put her in the innermost corner and knelt in front of each other. Shiyan, put away your careful thoughts. Although the master loves you, this is not your confidence in nonsense. Yu Huayan's admonition was still gentle, which made Xiao Zian look helpless, covered her ears, shook her head and listened to her sister's teaching. The other side. In the double bedroom, Hong raised his foot against Feng Yuan's chest, and his eyes showed unkindness. What is the situation between you and Shizun? Didn't I say before, this time, I am the first. I'm also a ninja, so I can tell if it's a real injury or a fake injury. Hong is also worthy of being a disciple of Feng Yuan, and while pretending, his little face also shows a look of grievance. Tears fall, and a pear blossom brings rain. Feng Yuan, however, changed his gentle image in the past, had a bad attitude, and violently destroyed the future flowers of Konoha. Afterwards, he gently used palm cactus to help Red heal. It's delicious and fun-loving. I know I can't bear it, and I like it every time. Feng Yuan complained about Hong's strange proclivities, and I don't know which link is wrong. The sassy Sunset Red in the original book is completely masochistic in front of him, and likes to play various situations. This time is a drama that wants to get justice for his classmates, but is violently destroyed by unscrupulous teachers. Hong's consumption was not small, and in the face of Feng Yuan's inquiry, he only snorted twice as a perfunctory response. So angry that Feng Yuan patted her little buttocks, then got up and walked out of the yard. Swish, swish, swish. 3 tightly wrapped female ninjas instantly appeared in front of them and knelt down on one knee. Feng Yuan did not have a strange expression on his face, and directly stepped past the 3 people and walked towards the fish pond. The 3 female ninjas slowly stood up and followed behind him. When he arrived at the fish pond, Feng Yuan rolled up and threw the fish food into the pool, and saw countless fish competing for food, so he asked, "How is the situation?" The woman with the largest chest lowered her head and said, Yuan village has digested the strength of the river country, stationed in Iwa Shinobu village, and has sent a small group of troops to start testing the land of ghosts. The woman with the longest legs crossed her waist with one hand, and even though she was dressed conservatively, her eyes still revealed charm. The scale of the naval battle between Union village and Weian village has expanded, and the 2-tailed Manzulai was captured by Yakura and is on the way to Konoha. It cannot be ruled out that it is the strategy of the other party's misfortune. The country of the moon was destroyed, but it was not done by Union village. It was a wandering ninja, and it seems to be a ninja of the empty ninja village. The female ninja of the key country came to spy on intelligence as a geisha, and was arrested by Kakashi and locked up in a secret prison. Secret prison? Feng Yuan turned his head and looked at the legged eldest girl Shinobu with interest, and the evil taste on his face was strong. Why is he willing to put that girl in a secret prison? Since the slaughter of Konoha prison, the place where the prisoners are held has been divided into 3 parts. Hostile ninjas and spies are imprisoned in the interrogation department of the dark department, where the torture department is responsible for severely torture or recovering memories. For disputes or troubles in ordinary villages, they are put in the garrison prison, and for the same crime, civilians are detained for twice as long as the lower ninjas. The higher the rating of the ninja is held for a shorter time, and the elite upper ninja even kills, as long as it is not in a bad situation. The maximum time of detention is only half a year. The last one is the secret prison. These are the prisons established by the shinobi organization founded by Feng Yuan to hold materials that are good-looking and qualified to be trained into ninjaheim. In other words, the people who are put in secret prisons are the reservist playthings of the sealed plane. There are many people who have enjoyed such treatment, such as the water lilies of the mist, the hydrangea and water lilies of the rain, the fu of the taki shadow, the samui of the clouds, and so on. If Feng Yuan remembers correctly, the female ninja of the key country, who seems to like Kakashi's handling, will actually be sent to a secret prison. It's fun. Feng Yuan chuckled softly. There have always been people in Konoha who have been opposed to his rule, both explicitly and covertly. The Hyuga clan on the bright side entangled some small ninjas, ignored Uchiha's orders, and only did their own essential work. In secret, the new generation is mainly Kakashi and Asuma, and a group of hot-blooded teenagers have been recruited in an attempt to grow up and overthrow the seal. But Konoha prospered too much under Feng Yuan. In short, everyone had money, and it was the slaves who were exploited by those who lost the war or were bought back by Konoha in the name of the village. Therefore, except for the slaves, even the students of the ninja school were reluctant to join Kakashi's small organization, and even frequently reported Kakashi in them. Feng Yuan chuckled and threw another handful of fish food into the pond. Instead of using violent means to crush the enemy's flesh before, he now prefers to use gentle means to tighten the noose around the opponent's neck little by little, so that the other party surrenders in despair or collapses in a desperate situation. Just like the current scenery of the Hyuga family, the former wealthy family, the downcast can only sell property to maintain decency. And even the Kurama family, who was about to die out in the past, followed the seal, and they squandered a lot of property and raised a lot of slaves. This also caused those Hyuga clans to start exploiting the people who divided the family more harshly in order to fill the facade, and the Uchiha family became the heaven of the clan and the hell of the separation. Kakashi's side is not very good. Asuma was spurned and ran into walls everywhere because of the ape flying sun, and in desperation, he could only go to the capital of the Land of Fire and served as the guardian of the daimyo. However, under Konoha's counter-oppression, the daimyo was forced to disband these garbage-filled garbage heaps and replace them with the intimate guards provided by Uchiha. Asuma returned to Konoha as a special envoy of the daimyo, and this identity was directly turned into a village thief under the rendering of people with intentions. Asuma, who bears this name, is not even qualified to buy slaves, let alone recruit people to help him restore 3 generations. As for Kakashi, since learning that the Wei Feng Shui gate that killed his father was killed by Feng Yuan, he secretly defected to Feng Yuan, and then turned to ape Fei Asuma in an upright manner, collecting intelligence on the rebels. It's just that in the case of close contact with the ape flying sun, Kakashi's attitude has become ambiguous in recent years, and some fake dramas are really done. This is also the reason why Feng Yuan would suspect that Kakashi had bad intentions. But not a big deal. I remember Kakashi recently completed a mission out of the village, right? Yes, go to the Land of Snow to rescue the daimyo's daughter Kaze Hana Koyuki and complete the mission brilliantly. The leg-length ninja did not have the slightest hesitation for information. Feng Yuan nodded, then reward him with an extra eye, give him the white eye of Qing, you won't refuse, right? The master's order is absolute. The leg-length ninja did not have the slightest hesitation, and his decisive answer made Feng Yuan very satisfied. Then give the white eye, it's a pity, it's the right eye, neither of the 2 eyes is his own, Kakashi won't hate me, right? Feng Yuan said worried words, but the pleasure on his face could not be concealed. He couldn't help but want to see how Kakashi, who was loaded with red eyes, Ranmaru's blood succession limit, pupils spilling dark red chakra when used, and white eyes, fell silent. A person like Feng Yuan would naturally not be kind enough to use the Onibita technique to help Kakashi transplant his eyes. That mismatched rejection would always accompany Kakashi's growth. What is even more desperate is that when he puts on the white eyes of the sect, the Hyuga clan who bullies the soft and hard will definitely bite the ape-flying Asuma like a mad dog. Whether Kakashi is loyal to him or not, both sides will fight to the death. Unless Kakashi is willing to tear his face and return that white eye to the Hyuga clan, and then find a reason for Seal, and put him in the security prison with Sarutobi Asuma. After Feng Yuan processed Zhao Miyu's information, he moved his gaze to the last person. Burning Ninja Hakura. A woman who was betrayed by the village, but does not want to betray the village. However, under the careful education of Feng Yuan, she has changed her mind and become a pioneer in targeting Sand Shinobi Village. Luosha has already solved in Lushan, that guy is just a middle ninja of Sand Ninja Village, but relying on the power of the Dragon Vein can barely organize a puppet force, but he does not have any resistance in front of Luosha's magnetic escape. Yet Kang's voice was not as cold as Samui, the big bear ninja, nor did it have the charm of the beautiful world, but carried a sassy and heroic air that ordinary women did not have. But Luosha did not disclose this matter, but pretended to still not capture the illusion of Xylowolan, in an attempt to use the power of the Dragon Vein to quickly increase the strength of Cheyenne Village. The power of the Dragon Vein. Feng Yuan sighed softly. From Heiju, he learned a lot of special information. For example, before the fall of the Night of the Great Tube of Wood Kagaya, everyone in the ninja world practiced natural energy, and the priests and witches of the shrine, the monks in the temple, and the samurai with the practice method all had a way to master natural energy. It's just that with the advent of the big tube would glow night, after an infinite moon reading, except for some alienated monsters who survived, the people who mastered the inheritance became white. And the natural energy in these people's bodies had nowhere to place, so they were put into the Land of Wind by Kagaya Atsuki, and at the same time gathered 90% of the natural energy of the ninja realm, and gathered into dragon veins, wanting to cultivate them into combat power that was not weaker than the 10 tails. But unfortunately, before he had time to cultivate, he was backstabbed by 2 rebels and sealed into the moon. After the 6 immortals passed on chakra, they chose to seal the dragon vein where natural energy gathered, and from then on, the ninja world only had broken immortal arts that relied on inheritance and sorted out, as well as thin natural energy, and if you want to cultivate into an immortal mode, you must sign a contract with the psychic beast Holy Land and pass the test. Warn Luo Shed to roll back to the Land of Wind, and forbid the exploitation of the natural energy in the dragon vein. Feng Yuan suddenly paused, shook his head and said, "Forget it, let Long Xiang go, he has been in the country of Taki for a long time, and it is time to go out and show his face, but before that, let him come back first." 2 years ago, Uchiha Ryasho died once, and after being resurrected by Feng Yuan, he awakened the kaleidoscope Sharinan, and then the Manshinja realm hunted down and killed the rebel shinobi Kakito of Taki Shinobi Village who killed him. After bringing the GGU back to Konoha half a year ago, he has been stationed in Taki Shinobu Village and has never gone out. This time, Feng Yuan was ready to let him use the Ghost Bud Luo technique to fuse Mudun cells, of course, not between the 1,000 hand pillars, but the only by Jue Fei with a name. Only in this way can Long Xiang's pupil power recover, and it is too easy to deal with Luo She with his strength. Ye Kang's eyes moved slightly, but he quickly felt lonely, and turned away without the slightest emotional reaction. She seems to want to kill Luo Sha. Terumi looked at Ye Kang's back thoughtfully. The next moment, Feng Yuan's slap fell on her buttocks, and said with a slight reproach, "Don't peep into other people's secrets, don't interfere in other people's affairs casually, this is Ninji's rule." Terumi's eyes trembled, and the fear flashed away, revealing a strong longing. The slave will always obey the master's orders, and ask the master to reward the slave with an antidote. I don't remember poisoning you. The slave's attachment to the master is the fiercest poison in the ninja world, and the master is also invited. Not Konoha's secret prison. It was originally a few of Uchiha's houses, but it was converted into a base for spiraling down the stairs. There are 18 floors in total. The top 6 floors are Shinobihame's base, where his usual training and intelligence collection are located. The middle 6 floors are secret rooms where materials are housed and laboratories where experiments are conducted. The bottom 6 floors are the secret prisons used to detain ninjas from outer villages, and the further down the ninjas, the stronger they are. Hua Ling was locked up on the first floor of the prison, and she belonged to the most faceless little person. There are quite a few people on this floor. However, not many people are covered like her. Similar to the fixed wooden frame of the execution, Hua Ling was forced to bend over, her head and fists were fixed to the wooden flail, her eyes were blindfolded, and her ears were plugged by sound insulation plugs. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuan always wanted to spit on the distorted technological system of the ninja world. Perhaps because the time of war and peace is not long enough, most of the war supplies are not sorted into daily necessities, so that they are deformed. It's like a cell phone. It is true that communicating with a mobile phone is faster than transmitting information to a ninja or a ninja, but if there is no signal base station, the mobile phone is scrap metal. It is not difficult to build a cell phone signal base station, it is possible to build signal base stations all over the Fire Nation and guard it. Konoha did not have such a size as a ninja, and the daimyo of the Fire Country was not willing to pay money like this. Feng Yuan is even more reluctant. He can have something to enjoy, and if it is not good, he can give a part to the ninja of the 2nd rank. The ninjas of the 3rd tier and the civilians of Konoha of the 4th rank do not have to enjoy it, they are only responsible for being exploited by the 1st and 2nd classes, as well as the class that exploits those slaves. Feng Yuan walked in front of Hua Ling and carefully looked at this girl. In terms of appearance, she belongs to the standard beauty, especially a mole under the corner of her right eye, which adds 3 points to her characteristics. Maybe it's because of the reason that he just sneaked in, or an artist with heavy makeup and smeared clothes, but I have to say that the transfiguration technique of the ninja world is not up to the level of the 4 major evil arts in Asia, but it just adds a little beauty on the basis of Hua Ling's original. Feng Yuan removed the earbuds. Hua Ling's emotions instantly became excited, struggling to move, and wanting to say something in her mouth. Unfortunately, her mouth was also wrapped in a layer of black cloth, and the peppercorn wood was stuffed inside. Even if it was also taken out by the seal, the peppercorn wood was already numb and her tongue could not speak. I know who you are, but I'm curious, how did a small country that can't be smaller, and a small ninja village that can't be smaller, have the audacity to send ninjas to steal intelligence? Feng Yuan's tone was not like an inquiry, but more like a mockery, mocking Hua Ling's incompetence. Hua Ling wanted to argue, but her numb tongue made her pronunciation slurred, and she couldn't hear what she was saying at all. Feng Yuan pinched her tongue, and her tone was much colder. There is no need for useless things to stay in this world, such as this tongue. Since you can't speak clearly, it's better to chop it up and feed the dog. Hua Ling, she shook her head frantically, while her teeth lightly bit her tongue to restore her feelings, and then she said reluctantly, "Woha, instigation." After a pause, she explained, "There is an organization called Xiao who occupies the village, and they want me to get information about Konoha, otherwise they will destroy my village." Hua Ling cried as she spoke, and crystal tears soaked the black cloth covering her eyes, making her already pitiful looking even more moving. In fact, the country of Keys is considered to be an alliance that joins the Xiao organization, and sending the ninja of the small ninja village to find out the intelligence is a temptation for them. Feng Yuan's hand held Hua Ling's chin, his thumb swept over his lips, and his eyes stared playfully at this prisoner who was still lying. His eyes gradually changed, turning from white to purple, and spiral lines gradually appeared. Uchiha only cultivated his own reincarnation eye before he died, mainly because his body was too short in blind attempts. The foundation of the seal is thicker, although there are only a trace of Asura and Indra's chakra, but from the friendship sponsorship of these 2 chakra and their uncle Heiju, he comprehended the yin and yang escape and successfully entered the 6th level. It was precisely because of this that he knew the true name of his slashing knife, which was his greatest confidence in letting go of the ninja world. Feng Yuan's fingers held Hua Ling's delicate face, and her reincarnation eyes floated like waves. The dim cell looked unusually gloomy, the cold air blew on Hua Ling. Hua Ling's fear seemed to be infinitely amplified. Along with the finger on her chin, she couldn't help but swing, her legs were straight and her teeth were trembling. "Why did Kakashi send you to a secret prison?" The voice of the seal seemed to be a god in the sky, bringing a reliance and warmth to the extremely fearful flower bell. Hua Ling's face showed a dazed expression, and the last black cloth on her face was torn open, and she could be seen blinking her eyes continuously. She is the only ninja who can make imprints with her eyes, trying to keep herself awake in this way. But the voice of the seal is like the devil's whisper, full of the temptation that hits the heart, and like the forgiveness of the gods, with unparalleled attraction. Hua Ling gradually became drowsy, her expression was much more sluggish, and said mechanically, "He said that you have begun to doubt him, he wants to use me to show loyalty to you, he wants me to help find out what is the cause of his father's death." Hua Ling said a lot, and in the end, even said about wetting the bed when she was a child. Feng Yuan's eyes returned to their original appearance, and Hua Ling was still rubbing his chin in his palm. Insulation: any damage to the opposite sex is increased tenfold, and the damage caused by the opposite sex is reduced to 1/10. This is an additional reward for his reincarnation eye in addition to his basic ability. In addition, there are practical abilities such as hypnosis, time stop, and so on. In short, it is absolutely insoluble to deal with women. Of course, he has other means when hitting men. "You, what have you done to me?" Meow. As soon as Hua Ling regained her senses, she couldn't help but ask Feng Yuan, but in the end, the strange mouth fetish made her heart startle. Feng Yuan smiled and looked at this girl who was invisibly transformed into a kitten lady, and the evil taste on her face was rich. Flesh transformation, the temporary transformation ability he comprehended from the living transformation of the great snake pill, the ghost bud technique of the humble Liuhu, the immortal life of the flying section, the earth grievance of Kakito, and the cell activation of the empty ninja, combined with the illusion of false reality. He can use his own chakra to turn the target into a permanent transformation person. As for the effect, in addition to the strange mouth fetishes, Hua Ling's ears turned into small cat ears, her pupils were more rounded, and a cat's tail flicked around behind her, easily breaking off several iron plates. It looks good, but how it tastes, you still have to practice it. The smile on Feng Yuan's face made Hua Ling shudder and struggle madly. However, how could she escape the control of Feng Yuan? But unlike the scolding when she was a child, she was greatly praised by Feng Yuan. This gentleness makes Hua Ling feel self-contained. If nothing else, Kakashi will find a way to contact you, and when the time comes, remember to hand over the information I told you. Feng Yuan rubbed the cat lady's tail. The feel was worse than the cat ears, and it was easy to cause the cat lady to lose her concentration, so he left here not long after. Unexpectedly, the bait is so conscientious. In addition to the country of iron, many small countries have joined the alliance of Xiao. Feng Yuan was not the slightest surprise about the country of rain uniting with the small country to resist oppression. How could he not know about Nagato's reincarnation eye as a traverser? Nagato, who came to Konoha to carry rice, was very Dior, but it would be wrong to think of him too strongly. Nagato's biggest weakness is that those eyes do not belong to him, so he can only use the power of the Reincarnation Eye Foundation, and even cannot fully withstand that power, and needs to create pain to exercise power for himself. And he, Feng Yuan, has a complete 6th-level strength, as well as an extremely good physical body in the 6th-level level, as well as the biggest whole card slashing knife. Why should he be afraid of Nagato? Come to the Hokage office. Shikasa Nara, who is chief of staff, is debriefing. The amount of detonation purchased by Iwayne Village last year decreased by 15%, the ninja tools such as Kunao Shuriken increased by 8%, and the soldier food pill increased by 12%. According to the analysis of the staff team, it is very likely that the source of the new detonation charm found by Iwayne Village is lower, and the price of the other party is lower than ours, so Oniki chose the other party in a reasonable range. A full-scale battle broke out between Union Village and Wien Village, and the three-tailed man pillar Force Yakura was not at all the opponent of the eight-tailed man pillar Kikai Ruby, and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow threatened to hand over the two Yuji, that is, the two-tailed person pillar force, otherwise he would destroy the misty hidden village. This was condemned by the daimyo of the Land of Water, and he paid a large amount to invite the Uchiha Shisui team stationed in the Land of Waves to help. The purchase of grain by small countries such as San Shinobu Village, Iron Country, and Taki-no Country has increased by an equal proportion, and the population base remains unchanged. It cannot be ruled out that it is the reason for preparing for war. Nara Shikasa said very slowly and meticulously, from the 5 major ninja villages to the small countries in various places, and then to the Xiao organization of the Rain Ninja Village, everything was detailed. Ninja Village Pepperfish Hanzo stays in the tower all year round. It is not ruled out that the reason for his death is not excluded. Ninja Village is completely controlled by a small organization. It should be noted that Nara Shikaku glanced at Feng Yuan and continued after slightly owing intelligence ninjas found traces of Jiraiya there. What? Jiraiya became a rebel? Tsunade subconsciously thought that he was not angry with some of the villages, Feng Yuan, practices, and he rebelled in a fit of anger. But Nara Shikaka spread his hands helplessly and said, on the contrary, according to the contacts between intelligence officers and Jiraiya, he feels that the current Konoha is the village that has betrayed the will of fire, and he is a true ninja who adheres to the original system. Bastard! What qualifications does he have to say that? Tsunade's violent temper can't stand it at all. Today's Konoha village is more like a sleeping beast than the outer wall Nakagon, and it seems to be focused on transforming into a commercial village that sells all kinds of materials. In fact, a lot of money in exchange for the dependence of the villagers. The restructuring of the ninja school not only lowered the enrollment threshold, expanded the scale of enrollment, but also provided a lot of low-level ninjutsu for students to learn. It can be said that it has a very high war potential. Union Village and Union Village also saw this, which was a dead small country training troops, a dead fog-hidden couplet, trying to overtake on a corner. But with Konoha's current background, Tsunade is not afraid at all. Even if another war of the scale of the First Shinobi World War breaks out, Konoha can eat the other 4 villages, even if you don't use the seal. This is Konoha's confidence now. As a result, in Jiraiya's mouth, on the contrary, it is the old Konoha who burns genius, buries civilians, and exploits the ninja clan to be praised. What a joke! What is there to praise for the sake of the slightest praise from outsiders, giving up a lot of foreign interests, and then turning the butcher knife to your own village? Nara Shikaku's expression is also a little ugly. Today's Pig Deer Butterfly 3 clan can be regarded as the die-hard supporters of the Feng Yuan line. For no other reason, they really earn too much. Unlike the oil women, who are responsible for the sale of agricultural products, Inyaga Butterfly and Inyazuka develop animal husbandry, export meat to the outside world, and cooperate with the internal ninja school to provide meat, which can be said to be both internal and external. With money, the ninjas do not need to buy land, but invest in ninja training, so the quantity and quality of Konoha's ninja and civilian ninjas have improved visibly in the past 2.5 years. How dare I say such a thing? Regarding this matter, the result of handling it is very simple. Feng Yuan said after holding Erlang's leg, lighting a cigarette, and swallowing clouds, "There is a war. Let's get our ninja on the field." Fortunately, if you spend all day cleaning up the bandits, those children will lose their sensitivity to war. Nara Shikasa nodded. In the past 2 years, it seems that due to the increase in the strength of the ninja clan, they have gradually become dissatisfied with the original pattern of interests and want to expand the sphere of influence of Konoha village. In other words, these families who benefited from the fiefdom wanted to promote the war for profit. The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth hooked. If you want a target, just catch a few rats from the small ninja village and use them as targets. First cut off their food, then ban the purchase of their products for sale, forcing them to do it first. Understood. After receiving the instructions from Feng Yuan, Nara Shikaka didn't look at Tsunade, the Hokage, so he turned away and went to discuss the complete plan with the staff team. "Oh, with you, the Hokage, really hold back." Tsunade laughed to himself. Although he had already accepted his fate as a puppet, it was still a little uncomfortable to be ignored like this. Feng Yuan leaned comfortably on the sofa, his sharp eyes looked at Tsunade through the smoke, and said in a cold tone, "I don't remember what Hokage you are, don't forget what your job is." Tsunade's body trembled, and his expression was gloomy, but thinking of the situation of Senju now, he finally sighed and knelt at the foot of Feng Yuan. "Yes, master. Damn it! How dare Konoha do this? They cut off the food supply of 6 allied countries." Jiraiya looked at the information in his hand and jumped to his feet in anger, shouting, "The country of keys, the country of vegetables, Fusa village, the country of bears, Star Shinobi village. Damn it! Now that these places have cut off food supplies, and the organization can't get so much food, what should I do?" Nagato and Yahiko looked at Jiraiya, who was angry to the atavism, and there was helplessness in their eyes. Ever since Hanzo ambushed himself 2 years ago and forced Nagato to awaken the Eye of Reincarnation, he has always wanted Nagato to go to Konoha to solve the seal. But whenever Nagato wanted to move, there was always a very repressed sense of fear that emerged, which is why it has been delayed until now. Under the pretext of developing the organization, he delayed Jiraiya and left him in the organization to work for free. But it is precisely because of their own presence that they have no way to recruit rebels like the original, so they can only choose a low-key joint small ninja village, ready to interrupt the war for years by defeating a large country. But helplessly, Konoha is developing too fast. Like a giant Mac, it has monopolized basic industries such as food, arms, and animal husbandry, and many small countries are unwilling to join the Xiao organization. Fortunately, as the Ninja War continued, many small countries finally chose to alliance with the reign country of the former glory, declared war, of the 4 great powers, worried about being supplied by Iwayne Village, Union Village, or Sand Hidden Village. But correspondingly, the financial pressure of the Xiao organization has also multiplied, and those small countries that have joined are all for profit, so the Xiao organization can only be more widely open source. For example, let Zionin make detonation charms out of paper, and then sell them to large countries, and obtain funds from them to pay small countries. But unexpectedly, Jiraiya actually made his own claim and asked the female ninja of the Shozen village of the key country to spy on Konoha's intelligence. "Are you kidding?" Yahiko looked at Jiraiya with resentment in his eyes. Even if it was himself, he didn't dare to say that he could get information in Konoha now. Let a female ninja who had just become a ninja go, he really wanted it. Now is not the time to hold Yahiko accountable. Jiraiya seemed to see Yahiko's thoughts, and the expression on his face became serious. Now is how to deal with the food shortage of those small countries. When the people of Konoha left, they used the reason that the daimyo of the shinobi village or the country had joined the anti-Konoha alliance, so Konoha forbade any business channels. Yahiko's eyes became even more angry when he heard this, and he clenched his fists and couldn't help but scold. For this reason, Konoha actually ignored the needs of so many civilians? If they die, this is all Konoha's blood debt. Silence. Jiraiya and Nagato remained silent, and only Yahiko's voice echoed throughout the conference room. After a long time, Yahiko covered his head and asked, since the people of Konoha have withdrawn, what about their food? Zilai also froze for a moment and said unspeakably, in those small countries, the people of Konoha flowed grain into the black market, and the price increased by more than 10 times, and it was sold out. Yahiko, Nagato, engage in yarn. You can't grab it now. Why don't we disguise ourselves as ninjas from Iwa Shinobi Village, buy food from Konoha, and then supply them? Yahiko said innocently. Jiraiya covered his face, and his voice became much dull through his palm. This will only make Union Village also start to be hostile to us, and then, suddenly, a ninja pushed the door and said anxiously, it's not good. Konoha started a war, and at the same time attacked the country of vegetables, the country of keys, and the village of Fuzi. And there are also small groups of ninjas who choose to attack countries that do not border, such as the country of bears. Impossible. When pigs fly. How dare Uchiha Feng Yuan start a war and strike so many countries at once? Jiraiya's whole body is numb. It's a pity that his shouting can't change the facts. Small countries are called small countries not only because of their small geographical area, but also because of the weak strength of the villages. To deal with this kind of country, Konoha does not even need to be serious. First stop the supply in all aspects, arouse the anger of the people against the shinobi village, and then use various methods to intensify the conflict, preferably causing bloodshed, and then Konoha will take action on the grounds of protecting civilians, maintaining peace, order, and justice, etc. 2 or 3 occult ninja clans join forces, plus some civilian ninjas and cannon fodder slaves, and they can easily deal with several small countries. With a bit of a reputation like the country of bears, Feng Yuan sent Uchiha Satoshi and Uchiha Yuta, and brought his subordinate Sangyuyus Haibo. If this can't destroy the village, Feng Yuan wants them to study in the dream world once. If Konoha does not move, the movement is amazing, and at the same time declare war on at least 5 small countries and 4 ninja villages. Even Union Village, which is known as the strongest military, does not dare to do this. This terrifying suppressive force directly made the 3 of them fall silent again. Silence is tonight's dawn. The 3 looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Nagato took a deep breath, looked at Yahiko, and said, it's better to let me go. There are 6 panes, it should be able to solve it quickly. Konoha's pig deer butterfly led the team. Chen Bing border, there seemed to be signs of invasion. Another ninja ran in a panic and dropped another bombshell. Nagato's words couldn't go on. He wanted to hold the base camp more than to rescue other small countries. Jiraiya was also a little confused. Uchiha, Inyazuka, Oil Girl, Kurama. Are these ninjas so strong now? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said to Nagato with some excitement, this is a good opportunity. Sending so many ninjas, Konoha definitely doesn't have much strength. Feng Yuan doesn't dare to go out of the village. There must be a problem with his strength. Nagato. This is a great opportunity to get the ninja world back on track. So, then I'll take a trip to Konoha. Nagato pondered for a moment, unable to think of any other good way but to listen to the teacher. Meanwhile, Iwane Village, Union Village, and Tsunahide Village all learned the news of Konoha's war, and they all slowed down their pace of military training, paying close attention to the war while making a judgment similar to Jiraiya, and then sent spies to Konoha. And this is also what Feng Yuan wants. In his hand was a stack of intelligence, all sent by spies of various parties bought with money. The lowest of Iwa Shinobi Village, the purpose is to spy on intelligence. Cheyenne Village, was solved by Long Xiang, then it's okay. Union Village wants to come and save Samui and Yujito. Ireo was not sent over either. Go and urge Yakura, if you can't see the goods again, I don't mind, go to them first. The Xiao organization is actually Nagato, Yahiko, and Jiraiya coming together. Heck, then you have to go and greet Ah. When he came back to his senses, he also found that there was already a circle of fierce and vicious rain ninja with scuba around him. He subconsciously scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, well, I'm just passing by, coming to find someone, don't be so nervous. The rain ninja looked sideways, and then looked at Jiraiya nervously, the weapon in his hand gripped tighter. It was obvious that no one believed him. In the Second Shinobi War, Hanzo, a demigod of the ninja world and the pillar of the rain ninja village, defeated Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya when he fought Konoha, but out of appreciation for his juniors, in fact, he did not dare to offend the dead Konoha. He awarded the 3 the name 3 Shinobi. It is precisely because of this that this group of rain ninja believes that it is very likely that they are looking for revenge on their leader. After all, being given a name is a reward for mediocrity, but a shame for geniuses. There is also bitterness that cannot be said. But he didn't explain much, easily put down these rain ninja with physical skills, and then repeated, I have no malice towards your village, just simply come to find someone, and then follow me, don't blame me for being unkind. I also have the strength to say this. The fist is afraid of being strong, and the ninja is even more so. How much strength does Hanzo have left until now? He is also at his peak. The rain ninjas looked at each other, not knowing whether to follow or not, but when they hesitated, they had already made a decision. No one is a fool. A few hundred taels a month, what kind of life to play? Zila's ability to collect intelligence was good, and he quickly found the information of his former disciple. Do you know the organization? These 3 children really surprised me. After many years, the disciples were able to uphold the ideal of peace and work hard for it, which made Jilai feel proud and a little guilty. The reason why he first taught Nagato them was because he took a fancy to Nagato's eyes like the legendary 6 Dao immortals, and thought that the other party was the son of prophecy. Later, when he returned to Konoha, he saw Bofang Shuman, who was pursuing Jushine, and suddenly remembered that the prophecy of the great toad immortal was a blue-eyed boy who called the names of 9 beasts, and regarded Bofang Shuman as the son of prophecy. Since then, even though he traveled through the ninja world, he has never come to the Rain Ninja village to see his disciples again. Jirei also felt guilty. But thinking of the prophecy of the big toad immortal, his steps became more and more determined. And in the tall tower in the center of the Yunin village, after listening to the report of his subordinates, Hanzo, a pepperfish wearing a gas mask, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes remained with the glory of the past, and recalled the figure that he had to fight with after being given the name of 3 shinobi on the battlefield. It's him. What is this kid doing in Yuninja village? Hanzo's voice was hoarse and low, no longer as heroic as before. At this time he was not a ninja demigod, but an old man who had retreated to the tower, worried that the power in his hands would be taken away. According to what we know, he came to find Xiao. The guard half-hunched over and whispered, Don! A figure suddenly appeared in Hanzo's eyes. It was a long-haired boy with a smile on his face, but his idea was too ridiculous. Seeing that Hanzo did not speak, the guard hesitated for a moment and continued, Lord Chief, Xiao has recently recruited a lot of rebels, and because they try their best to help the refugees, they have the support of many people. As a person close to Hanzo, this guard really knew too well what Hanzo was thinking, and easily poked into his heart. Is this so? Hanzo's eyes gradually became fierce, and his voice became a little more cold. To buy people's hearts? Are these young people trying to take away the authority in my hands? No one answered. But Hanzo already had the answer in his heart. The other side of the land of rain. Please wait a minute, the recent income has not been good, so there are not many things distributed. Xiao Nan's face was a little tired, visible to the naked eye, and even the purple eyeshadow could not cover the thick dark circles under his eyes. There are many people in the organization, but there are not many tasks that the ninjas can receive, and all the logistics are on her, and she distributes resources to poor families. But, hey, why is there only this time? Are you going to starve our family? Really, a little earlier next time. The man with a somewhat sallow face snatched the grain bag in Xiao Nan's hand, weighed it gently, and his attitude became more and more bad. That's a little thing, much less than the previous few times. You must be corrupt. Damn ninjas. Boom. The man didn't look at Xiao Nan much, and slammed the door with a curse. This bastard. Several young people who had just joined the small organization cursed angrily, and immediately wanted to rush in to teach this man a lesson, but were stopped by the old people of the organization. Xiao Nan also said to them gently, it's okay, it's that we're late, and they don't understand that we should be. After speaking, Xiao Nan took another deep breath, bowed to the house, and apologized in a gentle voice, sorry, next time we will try to be early. But Zionan's concession was exchanged for a man's curse. The newcomers are still indignant. But Xiao Nan and the old people did not have the slightest difference on their faces, and turned around and walked to the next family. Apparently they are used to being treated like this. The enthusiasm on the faces of the newcomers became surprised, and the anger also turned to their idols. Sister Zionan, they all scolded you like this, and they didn't understand what we did at all. Why not teach them a lesson? Because if we do, then what's the difference between us and those bad ninjas who bully others? Xiao Nan's tone was still very gentle, and the smile on his face seemed to enter their hearts, gently breaking their anger. But this is not right. Blindly patience will only make you passive, and the group of people will treat you more severely and rely on you all. Jiraiya's voice came from the dark alleyway, slowly walked out, looked at his former disciples and said, at that time, they will blame you for all the mistakes for no reason, and what you will gain is not trust, but disgust. Where did the white hair come from? Teacher. Xiao Nan's surprised voice interrupted his subordinate's scolding of Jiraiya, and the smile on the whole face was visible to the naked eye, and even the paper flowers pinned to the sideburns seemed to bloom. Jiraiya's face also had a smile on it, but it quickly became serious. Xiao Nan's face hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded, with lark excitement in his voice, okay, if Yahiko and Nagato see the teacher, they will be very happy. I hope so. Zilai also said with a wry smile. This time, I am afraid that he has brought a big trouble to his disciples, which makes his heart very uncomfortable. However, Xiao Nan obviously did not care about these things, and the original intention of the organization was to help others. Now that their teachers need help, what reason do they have to refuse? Suck in the log cabin made of wooden escape. The perverted guy finally stopped his excessive behavior and reluctantly put down the white silk. As his name suggests, his little face turned red, and the moment he got free, he immediately curled up in a corner, holding his hands on his knees. She was so confused now that she couldn't understand why anyone would like to call Gio ice cream. The wet soles of the feet stepped on the wooden board, the transparent coolness instantly brushed all over the body, and red tears swirled in the eyes, but they did not dare to make a sound. Feng Yuan looked at the aggrieved disciple, sat on the edge of the bed, reached out and stroked her head and said, "Red is really cute. Although it is beautiful, it seems that this pair is not quite suitable for you." Feng Yuan's tone was a little distressed. Not all loli are suitable for white silk, just like the sunset red in front of you. Even if she is young, her face full of collagen is still immature, wearing white silk to bring the feeling of sealing the plane, a little contrary. In the face of such a statement, Hong's little face was full of grievances, and the little pearl clicked down. Angry? Feng Yuan does not coax children, but he has a special method. Look into my eyes. Hong subconsciously raised his head, facing a pair of scarlet eyes, confused, and the whole person seemed to be thrown into another fantasy realm. Panic and uneasiness grew in her heart, but the next moment, what appeared in front of her was a scene she had never seen before. Feng Yuan quietly stood beside Hong, looking at the amusement park he had recovered by relying on his memory, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. What to do if a child has a tantrum? Just play. He directly hugged Hong and strode towards the amusement park in front of him. Anyway, it's a fantasy, have a good time. When Red came out of the illusion, tears slipped down his chin, but the grievances on his little face had turned into long-lost happiness, and his eyes had changed a lot when he looked at Feng Yuan. Teacher, was that an illusion just now? There was excitement and eagerness on Hong's face, and it was clear that she hadn't played enough just now. The amusement park is very fun for the little ones. Especially in the ninja realm where spiritual civilization construction is low level, it is simply a sweeping weapon. Yes, Red, this is the teacher's reward for you. Feng Yuan had an amiable smile on her face, and the hand on her head gently kneaded, as gentle as petting a kitten. Red nodded. There was still a slight nostalgia in his eyes, and he asked in a soft voice, "Teacher, can Hong go to play again?" Thinking of what happened just now, Hong's cheeks were hot, and his voice was much lower, and he said softly, "Red can do more." Saying that, little Gio stretched forward. "Nay, it's great. However, pleasure is temporary after all, and Feng Yuan does not want to play until it is boring at one time, so he gently coaxed Red to sleep. Wait until the next day. Feng Yuan continued to set off towards the Mist Ninja village with Red, and the Mist Shinobi he encountered along the way would always leave a living mouth to go back to ensure that his route appeared in the other party's intelligence at all times. Red, when we have terrifying strength, if it is enough to crush the other party, do not rush to show off your strength, but to stabilize, step by step, let the other party fear, force them to take out their own things at the bottom of the box again, and finally despair, dare not retaliate against you again. You beat the other party to death at once, although it is simple and rude, but in exchange for fear is far less than hatred, so that the other party will accumulate strength, and when he thinks he has enough strength to retaliate against you, he will thunder and make you uncomfortable. Feng Yuan took the Red's soft little hand, talking and laughing and killing while teaching her without hurry. Hong seemed to understand whether to understand or not. Looking at those fallen corpses, an unprecedented sense of security filled her heart, a warm feeling overflowed her body, there was no fear of death in her eyes, recalled Feng Yuan's words, and asked rhetorically, the teacher means that whether it is illusion or physical art, it is necessary to approach little by little, gradually destroy the opponent's defense line, and finally completely disintegrate their resistance, right? Yes, that's it. Feng Yuan did not deny Red. This is also the first time that his disciples have thought of the answer, and if there is any mistake, they will change it later, and they will first build up confidence before speaking. What's more, Feng Yuan did not think that he could teach ordinary ninjas well with one hang-up, so he could teach some truths and let the other party play freely. A big one and a small one soon came to the border of the land of water. This time, it was the 3 generations of Water Shadow and the Elder Master who were waiting. The face of the 3rd generation of Mizukage was tired and painful. He once wanted to vigorously attack the Blood G family through the policy of Blood Mist no Sato and cultivate a newborn ninja who was enough to resist the Blood Sacrifice family. The effect is remarkable. Whether it is the Ninja Blade 7 or the ordinary Mist Shinobi, it is far superior to the Konoha ninja in the ability to fight alone. But it was taken advantage of. After being controlled by Uchiha, the 3 generations of Mizukage launched a war against Konoha, and the combat power he cultivated was sent into 90% at once, not to mention, even the warlike Kagaya clan was killed by the man in front of him and did not dare to send people. Uchiha of Konoha, stop, the Mist Blade village is willing to sign a defeat agreement and pay you enough reparations and supplies. Not enough. The proposal of the 3 generations of water shadows was undoubtedly rejected by the original seal. Just the two things of funds and materials, the Mist Ninja Village did not have the slightest sincerity at all. Although the daimyo of the water country does not deal with the Mist Blade Village, there will be no shortage of funds to be given. I want the mission of 5.5 years in the Mist Ninja Village. After 5 years, it will be reduced to 1/3, after another 5 years to 1/4, and after 15 years it will be back on track. The sealed lion opened his mouth. No way. The 3 generations of Mizukage really refused, and the mission was an indispensable link for a village to train ninjas. It is also an important source of funds for a village, if it is really according to the original words to hand over the task, cut off the initial losses. Once those mission principals find that Konoha's ninja is more suitable than Kiri Shinobu, the next time will go directly to Konoha to issue the mission. It is not the leaves that are lost, but the foundation. In that case, let's see if you win or lose. I don't mind killing you completely. Feng Yuan said creepy words lightly, and roasted the 3 generations of water shadows on the fire. Feng Yuan chuckled, raised his foot and prepared to step forward. Wait. Yuan Shi bypassed the 3 generations of water shadows on crutches, bowed respectfully, and considered the words and said, "Respected Uchiha, the news that the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are surrounded by rock ninja, and you should also know the news that they are alive and consuming. The Mist Shinobi village only wants peace and is not fake, but if the conditions are excessive, it is not without means to fight." After a pause, Genshi continued, "It's better for you and me to take a step back. Within 5 years, the Mist Shinobi village can send 1/5 of the mission to Konoha, and at the same time will pay a sufficient compensation and materials. Double it. In addition, Kagaya clan and Snow clan each have 10 children, 5 men and 5 women. Return the white eyes taken away from the Second Ninja World War, and take Terumi, Hayashi Yuri, and dried persimmon Oni as hostages." Yuan Shi and the 3rd generation of Water Shadow heard Feng Yuan's words, and immediately glared at them. This is no longer a blunt knife to cut meat, this is to completely fight the Mist Ninja Village. The 3 major bloodstains in Mist Ninja Village are the Ghost Lantern clan, the Water Wheel clan, and the Kagaya clan. Feng Yuan wants to pass the 2 bloodstain limits, and it's strange that the Blood G clan doesn't tear them alive. Not to mention the 3 people named by Feng Yuan, they are also young people with outstanding performance in the younger generation. 3 generations of Water Shadows could not agree to this condition no matter what. It seems that the negotiation is not good, then it is still according to what I originally said. Kill him, hee. A puddle slowly condensed into a human form, with a morbid smile on his face and 3 knives on his back. The Ghost Lantern clan is a natural user of the Ninja Knife 7, and its use of the 7 knives far exceeds that of others. With the appearance of the Ghost Lantern family, many people came out densely packed in the surrounding woods. Obviously, the 3 generations of Water Shadow have arranged quite a few ambushes here. Alas! I wanted to solve this matter peacefully, but Uchiha of Konoha, you are too arrogant. The eyes of the 3 generations of Water Shadows gradually became resolute, and they shouted, "Let's do it together. Kill that little girl first." Whoosh! Feng Yuan sneered, pupils communicated with chakra, and the brilliant golden chakra instantly wrapped Feng Yuan in sunset red, and a giant more than 300 meters tall appeared on the battlefield. Susanna's Stage 3. Feng Yuan and Hong stood on the ground, that is, Susanoo's waist, smiling at the dumbfounded Kiri Shinobu outside. The mockery on their faces was extremely excited. "Take out your courage and let me see the level of the Misty Shinobi." The provocation of the seal fell. The battle broke out instantly. Land of Rain. Jiraiya saw Nagato and Yahiko as he wished, but what he wanted to say was stuck in his lips. Along the way, he saw a lot of the real situation of the organization, and felt sincerely uncomfortable with their naive approach. But there is also a sincere admiration for their enthusiasm, from the beginning of the pointing, to the back, to the current silence. "Teacher Jiraiya, long time no see." Yahiko's gentle smile and good attitude like a sun that gives warmth to people can't help but remind Jiraiya of his own Konoha's disciple Wei Fang Shuiman, who is also a person full of kindness to life. But why did that kid do that? Jiraiya's thoughts not only diverged, but he quickly returned to his senses and said perfunctorily, "Yes, haha, long time no see, you have all grown so big, it is really good, haha." Zai also touched the back of his head, and the dry laughter gradually stopped, turning into a long sigh. "Well, I'm here to ask you for help." "Help?" Yahiko, Nagato and Konan looked at each other, and clearly saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Obviously, the fact that this famous 3 ninja in the ninja world would ask them for help was really unexpected. Without waiting for the 3 to inquire, Jiraiya has already put together the recent events in Konoha, especially the war caused by the seal. This is an absolutely intolerable taboo for the 3 little ones whose families all died in the Second Ninja World War. "Forgive me, Nagato, if I don't do this, I'm afraid you won't help me." Naturally, the guilt in his heart flashed, and he immediately said, "His strength is very strong." "Well, no, I can't say that, it should be said that his strength is terrifying. I'm afraid it's similar to the Konoha Ashura back then." "Konoha Ashura?" Yahiko asked at the right time. They were both civilians from the Land of Rain, and before being taught by Jiraiya, contact with ninjas was almost like being killed by the other party. How could they know the daimyo of the former Uchiha Madara? Well, probably, you understand that a man who is twice as strong as Hanzo is a pepperfish. No more, no more, I am afraid that it will exceed the imagination of the three little ones in front of me. Sure enough, Jiraiya's voice fell, and the faces of the three of Yahiko appeared dull and stunned. Hanzo is an invincible creature that has been sung for a long time in the Land of Rain, and it can be said that it is the faith of everyone in the Land of Rain, and it is stronger than him. The three said they couldn't imagine it, but this favor they are willing to help. Teacher, what do you need us to do? Don't worry, now your strength is not up to the requirements, I will stay here to teach you ninjutsu next. Since he did not take people to send it with a roar, he chose to develop obscenely. The other side. In less than 5 minutes, the people of Mist Shinobi Village could not stand much. Susanoo is powerful, and it is simply a weapon that brings despair. Stop! Stop it! The 3 generations of water shadows who were shattered in half of their bodies roared angrily, their eyes were red, and they shouted with all their strength, agree. I agreed to the previous conditions. All the people in Mist Ninja Village were subconsciously relieved when they heard Shui Ying shouting like this. But Feng Yuan was not happy. You say hit and fight, you say stop and stop, where will I put my face? Slapping a Kaguya Shangnin to death, Feng Yuan said expressionlessly, the conditions I just proposed are all doubled, otherwise I will continue to kill to the Mist Ninja Village. Daimyo. The 3 generations of Mizukage still wanted to die struggling, but Feng Yuan's words crushed him to death. The Uchiha clan will send someone to garrison the Mist Shinobi Village. I think the daimyo should not mind, as long as it is not a matter of destroying the village or the country. How can the daimyo who only know how to enjoy be mixed with the affairs of the ninja village, and even happy to save a large amount of money? When the 3 generations of water shadows thought of the scene described by Feng Yuan, a mouthful of bruised blood gushed up, stuck in his throat, and suffocated himself abruptly. This is the 4th shadow of decline since the beginning of this war. The missing wind shadow, the thunder shadow killed in battle, the fire shadow who stepped down, and the angry water shadow. Gee, this is a rare hell joke. 3 generations of water shadows died. Only Yuan Shi is left who can call the shots. The 3rd Shinobi War continues, and there is even a tendency to intensify. Including Konoha, most of the villages lost their shadow level strength, but except for Konoha and Mist Hidden Village, the foundation of the remaining 3 villages did not lose much. Therefore, after Feng Yuan brought back to Weian Village to make amends, Weian Village, which wanted to recover the loss from the other side, targeted Union. Weian Village alone will definitely not be able to defeat Union. But at this time, the newly appointed 4th generation of Lei Cage AI wanted to avenge his father, and organized a group of ninjas to invade the Land of Earth and fight steadily. At the same time, send people to press the battle at the border of the Land of Wind. One is to guard against the surprise attack of Cheyenne Village, and the other is to ensure that they can support themselves at any time. This also led to emptiness inside Union Village. Yuan Shi is also a little discerning. How can he give up this great opportunity? So, Union Village was stolen? Feng Yuan hugged Hong, followed by a large number of bloodstained seeds that had been compensated, as well as fancy talents. On the opposite side are the 3 generations of Hokage Tsunade and Inyuga Butterfly. Tsunade nodded, with a complicated look in his eyes. Konoha had never received the slightest compensation after the end of the previous war. All swallowed by the F4 family. Now the situation outside is very intense. Yuan Village occupies the Land of Grass, Union Village rushes through the Land of the Moon, and these 2 villages and Sand Ninja Village face off at the border of Uninja Village. After a simple handover, Feng Yuan returned to the Patriarch's mansion with the loot he liked. Zhao Miu, Lin Yanjia Yuli, and 2 little girls from the 3 clans. Red sent her back to Sunset's house. The little girl he was holding along the way was gone, and Feng Yuan felt that his arms were a little empty. Fortunately, Tsunade put on the red cloth strip of the fire dance as promised. Hey, except for the blonde hair, get rid of a ninja version of the fire dance. Feng Yuan sank in the gentle township for 2.5 years, either singing or dancing all day, occasionally rapping, and often playing basketball. It was not until today, when Orochimaru returned to the village with the mission target, that he came out of the Patriarch's mansion. Feng Yuan-kun, fortunately not insulted, the flight technology of the Sora Ninja Village, the cell activation technique, and the Konoha Rebellion humble call. Orochimaru put it mildly, if it weren't for Feng Yuan torturing him in the dream world for a few days, perhaps he would continue to study these things until he understood the true meaning of Feng Yuan. It's a pity. Orochimaru sighed softly in his heart. Feng Yuan's strength he couldn't see through more and more. If it was still wrapped in a layer of fog before, now it was completely the coercion of the superior that made him feel like he was dying every time he tried to spy on it. Feng Yuan took the cell activation technique in the hands of the big snake pill, opened it and looked at it briefly, nodded, and threw it to Mikato behind him. The flying technique remained in the hands of Orochimaru. These things are well studied. With your intelligence and the funds of the village, I believe that something good will be researched, right? Feng Yuan pressed the flying technique into the hands of the big snake pill, and the perennial enjoyment did not make him forget what kind of person the big snake pill was, and said with a smile, "You leave a file with me, so you don't have to worry about life and death anymore, just put all your energy into research." The big snake pill's vertical pupils bloomed with rich joy. "Then thank you, Feng Yuan-jun." The big snake pill turned to leave, and the joy along the way made many people look sideways. This is still the gloomy big snake pill? When he got home, the smile on Orochimaru's face finally couldn't be maintained, and he kicked the table case with an angry kick. He is a person who is extremely arrogant, usually bent and stretched, but the contempt for others in his bones has never disappeared. Now that Feng Yuan threatened him with life and death, he still had to bow his head and obediently be grateful. This is undoubtedly a huge shame for the big snake pill. But for Feng Yuan, the big snake pill is not irreplaceable. Baileahu, the tail of the crane at the same time as the three shinobi, was discovered by the three generations doing human experiments and defected from the village. Feng Yuan looked at the white and unspeakable humble Liohu in front of him, with a bit of discretion in his eyes. The whiteness of the other party's skin is not as pale as the big snake pill, nor is it the miserable white of the dead, but more like the whiteness of Baiju. "You have already created the art of Ghost Bud?" This guy Bei Liu suddenly looked up at Feng Yuan, and the surprise in his eyes flashed away. He had never said anything about the art of Ghost Bud Luo. This is a forbidden technique developed by him to absorb the power of other ninjas into the body and become part of his own flesh, with the caster as the core. Is his biggest hole card. It's a pity, these bloodlines you chose really are, garbage. Feng Yuan did not hide his contempt. In his conception, the art of Ghost Bud is the existence that can give people the fastest access to blood snares. With Senju as the main body, devouring the bloodlines of the four clans of Uchiha, Uzumaki, Teitori, Kagaya, and Hinata, plus the fusion between Uchiha and Senju pillars, it may not be impossible to create a pair of reincarnation eyes. But for Biliu, Feng Yuan's words were a disparagement of the art of Ghost Bud Luo and a mockery of him. "Bastard, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to evaluate my ninjutsu?" Baryu almost exploded his lungs, and his scarlet eyes glared straight at Feng Yuan. This is a pair of eyes that resemble the immortal eyes of the toad fairy pattern, and the inner pattern is in the shape of one, but the pupils are black and the whites of the eyes are blood red. Blood Longan. It is also the strongest eye that Balyahu can find. But for Feng Yuan, this kind of goods doesn't even need him to use any amplification means, and he can't find the north with a slap. In fact, he did. These scientists in the ninja world are not good at science and technology, but they like to install strange things for themselves, and then go to fight with people who specialize in fighting. Collecting data is just that. These guys also like to expose themselves, and they have to explain their research clearly. Just like the humble Liohu in front of him, even if he can't even hold a slap, he still insists on his own research. The art of Ghost Bud Luo is a very good thing, but you can't use it, and yes, whoever let you go to school was a crane tail, definitely didn't listen to the class well. Feng Yuan's complaining completely angered Bei Liu. The fact that he was previously a reverse tail was the biggest pain in his heart, and no one could poke him. But under the slap of Feng Yuan, Bai Liu learned to endure. Continue to perfect your Ghost Bud technique, including Uchiha Sharinan. You can apply for all the blood succession limits. Belia swallowed his spit irrepressibly, this kind of thing he never dared to dream of. His eyes changed when he looked at Feng Yuan, as if he was looking at a confidant. "You also think I have a lot of potential, don't you?" "Ah, yes, so you should study it now." The pattern in Feng Yuan's left eye slowly bloomed, and the lowly eyes in front of him gradually became dull. But his soul still stayed in the illusion of Feng Yuan, thinking that he had received Feng Yuan's approval, and began to study excitedly and hard, ready to wait until Dachin and kill Feng Yuan to prove his choice. As everyone knows, his every move is now recorded in the dream world. Feng Yuan waved his hand, and immediately two slim dark parts appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee on the ground. "Dispose of the body, make it clean, and don't let others find it. It's useless to find out, it's a traitor to kill anyway." The dark part understood the true meaning of the seal, and when he left with the humble corpse, he kept the surrounding vigilant dark part away by the way, and forbade anyone to come. Tsunade, who was sitting in the position of Hokage, also understood the meaning of the seal, sighed helplessly, and put down the document in his hand that had been half corrected. "I thought you would let me idle for 2 days. There has been a lot of documents in the village recently, and there is just a Tsunadeheim, you need to know what your job is, these chores in the village, don't you just throw them to the rope tree?" Feng Yuan's tone didn't matter. In the 2.5 years of silence, he had done a lot of things. Even if the 6 Dao immortals really came, he was sure to cut it off. Mikato stood quietly behind holding the cell activation technique, with a complicated expression on her face, reached out and touched her restless belly, and sighed without a trace. She also has the Uzumaki sisters who are the most chins, but in the end, only Yuna is pregnant alone, and now she is like a baby, and she is taken care of by Myling and Juzine together. Feng Yuan probed with Kagura's hard eyes, and she was pregnant with a girl, and even gave her name, called Uchiha Keizang. there are quite a few women who were sealed. Especially after he forbade Konoha to send troops to help any village, but let the village sell strategic materials to other villages on a large scale, in addition to the unaffordable shinobu, Iwa shinobu, yin shinobu, and mist shinobu all pinched their noses and bought a lot, and sent many ninjas with special conditions to negotiate this kind of thing. Therefore, Feng Yuan has never lacked women, only women who can bring him freshness and the warmth of home. For example, Tsunade. The matter of training Hokage in the Hokage office, in the words of Feng Yuan, is touching when you think about it. As for Tsunade's little henchman, Mikato's gaze looked under the table and couldn't help but sigh. This child is also a poor girl, and with a gentle personality, she has also done a lot of things to resurrect her mother. Mikato, don't stand silly, come and help me. Yes, Naruto-sama. With Konoha's transformation from a military talent training base to the largest arms dealer in the ninja world, Konoha's financial power has grown visibly, and the village has prospered a lot. If the village under the jurisdiction of Sarutobi was the size of a small town back then now Konoha Shao also has a ready-made appearance. After all, it is only one kun, and it is not bad to develop into this. Uchiha's strength did not increase but decreased, and the power of the garrison had long been handed over, and the village hired shinobi to maintain the security of the village. Uchiha's clan occupied the village of Taki Shinobi, Uchiha Ryosho, in Taki no Kuni, Kusanagi village, Uchiha Yuta, in Kusanagi country, Yuninja village, Uchiha Satoshi, in Yuno Kuni, and a new Yuninja village, Uchiha Yato, in Tsuki no Kuni, basically encircling the land of fire. Of course, the country of waves and the country of water behind the ass were naturally brought by the waterstop who was given the name Virgin Bitch. This guy himself gave up Uchiha's special allowance, and still preached in the clan all day about Uchiha can't be superior, Uchiha should integrate into the village, Uchiha should not forcibly occupy other ninja villages, and so on. So Feng Yuan was out of sight and distracted, and directly threw this kid to the country of waves to help build the bridge. Wait until the Hokage's office is quiet. It was already afternoon. The twilight was dull, and the red fire clouds piled up in the sky, changing into countless forms. Feng Yuan hugged Shizun, quietly looking at Yunshu, admiring the prosperous Konoha under his rule. This is still the beginning. He wanted to dominate the ninja world. It would not work by force alone, he could kill everyone in this world, but it didn't make sense. He wants a stable new order in the ninja world that allows him to enjoy himself in peace. Feng Yuan remembered a paragraph: if aliens invaded and ruled the world, requiring everyone to work 2 hours a day, the rest of the time at their disposal, only allowed 2 days off a week, free food and lodging, and forcibly assigned positions and life partners, with a monthly salary of only 10,000, would you resist? Fools resist. What Feng Yuan wanted to do now was aliens, but he was unwilling to provide such good conditions, so he could only make the treatment of other villages and countries hell. After capturing Heiju, in addition to using it to study yin and yang escape, he also reached a condition with the other party, a plan to save single mothers. He will one day rescue Kagaya from the Rokido Earth explosion star. For this reason, Heiju handed over the control of Baiju to Feng Yuan. This is also why every time the 4 ninja villages are about to cease fighting, something outrageous will inexplicably break out, resulting in the armistice agreement not being able to get it. The 4 shadows knew that it must be Konoha's ghost, but let them join hands to fight Konoha, and their own ninja would start an infighting first. So only the policy can be transferred. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura took the throne, reached a friendship and mutual assistance covenant with Konoha, helped Konoha cultivate water ninjas for free, and eliminated the rogues on the sea, participated in the aquatic transportation and marine transportation of Konoha, and made a lot of money. In order to ascend to the throne, the 4th generation of Kazekage Raza coaxed the burning ninja Hakura to come to Konoha to sign an agreement, and the latter rightfully became the ambassador of the Sand Ninja to Konoha, and he also took the throne. In order to avoid being invaded again, he chose to attack Lulin and raise Lushan with self-respect. The 4th generation of Thunder's Shadow had the most explosive temper, and chose to pinch with the 3rd generation of Tying, and directly sent the 2 perfect human pillar forces of the 2 tails and the 8 tails to the battlefield to fight against the 4-tailed and 5-tailed human pillar forces. The 2 sides fought inextricably in the country of rivers, but fortunately, the relationship between the daimyo and the village of the 2 countries was very good, and the 2 villages did not do less to rob the open source of the small ninja village, which was supported. In general, the entire ninja world is a mess, and only Konoha has been quiet for a while. Therefore, a large number of refugees broke through the blockade and came to Konoha, hoping to become residents of Konoha. Well, Shizun has weighed a lot recently, is it eating too much? Feng Yuan suddenly said such a sentence without a word, and then put down the mute with a small blush in his arms. Shizun gave him a blank look, and beckoned at the red who broke in. The autumn breeze blows, and the dead yellow leaves fall, swirling and stacking on the thick fallen leaves on the ground. Click! The thick fallen leaves stepped on and made a crisp cracking sound, continuously, like an urchin looking for fun when he was bored. It's just that the long figure doesn't look like a boring joke, but rather like it's waiting for someone. Duh! The sound of dead yellow fallen leaves shattering came to an abrupt end, accompanied by the looming appearance of three figures in the distance. The leader was Konoha's rebel Shinwoya, followed by Yahiko and Nagato. A satisfied smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face. If he didn't come, he would run into the land of Rainboard. So as a reparation that made him wait so long, it's not too much to die first, right? I didn't see any movement from Feng Yuan, and the space in front of him seemed to have risen a few ripples, and the three people who came didn't notice anything. Zi Lei's footsteps stopped first, and the moment his eyes saw the figure of Feng Yuan, the whole person was stunned in place. Yahiko! Nagato! Watch out for this guy! He roared angrily, beckoning his disciples to be careful with Feng Yuan, and then immediately used psychic techniques to channel out the Shenzuo Immortal and Shima Immortal, and after entering the Immortal mode in seconds, he united his disciples and Feng Yuan to fight. It's just that for some reason, Feng Yuan actually used the doppelganger technique, and his physical skills were much weaker. Leave him alone. Besides, why didn't I also become stronger under the guidance of the Big Toad Immortal? Jiraiya, who had a vacant gaze, thought so, and then slammed the killer at Yahiko and Nagato. This scene made Feng Yuan unusually satisfied. Illusion and false reality. Theoretically, as long as it is a person who has applied illusions by him, there is a possibility that the illusions will be restarted at any time. Especially for people who have not made much progress in their strength, they can't escape the end of stepping into illusion again. Fratricidal masters and apprentices are also good dramas. Bang bang. Yahiko and Nagato tried to awaken Jiraiya, but were shocked to find that Jiraiya was actually getting angrier and angrier, and even used the peacock magic method of Hashinin village. According to common sense, after being hit by illusion, as long as the flow of chakra in the body is disrupted, the victim will be separated from the illusion. But the self coming in front of him is not to say that it is disrupting the flow of chakra. They have already begun to kill, and they have not yet broken away from the illusion. Yahiko, you dragged the teacher, I'll go kill that guy. Nagato's personality is silent, and he realizes that Yahiko and he will die here if he is so consumed, so he simply shifts his gaze to the ceiling of the play. If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who raised the problem. Nagato's figure turned into a black light, and a black rod condensed in his hand, and was thrown towards the seal like a dark weapon. Little kid trick. Feng Yuan didn't have many surprises, and a slashing knife suddenly appeared in his hand, ignoring the black rod, and directly slashed down. 3 beams of knife light bloom at the same time. Nagato, who rushed over, Jiraiya in the fantasy realm, and Yahiko, who was struggling with hardship, were instantly cut in two. It's as simple as cutting a piece of paper. The black rod hit the ripples in front of Feng Yuan, and the previous loss instantly returned to normal. Poof! The bodies of the three erupted with blood at the same time, falling to the ground, and their pupils became godless and empty. Oh, I can't help but fight. Feng Yuan lamented the fragility of the three. The only one of the three who had qualified him was Nagato. However, Nagato, who has not experienced Yahiko's death and ran away, cannot even use the basic ability of the Eye of Reincarnation, and it is no more difficult to kill than to himself. Of course, the most important thing is that after he stepped into the 6th level, the illusion has completed a qualitative change, and if he wants, he can start the infinite monthly reading at any time. Being able to use illusion space against Nagato is already respectful. Feng Yuan looked at the corpses of the 3 people in 6 sections, with a crazy smile on his face, stretched out his left hand, and flames were born out of thin air on the corpses of the 3 people, devouring the corpses, and then 3 palm-sized puppets appeared in his palm, which was the same as the shrinking 3 of Jiraiya. This is Feng Yuan's slashing knife ability. After facing his heart, the flowing blade fire ability rewarded by the system is still there, but Feng Yuan also has his own slashing knife. Hai Amagahara. There is only one function, and that is to create gods and endow/deprive/modify the existence of goals. The 3 were modified by him to exist as puppets. The gift is ready. Then next, Feng Yuan licked his lips, looked in the direction where the 3 came, and the smile on his face gradually thickened. It's time to go and see the white tiger of Xiazai. Land of Rain. Xiao Nan's cold face, who was making the explosive charm with all his strength, suddenly showed a little pain, and subconsciously covered the bulge under the loose robe. The heart-wrenching pain just now made her a little apprehensive. It was as if something had happened to the most important being in life. I was about to get up, but I saw more people on the high stack of detonators on the opposite side. Who are you? Xiao Nan's gaze instantly became alert, and all the detonation charms floated in midair at the same time, wrapping the figure and revealing only one head. The chakra attached to the detonation charm, as long as she has a thought, these detonators will not explode at the same time. This is definitely a big killer for ninjas with high attack and low defense. But there was nothing unusual on the man's face, ignoring the detonation charms, and his eyes seemed to see through the loose black robe and saw Xionan's bumpy figure inside. Feng Yuan licked his lips, his eyes showed surprise. You are great. It turns out that your code name is actually true. Divine Beast. Xionan's face was slightly heavy. She had already recognized who this man in front of her was, the horror of Uchiha, and the uncrowned jade of Konoha. It was also the target of Nagato's investigation this time. Xiao Nan let out a turbid breath, his light orange eyes were a little fierce. Maybe his Angus just now was a warning to the other party, right? I hope so. Uchiha-sama of Konoha, randomly intruding into other villages, are there some? This is. Xiao Nan's cold voice instantly became trembling, his eyes showed incredible shock, and he subconsciously took half a step forward, until his calf hit the table, and he gritted his teeth and said, what happened to them? 3 puppets were suspended in front of Feng Yuan, like the Q version of the 3 of Jiraiya, but there was a flame looming inside the puppet, and inside were the 3 of Jiraiya who were burned. Oh, as you can see, your teacher and companion, Feng Yuan shrugged and said, I want to sleep with you, but I don't know what gifts to give, so I specially made the 3 of them into dolls. I hope you like it. A shy smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face, but the corners of his mouth rose wildly, and he said in a cold tone, this is the first time I have given a gift to a woman I like, Sister White Tiger, you won't dislike it, right? Feng Yuan's tone was full of menace, and when the words fell, the flames inside the puppet seemed to burn even more. Xiao Nan's ears even sounded the wails of the 3. This bastard. What do you want? Hey, isn't that clear? I think, sleep, you. Excessively. Xiao Nan's face was instantly as cold as frost, and the paper flowers on his head also contracted dangerously, and his little fingers were white and staring at the puppet in front of Feng Yuan. Is it true, or is it false? Zionin, leave us alone, use the detonation charm quickly. Run, come on, leave us alone. You are no match for him. Feng Yuan seemed to see the doubts in Xiao Nan's heart, and the voices of the 3 of them instantly sounded among the 3 puppets. Boom, what a touching emotion, they all detonate the detonation charm here, and then escape. Feng Yuan grinned, his eyes showing playfulness, tell me, will you do this? Boom. All the detonation charms instantly floated in mid-air, and there was no wind automatically, as if the most gorgeous fireworks would explode in the next second. But, friendly reminder, even if these detonators are all blown up, I will be fine, but these 3 puppets, there is no way to live. After all, they're not as hard as me, stubborn. Feng Yuan's strange laughter echoed in the studio, and Xiao Nan's hesitation and entanglement made him extremely comfortable. All the detonators fall. Xiao Nan's face was expressionless, and he said, since it is a gift from you, then I will accept it. Are you willing to give it? Of course, but I still have one more condition. Feng Yuan was stunned, a happy smile appeared on his face, and the 3 puppets were gently pushed by him and sent to Xiao Nan. They can last like this for 49 days, and when the time is up, their souls will be burned to pieces and become emotionless puppets. If you want them to return to adulthood, then you have to make some adult choices. It's to watch your relatives wail in pain, burn into emotionless puppets, and finally turn into ashes. Or choose to sacrifice yourself to save them. Feng Yuan's tone was high, and his face was full of perverted smiles. Xiao Ninja, their life and death are all in your hands, and you don't want them to lose their lives, right? Xiao Nanqiang resisted the urge to detonate the detonation charm. Once so many detonating charms in the studio exploded, it didn't matter if this person died or not, but Xiao's hard work outside definitely couldn't resist this huge power. Will you keep your promises? After taking a deep breath, Xiao Nan received the 3 puppets into the ninja bag and made his own choice. Feng Yuan deflated his mouth boringly, spread out his hand and said, then it depends on your means. If you can satisfy me, what is it to let go of 3 people who are not threatening? But if you're not satisfied, then you can only watch them die. Well, reasonable conditions, right? Xiao Nan pursed her lips, and the light purple lip gloss was bitten out by her with a touch of red, and her eyes gradually became firm. Come on. Huh? Feng Yuan looked at her in surprise, watching Xiao Nan close his eyes, looking like Ren Junkei. He tilted his head, and said in a mocking tone, hey, the customer is God, you don't really think of yourself as an angel, right? Xiao Nan opened his eyes when he heard this, his cold face flushed, and he gritted his teeth and asked, what do you mean? What do you mean? You have already collected my deposit, puppet, shouldn't you serve me like those young ladies in the custom shop? Feng Yuan had a bad smile on his face, sat on the detonation charm, and said in a seductive tone, if you pass the technical level, maybe I will help you resurrect your parents. This kind of thing, you should have heard of it, right? Hard. Xiao Nan's fist hardened. Of course, she knew that Feng Yuan could do such a thing, but let her serve others. I won't. The humiliating words spit out of his mouth, Xiao Nan's body trembled slightly, tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, and he lowered his head. Wouldn't you? Feng Yuan's eyes showed a little surprise. I thought you already had a boyfriend. I originally wanted to have a husband, but this is the best. The original Feng Yuan became more and more important to Xiao Nan, and commanded enthusiastically, first, take off this obstructing robe, and then put on some poses, well, the kind that can show your strengths. Hearing the excitement in the other party's tone, Xiao Nan suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashed with anger, but Yahiko's wail seemed to sound in his ears again. Closing his eyes, his hands trembled and raised, and he unfastened his robe as if he was dying, and inside was conservative clothing that favored men, and there was no ninja world characteristic at all. Isn't it actually a vacuum, and there are no stockings? Xiao Nana, clothes like yours, but it's hard to satisfy me. Feng Yuan snorted tastelessly. I thought it would be a white swimsuit inside, so conservative. I was really disappointed. But I have to say that Xiaonan's figure is indeed top enough. Even if it is conservative clothes, it should be fat, and it should be thin and thin. Xiaonan bit his lip, his face showed a look of humiliation, untied the clothes on his body little by little, and then took them off, and covered the ninja bag with his clothes. Because of shyness, his pretty face was already red. However, Feng Yuan has seen more women, and although it is not unattractive to meet frankly, he always feels that he lacks the taste of shortcomings. Xiaonan exhaled heavily, her face showing determination, and white papers flew up, pasted on her silver-white skin, and folded into a costume similar to a summer bathing suit. Feng Yuan exhaled, and a smile appeared on his face that he understood. It's not that he doesn't argue, the second is that the swimsuit Xiaonan is too top. Awesome. Although the attitude needs to be improved, it is already very good. Now, how about climbing over? Xiaonan's body instantly stiffened. Although this bastard said it as a question, she didn't really think that she still had a choice. It's like being bitten by a dog. Konan's heart grew with an unforgettable hatred, but the thought of Nagato and Yahiko made his stiff knees soften. From the angle of sealing the plane, he could naturally see that the abyss staring at him was swaying, and the expression on his face became more and more pleasant. In this world, what else makes the cold goddess in other people's hearts carry out her own orders in humiliation? There are many answers. But Feng Yuan's favorite thing is still, Tuxiaza, pray that I accept your service. By the way, what should I say, will you? Xiaonan ignored Feng Yuan's words, but mechanically made the action of sitting down, and the cold tone full of humiliation and despair echoed in the studio. Please accept my service. Feng Yuan, gee, there is no initiative at all. Thinking like this, he leaned back, admiring the alluring perfection, and then a precious teaching resource floated in his mind, which was transmitted into Xiaonan's mind with the dream world. Study hard and strive to be a qualified flannel ball. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly. The original cargo is such a disadvantage. I don't understand anything. Just when Feng Yuan was obsessed with teaching Xiaonan, the diffuse Uchiha was also bringing good news one after another. Lulan. Uchiha Longxiang walked forward with 103 hook jade against the wind and sand. His face was exceptionally white compared to before, like milk, but more precipitated. He saw the shadow of the building in front of him, quietly sighed in relief, and then continued to bury his head forward. When the wind and sand stopped, everyone had already arrived under Lulan City. Cheyenne Village, Forbidden Land, who are you? Hurry up and leave. An unceremonious shout sounded in Lulan City. Uchiha Longxiang's expression did not change in the slightest. He turned his back to the city gate, looked at Sun Goya behind him expressionlessly, and said, the Patriarch's order is to defeat the Sand Ninja. My request is that no one is allowed to die, and... A flash of embarrassment flashed on Uchiha Longxiang's face, but he still pretended not to care and said, Queen Lulan must stay. This is our tool to prove to the Patriarch that we have completed the mission. Yes, times 100 ninjas of the Uchiha clan did not put the Sand Ninja in Lulan City in the slightest, and drank in unison. Then the figure turned into a black shadow and bounced up, jumping into the city to fight separately. For the ninja of Uchiha, Guya represents the lower limit of strength, and all ninjas who open the 3 Guyu at least have the strength of upper shinobi. Uchiha Ryasho did not climb the city wall and climb into it like them, but slowly formed a seal at the city gate, and then a fire dragon spewed out from his mouth and crashed into the city gate. B-level ninjutsu, dragon fire art. Rumble. The not-so-tall city gate was instantly blasted open a large hole, and when the smoke fell, the entire gate fell backwards. Boom! Uchiha Ryasho ignored the tremor of the earth, straightened his clothes, and walked in with a calm face. The former Sand Shinobi relied on the dragon vein to travel through time and space, came to Lulan under the pseudonym Lushan, starred in coaxing Queen Lulan, took charge of military and political power, and used the power of the dragon vein to build its organ puppets, and also built Lulan City into a modern city. However, after the invasion of Sand Ninja Village, Lulan City was more ruined after the defeat. Luosha did not allocate funds to rebuild Lulan's kind heart. On the contrary, the original inhabitants of Lulan all became coolies who exploited the power of the dragon vein, even more ruthless than in Lushan, who they wanted to resist. Inside Lulan City at this time, the sound of various ninjutsu blooming sounded one after another, and the sound of scolding and screaming was endless. Uchiha's people have an absolute advantage. But Uchiha Ryashi did not slacken in the slightest. According to intelligence, although the 4th generation of Kazekage Raza is not here, the strong people of Sand Ninja Village stay here, especially Cho. Quack! Speak of the devil. Cho, dressed in a combat suit, erupted in the shadows, the chakra line connected to the 5 fingers flicked, and 10 puppets of different shapes appeared in an instant, chopping, or stabbing at the same time, and various different attack methods attacked Uchiha Ryasho at the same time. Secret technique near Pine 10. The strongest puppet left by the 2nd generation of Mikazekage, after years of use and transformation for thousands of generations, can easily break through a village. Others may be in a hurry, but Uchiha Ryasho just changed the pattern in his eyes instantly, and 3 rotating gujad were connected to form a 3-blade dart. The red chakra in the body surged on the surface of the body, instantly condensed into a skeleton half-body, blocked the incoming number 3 and number 4 puppets, and slapped it with a big hand, instantly pressing the unresponsive number 6 to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a flame burned in Uchiha Longxiang's eyes, and the momentum on his body rose again and again, and an illusion came out behind him, and the vague and looming appearance seemed to be a seal plane. Hitomi Shinjutsu. With the casting of the pupil technique, the phantom shadow that came out behind Uchiha Longxiang became more and more solidified, and some dull eyes became agile. Longxiang, didn't I say that you can bless these beliefs on yourself instead of inviting me to come? Really? 1 second he was still enjoying the intimate service of Xiao Nan in swimsuit, and the next second he was going to come to the battlefield to watch the battle. Uchiha Ryasho bowed respectfully and apologized, although there was no consent of the original person that the casting of the Divine Presence pupil technique would not be successful, but since the patriarch said that he was wrong, then he was wrong. Feng Yuan was very satisfied with Long Xiang's attitude, and glanced at Cho, and saw that the latter jumped into the darkness like a frightened bird. Hey, it's over to you. I'll take a look at the dragon vein. Instead of focusing on Cho, Feng Yuan swaggered towards the place where the concentration of chakra was highest. Yes, patriarch. After Uchiha Ryasho sent Feng Yuan away, his gaze fell on Cho lurking in the darkness. The pattern inside the other eye rotated, and the wall in the corner where Cho was hiding instantly hardened into iron, and then protruded countless palm prints to slap Cho. What? Cho heard the wind behind him, and even though he jumped out in time based on his instinctive reaction, he was still hit in midair. What's more, the land in front of you is slowly planted with dense thorns. The original goal was clear, and the figure of the step was like a flicker. 1 step was taken, and the next moment appeared a few meters away. The sand ninja who wanted to stop him halfway became a piece of flying ash, and even the upper ninja could not stop the instantaneous fire. Feng Yuan walked into the place where the dragon vein was mined, which was divided into 2 layers, and 2 figures stood here one after the other. In front is a male ninja with a fierce face, behind is a beautiful woman with short brown blonde hair. Even if she is on guard, there is no violent chakra flow on her body, and her temperament is very kind. Sand hidden Murakami ninja Karura, Yashimaru, dare to ask why the Uchiha clan sneaked up on my sand shinobi base. Yashimaru looked guarded, his pupils full of despair and anger. Sneak attack? No, I let them come in with integrity. Feng Yuan's gaze fell on Garolo's body. The other party's figure was not as attractive as his daughter's to marry, perhaps because of the loose robe, only tiny outlines could be seen, but he was still satisfied. Because at this time, Garolo seems to be still in confinement. Luoshe is also really big enough. His wife and daughter have stayed in the place they just occupied, so they are not afraid of counterattack. Feng Yuan's words and footsteps approached the two at the same time, and the contempt in his tone obviously did not put them in his eyes at all. Under the extreme suppression, Yashimaru's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared the word bastard, launched a death attack on Feng Yuan, and then was thrown out by Feng Yuan's sleeve and embedded in the mountain wall. From beginning to end, Feng Yuan's gaze did not fall on him, and he kept looking at Garolo, who was gradually nervous. Garolo's face gradually became difficult to see, and his hands subconsciously wanted to make a seal, but they were held by Feng Yuan. Such a bad person. Garolo's face showed disgust, her steps moved back, her eyes gradually fierce. She would rather tear off her arm than succumb to the threat of the seal. But, your daughter is very cute. What is her name? Tamari? It seems to be that name. Feng Yuan's face had a gentle smile on it, but it did not make Garolo feel a trace of warmth, but it was cold to the bone marrow. What do you mean? The dragon vein is just the beginning. There is no need for the land of wind, or the sand-hidden village. Feng Yuan's eyes burned with the most fiery flame in the world, exuding a light called ambition. His gaze fell on Garolo, the look of wanting to occupy every inch of her, not at all looking at people, but at some artifact. Do you know Konoha's rules now? After the occupation, Konoha's ninja are the first gear, the ninja is the second gear, the civilian third gear, and then the slaves, and there are layers in the slaves. Civilian slaves have a higher status than slave ninjas, and you don't want your daughter to grow up in that bullying environment, do you? Devil! You are a devil! The fear in Garolo's heart instantly spread throughout his body, and he let out a silent roar towards Feng Yuan. But her body was trembling, and everywhere in her body, she was afraid of the seal, and if she wanted to escape from here, she naturally did not dare to make a sound. Dumb. Feng Yuan's smile converged, and his tone gradually became cold and majestic. Or do you think I can't find your daughter? His gaze moved to the depths of the dragon vein, where in addition to the shivering Lulin original inhabitants, there were the red-haired Queen Lulin and her daughter Sarah, and the sleeping baby in the majestic bosom of the queen. Everyone around is panicking and sobbing softly, but this little girl sleeps very sweetly. Carol, is this inherited from you? Feng Yuan pulled Garolo to the queen, spoke in a bad tone, and then waved these Lulin civilians out. The cave soon emptied. The seal was originally a seal that strengthened the dragon vein, and then he turned his head to look at Sarah and the queen, and Garura, who had collapsed and held the child and said sorry. The queen's red hair fluttered, her face was peaceful and serene, even in danger, her temperament was still pampered, and she sat there calmly with the majesty of a person in a high position, put her arms around the young Sarah, and smiled gently and relieved. Red head. Feng Yuan muttered in a low voice, twisted a few long hairs, put them in front of his nose and sniffed lightly. The fragrance of the faint hair poured into the tip of his nose, and his face showed a little intoxication. Such a perverted behavior scared Sarah into her mother's arms, obviously afraid that Feng Yuan was afraid of death, but she opened her eyes and stared at Feng Yuan. This, Lord Ninja, I am the Queen of Lulan Kingdom, the guardian of the Dragon Vein, I can mobilize the power of the Dragon Vein. Queen Lulan tried to impress the seal with her own value in exchange for the safety of her daughter and the civilians of Lulan. But Feng Yuan interrupted her, waved his hand and said, don't care about these little things, in my opinion, good looks are your only value. After all, men conquer the world, women conquer the world by conquering men, are you right? Naked malice slapped on the face, Queen Lulan was silent. This is not the first time Lulan has been conquered, but it is definitely the most dangerous time for himself. The queen hugged Sarah tightly in her arms, squeezed a reluctant smile on her face, and was still trying to justify, without our ancestral bloodline, the seal of the Dragon Vein cannot be completely liberated, even if the ninja wants to use it, I am afraid it will not achieve the desired effect. It is better to. Feng Yuan stared at the queen's eyes playfully, capturing every trace of fear inside, like a cat playing with a mouse, and said conspiratorially, the gentle and kind queen will not let her daughter fall into danger, right? The outside world is very cruel, especially for these commoners in Lulan. Slaves are their destination, but the qualification to become a slave is in your hands. Surrender, they can become slaves of the ninja clan and live 100 times better than they do now. Refuse, they will be the slaves of lowly civilians. I forgot to tell you, the mortality rate of civilian slaves in Konoha last month was 30%. The queen's pupils shrank sharply, and the original 7-up and 8-down heart was finally in a line, falling vertically. The thought of the inhuman treatment her people would receive in the future made the queen's face filled with pain. I can open the Dragon Vein, please don't bully your mother, okay? Sarah, who had always been afraid, saw the tears that slipped down the queen's face, and stood timidly in front of the queen, looking up at Feng Yuan's face, with unspeakable courage in her soft voice. Feng Yuan's face showed a little surprise, and then a rich smile. Of course, I like children the most. If you are willing to call me daddy from today onwards, I think I will make your mother happy every day. Daddy. The very crisp and sharp voice made Feng Yuan stunned, and a stronger evil immediately emerged. When Sarah, who grows up in the future, knows the truth today, will she risk her mother again? Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. Sarah was well protected, and she couldn't hear the true meaning of Feng Yuan at all. A simple smile bloomed on her face, and she hugged the queen's arm excitedly, as if to say again, look at mom, I protect you. The queen forced a smile, her tearful eyes filled with pleading. Feng Yuan did not mean to put them on the spot, after all, it was just a consciousness. After confirming the attribution of several people, in the presence of Garura and the queen, he placed a ban on Sarah and to marry, and then turned to leave. He also wanted to see if Long Xiang's guy had solved the garrison of those sand ninjas. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Unexpectedly, when Feng Yuan appeared, it was found that Uchiha Ryasho had opened the samurai form of Susanoo and fought with Reisha and Chokarazo. Suddenly, two jade burning chakra flames struck from below, penetrated Hai Lao Zhang's chest, and was dodged by Luo Limit. Even so, the left waist was punched out. Ya Kang. Luo She's eyes were full of resentment, and he glared angrily at the vengeful phantom who came out of the shadows, and roared, you actually betrayed the village. Shut up. It is clear that the village betrayed me. Ya Kang's face was full of anger and hatred, but upon closer inspection, there was still a rich sadness in his eyes. She hates Luo Xia, but she still has feelings for Sand Ninja Village, and now that all the living forces of Sand Ninja Village have been killed here, the fall of that Sand Ninja Village is naturally fixed. Seeing Uchiha's overwhelming victory, Feng Yuan lost interest in staying here. He ordered, solve them, Ya Kang go back to be the Wind Shadow, and wait for the opportunity to return to Konoha. Xiao Nan knelt on the ground, her delicate curves trembling, and her face that radiated glow was holding back something, trying to spit out something. It was you who shouted to eat it just now, and now it is you who wants to spit it out with all your strength, really, naughty little ghost. With a remnant sage light on his face and a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, Feng Yuan threw a pitch-black item in front of Xiao Nan. Bah! That's not forced by you. Either inside or in the back, I can only choose to eat it. Wait, this is? Xiao Nan's eyes showed resentment, his gaze dodged in panic, and he bit his slightly red and swollen lips tightly. It was a pitch-black collar with a small bell hanging from it, and an inconspicuous entrainment at the other end, apparently used to clasp the chain. Xiao Nan's grievances in his heart swelled to the highest, and he almost mobilized the detonation talisman and sealed the original death together, but there was hesitation in her eyes. If she gives up now, what is her previous effort? Feng Yuan saw the momentary struggle on Xiao Nan's face, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. One of the common PUA methods is to take advantage of the psychology of normal people. When they make some excessive demands after making sacrifices or efforts for a thing, they will hesitate and will in turn feel uncomfortable with their previous losses, thereby blinding their eyes and accepting new costs. Common are Krypton gold games and gamblers. Now Xiao Nan is like a gambler, and the gambling seal will talk about credit restoration. Yahiko them. You must say what you say, otherwise, I will definitely make you regret it. Xiao Nan's eyelashes trembled, and he forced himself to hold back the tears that were about to overflow his eyes. His face showed stubbornness, and he gritted his teeth and grabbed the collar. When Feng Yuan heard her cruel words, a flash of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he sneered, "Don't use your hands, come and beg me to bring it to you." Shameless. Excessively. Xiao Nan endured to the limit. The body is shaking. But Feng Yuan bet that there were no bullets in her gun. You can also choose to give up. Anyway, it's not me who is under the cup wall, and there is no need for the Ninja Village and Xiao organization to exist. G. Yahiko and Nagato's mother. Wait, Xiao Nan's eyes showed despair. She remembered that this demon had the means to resurrect others, and she had no choice from the beginning. She closed her eyes, still struggling in her heart, crystal tears spilling out of the corners of her eyes, and new tear tracks crossed her delicate face. Humiliation and resentment lingered in her heart, but she had no choice at the moment. Bend down. Head down. The moment he opened his mouth and bit the collar, Xiao Nan felt that something was broken in the bottom of his heart. Probably, it's the bottom line. This posture is good, don't move. Feng Yuan's demonic voice sounded in his ears again, and Xiao Nan clenched his fists, clenching his collar teeth and crunching. But he still obeyed his words and did not move. The seal disappeared for 2 days. When he reappeared, there was a beautiful woman wearing a red cloud robe on a black background. People who saw her thought she was like a fine porcelain doll, as holy and cold as a snow lotus in the mountains, but the collar around her neck that only pets would wear brought an indescribable charm to this holiness. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the Alliance who had conquered the rest of the Alliance also returned to Konoha. The Ninhame prison, which was originally somewhat empty, was immediately filled with a lot of popularity. In the Patriarch's mansion in Feng Yuan, there are also many cute porcelain dolls. Feng Yuan, is she? Mikato held the hand and bowed, her face showed maternal love, her eyes caught a glimpse of the returning Feng Yuan, quickly straightened up and knelt down, her gaze fell on Xiao Nan behind him, and her eyes flashed with surprise and wonder. Why is she wearing a collar around her neck? My new pet, well, Mikato, who dresses up as a mother, is also very good. Feng Yuan did not favor the other, praised Mikato, and then said to Xionin, take off your robe, from today onwards, you must know how to respect the heroines at home. Otherwise, I'll turn Yahiko and Nagato into puppets again and hang them in the toilet. Xiao Nan's eyes did not fluctuate a little, untied the red cloud robe on a black background, revealing the graceful figure inside, and the skin like a beautiful jade was calmly exposed to the air. The way Feng Yuan treated Konan caused Mikato's dissatisfaction, or that few women could accept such a thing. But after Feng Yuan's vigorous teaching, she also got used to the existence of this newly added to her home, named Skinny Horse Xionin. Feng Yuan went to pay attention to Xiao Yunai and Juzine. In about 2 months, Xiao Xianli will be born, so Yuna can only watch Juzine flying into the sky with envy. And because Juzine wants to get pregnant, she can't even satisfy her basic appetite. After Feng Yuan comforted the two, he came to the Hokage's office. At this time, there were only 2 people in the office, Tsunade and Shizun, and the rest were dealing with, or carving up the newly occupied shinobi village. This was promised in advance. After all, the guarantee of stable order is violence, and the maintenance is the need for interests. In human terms, the current Uchiha cannot swallow such a large territory, so it is handed over to the ninja who has good relations with him to manage, and the two share interests. Seeing the arrival of Feng Yuan, the joy on Shizun's face was unconcealed, and his long legs twisted slightly, and he couldn't wait to stick his eyes directly to Feng Yuan's body. Tsunade was a little uncomfortable. She knew that this bastard would definitely toss himself in the office as soon as he returned. But Tsunade's gaze fell on Konoha Village's new harvest report, and seeing Konoha Village, which was more than 10 times more prosperous than before, she let out a soft sigh. Isn't it spurring? The old lady can stand it. How's it going? The seal should have occupied the most comfortable position of the Hokage, leaned back in the chair, and gently stroked the well-behaved silent head. In the sound of a water gun, Tsunade replied in as smooth a tone as possible. The 8 small countries of the Kazuko Alliance have been occupied. Uchiha Satoshi and Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Yato have only occupied one, and the rest are occupied by the Senju, Inuga Butterfly, Inyazuka, Oil Girl and other families, which caused the dissatisfaction of the Hyaga clan, and they demanded that the village divide these new lands equally. According to the plan left by the master before, the village has occupied these new lands in the country between the village on the grounds of borrowing the road, and now the village's post station has been built all over the country of fire in those small countries, and the territory borders the 3 kingdoms of wind, earth, and thunder. But this caused the displeasure of the daimyo, who threatened not to provide any more funds for this year, and also asked me to go to the daimyofu to accept criticism. Feng Yuan said that he was going to deal with the Hyaga clan, but in fact he was still trying to teach Shizun and Tsunade. Only after the entire office was filled with the scent of heather flowers did he get up and head for Hinata. In Konoha, Hinata today is no longer a representative of the rich, but a symbol of stubborn decay. Immersed in the thousand-year-old clan, Hinata's opposition to the clan and the split family within the clan is now becoming more and more obvious, and the bloodline of the same clan is sad enough to squeeze his own clan as if they were slaves, so that the entire family looks lifeless. Like Uchiha in the original timeline, the current Hyaga clan also likes to hold clan meetings. Of course, the difference is that only the elders of the clan family can participate in the clan meeting, and the branch family only has the qualifications to provide escorts. There is no room for negotiation. As the elders of the village, the Hyaga clan was bullied and oppressed by those small ninjas, which purely violated the original intention of joining the village back then, and the village must be compensated. Senju, Uchiha, and Hinata were all the main forces that built the village back then. Why should they be excluded? Hayashi. As the patriarch of the clan, you must know how to fight for the interests of the clan, and don't always have the attitude of what the Hokage says. Elders of the sect family, you scolded Hinata with an ugly face on your face. The Hyaga clan is a standard clan group that radiates outward with the small circle where the clan is located as the core. The elders of these clans did not hold any positions in the village, but because of the caged birds, they were well protected by the ninjas of the divided families. It is not so much immersion in the pride of the past as immersion in the status of human beings. Since they were born to be members of the family, this group of guys from the clan family can be said to have their eyes above the top and have not suffered many setbacks. The biggest loss was probably during the Second Ninja World War, when a disciple of the Zong family who had a brain pump ran to brush up on the battle record, and was robbed of his eyes by the mist-hidden village. That white eye is still on Kakashi. This was one of the reasons why those clan elders were dissatisfied with Hinata. No one dared to ask for that white eye when they were in the mist-hidden village, but now that they have returned to the village, they should respectfully return it to Hinata. After all, this is Hinata's sacrifice. However, Hinata Hayashi is trying to suppress the clansmen to go to Kakashi Kiki to ask for justice. This has caused strong dissatisfaction among the clan elders. Enough! Is the current family so decayed that it can't even understand the form? Clan elders. Yes, exactly like Hinata, who looks exactly like Hinata, except that Hinata, who has a hideous green caged bird mark on his forehead, just roared, and was punished by a displeased clan elder using the caged bird. In an instant, Hinata, who was still roaring just now, fell to the ground and convulsed like a shrimp with large tendons. This scene was seen by the people of the Zong family, and there was a burst of naked ridicule. They completely ignored the clenched fists of the divided ninjas, as if watching a monkey show, admiring Hinata's wail. I feel very relieved in my heart. Enough! Hinata slapped the gossip empty palm at the elder who continued to strengthen the caged bird, and the anger on his face was visible to the naked eye. The patriarch of the sect was beaten and his face showed displeasure, but when he saw Hinata, who seemed to be about to eat people, he still withdrew his hand and muttered in his mouth, I am safeguarding the dignity of the sect family, distinguishing the lowly slaves of the family. What qualifications do I have to interfere with the decision of the sect family? Mean slave. These two words deeply stung the separated people present, also making Hinata furious and slapped the table and roared, what is a pariah? They are also surnamed Ri, and they are also brothers of our clan, and they shed the same blood as us. Why? Because they are separated. The meaning of the existence of the separate family is to protect the existence of the sect family. The great elder faced Hinata's roar, and a flash of triumph flashed in his eyes. Hinata Hayashi, in view of your lack of ability, I ask you to abdicate to make way for Hyaga and send Hinata as the new patriarch. Hinata's face instantly turned red. How could she not have imagined that she would actually be forced into the palace? For a while, the entire mansion was as quiet as a cemetery, and even the sound of each other's breathing could be heard clearly. Snap! What a good show, thousand-year-old Hao family. In the future, the Hyaga clan will not mention this title, it will simply lower the quality of the Hao clan. Feng Yuan Shishiren appeared in the room, still holding a delicate white-eyed girl in his arms, and his smooth forehead was eye-catching. She is the daughter of the second elder of the clan family. Originally, according to the regulations of the Hyaga clan, the bloodline of the religion is also the second child to be engraved with a caged bird, but there is a premise: if it is a woman, she will bear the responsibility of reproducing for the lineage, so it can wait until the future to engrave the caged bird. This also led to the fact that it is obviously the same family rule, but there are more and more clan elders, but the patriarch has been passed down from generation to generation. Uchiha seal, what are you going to do? The second elder slapped the table and roared. What for? Feng Yuan looked at the second elder strangely. This was the first time that someone had roared at him since he controlled Konoha, and that Tsunade who turned over was not counted. Using his hand as a knife, he slashed out a sword chi in the air, and said at the same time, I heard that your family is not very secure, so come and take a look. Presumptuous! The great elder and several other members of the sect family roared angrily, and at the same time shot out, wanting to block this sword chi. Boom! As soon as everyone's words fell, they saw that the people who had just made a move had been cut off, and the second elder who wanted to escape was directly divided into two halves. Damn it! What are the people who are separated? Don't shoot yet. Hinata, what are you doing stunned? The great elder roared furiously. But Hinata's expression was a little weird. All the sect families present, except for him, had a hand cut off. In other words, no one can use a caged bird anymore but yourself. Is it intentional? Or, it just so happened that he met Feng Yuan's playful gaze, stunned, and decisively lowered his head. Sensible. Feng Yuan didn't know whether to say that the Hyaga girl who did not struggle in her arms, or whether to choose Hinata, who chose to give in and turn a blind eye to the rest of the elders. He didn't even look at these clansmen, his gaze swept over the lifeless separations, and in front of them, he kneaded the soft breasts of the girl of the Hyaga clan family, and chuckled. From today onwards, the Hyaga clan cancels the caged bird, all the classics are handed over to the village, and any Hyaga ninja can consume 20% of the merits of the same level of ninjutsu by learning. Whether it is a clan or a divided family, the rules for evaluating ninja grades within the family are abolished, and they can only be rated by the village. After I finished speaking, who is in favor and who is against? I approve. Hinata Hayashi respectfully sat down to show his attitude. I object. The corpse of the fallen elder gave his last words. Feng Yuan's gaze swept over those divided families and saw the worship of themselves in their eyes, as if they were looking at the savior. In front of everyone, he looked down at Hinata Hayashi and said, Patriarch Hinata, your wife Hinata Aimi and I are classmates. I haven't seen each other for a long time, and I miss it very much. So I have a long conversation with her. Compared to the Hyaga patriarch, I won't mind, right? It's an honor. Hinata did not have the slightest grievance on her face, and even had a little joy. Senju has not become anything, just because of Tsunade's presence. Now the clan power has returned to Kanaha's second, crushing the existence of the pig deer butterfly. Then it's not too much to sacrifice so much and be a third in exchange for Hinata, right? The Hyaga clan is still brightly lit. All the disciples of the divided family gathered by Hinata carved the caged bird mark on the foreheads of the sect elders in front of them. Starting today, the caged birds of the Hyaga clan end in this generation. Children born in the future will no longer be divided into families, no longer have to be bound by their future because of ugly caged birds, have no distinction between high and low status, and can play happily together. Starting today, the Hyaga clan will re-elect the elders, the capable will be higher, and the mediocre will be lowered. Hinata's tone was high and excited. But none of the disciples present looked at him, and all of them watched with tears in their eyes as the sect elders who wailed like pigs were engraved with the ugly and shameful caged bird mark. Some people even cried out with excitement, crying like a collapse, as if it were the collapse of faith. These people began to accept the mark of the caged bird from the age of 6, accepted the fate of their service to the clan family, forced themselves to believe, forced themselves to obey the rules of the clan, and even reported, monitored, betrayed anyone who tried to rebel against the system, and each of them was stained with the blood of brothers and sisters of the divided family. However, watching the bloodlines of those sect families being engraved one by one on the caged birds, what they had done before came to mind, in exchange for not free flight, but aimless sorrow. Hinata Hayashi's gaze fell on this group of separated people, and his face was a little puzzled, completely unable to empathize. Just like Hinata Aimi, who was wiping her back for Feng Yuan, her mind was still confused at this time, and her husband's stern voice just now seemed to echo in her ears. Aimi, you have to treat the Feng Yuan patriarch like me, don't lose Hinata's face. But isn't Hayashi-kun, who lets his wife serve others, the one who brings Hinata to shame? Yanmei, you've been wiping my back for half an hour, is my body dirty? Feng Yuan's somewhat playful voice sounded, and between the steaming mist, the corners of his upturned mouth could be faintly seen. Hinata Aimi was silent. When she was in school, Hinata and Uchiha went head-to-head, and her relationship with Feng Yuan was naturally not very good. The other party is clearly humiliating himself. I'm so sorry, I'm here. Hinata Aimi ruffled the broken hair in front of her forehead, got up and stood up from behind Feng Yuan, and then walked around to the front of Feng Yuan. 4 eyes opposite. Hinata Aimi's gaze couldn't help but dodge, kneeling down in the bath, leaning forward with her slender waist forward, carefully wiping her body for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's hand also swam unceremoniously on Hinata Aimi's body, and the corners of his mouth were playful. The once proud white swan can only lower his head and serve himself wholeheartedly, and the benefits brought by this strength are simply addictive. Hinata Aimi's movements became lighter and lighter, as if the strength in her body had been drained. Half of her body leaned on Feng Yuan's body, and the face of pure lust, a good wife and good mother, kept hovering up and down the water. On this night, the Hyaga clan was brightly lit, and the patriarch's mansion was even more noisy. When Feng Yuan returned to the mansion of the Uchiha patriarch, Xiao Nan obediently took slippers. That's good. Feng Yuan rubbed Xiao Nan's light purple hair, looking at her face without any expression fluctuations, and there was no emotional change in her heart. Getting an iceberg to melt is not a thing. It is the skill to keep the iceberg cold on the outside and hot on the inside. I like you very much. Xiao Nan's body instinctively snorted, as if she thought of something that scared her. Feng Yuan took her into his arms, like a child, gently patted her back, his body swayed gently, but what was lying in his mouth was not a lullaby, but a promise of hope. My promise to you will not change. As long as Nagato and Yatako return from the Dragon Vein space, I will return you to freedom, and then you can choose whether to stay or leave with them. Feng Yuan's voice was flat, and the depths of his eyes were cat-like banter and cruelty. Habit is the most terrifying force in the world, the most terrible weapon of time. It was as if the girl who picked up the collar in humiliation was now accustomed to snuggling in her arms and singing softly. He will definitely go to the parallel time and space of the Dragon Vein, but he will definitely not move easily. Who knows what danger is on the other side? In case he bumps into those big barrels in Boruto's legend, it will be difficult for him to do it. It is worth mentioning that there is no trace of a large tube of wood in this time and space. It seems that parallel time and space are also different. Crunch, the door was opened again. This time it was Tsunade and Shizun who came back after a tiring day. Xiaonan subconsciously wanted to get up and go over, but was pressed back into his arms by Feng Yuan, and turned his head to look at him blankly. Occasionally, you don't have to be so obedient and eat something delicious. Xiaonan is as good as the stream. Shizun did not change his shoes, stepped on the white socks and trotted behind Feng Yuan, pinching his shoulders hard. Tsunade smelled the smell of Feng Yuan's body, and an unspeakable disgust flashed on his face, but he still knelt in front of Feng Yuan. The Hyuga clan sent a lot of secret techniques, covering almost all the branches of Juquan, but I always feel very weak. In order to maintain the status of the clan family, the elders of the Hyuga clan blindly obeyed the inherent system, suppressed the mind of the separation of the family bit by bit, and made them willing to turn into caged birds and sacrifice themselves. Therefore, Juquan has not progressed and changed for many years, and naturally cannot keep up with the footsteps of the village. Feng Yuan explained. Tsunade nodded, her face a little hesitant. It didn't matter if the Hyuga clan was dead or alive, but she cared more about her former friend. The big snake pill is said to be studying in secret, but he has never asked the village for a dime for funds, and he can't even find a shadow. Zi Lai was not killed. According to the information she got from Xiao Nan, she was sealed into a puppet, and then she didn't know where she was thrown away. What do you want to ask? Feng Yuan looked at the hesitation on Tsunade's face, chuckled, and stroked Xionan's silky long hair like a cat. Tsunade pursed his lips, but finally shook his head. It's nothing, it's just that Uchiha Ryusho defeated Raza on the front line, which caused the other villages to be on guard. If you destroy the Tsunahide village, I am afraid it will cause the jealousy of the other villages, and then join forces to destroy the current good situation in Konoha. Tsunade is not afraid of war. With the original seal, even the remaining countries of the world have no chance of winning if they unite. But Tsunade's fear is that the group of ninjas know this, and then the fish dies and chooses to defeat Konoha's people. Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes, and now Konoha is this one who wears shoes, and he does things to tie his hands and feet. It can be called the country with the largest geographical area in the ninja world, but unfortunately most of the territory is desert, so the money collected is only enough for the daimyo of the country of wind to squander. As for the sand-hidden village, it can only be made by the ninjas themselves to throttle, plus the village chief, Kazekage, to mine and make money. In fact, the relationship between Sand-Hidden Village and the daimyo was still quite good when the second generation of Kazekage, but the next two Ninja World Wars were all lost. The key one was to provoke themselves and attack Konoha, the first Ninja World War. The second time was declared war by the country of Rain, small countries at the same time 1v4, which can endure. Sand-Hidden Village A went up. The village of Cheyenne was defeated. The same defeat was achieved in the country of Samurai, the country of Iron. This also made the daimyo of the country of Wind feel that this ninja village was purely a disgrace to himself, plus the country of Wind has a bad environment, and the money is still small, and not many people are willing to ask for the country, so he is too lazy to develop the armed force institution and let the village fend for itself. The response method of Cheyenne Village is to develop the magnetic blood succession limit based on the Ichio Moritsuru. The heir of this generation is the fourth generation of Wind Shadow Magnetic Escape Gold Luosha. Boom, boom, boom. The fourth generation of Wind Shadow Luosa half squatted on the ground, 2 hands and 5 fingers inserted in the sand. Behind the sand continues to emerge like an ocean like placer gold. Placer gold is heavier than sand, mixed with sand, can slow down the effect of sand. Across from him, driving the Gundam. Susanoo's Uchiha Ryusho was expressionless, ignoring the placer gold wrapped around his waist, and his hands fell like rice cakes. Every time he dropped his fist, the chakra that had been extracted by the pure extraction slammed on the surface of the placer gold, and countless waves rippled like the surface of the sea. It's just that even if the huge power transmitted is digested by the placer gold, it is an unbearable pain for Luosha. Bastard! Is Konoha going to declare war with the village of Suna? Luosha's angry yellow hair was like a hedgehog, his flushed face was bruised, the corners of his eyes were cracked and bleeding, and his voice was a little sharp. Uchiha Ryasho glanced at him indifferently, and then continued to place in the distance, and Susanoo composed of chakra did not stop swinging his giant fist at all. The patriarch explained that Luosha could die, but not at his own hands, even if he was now the leader of Taki-yin village. So, why hasn't that person come yet? Being ignored like this, where could the young and vigorous Luosha endure this humiliation? The 10 fingers inserted on the ground fiercely lifted out, and the placer gold behind it like an ocean instantly washed Susanoo like a roaring wave. Not only the ground, but also the part in the air was covered. Uchiha Ryasho's vision was obscured, a trace of impatience gradually appeared on his face, and the half-body Susanoo swept against the ground with a wave of his slap. None? Uchiha Ryasho was slightly stunned, followed by his gaze suddenly moved to the ground below him. The yellow sand surged into a whirlpool like a wave, and countless sharp placer gold triangles gushed out between short inches. Swoosh! Susanoo, who condensed out of the chakra that spread on the surface of his body, was instantly pierced out of countless void holes, which surprised Uchiha Ryasho a little, but only slightly. Susanoo's power is far from being as simple as he is currently showing. It's just when he was about to increase his strength and beat Luosha to death first. In the distance, a pitch-black shadow changed from small to large, and the outline of the human figure that emerged became clear. It is Yes and Hidden Village Ambassador to Konoha Feng Yuan exclusive backstabbing toolman Kara. With the arrival of Yakang, the nature of the battle has also gradually changed. From the invasion of the village of Konohataki Cage, it has become the revenge of the hero of the Sand Shadow to the Wind Shadow. Yakang, you actually betrayed the village? Luosha knew that he was not the opponent of the two, and immediately verbally hit Yakang, wanting to take the opportunity to provoke her, and then singled her out. But what he didn't expect was that the terrifying chakra fluctuations behind him actually converged, and Uchiha Ryasho, who had entangled him for a day and a night, seemed to not want to intervene in the battle between the two. Luosha's brain was not too stupid at present, and he immediately became on guard. Yakang, you actually colluded with Uchiha Seal. Do you want to betray the village as a traitor? Rebel? Yakang's voice was a little low, and his face that was slightly hanging to the ground lifted, and the burning anger in his eyes seemed to make the temperature of the sandy land rise by a few degrees. I have never betrayed the village, it was the village that betrayed me. You framed me. The location of the 4th generation of Wind Shadow was originally said to be determined by merit, but as a result, you and those elders tricked me into going to Konoha, and then you took the opportunity to become the 4th generation Wind Shadow. Luosha. The reason why I have to bear the burden of humiliation in Konoha is that today, I want to take back everything I lost. Yakang's emotions were extremely excited, and in the angry roar, several flame-burning go jade were thrown towards Luosha by her. But Rosa was not afraid in the slightest. He didn't refute a word before, he was accumulating. A huge placer gold cube quickly floated in front of him, blocking the successive scorching attacks. Then countless spikes appeared on the surface of the cube, slamming into Yakang fiercely. But Yakang not only did not hide, but pinched the strange handprint, mobilized his unique burning chakra, and shouted, "Burning chakra mode." With her movement, the burning chakra in her body quickly spread on the surface of her body, forming a cloud of flowing chakra coats. Originally close to Luosha's strength, she quickly rose to the point of surpassing Luosha and crushing Luosha. Yakang's figure quickly disappeared from Luosha's field of vision. The empty placer gold cube quickly returned to defense, and a crack opened in the two halves below, directly buckling Luosha below, and then 3 or 4 eyes appeared on the surface, observing the 8 directions at the same time. But no matter which direction he looked, he didn't find Yakang's shadow, as if the other party had evaporated from the world. But the next second, Yakang, like an overheated and overloaded Rambo, fell from the sky, and several scorching jade combinations rotated wildly together, and the gravity of her fall slammed into the placer gold cube. Cokes! The two attacks collided, instantly exploding the terrifying chakra tide, and the colorless ripples visible to the naked eye rolled up countless yellow sand, quickly spreading around, turning into a black sandstorm that swept everything. The yellow sand raised by the center of the collision slowly fell. The burning chakra coat on Yakang's body was already tattered, and the whole person was exhausted with the naked eye, and it was visible to the eye. And on the sand, Luosha's eyes were round, and his face was full of incredulity. It seems that he is surprised that he actually lost, and it is also like marveling at Yakang's strength. If you had said earlier that you had such strength, I wouldn't have to. I sold it for it, but it doesn't matter, your Karura has already been sent to Konoha, and I believe that both she and Temari can have strength that is not weaker than mine. Yakang bent down, with a murderous smile on the corner of his mouth. The green tendons on Luosha's surface are violently convex, making people worry that the green tendons will be squeezed and exploded in the next moment. But Yakang did not give him this opportunity to show his talent, and unceremoniously cut off his head. With his head, the next thing is to return to the village of Sandhide. Cho and Ireo are older and know what it is to protect Ming's life, plus Kiki Shuumao is dead. As long as they promise not to stop them from taking revenge on Kakashi, the two will probably shut up. After a thought, Yakang's face did not have much joy, carrying Luosha's head to pieces, and his gaze towards the village was gradually replaced by a touch of scarlet. But after all, it is affiliated with Kana, there will definitely be a few clans who are not satisfied with my approach, and by then, she turned her head to look at Uchiha Ryosho, who was silent, raised her hand to brush her hair, and the smile on her face was a little sick. Just please, the master said that you are the most loyal shadow of his subordinates, you will definitely not refuse to help me, right? Uchiha Longxiang glanced at Yakang, did not speak, just raised his feet and headed towards Cheyenne village. As long as it is what the patriarch wants to do, it is correct, and since it is correct, it is to fight for this life and do it well. A complicated look flashed under Yakang's eyes. The longer she stayed in Feng Yuan, the more she knew the other party's fears, and the more unwilling she was to let her position be just a vase of little importance. Even if she betrays her village, she will become an indispensable helper like Tsunade. Land of Water, Mist-Hidden Village. The fourth generation of Mizukage, three-tailed man Zulai, and Yakura quietly stared at Terumi and Hayashi Yuri on the opposite side, and the baby's face was full of seriousness. The atmosphere in the Water Shadow office gradually became dignified, and even the elder UN master sitting on the side felt a little sullen. Knock knock. The eyes covered by the eyebrows of the UN division swept the beauty, and the eyebrows were full of charm, and the clothes did not show their charm as before, but became practical combat clothes. Always ready to fight? There was a bit of gloom and Genshi in his heart, and the reason why he was willing to give people so much in the first place was simply because the 3 generations of Mizukage died too tragically, plus he believed in the loyalty of his own ninjas. But the facts gave him a resounding slap in the face. Xiaomiu, you are a rare talent with 2 bloodstain limits, the future is limitless, there is no need. A shuriken slashed in front of him, and half of his white eyebrows fell leisurely, and Genshi closed his mouth. Terumi looked serious and cold, stared at Yakura and said, according to my master's order, from now on, I will be the 5th generation of the Water Shadow of the Mist-Hidden Village, and the next war with Union will be joined by the 2 Uchiha of the Mist-Hidden Village in the country of you and the land of waves. Water Shadow is the jade of a village, and the meaning of existence is to protect the village. Yakura slowly stood up. Even so, he was not half as tall as Mei, but the momentum steadily suppressed the other party. Terumi, what is the meaning of your existence? What is the meaning of being a Water Shadow? In order to carry out the so-called order, what qualifications do you have to serve as Mizukage if you want to sacrifice the village to Kanaha? Wrong, Terumi said with a cold expression. Yakura and Genshi couldn't help but look at each other, and asked with some confusion, what do you mean? A smile flashed in Terumi's eyes in the comfort of revenge, and she said condescendingly, first, even if I serve as the Water Shadow, the village is not attached to Kanaha, it is a gift to the master, which is equivalent to Kanaha. Second, I am not here to discuss with you, but to inform you that from now on, I am in charge of Wien village. Yakura and Genshi's faces suddenly pulled down, and when the two were about to speak, there were 2 more shadows in the room. Coming people, one left and one right. The person on the left is burly, with a blue shark face, carrying a misty incognito knife mackerel, and it is the dried persimmon ghost mackerel that sent Kanaha with Terumi. The person on the right is not tall, because of his age, his appearance is still a little handsome, and his gentle temperament is like a good talker, and there is no danger. But he wore the clothes of the Uchiha clan, which put great pressure on Yakura and Genshi, as if his consciousness returned to the day he was beaten. This person is Uchiha Shueishui stationed in the Land of Waves, and in the previous war to assist Mistian, because he had contained 4 generations of Thunder Shadow with teleportation and illusion, he was called Instantaneous Stop. Genshi's breathing froze, and his expression became serious. Regarding Terumi's appointment as the 5th generation Water Shadow, I think the ceremony should be held as soon as possible so that the ninja world can know. Yakura, the old immortal, actually robbed me of my lines. Ahem, I think so too. The corners of Terumi's mouth showed a hint of ridicule, and she took out a crystal ball from her arms and injected it into chakra according to the way Feng Yuan taught her chakra to operate. The crystal ball shimmered, and Feng Yuan's face soon appeared on it. This is a long-range communication ninjutsu improved by Feng Yuan using the telescopic technique of the 8 flying sun. Although it is the result of the research of the 1,000 hands, the other party's soul is in his hands, and the result of saying that it is a sealed origin is not bad. Master, the Mist-Hidden Village has agreed to let me serve as the 5th generation of Water Shadow. Do you need me to declare the allegiance of the Mist-Hidden Village to you to the ninja world? Terumi had a charming and touching smile on her face, and at that moment, even an old man like Genshi and a little child like Yakura held their breath. But the person on the other side of the crystal ball was not interested, and waved his hand. Don't do anything extraneous, honestly fight with Union before giving you an order. There was a bit of harshness and impatience in his tone. Yes, master, I. Before Terumi finished speaking, she saw the image of the original seal on the crystal ball disappear. Her eyes showed a look of loss and depression, and the pressure of the whole person fell extremely low. She remembered that in the beginning, even Tsunade did not serve her master long. It's just that at that time, she didn't experience the goodness of the master, and she didn't know the blessing in the blessing, and as a result, the owner's attitude gradually became cold, and now she almost forgot her existence. No! Absolutely not. I am the most powerful slave under my master. Zhao Miu's eyes lit up with fire, became full of fighting spirit, and said resolutely, "Don't waste time, hurry up and hold the ceremony." The next thing in the room suddenly became strange, and the active Shui Ying was commanded by the reserve water shadow to arrange his abdication ceremony. Lin Yanjia Yuli and Dry Persimmon Ghostfish served as internal and external shadow guards, but ran to the Foggian Square to fight against the knife fight. The instantaneous water stop should have obtained the identity of the battlefield commander, but he resigned with a strategic deployment he did not understand, and had no choice but to hand it over to the fourth generation of water shadows who were about to abdicate. Yak Kang again? No, this time it's Terumi, the land of water has already taken. What about Samui and the two Yujito? It seems that Sam is in a hurry. I am interested in what she does. Suyun stroked his long hair and swept his gaze over Tsunade and Zionin, who had fallen asleep, with a little smile in the corners of his eyes. Would you like to go and see it together? Shizun twisted his body, with a bit of shyness on his face. It's Shizun's honor. Now, the whole of Konoha knows that the ninja troops with the best treatment in the village are the ninja troops under Feng Yuan, which are not considered other allowances and subsidies every month, just counting the fixed salary. They are 5 times that of other ninjas, but the selection conditions are too strict, and there are only more than 100 people at present. Coupled with the publicity of the ninja school, there are many girls who are full of curiosity about Ninjaheim and eager to be assigned to the Ninjaheim army after graduation. Silence is no exception. The two got dressed, sent Tsunade and Konan, and teleported directly to Ninjaheim prison with the Flying Thunder God. In the familiar 18-layer spiral structure, Feng Yuan walked slowly down with some silence that was not very suitable for transmission. Shizun was like a curious baby, although he followed Feng Yuan respectfully, but the afterglow from the corner of his eyes couldn't help but look at the surrounding arrangements. The first few floors are fine, whether it is an office or a training ground, it is much more comfortable than the dark training base under the Hokage building. But when it came to the prison part behind, I don't know if it was too deep underground or for other reasons, the eerie and cold aura made Shizun stick to Feng Yuan's arms with some fear. The lower 6 layers, the first layer is the ninja of Sand Hidden Village and Little Ninja Village, their strength is not strong, and if you go further down, the mortality rate is too high. Feng Yuan took Shizun into his arms and introduced Shinobiheim Hell as he walked. However, when he thought that Garilo and Queen Lolan, as well as Fuziken and other figures of the Xiao Alliance were imprisoned here, he was not in a hurry to take Shizun down. Step into this floor. Shizun found that the arrangement here was not simple, and there were many people inside, most of whom were guided one-on-one by Shinobiheim. But the most eye-catching thing is probably the woman who is coaxing the child to sleep. Garilo, it seems that you are treated well here. Feng Yuan put down the silence, walked to the other party, bent down, and saw the cute appearance of the sleepy blinking Temeri, and a little love rose in his heart. From today onwards, you move to the mansion, and the queen and Sarah, there is no need to be a Shinobiheim. Feng Yuan saw the envy in the eyes of the queen on the side, and also took her and Sarah out. Just when Feng Yuan took Shizun to visit Ninjaheim prison, something happened in Iwahide village. The third generation of Tokujoniki saw Konoha village expanding, and his ambition also forced him to start a war against the small countries around him, and the original river country was taken by him. But further inland, he had to deal with Kusanagi village, which had been controlled by Uchiha. The Oniki people are old and fine, naturally they will not easily touch this mold, and decisively chose to go south to test the country of ghosts. The environment of the Oni country is not very good, it is mountainous and hilly, and 9 out of 10 days are overcast. Here, ninjas are not the mainstream, but shrine witches are people's trusted guarantors. There is no daimyo in Oni no country, and the person who dominates is Methreya, the witch of the shrine. In the face of the invasion of 3 generations of Tokujoniki, Methreya's performance as the head of a country was not satisfactory, and she did not organize any resistance. Even if Oniki brought people to the palace now, her expression was still indifferent. Methreya wore a witch's costume, holding a well-behaved sleeping baby in her arms, gently patting her daughter's back, and looking at Oniki calmly. Oniki was confused. Even if there were no ninjas in the Oni country, as long as those soldiers blocked it, there was enough time for the Oni country to seek help. At the very least, he felt that this woman was very similar to Uchiha's appetite. I thought you had run away, after all. After all, my country didn't resist the slightest, did it? Methreya had a smile on his face, and his tone was gentle, not like he was looking at the culprit of the invasion of his own country, but at an old friend he had not seen for many years. Don't be nervous, the existence of the ghost country is not for domination, so everyone is the same. Who's the same? For some reason, Oniki felt a little uneasy in his heart. The reason why the ninja did not overthrow the daimyo is because the other party has been handed down for thousands of years, and it is said that he has something in his hands that can threaten the ninja. Once those daimyo are pressed, I am afraid that the net will be broken, but the gain will outweigh the loss. Could it be that the land of ghosts also has such a thing? It seems that Tsuchikage-sama has already guessed. Maitreya pointed behind her, where an inconspicuous pitch-black vortex was spreading black chi outward. The expression on her face was still peaceful, and she said unhurriedly, "Behind her is the seal of the country of ghosts that has been passed down for thousands of years, and inside is a legendary monster that writes about destroying the world, and each generation of witches will choose to seal each other with their soul power." Maitreya slowly got up, looked at the ninja of Uwain village outside the shrine, and said in a calm tone, "But I chose to open the seal." "What? Not good. Everyone evacuate." The little old man Oniki's face suddenly became difficult, and he couldn't jump up to reach Maitreya's chest, and he stayed at the end. Seeing that the whirlpool seemed to sense their departure, it was expanding rapidly, and the warning of approaching death made every cell in his aging body seem to return to its youth, beating wildly. What's in this? Evils, legendary ghosts, immortal existences, each generation of witches will voluntarily sacrifice their souls to seal each other, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed. But for me, since there is no power to protect the country, it is better to feel the ghosts together. Anyway, my country is gone, isn't it? Maitreya had a gentle smile on her face and was a beautiful lady. But the more Oniki looked at it, the more irritated he felt. Is this woman unwilling to sacrifice herself, so she released this monster? He doesn't feel like he's at fault. I just think Maitreya which is too paranoid. In a sense, ninjas and witches are not opposites. Ninjas occupy this place, villagers just pay an extra money, they can still believe in witches. Boom, boom. The pressure coming from the whirlpool was increasing, and Oniki could already hear his heartbeat like a hammer, glared at Maitreya, and he quickly ran out. Afraid that he would run slowly and would not be able to escape, Oniki shouted at the Uwain troops in the distance, "If I die, Uwain village will return to the village, pass on the events here to Konoha, and tell Uchiha. What a monster is this?" Far away, the rock ninjas saw the overwhelming black chi attacking, and all the creatures in their path were turned into stone by the black chi. Even their Tsuchikage Oniki was no exception. Idiot! What does this old guy Oniki eat? Tsunade slapped the table fiercely, looking angry, as if he was about to tear Oniki alive. In front of the desk, the dark ninja, who was half kneeling on the ground, lowered his head and stared at the floor in front of him without blinking, letting Naruto-sama get angry. Fortunately, Tsunade was not so angry that he fainted, and waved his hand at the dark ninja and said, "Go and inform the major elders and the Uchiha patriarch." In addition to the Feng Yuan, the ninja patriarch of the entire village now has an elder title, and as for the position of Hokage's assistant, it is still hanging there, and no one has the courage to sit in that position. At this time, Feng Yuan was curing blood disease for Kurama Kongayun, the patriarch of the Kurama family. Also participating in the adjuvant treatment are Garilo, Queen Lulin and Yu Huayan, Sarah and Yuzian. Because of their age, they can only watch the treatment process and learn advanced treatment experience. Shinobiheim, who received the news, hurriedly stepped on the floor, deliberately so that the people in the room could hear the sound. "Sister Samui, Dad is undergoing surgery, is there something going on?" When Samui, who had short blonde hair, saw Yuzian, her cold expression subconsciously softened, squatted on the ground, rubbed her little head, and said, "It's Naruto-sama who is going to hold a meeting of all the elders, and the ninja of the dark department has notified him outside." "Oh, I know. Thank you, Sister Samui." Yu Hua ran back and repeated Samui's words. A moment later, Kurama Kongayun, who had interrupted the treatment, had a bit of resentment on his face, put his arm around Feng Yuan, leaned on him and walked out of the room. What happened? Feng Yuan held Kurama Kongayun and walked out. His gaze only stayed on Samui for a moment, and he asked without turning his head. Samui bit her lip, looking at Kurama Kongayun's back. There was a thick jealousy, and she also tended to follow behind Feng Yuan, and said in a low voice, "The third generation of Tokage Oniki attacked the country of ghosts, and as a result, the leader of the country of ghosts, Maitreya which, released the monster race sealed in the country of ghosts, and also gave the eel a body, and now summoned the monster, and it has almost hit the border of the country of earth." Waste. Feng Yuan scoffed at Oniki. This old thing thinks that he is a ninja and occupies a few small countries, so he doesn't take other countries seriously? Yes, I was not prepared before attacking the ghost country, and I didn't even collect intelligence clearly. This Lord Tsuchikage is really defeated. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Kurama Kongayun naturally echoed it, hating Oniki in his heart, and he didn't pick a time to interrupt the good deeds of the old lady. She wronged the people Oniki, and half a month ago, the little old man was turned into stone in the country of ghosts, but the IWA shinobi village couldn't stop the eel, so he asked the ninja world for help. Conference room. Tsunade popularized the message of the eclipse to the ninjas present. In ancient times, ninjas who tried to dominate the continent used the monster eclipse to create legions with immortal bodies. He led the legions and ravaged the nations and drove the continent to the brink of destruction. This monster legion is the Ghost Legion that is now raging on the border of the land of Earth. The eel also has the property of immortality, and it was the ancient witch who used the sealing technique to separate the soul and body of the eel, and the soul was sealed in the country of ghosts, and the body was sealed in the ancestral hall of the country of the swamp, which solved the crisis of that year. But now, the resurrected eel took advantage of Oniki's defeat to take the opportunity to find its body in the country of the swamp. In other words, this time we are dealing with a complete monster. Tsunade spread his hands, and the expression on his face was a little helpless. Everyone's eyes shifted to Feng Yuan. After listening to Tsunade's narration, none of the people present had the confidence to deal with that undead creature, so they could only hope for the seal. Feng Yuan leaned back on the back of the chair, supported the armrest with his elbows, bent his forefingers, and asked against his nose, "What reward is Iwahide village or Tsuki no Kuni going to give?" Tsunade was stunned and said without thinking, "No pay." "What a fart then." Feng Yuan rolled his eyes. "I'm a 6 level 1, can I still make you a white in Yin village? But then again, it seems that the leg shadow has not yet been born, so is her mother. If the monster legion of the eclipse expands, it will definitely impact the Fire Nation, and by then." Tsunade tried to explain the truth of the cold lips, but Feng Yuan directly interrupted the spell casting, waved his hand, and said indifferently, "The country of wind, the country of fire, the country of water, and the surrounding small countries will not have an accident. Don't forget, Uchiha is not Konoha's Uchiha now, it's Uchiha of the ninja world." Tsunade was silent. With the leadership and support of Feng Yuan, the ninja clans in Konoha village also began to send branches to the outer villages, and they were all in the places where Uchiha established ninja troops. This is also why Feng Yuan's words are more effective than her. Can hit, can be used for farting. Governance requires power. Are there still fewer things that are yang and yin and passive? The meeting ended unhappily. After everyone left, Feng Yuan conducted a 2-hour ideological education construction in response to Tsunade's incorrect thoughts, and then returned to the Uchiha clan with Kurama Shijuan to continue the operation. When Konoha village's attitude spread, Yuan village panicked. They had hoped that at this life and death time, Konoha village could play the style of the big brother of the ninja world as before, and solve this problem for free. As a result, the original sentence of white bleeding was directly given to them. The atmosphere of the entire IWA shinobi camp is sluggish, and it can be said that it is 10,000 horses. Interim head Huangtu, 4-tailed man Zulai Lao Zi, 5-tailed man Zhu Li Han, demolition force hunting and other high-level or combat power representatives gathered in the camp tent. After a long silence, old Zi, who was dressed as an ascetic, sighed, "How is Oniki's condition, can it be saved?" At this time, he was not as paranoid as he was later, and although he had a dispute with Oniki, it was limited to quarreling. Only when he really got started, he knew that managing a village could not be done just by talking about it, and his ideas were indeed a little naive. The performance of the lowest did not change too much because of Lao Zi's softness, and he still had a gloomy face. "There is no way at present, and if you don't solve the eel, don't say that you are snatching back the father. The stone statue of Lord Tsuchikage, even guarding the land of earth, is somewhat unrealistic. After this resurrection, the eel seems to have a brain, not like before, it blooms everywhere, and a dog passing by has to bite, but chooses to die in the country of earth." Therefore, Lois not only transferred back all the ninjas to defend the border, but even the newly occupied river country did not send people to stay, but let Uchiha pick up a bargain. This time, Yuan village's face was lost. After discussing for a long time, they finally came up with the results. The Lois ran for half a month. The first stop was to Union Village, which was known as the strongest military strength, and was ridiculed by the 4th generation of Lei Yingge. After all, since the death of the 3rd generation of Lei Ying in Union Village has not achieved much benefit until now. Now it is naturally very happy to see Union Village deflated. In the words of the 4th generation of Lei Ying, that is, if you can't even defend your own land, there is no need for Union Village to exist. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow is fully qualified to say such things, because if the eel wants to come to the land of thunder, he must pass through Uchiha's territory. With Uchiha's character of plucking the hair of the original goose and leaving the skin of the beast, the eel is afraid that he has not yet come to the country of thunder, and he will be strangled to death in the middle of the road, and his 4th generation of Thunder Shadow is naturally at ease. The Lois left Union Village in ashes. After meeting Terumi in the Village of Mist, he received the same refusal reply, but also got a little hint. If you want to ask Lord Feng Yuan to move, you will have to pay some price so that Lord Feng Yuan has a reason to intervene. For example, the allegiance of IWA Shinobi Village, or a female ninja who is beautiful enough. What a joke! Union Village is one of the top 5 ninja villages. If the old man knows that he sold the village to deal with the eel, even if he is resurrected, I am afraid that he will be angry to death. As for the beautiful ninja, not for nothing, his wife is the most beautiful woman in Union Village, but how can he betray his wife because of his own affairs? People who can do this kind of thing are simply inferior to animals, pure big turtles. So, with extremely demagogic words echoing in his ears, the Lois left with a lost soul. He was not prepared to go to the land of the winds. Instead of going there, he would rather go overseas to find Ghost Lantern City. Ghost Lantern City, called Cheng, is actually a prison. When the country of grass was at its peak, its strength was close to the country of wind, and in order to avoid the sixth major power dividing up interests, the 5 major ninja villages joined forces to pressure the grass ninja village, forcing them to free up half of their strength to establish a prison Ghost Lamp City overseas. Because the island where the prison is located is surrounded by the sea, there is a sour plant called Ghost Lantern, hence the name Ghost Lantern City. Although it is to force the Kusanagi ninja village to split, the fire dungeon secret technique of the major ninja villages really has the effect of sealing the ninja chakra, and it has also thrown a lot of powerful rebels to the Ghost Lantern City. Lois targets these traitors. He was already cornered to the point of hunger, and even a little cannon fodder was more appropriate than going back empty-handed. With such a thought, Lois set foot on Ghost Lantern City. But here, he discovered a major opportunity to save Union Village, the Chest of Bliss. According to legend, this is a ninja tool used by the 6 immortals, which can fulfill a wish of those who open it, and it is the ultimate weapon of the 6 Dao era, born and moved with enlightenment. How do I open the Chest of Elysium? Lois showed an excited look in his eyes, raised his hand and pressed it on the box of bliss, and unceremoniously asked the Ghost Lamp City Lord like a dead dog. Although he came to ask for help, this did not prevent him from beating the Ghost Lantern City Lord and then robbing him by the way. Lois got the way to open the box of bliss as he wished, and happily embarked on the way home. The flowers bloom in 2, 1 on each side. Feng Yuan has recently become accustomed to eating big fish and meat, and he is obsessed with desserts. Walking down the street, the left hand is Sunset Red holding 3 color balls, and on the right is Rin with milk dumplings. It's a pity that Shizen can't eat cold and spicy in recent days because of physical reasons, so he can only lie down at home obediently. Choose what you want to buy, the shop is all your own. Feng Yuan waved his big hand, and he was extremely arrogant. Sunset glanced at him red, and hummed softly, "This is all Juzine's sister's shop, and it has nothing to do with you." Her relationship with Feng Yuan is close enough, so she usually gets along more casually. Nohara Lin had a gentle personality, just smiled at Feng Yuan's words, and then handed him a ball. Well, the imported kind. As for whether this move will cause the anger of some stinging leap earth, it will definitely not be. With the character of Feng Yuan, he has already performed a night of fighting the Soil special attack ninjutsu in front of the muck-riding linear Uchiha's performance with Soil also lived up to expectations, jumping from the slag of Urgyu to a kaleidoscope, and then successfully advanced to become blind, becoming one of the few Uchiha clansmen who died completely after Feng Yuan served as the patriarch. No one will dispute that. After all, in their eyes, the dead Uchiha Obito has always been a crane tail that has remained at the level of Urga Jade all year round, one more of him, not much of him, and no less of him. The biggest consequence of this incident may be that Lin's throat has left sequelae and frequent pain. Sue! Swish! A sturdy figure jumped around on the roof, and finally landed in front of Feng Yuan, knelt on one knee, lowered his head and said, "Master, the rebel ninja horn capital of Taki Ninja Village, the undead ninja flying section has been captured, will it be brought to the base? Good job, throw them in the dark prison, I'll go over later. As for Yaneiyu, what reward do you want?" Feng Yuan looked at the medicine master Yaneiyu with a respectful attitude, and the expression on his face was gentle. Taking Kakuto and Faden to experiment with the combat power of Ninja G's troops was a plan he had made early on. After all, with the information he provided, if Yaneiyu and they still can't take down the undead duo, then he really has to consider whether to change the Ninjaheim troops into base troops to train their ability to pretend. "Are you going to be busy again?" Craftsman Shirihong saw the figure of medicine master Yaneiyu leaving, and only then pouted and walked over. Finally, when Feng Yuan had a free day, she quickly pulled the teacher out to go shopping, but before she could enjoy the atmosphere of love, she saw other competitors. The mood can be said to be terrible, but it can be made up. Feng Yuan returned home with Sunset Red and Nohara Rin, and carefully taught the two of them a few water ninjutsu. Then he went to sit at Yuna's place for a while, and told Mikado and Mei Ling not to let Yuna's eat the rice made by Jushine. It was a terrifying dish that could make his 6th level tremble. Going around in circles, Feng Yuan comforted many people, and by the end of the busyness, it was already early in the morning. I was about to go to the dark part to see the Kakuto and the flying section. Tsunade pushed the door in with a tired look. "My great-aunt died, I'm back." Tsunade corrected the documents for a day, had no time to drink, and his voice seemed weak. Kicking the shoes off his feet and stepping into the room barefoot, Tsunade originally wanted to chat with Konan, but after seeing Feng Yuan, the corners of his mouth tugged, and he said helplessly, "Hello master, don't sleep so late, is it insomnia? A lot going on today?" It was rare for Feng Yuan to see Tsunade look so weak, and he cared about it. Tsunade's face flashed a little helpless, and he sighed, "Huang Tabachin is crazy, actually killed all those rebels in Ghost Lantern Island, and killed many ninjas along the way, and now the 4 countries of wind, fire, thunder and water have issued bounties. It's just a dog jumping off the wall, these things don't have to be dealt with so late, right?" Feng Yuan picked up Tsunade's hand and sat on the sofa on the side. Jiaodu and Fei Duan couldn't die for a few more days, now he still cares about the health of his woman. The two sat on the sofa. Tsunade only thought that he had to work again, and he consciously adjusted his sitting posture, but he was very surprised when he was held in his arms. I only listened to Feng Yuan say, I am in a good mood today, so I will spare you a day. Tsunade's face showed the joy of the rest of his life, but even so, he couldn't hide the exhaustion in the corners of his eyes. Feng Yuan was a little speechless when he saw this. Konoha's structure was optimized by him, and although Konoha's prosperity is now almost comparable to that of the prefecture in the previous life, it will not make Tsunade tired like this. The trouble is on the daimyo's side. Tsunade changed to a comfortable sitting position, hugging Feng Hara's neck face to face, heart close to heart. Although separated by a thick layer of cushions, you could still hear each other's heartbeats. Konoha is now on the verge of becoming a little self-sufficient, and those officials in the Land of Fire naturally can't sit still, starting to jam things in the village from all aspects. After all, nominally, the village is also a subsidiary of the Fire Nation. Tsunade's face showed helplessness. Being rectified by the officials of the Fire Nation had been expected for a long time, but he couldn't have imagined that it would be so soon. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. It's just a group of ordinary people, and the so-called Guardian 12 warriors of the family-like organization actually dare to meddle in the affairs of the ninja village. No way, the previous village couldn't earn at all. Most of the money earned is scraped and can only be relied on the aid of the Fire Nation. What was originally an equal status gradually became a subsidiary in the hands of the Ape Flying Sun. Tsunade didn't bother to cover up the Ape Flying Sun. These four didn't know how much blood they sucked on Konoha's body, and said what happened to him. What's more, at the beginning, the relationship between the daimyo and the shadow was originally a relationship of equality and mutual cooperation. The country of wind is kind of stuck in the neck of sand-hidden village, forcing the shadow of a village to dig. The relationship between Mizu Cage and daimyo, the country of water, is also not harmonious, but with the lube of Genshi between the two sides, a bilateral non-interference relationship has been reached. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder had no sense of existence at all, and was suppressed by the Night Moon clan. The daimyo of Tsuchinakoku simply lived directly in the village of Iwahi and obeyed Oniki's orders. Only in Konoha village, even the upper position of Hokage needs to be approved by the daimyo of the Fire Nation. So angry? It seems that those bastards did find you a lot of things today, why not kill them clean? Feng Yuan's joke made Tsunade think seriously, and his expression was unusually serious. She and the daimyo do have a bit of blood relationship, but this does not mean that she can condone the officials under the other party. After thinking for a moment, Tsunade nodded, kill it or not. Then you can order a few dark departments to do this. A group of ordinary people are blinded by the power in their hands, and dare to shout at the tiger. Feng Yuan put his hand into Tsunade's clothes and stroked her smooth back, successfully receiving a slap in Tsunade's eyes. Didn't you say you gave me a vacation today? Tsunade finally adjusted his sitting posture and did not resist much in the face of the attack of the Nibelungs. Feng Yuan pretended to sigh and said, I overestimated my concentration and underestimated your charm. The two were like sitting on the couch and communicating how to use water ninjutsu. Tense and exciting. Half a month went on and on. Feng Yuan did not go to Kakuto and Hijuan, but arranged for the Dark Ninja to conduct human experiments on Faden and torture Kakuto's secret technique of Earth Grievance. He spends his days wandering around the shinobi base, the Patriarch's mansion, Karama's house, Hineda's house, Inyazuka's house. No way, Feng Yuan is the fairest. It can't be said that there is no here and there, so the people who have had a relationship with him in the past half a month have all been lobbied by him and live in the mansion of the Uchiha Patriarch. Then opened the Silver Party. With his combat strength, it only takes 15 hours a day to achieve even rain and dew. The years on his side are quiet. The land of Earth is about to fall. Almost mad, the Lois began to slaughter the bounty exchange, sacrificing all the people inside to the chest of bliss. But it's still a drop in the bucket. Finally, the four-tailed human pillar force and the five-tailed human pillar force poured all the tailed beast chakra into the box of bliss, and sacrificed the Lois, which summoned the monster sealed in it, Gaku. Because the consciousness of the Lois was too strong, it directly suppressed the instinct of enlightenment, and then the Lois began to cleanse the country of Earth and the body of a monster. The Immortal Monster Legion was simply not comparable to the ultimate killing weapon of these six immortals, and it was defeated step by step. The eel also did not care about devouring Maithreya's mother and daughter, so he could only run to the front line to fight with the Lois and divide you and me to live. The strength of the two sides is eerily equal. The monster created by the Chest of Elysium with the negative emotions of Lois has a strong atmosphere of hatred, destruction, and madness. The eel symbolizes greed and has an almost insoluble immortality. Both of them are actually monsters born from the evil thoughts of people as a product of the ninja world before the fruit of the divine tree was planted. When the two sides were fighting, Lois had no time to take care of the people of Iwa Shinobi Village, so they could only let them transfer first. Led by Yui Aoi, the wife of the Lois, the people of Iwane Village migrated to the Land of Grass. It just so happened that it was Satoshi Uchiha who was stationed here. As a staunch activist who had been brainwashed by Feng Yuan, Uchiha Satoshi directly surrounded the people of Iwane Village. Ninja of Iwane, you have crossed the line. Uchiha Satoshi kicked away Iwain's temporary station, arrogantly taking the lead. The young and strong factions behind him are also evil deeds, and they do not have the slightest guilt for bullying the wandering ninja. The ninjas of Iwain village are suitable for large-scale united combat, but in the face of this more than 100 pairs of three-hook jade, not to mention the absence of Lois and Oniki, even if they have to be stripped of 2 layers of skin. Resisted the urge to fight back. Yui Aoi and the daimyo of Tsuchinokoku decisively stepped forward to stop the fight from expanding further. Uchiha, this is the land of grass, you Kana have no jurisdiction over it. I have already asked for the temporary permission of the daimyo of the country of grass. You leave now. I can still act as if nothing happened, but if I continue to stay here, I will definitely tell you the daimyo of the land of fire in its entirety. The daimyo of the land of earth can now only hope that the relationship between the land of fire and Kanaha is really the relationship between the owner and the dog that the old watch of the land of fire said when playing mahjong. But it backfired. The daimyo of Tsuchinokoku died. He was slapped by Satoshi Uchiha and flew his brain case 3 meters away, and he died no more. But due to the closure of the Pure Land. Instead, the soul of the daimyo of Tsuchinokoku remained in reality, and because of his resentment, he was still thinking about how to take revenge on Uchiha when he turned into a ghost. Then when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the hideous face of Satoshi Uchiha. The ending is naturally scattered, and the ashes are raised so much that they don't know where to go. The remaining IWA shinobu, led by Yui Aoi, chose to surrender and were temporarily imprisoned by Satoshi Uchiha in the camp they built, known as the IWA Shinobu Concentration Camp. Uchiha Satoshi looked at these hard-working IWA shinobu, and only felt that a punch hit the stone. These guys don't say anything else, they are extremely resilient, and they won't die no matter how they are tortured. Rubbing his chin, Uchiha Kong discussed with the people around him otherwise, increased their daily working time to 8 hours, reduced 3 meals to 2, and the dishes don't need to be all meat, 2 meat and 2 vegetarians. The people around me didn't object. After all, as Uchiha, they don't work. The people of Kusanagi village were killed by them before, but after they occupied Kusanagi village, nearly 90% of the people of Kusanagi country were crowded into this village, so the last thing this village lacked was labor. Horse treaders, we call this a captive? After listening to the new rules, although his face pretended to be angry, when Uchiha left, his face showed joy. This kind of treatment, I didn't dare to think about it before. The rest of the IWA shinobu were all heartbroken by his words, and they all nodded. In the past, in IWA Shinobi Village, Oniki's guiding ideology was Iwan's will, which centered on unity and hardworking, and everyone, including Tsuchikage, worked 14 hours a day, and meals were all basic meals, and all the money saved was used for ninja training. But now, working in a concentration camp, the IWA ninjas' treatment was much better than when they were in the land of Earth, and the daily work was not tiring, nothing more than paving the road, and paving the road. Grandma can do it when she comes. Although it was very uncomfortable to say this, the IWA ninja still wanted to say, how about we not go back? These stupid X's. After Uchiha left the camp, he scolded with a grin. The treatment is less than half that of a slave ninja, and the work is harder than a dog. You won't even delay the construction period, you deserve to be sold. His smiling did not avoid Yui Aoi, or he said it deliberately to her face. Yui Aoi's face changed slightly. Satoshi Uchiha continued, there are only so many things that Kusanagi can do, but your subordinates are doing a solid job, they have done all the work, what are the others doing? The offenders are angry. The current Kusanagi village is the country of grass. All the small villages that did not want to relocate to Kusanagi village were ransacked by robbers or rogues. Therefore, Kusanagi village is very rich because it concentrates the financial resources of the entire Kusanagi country. But the people of Kusanagi village are not rich, as ordinary people, they are not as good as ninjas, and Uchiha Satoshi stipulates that each person goes to work normally for 4 hours a day, and after exceeding the normal working hours, only 20 taels of remuneration are left per hour, and those who fail to achieve the hourly goal will be paid according to the completion ratio. Even if the gang of Kusanagi village lies flat, the money they can get is a drop in the bucket. But now, with the addition of IWA Shinobu, it is equivalent to losing the head roll king behind the ass of those rotten Kusanagi people. There are so many jobs in total, and when the king of the roll is finished, the people of the country of grass will have nothing to do, and if they do not work, they will have no money. But Satoshi Uchiha will never lose. Demon. It's just evil Uchiha. Yui Aoi has already thought about the fate of IWA Shinobu and Tsuchinoku in the future. From thrift to luxury, from luxury to thrift, the rock ninjas, who are accustomed to the treatment of the country of grass, are afraid that even if they recover the country of earth, I am afraid that they will not be willing to go back. Without ninjas, the country of Earth is not even comparable to some small countries, let alone now it is ravaged by monsters. I am afraid that after peace, the country of Earth can also be removed. Who can take over the territory of Tsuchinoku? Of course, it is the country of grass that has already built the road. With a playful smile on his face, Uchiha Satoshi spread his hands and said, well, you are right, you can also go back and persuade them, just don't accept it. Yui Aoi was silent. Cutting off people's money is like killing parents. Even if Oniki came, he could only order these people to go back by draining his majesty. I don't have this qualification at all. Gritting his teeth, Yui Aoi still set out on his way to Konoha. Gee, long legs. Yui Aoi stood in front of Feng Yuan with a somewhat humiliated expression. The clothes on his body had been changed into a fitted red cheongsam, there was a peach heart opening on the chest, and the slit at the lower end was almost high to the waist. However, this also allows her to fully play the advantages of her thin waist and long legs. Feng Yuan sat on the sofa, just above Yui Aoi's navel, where the fabric was black tulle, and the skin underneath could be clearly seen. Mrs. Yui doesn't seem to be very good at asking for help, and wants to get people to help, just stand here? Feng Yuan spread his hands and said, I am very thirsty. Yui Aoi did not delay, poured a cup of hot water for Feng Yuan, and specially blew warm to bring it to Feng Yuan, opened the front hem of the cheongsam with one hand, knelt on the ground without hesitation, and held the hot water in both hands. Lord Feng Yuan, please drink water. I only drink imported water. Yui Aoi is not an ignorant girl, and naturally she will not understand what imported water is. With a smile on his face, he withdrew the water cup in his hand and said, I'll go make you tea. I have to say that Yui Aoi's tea ceremony kung fu is still okay, and the movements are elegant, and they are almost comparable to Hinata Aimi. It's just that Yangmai likes to wear thin silk pajamas when making tea, and the inside is vacuumed, which is not as good as Yangmai in this regard. When Yui Aoi finished making tea, he knelt in front of Feng Yuan as he did just now to serve tea. Feng Yuan just glanced at her, and said without saltiness, I only drink milk tea, and it has to be in a large cup. Milk tea? Big cup? Yui Aoi lowered his head, his decent appearance could not meet the standard of a large cup. Her face was a little ugly, but when she thought of her husband who was still fighting in the land of Earth, the corrupted IWA shinobi compatriots of the country of Kusanagi, Yui Aoi eventually chose to import. Sit. Feng Yuan patted the sofa beside him. Although Yui Aoi resisted in his heart, he also knew that he could not resist, so he could only sit next to Feng Yuan obediently. The front hem of the cheongsam with a high slit was lifted by the seal, and Yui Aoi only felt that his body was tense, and he did not have the slightest courage to resist. Feng Yuan walked out of the room with a red face, and the moment the door closed, Xiao Nan saw Yui Aoi who was full of mess inside through the moonlight. Bang! Shut the door. Feng Yuan sat down on the sofa. Xiao Nan came out obediently and took the initiative to clean up for Feng Yuan. The skillful movements made Feng Yuan extremely satisfied, gently caressing Xiao Nan's smooth back with his hand. The delicate and tender skin was as smooth as silk weaving, and with the soft long hair, people couldn't put it down. Simple physiological enjoyment was not enough to make Feng Yuan addicted, and the psychological satisfaction brought by the strong contrast of the former cold goddess turned into a skilled technician who took the initiative to accept the joy made him feel good. Sage time. Feng Yuan's thinking couldn't help but rationalize, and it was inevitable that he would turn to the situation in the ninja world today. The three large villages of Konoha Village, Kirihide Village, and Sand Hidden Village are in the hands of their own ninja Heim, and the small ninja villages that connect the three kingdoms around them are all in the hands of Uchiha or several ninjas led by Uchiha, coupled with the fact that the outposts that were constantly opening up outposts in various countries around the clock to open up roads with slaves in a practical sense. These areas of control were effectively connected, and both large and small countries were effectively reduced to the palm of the fiefdom. Convenient transportation is of little use to ninjas, but it has an irreplaceable effect on the circulation of the economy and the unification of government decrees. Previously, due to the reasons of those officials of the daimyo house of the Fire Country, Feng Yuan had asked Uchiha to take the lead in organizing a guard team responsible for protecting the daimyo of various countries, and all officials who opposed the policy of the ninja village. The members of the escort team obeyed the order of the daimyo to kill them. The whole family did not leave a man, and the woman with the talent of ninja was thrown into the ninjaheim base, without talent for internal digestion, and if she couldn't digest it, she threw it into the custom shop for public use, which can not only make money, but also intimidate some restless guys. The country of Earth was beaten by the eels and Gaku, and every day countless surviving people poured into the countries that Uchiha actually controlled, and even the territory of the river country that the country of Earth had abandoned before was also laughed at by Uchiha, used to receive refugees from the country of Earth, good treatment, so that they gradually forgot their original identity, and when Gaku and the eel divided the victory and defeat, let these people return to the country of Earth. I am afraid that they will not be able to drive away with a whip. When the time comes, if you want to stay, you must have value. There were only two places left in the entire ninja world where Feng Yuan did not interfere. One is the Land of Thunder. Samili has already trained the two Yuji. This cold little cat is a tailed orc pillar force, strong recovery ability, and before a vigorous prodding seal. Then 3 meals a day, day and night, and so on for 3 days. It has been almost a week now, and he is still recuperating at the Ninhame base. However, neither Samui nor the two Yuji, Feng Yuan does not think that they are qualified to shake the strength of the UB group. Therefore, for the Country of Thunder, the original was only an economic blockade, first starting with luxury goods that did not sell much, and then reducing the input of daily necessities little by little, and boiling frogs in warm water to increase the daily burden of the Country of Thunder. As for the military, the price of military supplies is also rising. Anyway, so much is produced every day. If you don't buy it, then I'll keep it for myself. As for who it is used on, the rest of the countries are controlled by their own families, and the goal is naturally obvious. Therefore, even if the fourth generation of Lei Ying is not happy, he must pinch his nose and eat this wave of arms race. Think of it this way. It seems that the formal unification of the ninja world is not a difficult thing. However, in order to achieve true unification in all senses, judging from the current situation, Feng Yuan still has to continue to make efforts to continue to spur those who are in power. Another place where there is no interference is the psychic world. There is no unified large force in the psychic world. Most psychic beasts are free and scattered, and only a small number of ethnic groups are born. Even if it is the three holy places that are high, there is no ability to say that it is to dominate other psychic beasts. There was no point in eliminating ordinary psychic beasts or small groups, and there were not many people who could deal with the three holy places, so they simply left them aside and didn't bother to pay attention. What the? Let Feng Yuan do it himself? Are you kidding? Is it that I'm unhappy, or is Shinobi Heim unattractive? Why be enthusiastic? Isn't it fragrant to dry people? Hiss, it's made a lot of progress, Zionin. Feng Yuan squinted his eyes and did not hesitate to praise the attentive Xiao Nan. The well-behaved duck seat in front of Feng Yuan's Xiao Nan, cold face, open mouth with those milk to perform gargling. After swallowing, the expression is still cold. Great rations, as the owner, timely feeding pets is the basic rule. Don't let me take the initiative next time. The haughty attitude and contemptuous eyes all show her identity as a cold iceberg goddess. But under such a temperament, it is an emotional, charming, and seductive body, with a proud posture to ask for obscene rewards. This strong contrast made Feng Yuan rise again, and the living room became noisy again. Sunset Red woke up from her sleep, made a seductive sound, rubbed her sleepy eyes, turned her head to look to the left, muted, and then turned her head to look at the right. Rin no Hara. Who would have thought that the three golden flowers in the same life would be crowded into this small bed? Morning Red, do you want to make nutritious porridge prepared for you by the teacher? Feng Yuan smiled and held the delicate Yuzian, who looked like a large doll, and held the food box in his hand to treat the three sisters of CAIG last night. As plastic sisters, after eating yesterday afternoon, they clamored to review the ninjutsu they had learned. As a result, the three people were tested in 2 hours. The silent water whip and the red rain tiger were all okay, but they were not as amazing as Nohara Rin's waterfall technique. After testing their homework, the three new shinobi G, who were both delicious and fun, couldn't stop falling asleep sleepily. After that, there was the young lady of Yinyan Village, who did not understand the request at all. Feng Yuan spent 4 hours asking for basic etiquette for her, and the huge amount of knowledge made Yui Aoi unable to accept it for a while, and fainted. Later, it was Xiao Nan who continued to work hard, and Yu Huayan, who got up halfway, could not avoid it. But for humanitarian reasons, Feng Yuan still helped the troubled Yu Huayan bring up her sister. Don't get me wrong, it's just a simple way to bring a child, definitely not because this little girl has a milky smell, and the person is soft and cute, which is rare. Red yawned, got out of the bed, walked naked to Feng Yuan, took the food box, and opened it to see the soy milk and fritters for 3 people. No porridge? Red pouted dissatisfiedly, but still took a small bite of breakfast. After all, breakfast is the other half of life, and you can't ignore it. Shaizun and Rin were both called up, unlike Red, who did not eat directly after washing. After the two got dressed and washed, they chose freshly squeezed milk on the grounds that the soy milk was already cold. Hong looked at the fritters that had been eaten in his hand and the soy milk in the bowl, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After waiting until the 3 little ones were full and drunk enough, Feng Yuan hugged Xian, pulled Sarah again, and then led the 3 little ones to go shopping. Where is still like the majestic Uchiha patriarch, who is clearly a house husband. However, such a daily routine makes Feng Yuan feel very comfortable. Do what you should do what you want to do. Such a day is great. Today is another peaceful day for Feng Yuan, but today is another irritable day for the eel. Looking at the loess in front of him, which resembled the image of a pitch-black birdman whose entire body had been hollowed out, leaving only one spine, the eel's mentality was about to explode. Figuratively, this strange-looking dog thing looks similar to himself, and can be summarized in the 4 words, not adult-like. In terms of combat power, they come from the greed of human nature, the other party comes from the jealousy and hatred of the human heart. Under normal circumstances, their own combat power is stronger than the other party, but the problem is that the object of the other party's hatred is themselves, but it has caused the situation of equal combat strength. Fought for so long, can hit each other hard, but the problem is that no one can kill anyone. It is simply troublesome. That ugly, did I kill your father, or did I sleep with your wife? Isn't it good for the two of us to divide the world together? The eel really doesn't want to fight anymore. The joy of his birth lies in commanding the undead legion to encroach on the land and everything valuable. Now the undead legion is dead, his strength has fallen to a certain level, and if he fights again, he can't bring himself fun, which is a completely meaningless battle. But Lois, which has become completely integrated with enlightenment, does not think so. Angry and high, he shouted at the eel, "Return my father's life. Looking at your image, how much perseverance does your father have to raise you so big?" The eel was silent, thought about it and persuaded, "We are all monsters. Why are monsters embarrassed by monsters? The ninja world is so big, those yin-yang masters have become extinct, witches, priests and monks have probably forgotten how to use the power of nature. This is our world. Isn't it good to join forces to keep humans in captivity? I'm a human being." The Lois shouted wildly, two huge wings flapped, and countless pitch-black balls appeared on the wings, blooming countless rays of light towards the eel. The eel was also enraged, opened its big mouth full of fangs to swallow those black lights, its body faintly swelled for a moment, and returned to normal. While hitting, he roared, "Look at your appearance, worthy are you like a person? You fought with me for so long, who saw you, not shouting monsters? Of those you saved, is there one who appreciates you?" Lois's movements were a little sluggish. Seeing the effect, he continued to attack the Lois with words such as, "Not a person, it is not necessary to pay without gratitude, sacrifice oneself in exchange for betrayal," and so on. The Lois faltered. Having sacrificed himself to the box of bliss, he had actually turned into a monster, and if it weren't for his inner tenacity and resistance to the erosion of enlightenment, what he would do was actually no different from that of a Ru. The eel wanted to strike while the iron was hot, but in an instant, it was dark, or rather a huge shadow covered the sky. Lois reacted extremely quickly, spread its wings, and shifted its body back hundreds of meters, avoiding the shadow, and was about to watch. An incomparable voice behind him sounded, "Don't be afraid, child, we are only here to seek cooperation, and we will not harm you." Lois did not believe this nonsense, and as soon as his wings flew into the sky, a stone hand in the clouds pressed down and threw him to the ground. Lying in the pit, Lois saw the honest standing on the side, respectfully the same as the student, the whole person. The whole monster was a little confused. "What about your arrogance? What about your ferocity? What a soft egg." Looking around, Lois found himself surrounded. Behind him was an illusory figure, which was similar to the legendary 6 Dao immortals. There were also 4 figures beside him, 2 he knew, Yahiko and Nagato, and the other 2 had never seen them, but both wore Kanaha's brace. On the left is a long mountain-like snake with white hair growing on its back, a face like a kind old woman, and a pipe. There was a huge stone statue, and the amount of chakra in it made him extremely frightened, and what was even more frightening was that the center of the stone statue's chest was a wriggling white eye, which fused together with an unknown amount of normal white eyes, causing physical discomfort. On the right is a huge, incomparably old toad, and the oil bead around its neck is worth a lot at first glance. I am afraid it is a 1,000-year-old object. "Who are you?" Lois was wary. Ahem, the 6 Dao immortals were about to speak. The little yellow hare who came through the dragon vein waved his hand at the Lois and shouted, "No scale. It's me, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto Uzumaki? An orphan of the Uzumaki family? But why did he call me Wu Dirt? Is it the name of this monster itself? Lois is still pondering. As a result, I heard the man who looked like he was a companion with Naruto Uzumaki say, "Idiot, this is not our world anymore. This monster doesn't know you at all." "Ahaha, I forgot that we came through the dragon vein." Naruto Uzumaki touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly, looking not very smart. "Okay, I'll talk about the next thing." The 6 Dao immortals smiled and stopped the charming treasure tricks, and first introduced the Lois, the contemptible Datumuyui, in your legend, should be called the 6 Dao immortals. On the opposite side is the demon Dao stone statue, the guardian of the moon, the great Tube Muya village. These 2 are the white snake immortal of the psychic realm Holy Land, the dragon earth cave and the toad immortal of Miyamu mountain. These 2 children are Yahiko and Nagato of the Xiao organization, who were forced into the dragon vein by Uchiha Seal, and accidentally arrived in another time and space. These 2 are the powerhouses they invited from that time and space, Suzuki Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Evil Uchiha. Huang Tu didn't have the slightest reaction when he heard the previous words, but when he heard Suzuki's name, he shrunk back directly and roared angrily. "No way, the strength of Yusaibo in this world is terrifying, and all the crazy people are special, saying that the slaughter of the village is the slaughter of the village, and there is no human touch at all." Lois's reaction fell in Uchiha Suzuki's eyes, and the already unhappy mood became stronger. "What kind of eyes are you? Look again, kill you." "That's right, it's evil Uchiha." Lois gritted his teeth, always ready to self-detonate part of the monster's body to give himself a chance to escape. But the ultimate migrant worker who did not know that he was dead, Baileahu, fell into madness after getting the research results of the big snake pill. Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, Hinata, take Torai. With their bloodline traceability, using the art of Ghost Bud Luo, coupled with the Earth Grudge, completely integrate their bloodline into my body. The resources that Bulyahu got in the dream world are simply not too much. After all, it is really sealed unconditional support. So he quickly gathered what he needed. The hearts of the 5 races were refined into his own mask heart by the technique of combining with the Earth Grudge and the Ghost Bud Luo, so that he had the chakra of the 5 races in his body first. The Yang done, Water done, Earth done, Yin done, Fire done, Thunder done, Hyaga clan, Kagaya clan's bones bone vein. Wait a minute. Why is there less wind? The obsessive-compulsive disorder of humble Lioa makes him look at the missing wind entangled. As a scientist, the most important thing is to strive for perfection and perfection. As for his own chakra, it can only be said that it is completely incompatible with these races. Originally, Biliahu was still struggling with how to choose the right wind escape, but under the intervention of Feng Yuan, Biliahu forgot this and chose to start integration. After all, in the eyes of Feng Yuan, everyone has the basic chakra, but it is only the amount. What really matters is the deteriorated Atsuki bloodline left by the 2 brothers Haji and Hamura. In the dream world of infinite reset, Bulyahu fused the bloodlines of the 4 races hundreds of times, and the final result was to explode the chest. The longest time to hold on was only 5 seconds, only enough for the chakra eye to show a spiral pattern, and then the body of the humble Lioa could not bear it, and it exploded into a ground of minced meat. Feng Yuan's figure manifested in the dream world, watching the whole world go back in time, and the minced meat on the ground gradually recovered into a humble Lioa who studied the perfect proportion, and time froze at the moment he cheered. What's the problem? Biliahu had just looked at the skinny. After fusing the 2 perverted techniques of Ghost Bud Luo and Earth Resentment, his state has reached the best, and if the light theory of resilience, it can be compared to his. Wait, fly segment. Feng Yuan thought of this mad believer who had been blessed by the evil god. Based on his physical body, could he withstand the results of the fusion of these 5 bloodlines? Just do it when you think of it. Feng Yuan directly implanted this instruction into Biliahu's mind, and then watched him first gouge Fei Duan's eyes, squeeze a pair of 3-hook jade chakra eyes and a pair of white eyes into it, and then throw away Fei Duan's belly, replace the backbone of the Kagaya clan for him, and then replace the left and right kidneys with the kidneys of Senshao and Vortex. After a simple physical transformation, whenever the wound of the flying section heals, it will be opened again to observe the recovery. What surprised Feng Yuan was that Fei Duan's body was really an immortal small strong level, and there were no other adverse reactions except for his body being skinny to the point of being skinny and boneless. Biliahu was even more surprised, simply good people to the end, took 5 more hearts, forced Fei Duan to learn to complain, kept his own heart, and used secret techniques to connect 5 masks outside the body. People have been perfected, and after that, it is the right time and place needed for the completion of the art of Ghost Bud. Under the baptism of thunder that is rare in 100 years, Fei Duan actually fused the bloodlines of Earth Grievance, White Eye, Riding Will Eye, Thousand Hands, Vortex, and Kagaya with the art of Ghost Bud Luo. It seems that something strange has been mixed in, but Feng Yuan looked at the flying section that was no different from a normal person, and there was a little doubt in his eyes. Is it still okay? Just as he came up with this idea, Fei Duan suddenly opened his eyes, spiral patterns appeared in his pure white eyes, and his body also changed between skin and bones in normal people. The end result is, Fei Duan survived with his tenacious vitality and earth grudges, and even his Ghost Bud Luo had the effect of taking life. It worked. Feng Yuan brought the muddy souls of Bulyahu and the Great Snake Pill to this world, collected the materials himself, and let Heiju suppress Fei Duan's consciousness and began to cultivate the secret technique of resentment. Well, this secret technique was contributed by Jiaodu, and in order to get this secret technique, Feng Yuan burned 500 tails in front of him. Can this kind of thing really succeed? I read the intelligence of that guy called Bariahu. It is a crane tail of Kanaha. The strength rating of that year is just a shinobi. The secret technique he researched, is it reliable? The humble Liohu on the original timeline is still a top ninja rating, but in this world, even the middle ninja exam has not passed, and even the merit of killing people on the battlefield is not enough to save the merit of promoting middle ninja. It can be said that he has suffered a lot of ridicule. Feng Yuan was silent, looking at Heiju's eyes strangely. Is it possible that it is because he is Kanaha's subordinate that I am sure that this secret art works? Black Jeopardy? Are you teasing me? Heiju naturally does not know the strange law of upper ninja fights pots and pans, and lower ninja fights and destroys the world and destroys the world. But after all, this is a matter explained by the seal. Anyway, it is just an attempt. If it really does not work, there is still a chakra cannon in Yunying village, and it is not impossible to try to physically open the seal. With Feng Yuan's current strength, everything was quickly arranged, and only the time and place for the ceremony were left. However, before that, Feng Yuan condensed a terrifying thunder behemoth, and after waiting for 3 days, it shot into the soul and ascended the entire Union village to the sky. It turned out that the 3 days that Feng Yuan stopped were completely used to escape for his own people. The terrifying power directly calmed down the surging dark tide of the entire ninja world, at least on the bright side. And secretly, is there a third group of people who are playing the attention of the Stone of Greer? And these people are suspected of being an undead monster legion? Fang Yuan heard the information of Shinobi Himeno Neiyu and reached out to grope his chin. Gaku and Eel, who don't know where they went, were indeed the targets he ordered to investigate, but he didn't expect to collide with the Greer stone. This stone contains extremely powerful life energy, which can be used as an auxiliary tool for flying black absolutes and segments, increasing the probability of success of the Ghost Bud Luo technique. If he hadn't found his way to the moon, he would have gone up and tied a big tube of wood once and for all. Release the news in the black market, and in half a month, I will be at the highest peak in the land of thunder. The current peak cultivation of a forbidden art, suspected to be able to communicate with the goddess of the Dun. Although there are 3 parties to compete, the ninja still grabbed a lot of Greer's stone, so Suyun was not prepared to delay and set off directly for the land of thunder. Anyway, according to the research of the Great Snake Pill, the power of the fusion of the Ghost Bud Luo art only needs to be large enough, and there is no need for special phenomena. The land of thunder, on the mountain of thunder. The thick clouds persist all year round, which also makes the environment here extremely dark and rarely sunlight falls. However, today's Jiliai mountain shines brightly, and the dazzling brilliance forms the ultimate light pollution. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Under the thick clouds, Feng Yuan's long body stood upright, his left arm was raised, as if directly inserted between the clouds, and all kinds of blue, silver white, and dark purple thunder passed through the clouds like electric rays, converged on his left arm, and condensed into a hideous and terrifying giant beast, Kylan. Isn't that Sasuke's technique? The moment Naruto, who was hidden in the distance, saw the unicorn, he couldn't help but put his hand on Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder, and he exhaled loudly. Sasuke gave him a disgusted look, but didn't react to the arm that was placed on his shoulder, except for a slight urge to cut her off. In the past few days, Feng Yuan has specially publicized the news that he is coming here, and even claimed that if he succeeds, the goddess of Feng No will reappear in the ninja world. Most people in the ninja world don't know who the goddess of Ono is, because they have a hard time even surviving. Who would pay attention to the shit gods? However, the 6 immortals know it. What Feng Yuan had to do was to use Yang Mo to lure the snake out of the hole. The experiment was successful. Fei Heiju Duan became an artificial big tube, and he with the eye of reincarnation, even if he could only exist for half an hour, no, as long as there were 15 minutes, it was enough to liberate the true body of the big tube with Kagaya from the moon. As in the original work, Chakra, who plunders a large number of chakras with the power of the 10-tailed human pillar, condenses the soul of Kagaya Atsuki to occupy the body, although it is also possible. But the thought of Kagaya, who looked like a beautiful woman, was actually using a man's body, and Feng Yuan felt a chill. So what he discussed with Heiju was, if the eye of reincarnation is awakened, then use the 6-Dao Earth Explosion Heavenly Star Unravel to unlock the seal of the big tube of wood Kagaya, and 15 minutes is enough time to knock a slit in the seal. As long as there is a slit, Kagaya can resume communication with the outside world, and then break the seal by himself. If what awakens is the reincarnation eye, then don't talk nonsense, condense all the chakras, fly to the moon and him with a golden will rebirth explosion and it's over. As for the enemy, naturally, I sealed it. Boom, boom. Feng Yuan's smile was extremely crazy, and in the midst of laughter, the unicorn in his hand turned into a blue electric ray and rushed to the experimental platform on the top of Jiliai Mountain. Because the speed is too fast, the sonic boom cloud generated by the friction air rolls around like a white turbid wave. When the intense heat falls on the forest below, even if the trees are wet, they burn into a fire. Bear! The moment the flames burned, the clouds of the entire sky were reflected orange-red, and covered with gray billowing smoke. The spreading forest fire surrounded the Thunder Mountain, and the thickening of the cloud vapor made the thunder gather, and the momentum became more and more terrifying. But Suyan's figure was like a mountain in front of the Thunder Mountain, and no one wanted to pass without defeating him. Then, let's do it. After the 6 Dao Immortals devoured a large amount of Greer's stone, some illusory soul states had been transformed into physical bodies, and even if he lost most of his strength because of this, he didn't want to experience the horror of being almost split in two by that strange knife. He was preparing to show up. But I heard Lois say, wait. The gazes of everyone psychic beasts monsters fell on the Lois, and I saw that the facial features of his distorted face were constantly changing, and a gloomy voice came out, he is here. What power does that Konoha village have to stop us? Send 2 people to Konoha to kill and force him to return to defense. As soon as he leaves, the remaining people of the experiment here are enough to destroy. I won't allow you to hurt the village. Naruto Uzumaki was thunderous. How could he accept such a proposal? If it weren't for the fact that the current Lois was a monster body without a collar, he let the Lois know what a human tie was. This is not your world, this village has nothing to do with you, although it is also called Konoha, but... Hoanto looked at the silent Uchiha Sasuke, and said with a grin, this is the Konoha of the Uchiha seal. The taciturn Sasuke's eyes flashed with light, and he gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the Kusanagi sword brought up a shining thunder at an incredibly fast speed, cutting off one of the wings of the Lois. That's Uchiha's Konoha. Lois. He had no objection. At the same time, the broken part of the body flew out countless pitch-black tentacles, and the moment it made contact with the wings turned into thousands of lines and merged into the tentacles, forming an ugly wing. So be it. The 6 immortals sighed a little helplessly. In fact, in all fairness, he felt that this proposal of Lois was very good, and he could walk Feng Yuan around like a dog, without really facing him. At the moment when the 6 immortals decided, the huge reincarnation eye on his chest was constantly squirming. The demon Deo stone statue swung a punch forward, and the space in front of it shattered like glass, allowing its half-amputated arm to pierce through. Rumble! The space behind the seal was extremely resilient and protruding outward, but a spiderweb-like crack still appeared in the very center. A large, gray, stone hand was only blocked for a moment, and then appeared behind Feng Yuan. That stone hand had a rich green light attached to it, and it was the reincarnation eye chakra mode at that time. Feng Yuan turned around sharply. But it's too late to dodge. Just now, he was triumphant, and he was instantly crushed into the ground by the stone hand, and the power was so great that the aftermath alone swept away that mountain fire. The rest of the participants quickly gathered their strongest attacks, and in unison, they hit the place where the stone hand fell. But the 6 immortals faintly felt that something was wrong. Even if they couldn't react with the strength of Feng Yuan, they shouldn't be weakened like this, and they didn't even have the power to resist at all. Maybe it's because the move just now made him relax his guard a little. The 6 immortals comforted themselves, their eyes staring closely at the ground that was gradually sinking down with a roar. In order to avoid the vision being covered in, Feng Yuan secretly escaped, so not a single smoke could remain under the attacks of several people, so they clearly saw that Feng Yuan ate all their attacks. So much so that countless hideous cracks appeared on the body. Wait a minute. Why didn't there be blood? And why does a person break? Seeing that Feng Yuan was seriously injured, he rushed forward to grab people's heads, but his mind reacted after realizing it. As soon as he turned around, he saw a scene that shocked him incomparably. The ceiling plane, which should have been covered with hideous spider silk-like cracks, actually appeared behind everyone, and the weird Tadeo in his hand condensed majestic chakra, as if he had yin and yang, wind, thunder, water, fire and earth at the same time, and the rich natural energy almost made him fall through his eyes. The sword that sealed the original sneak attack just now cut the Lois in two. He stood in the air, with a mocking expression on his face, his eyes full of teasing, and asked indifferently, "Are you here to make it more difficult for me? At this level, at best, it's just killing a chicken. How possible?" The 6 immortal eyes looked at the immortal robe on Feng Yuan's body with some trance. The black guya that had not been pitch black for a long time was suspended behind him, the skin did not turn milk-colored, there were no horns on the forehead, and the eyes were still the pair of scarlet kaleidoscopes. But why, this forced fucking can condense immortal robes? Feng Yuan looked at the shocked 6 immortals below sarcastically, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a sneer. No way? No way? No one thinks that Uchiha is doing good by occupying 2/3 of the ninja continent and frantically exploiting and oppressing nearly 40% of the population, right? How strong Feng Yuan's current strength is, he himself does not know, so he allowed these few to stand here. As a result, they didn't expect that, they didn't even say hello, and they were old and sneaked up on him as young. Feng Yuan naturally wanted to return his human body with his human ways, leaving a wooden doppelganger that was enough to fake the real one, and then quietly teleported outside with the flying thunder god, giving them a surprise. The Lois, which had been cut in two, had not been restored. After the initial solution, in addition to possessing the power of sealing gods, Gao Tianyuan can also mobilize natural energy, which is the most basic authority. It is also the strongest attack on monsters. Gan, you didn't say he could kill monsters. When the eel saw the gray-white stone statue, and then turned into powdered Lois, the whole person, the whole monster was stunned. The green tendons on the forehead of the 6 immortals couldn't help but collapse, and he didn't expect that Feng Yuan would actually be able to break through that limit. Now it's useful to say so much. Naruto Suzuki helped me stall for time. The 6 immortals gritted their teeth and retreated and took out their whole cards, 9 strangely shaped masks, and in each mask, there was a massive tailed beast chakra. Vortex secret technique, 9-faced Supo-ha. The chakra sealed inside is the tailed beast chakra that was sucked away. The 9 masks were stacked together by the 6 immortals, and at the same time buckled on the face, and the 9-tailed beast chakra returned to the original under his auspices, and traced back into a terrifying momentum. He wants to risk condensing the pseudo 10 tails. Yo West. It's time for us to go, Sasuke. Shut up, that's more. While Naruto Uzumaki and Suzuki Uchiha exchanged mouths, they ran through the air with a standard ninja and rushed towards the seal. A large number of shadow doppelgangers appeared behind the former, and the latter's left arm was full of thunder and lightning, and at the same time, it was seducing the thunder rushing to the Thunder Mountain. Ah, young people in another world are monsters. Kwaena Feng Yuan's mouth was terrible, but the Gao Tianyuan in his hand slashed infinitely, and the so-called Yan Hui technique was integrated into every knife under his powerful miracle. Poof! Countless wounds appeared on Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha in an instant, and the blood that burst out was like plasma from a horror movie. This is not a certain Thief King world, has not stepped into the 6th level, unless it is a ninja who exercises his body like the thunder shadow of the past. It is brittle as paper skin. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha couldn't fight back in a short time. At the moment when Feng Yuan stopped, the stone statue of the demon Dao, which had been preparing for half a day, was covered with golden rays, and the sharp sword chi wrapped the whole body, and from the rear, it was in large characters to hold Feng Yuan and use the golden will reincarnation explosion to die. But a black rod emerged from behind Feng Yuan without warning, piercing into the huge reincarnation eye of the demon Dao stone statue, and under the impetus of Feng Yuan, the black rod continued to thicken and lengthen, and forcefully pushed the demon Dao stone statue out of the ninja world. Rumble! Before the clouds that had been pierced had closed, Feng Yuan saw a brilliant firework in the universe. Wait for him to finish appreciating. When turning his head, the 6 immortals have already fused. It's just a little different from what Feng Yuan imagined. The 6 immortals fused the mask and devoured the eel at the same time. The whole person looked strange, with 5 mask faces on the back, 4 mask faces on the chest, and the purple reincarnation eyes in the eyes exuded silent oppression. Feng Yuan, let me end you. Ha, your opponent is not me, turn back. Feng Yuan completely ignored the meaning of the 6 immortals, but instead put on a look of watching a good show. The 6 Dao immortals subconsciously wanted to run, but a hand came from behind and rested on his shoulder, and a haughty, cold voice sounded from behind him. Yui, my child, after so many years of not seeing, will not say hello to my mother, goddess of chakra, Kagaya Atsuki, join. Heiju successfully used the art of Ghost Bud Luo to transform into the 6 realms, and then took the opportunity to unlock the seal with the 6 realms, the Earth Explosion Star, and unlocked the seal, although at the last moment, he was also burned clean, but he finally saw the side of Datumu Kagaya, and he was considered dead without regrets. You too, tell me about the world over there. Feng Yuan flashed in front of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, put his hands on their shoulders, and directly snatched the gift given by the 6 immortals of their world, and then threw out a palm cactus to hang the 2 of them. By the way, Jushina and Mikato of this world are still alive. Uchiha in our world has been exterminated, and there is only 1 Uchiha left now. They are not our mothers. Can't say, shut up. Uchiha Sasuke angrily scolded Naruto Uzumaki and roared, no matter what world, as long as it is Uchiha, as long as it has these eyes, it is my clan. After the roar, Sasuke's breathing was also a little short, but he still tried to say in a calm tone, Naruto, I want to stay in this world, anyway, I don't need me over there anymore, right? Sasuke also didn't have the heart to create another ninja on his own. He had been beaten too many times, and the blood that was probably flowing in his body was probably Xion Jiao's blood. Instead of supporting Uchiha's glory alone, it is better to stay here and fight with the other Uchiha. Fight? No, you think too much. The world is already peaceful. Uchiha has occupied all the places, and the imperial dynasty belonging to Uchiha is about to be opened. Imperial dynasty. You can understand it as a country that unifies the ninja world, but I can live too long, so this peace will last forever. Naruto's words made Naruto stunned, and then angrily retorted, what kind of peace is this by destroying the other villages? If there is no war, isn't it peace? Is that you who released me from the seal of Hajime and Hamura? A pair of milk-like tender jade feet hung in the air. His tone was indifferent, but his white eyes were full of solemnity. This is a ninja native, that's right. His body also has the bloodline of the descendants of Yui, which is the impurity bloodline after infinite deterioration. But his strength. To be honest, Kagaya Atsuki couldn't understand a little. Why could such a featureless, seemingly ordinary human being except for handsome be able to break through to the level of gods? Shift your gaze down. Datuki Kagaya took back what he just said. This kid really has some strengths. It's a horrible kind. Spent 1,000 years on the moon. In essence, Kagaya Atsuki is not a scruple, and time is not torture for her, so she can relax and watch the changes in Atsuki on the moon and the humans in the ninja world. So on a physical level, she is indeed a chick. But on the level of consciousness, what she remembers is far richer than the rest of the people. After all, there weren't many things worth her interest in, and this kind of thing she just hadn't experienced. And Feng Yuan is the first man she sees squarely. But this man she fancy ignores her at the moment, but clings to the reincarnation of those 2 grandchildren. Something strange. Kagaya Atsuki glanced at Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, and some confusion arose in his heart. It is clear that the chakra of Ajura and Indra are still there. Why are there 2 reincarnations? Puzzled in my heart. She simply learned to seal the original appearance and squatted opposite him. Feng Yuan subconsciously raised his head, and then licked his lips unconsciously. Gee, milk ice cream. But now there are more important things, so he continued to press Naruto Uzumaki. Why, can't tell. Back then, Senju Pillar had the same strength as you do now, proud of the entire ninja world. Susataku Great Buddha, 2 people destroy the 4 kingdoms. You have seen the strength of the 2 with your own eyes, and you should know that this is not a joke. Yes. That's right. The blue-eyed boy who was chosen by fate and called the name of the beast glared at the man in front of him with gritted teeth at this time. His clenched fists couldn't stop trembling, not like he was going to swing out, but like he was cheering himself up. He said without flinching, obviously he has such a powerful strength, but the original Naruto has made peace, and let the ninja world step into a rare peace. That era. Oops. What? Hearing Feng Yuan's indifferent answer, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't accept his contempt between the lines, and blurted out a shocked and angry rhetorical question, not noticing the thoughtful gaze of Sasuke Uchiha next to him. A mocking sneer hung at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth, and he scoffed. When the thousand-hand pillar was alive, the ninja world was calm, but his front foot just died, and the first ninja world war broke out on the back foot. Not only the 5 major powers, but even those small countries were swept inside, and a brutal war shuffle was launched. Guess how horrible this war is? Feng Yuan looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who had fallen into sluggishness, with disdain. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke, who had an inexplicable flame in his eyes, defended Naruto Uzumaki. We have never studied the wars of the past, and from childhood to adulthood, in addition to the simple 3-body technique, there are only a few ninja examples and a large number of fire wills. Very good way to brainwash. Kagaya Atsuki nodded in affirmation. If she did the same, I am afraid that Haji and Hamura would choose to support him. Feng Yuan spread his hands and said, after the end of the First Ninja World War, there has been peace for more than 20 years. Wow! Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but be surprised. But Feng Yuan poured him a basin of cold water, because all the villages can't afford the war, and too many people have died. Even Konoha, which has the strongest national strength, has been slowed down for more than 20 years. Of course, these 20 years of peace were credited to his exploits by a certain monkey, and even the rapidly recovered economy after the war became his capital. Shameless, but useful. Kagaya Atsuki did not skimp on his evaluation, but everyone present ignored her and chose to ignore it. What the hell are you trying to say? Naruto Uzumaki's clenched fist loosened, looking a little sluggish, as if he had been struck, but his lowered eyes were full of anxiety and apprehension. He was waiting for an answer. But it's a pity. Feng Yuan's answer was not the one he wanted to hear. Open your world and let me achieve absolute peace. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, it was not Naruto Uzumaki who reacted the most, nor Sasuke Uchiha. It's the Kanban girl Datuki Kagaya who has always been ignored. The chakra on her body surged wildly, the pressure gushing up vented all around, and her face became serious. What do you mean by another world? At this time, her mind was not quiet, and she was even a little excited. If there really is another world, then she can completely go to another world to seize the fruit of the divine tree. Come and go, come and go. Come, Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Kagaya Datsuki inspectively. Don't you clans have ninjutsu that can travel through time and space? It's just that vertical becomes horizontal. Wait, what are we? Datumo Kagaya looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously, a little confused about what he meant. Feng Yuan was stunned and said tentatively, aren't you from the main star of the big tube? No, I am a god born from this world, and my duty is to plant the chakra god tree and then spread the chakra to the ninja world, but I choose to devour it alone. Kagaya Atsuki said a very different